Good evening and welcome to day number 9 of Western Europe. Hi Trent, I see you waving a lot over there. You feeling good? Excited?
Yeah, you freaked me out when you said evening, though. I mean, it's not that early here, I guess. It's almost 10 for me. It's a global sport of Dota. That's the best part of it here. So
I said evening because it's evening in Europe, right?
It's the afternoon. It's 1:45.
Okay, but at what okay, no, that's afternoon. That's afternoon. I was gonna try and
She was gonna try
at
and
what
find the
point
line.
is it afternoon and evening? But no, that's 100% afternoon. You are fully, yeah, no, I can see. Good afternoon. There you go. I'll fix myself. Good afternoon. I'm really excited to jump into this day with both of you. But before we do, I want to have a look at what happened on Wednesday because a lot of action unfolded there. A few upsets, I think some people would call it. One starting with this Entity versus Hustlers series. It was a 2-0 for Hustlers team.
Yeah, I mean Hustlers, they love picking this voice spirit. They keep putting it through, but at least, of course, I shouldn't get carried away because we're on Game 1 highlights. But still, it's Hustlers just kind of showed why they deserve to be in Division 1, and technically speaking, could still make it to the major if they can beat Gaming later today. But you know, it's a long path, but it's one of the few teams that actually have kind of their own power to progress in this division.
Yeah, very much. And we can talk about that in a little bit. But for now, like, the games, even though they were a 2-0, they still went quite some distance, Trent. It was 42 minutes and 54 minutes, respectively. So it's not like it was just this insane steamroll, wiped out Entity in 25 minutes. It was still a bit of a fight and maybe a few displays of unsure how to take team fights and how to sort of use the map, especially in this game number 2.
yeah, game 2 was definitely the one where you were kind of wondering, like, I think I'll be able to close this one out. 'Cause suddenly the PL's turning up, and I definitely thought Entity were gonna be able to claw that one back. Like, it was slowly moving back their way. They got that Roche a little bit later in the game, as you can see here. The gold was going down, but eventually they just couldn't win the big fights anymore. They did a good job of spacing things out from the Hustlers. I thought the series overall was going to be just a little bit more competitive, but I was very impressed from the Hustlers, and maybe it will be enough to. I mean, we're going to find out later today, right? If they still have a chance of going to the major, it would be extremely exciting if they managed to do it.
Yeah, 100%. I think David Lama in this game number 2 as well, with his incredibly accurate and good dudes on the PL. Obviously, the help from the Monkey King, Jigu Stacks there as well. But it's going to be interesting what the fate of Hustlers is going to be like. But we had our second game on Wednesday, Tundra versus Gaming Gladiators. And this one really could have swung either way. But Tundra is still undefeated. They got another 2-0 for themselves, Trent.
Yeah, they look good. This was this when they had the 10th pick Oracle in this game? It was like the final pick for Snake because they were just so confident, I think. But yeah, their draft starts and they're like, okay, they're feeling pretty good about this, looking good. And then they pull out the Oracle to close it, and it was just solid Dota the whole way through. Like, Brewmaster couldn't really get a whole lot going. I mean, we're all hoping for the Brew to look solid, but the hero hasn't quite found his place yet, even with a 4th Spirit. So maybe targeting of the pool, of course, to try and weaken that role for Game Gladiators is always going to be a noble effort. Same thing for Tundra. I think for both these two teams, you're always looking to try and slow down the off lane.
Yeah, and there was absolutely no slowing down 33 in either series. Just that offlane as a whole, actually, T, because in game number 2, it was an offlane Batrider with a +4 Slark.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Tundra I think they're feeling it themselves when like interviews, but it's like they are just a level above everyone else right now in just how they are approaching draft and play. They're super aggressive. They don't try and push themselves too far in the draft. Like, sure, we're seeing +4 Slark, but it's within the realm of the rest of their heroes. It's not as if they're trying to force this into drafts where they make them look weirder or wonkier. And already, look at this highlight. We're in game 2. It's minute 19, 13k lead. They're running around the map, killing everything. They are super aggressive. They know how they want to exit lanes. They know how they want to progress the map in the first 10-15 minutes while still farming.
This is what GG gets called.
Oh, I mean,
it was a very quick game number 2. Game Gladiators, they were pretty much out of their depth. No real way to get back into it for them. But third final series, we got to talk about it. Liquid up against Quest Esports. It was the last time this tour that we're going to see these two teams, unless actually no, it's going to be tiebreakers no matter what with them. So I lied. But in the regular season, this is the last time we see them going up against each other. And this was the biggest upset in a lot of people's eyes. Maybe not so much for the players who have been scrimming here and there, but Quest Esports took a 2-0 over Liquid Trent.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you come into this day, we're pretty excited about this series, but it was that excitement where you're just like, wouldn't that be crazy? Like, it's kind of like maybe one could say today with the Hustlers later versus Game and Gladiators, where you're starting that morning and you're like, it would be really interesting if they could do it, but like, come on, they're not gonna do it. Like,
The odds are so
not
low.
gonna beat them. Yeah, it's like let's fake hype up this series like it's gonna be something, but then it was something. All right, and that's why it's important that you keep your eyes on today because yeah, they played fantastic. They beat Liquid. What is there to say? This is the team that we're talking about being as one of the best two teams in the world. They've said themselves like, yeah, they're a little bit more chill right now, but that doesn't mean that they plan on losing these games. And they just looked good doing it. So very impressive stuff there. They had the jug too. I wasn't like super confident in really either of their drafts, to be honest. And they pulled through both times. So very well done.
Yeah, the Juggernaut I definitely didn't see, and I feel like maybe you're on the same page. Just a little bit of a question mark of what could this Jug do? What is its impact going to be? Because it hasn't had a good performance before in Western Europe.
No, but now that I saw it there, and also played some pubs, and there's some jugs now coming into play there as well. Of course, Yataro beforehand kind of popularized it. Kind of fell off a little bit, but I'm seeing the kind of the old school nature of Juggernaut return. That ability to kill inside laning phase, to healing ward your team to take the fight and kind of keep pushing yourself forward. So it's nice that we're seeing just the old Jug return, not some like newly patched in Jug.
We can also turn our eyes to the leaderboard now. Tundra, like I said, undefeated, still with 6 series wins. They've got one more to play. Gaming Gladiators 4-2. Another series for them. Liquid and Quest, though, they're done for this tour, and they're tied. So we know that there's going to be a guaranteed tiebreaker between Liquid and Quest Esports. But the fun thing is, Hustlers could put themselves in the mix there. There could be a 3-way tie for 2 slots to the major, and then Entity just trailing behind with 2 wins and an extra series loss, and then OG and Secret now looking to be the teams potentially relegated. Not looked in because they both still have series left to play. OG, maybe arguably, Trent, the easier team to come up against because Secret have to come up against Tundra, OG up against Entity.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We'll see. That's the thing about OG, right? Like these, you never know how they're going to perform on any given day. You never know what players are going to be there. You know, obviously we know this time, but in terms of like how they perform with their standards and stuff, it's just they are enigmatic. They are a complete wild card of a roster, and so I think like let's say, for example, that the Hustlers do manage to win today versus Game Gladiators. I literally would be looking at that series versus OG and still being like, I don't know if they're going to win it because that's the thing about OG.
Really?
I just don't know. I don't know what they're going to bring on any given day.
I mean, there's a lot of good storylines surrounding all the series today because if OG beat Entity, they force tiebreakers to try and escape relegation. Maybe Entity could fall down there. Obviously, if Hustlers beat Gaming, then that would force minimum a 3-way tiebreaker between Gaming and Liquid and Quest. And then if they win again, that's a 4-way tiebreaker for 3 spots to the major. And look, there's a lot going on. Tundra obviously want to be undefeated as well. So every series today has so much weight for each team.
Yeah, and it's always the cool thing in Western Europe where you always have this top-heavy division with like the top 3 teams. And then each tour, it's like, what's going to be the team that slips down? It's like this time around, it's not going to be the Div 2 team coming up +1. It's like we have that potential of 2 long-stay Div 1 teams going down if Secret can do it. Of course, Secret, not a long-stay team, but you get the point if OG and Entity somehow bottle it. But still, it's kind of crazy that, yeah, this good old Western Europe, you really never know who's going down.
Yeah, well, let's talk about our first matchup. It is Secret versus Tundra, and Tundra, I can only say it so many times, they're undefeated. They're on an absolute rampage at the moment. They've been getting more and more confident with themselves with a few more 2-0s under their belt.
Yeah, and historically, they haven't been the best in terms of the actual DPC. They have won some of the seasons before, but that was back last year. I don't think they've won one yet this time, so going undefeated would be pretty solid for them. So already obviously looking like they're well on their way here, and they can just do that today if they manage to close it out versus the team that is, as you said, at the bottom of the chart right now. Sounds easy, but the thing about Secret is their drafts have been looking a bit better over time. They've taken wins off teams, even if they don't have the best looking record. They are 5-10 overall. It's not the worst. So I do have faith in Secret being able to do it, and you have to watch out for a couple of those little sneaky picks they might get in there. Whereas Tundra, being this very well-known team, we obviously have a much better idea of how they're going to play. So maybe that's going to give an opportunity here for Secret to really figure out exactly where they want to go with this draft and try and sneak a win in this series.
In your eyes, what are some of the X factors of Secret, or some of the hidden qualities that might be able to take Tundra off guard or for surprise?
I think it's going to be Crystallis and what type of carry he's able to get. I think if he's able to get some active style of carry that can kind of push his team forward, take the fight in laning phase, enable Puppey to be super aggressive in lane, and then greed it up in the kind of the minutes after, that's where I think Secret kind of thrive. But it's also why teams happily ban out Bloodseeker and Monkey King as your first phase bans against this team. These are the S tier Secret carry heroes. So I think for me, it's does Tundra respect these two carries? Maybe there's going to be some shenanigans where it's you know what, let's give him this hero because we have a cool strat and we don't care about the hero, right? And then Secret can go, ha, you let it through, we beat you now, maybe. So I'm just looking to see if Tundra respect the most popular bans against Secret.
Yeah, I think the Bloodseeker one is a bit of a question mark for me because we've seen other teams play it. Obviously, very much in the repertoire of Secret that you've talked about, T, but Tundra have also picked it up for themselves before, and they sort of know what a winning or a working strategy around it is.
Yeah,
100%.
I mean, I just hope to see some drafting shenanigans. I think Puppey maybe got a little bit too creative in some of his previous drafts. I'm trying to remember, I think it was against Entity, some first phase AM bans to try and, get some Deuces bans out the way. I don't know, there's some shenanigans afoot, but maybe he's got some big plans to claw his way to stay in Division 1.
And Trent, there's been a lot of series where Secret's gone 1-2. They've just made a stat on a victory. They genuinely could be the inverse score right now. That's how good they have been looking in series. Obviously not having that consistency. But what else when it comes to execution sort of worries you? Is it about their laning phase? Maybe a little bit of team fight? What are you hoping they've really brushed up and need to work on for this Tundra series?
I think laning stage generally should be fine. Obviously, it comes down a lot to the draft and the matchups for sure. But we all know that pretty much every team in this region has extremely good rosters. You can look at the players and be sure, maybe they have it's oh, they have the best carry, but maybe they're a little bit lower and stuff on some of their other roles. But overall, everyone's just so good right now in Dota, and the separation at the top isn't that big that a lot of it does come down to just having those solid matchups. If there was something that I looked at Secret in terms of where they often will maybe lose out after good lanes, it can be some of that early game. Moving around the map hasn't looked like their strongest thing. If they don't have a extremely one-dimensional plan of Puppey Chen or Puppey Ench, maybe I think that could really help them. I think that's where I'd want to go if I were them. And when I was looking at how they want to start this draft, especially to try and sort that out, I was hoping that Secret would get first pick as many times as possible. I think that's what's really going to help them. But we do know already that Tundra did win the coin toss, and they have taken first pick, which I think is a pretty big advantage for them in the draft, because I don't think Secret will take as big of an advantage having the final pick in the draft as Tundra does.
Also, following up on the Secret thing, I think as well, because of how young, not even young, but how, I guess, the core players all kind of want to follow a leader. There isn't a leader role I see in their three cores. So there's sometimes in their engagements where there isn't that one guy who goes, no, this is really bad, let's step back. They're kind of yeah, I'd love to fight right now, let's go, So I think they're kind of yes men right now. And you can see it in some of their engagements where they're diving a tier 2. And it's if they just reset, hold the area, they're going to be a lot better. But instead they kind of just throw bodies in, get wiped. And it's well, we'll take another fight in a minute. So I think once one of their cores kind of matures into the team and is able to kind of find his voice, that's when I think Secret will start converting on losing 2-1 and start winning, 2-1 and maybe 2-0 down the line.
I also have to ask, now that you've talked about these engagements, not being so sure of when to initiate, what is up with so many teams claiming Aegis and then just getting team wiped this patch? It has happened so many more times in this one tour than probably the last year alone, Trent.
I mean, it has been over time more and more popular to try and attack the Aegis on certain parts of the map. And I think with the new map and how it's more spread out, that temptation to take Aegis, farm up to that item, and then go do something as a team with the Aegis is really tempting. You really want to do that because that sounds like the smart thing to do. And so what we've seen happen sometimes is people take that opportunity to break apart, farm up a little bit. They don't immediately start pushing objectives. And then if you get that smoke out as the enemy team, you find ideally the Aegis carrier, right? Because there's such a good opportunity to TP across the map now because of these outposts. It feels like, oh, they're going on our Aegis. Let's go. And like everyone tries to like get there in time, but then it's like this broken down fight. And then instead of just losing the Aegis and maybe that hero, you get wiped, like you're saying. So there's certain like temperance that needs to be done in terms of like how much can you really like spread out with that Aegis and like what are the best options right now, because although you have decent global mobility to get there and help that person, there's also good mobility for your opponents to also get there and hopefully like pile onto that kill.
Yeah, that was something that I noticed when the map change first came out, was how much more split a lot of teams were. And that's why I think we saw a lot of comebacks as well, T, was teams in winning positions weren't really clumping up together. They weren't really running as that five because they're like, oh, we're winning. We have so much access across the map. And then all of a sudden your cores get picked off one by one. But now we see a very different sort of strat. Now, outside of the Aegis, a lot of teams are just kind of running together as a five around, what would you say, the 15-minute mark that genuinely happens?
I mean, if referring to Tundra, it feels like it's like 10, 11 minutes. They're going to
Yeah, true.
right? So, and I think that's where it's exciting to see the subtle changes in meta, where I think you have in the first weeks of the patch, it's like some PL shenanigans, right? The map's so big, we can farm all these camps and we'll always scale to this late, like this mid-game timing of having 3 items, right? And then suddenly that greediness in the last couple of weeks has faded away. Like also don't forget we had like Auk mid stuff, you know, where it's like Auk farms mid, you have a real carry in the safe lane. Like we didn't have too many crazy changes in like the BC patches, but this style of play has kind of shifted away. I think Tundra, at least their current play style, is a perfect example of why we aren't seeing an abundance of greed. And it's why I look towards teams in the drafts. It's like, oh, if you got too many scaling heroes that can't really utilize that first fight, that 7-minute wisdom room contest and stuff, then it's going to be an uphill battle the entire time.
How good are you with blood grenades?
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. The rookie. The game 1 draft has already took an interesting turn. Taken an interesting turn here, Trent, because Bloodseeker's still in the pool, Doom in the pool, Medusa in the pool, but only one ban left on the side of Team Secret with Tundra's first pick.
Well, I mean, not surprising that Tackies is being banned as well, of course. Tackies, this hero's just too good. I mean, it won the last 2 games for Quest. They picked it all 3 games. If you look at by the numbers across the board in the regions, it is theoretically the best hero based on terms of like the win rate it's got right now. It's got almost a 62% win rate on Techies, over 164 picks. So one of the most picks, has the killer win rate. We've seen how good it is at just doing everything in the game, and I do not blame them for wanting to get rid of that. So, but there it is. You know, talked about it before. It shows up, but they are leaving in, of course, the Dusa. And now Puppy's saying, okay, do we do it? Are we Dusa-ing?
No. I hope they don't, T.
The thing is with this Dusa pick, it's like, if you don't pick it, then Tundra potentially can go for it themselves, even though Tundra don't really care too much about the hero. But Seeker, it's like, you can get baited into picking Dusa here, just because it's like, oh, Medusa carry against Bloodseeker, I get ruptured, I stand my ground, I don't care about this hero. But the pacing that Tundra can present with this Bloodseeker style of strategies that they're doing, it might put a little bit of fear in Secret to wanting to go for it. And yeah, they're not falling for the bait. It's like, yeah, like I said, it sounds good, but Tundra just closed this phase with like some Diffusal Pangolier or something, and now suddenly, how do you really take those early engagements? So I like the fact Secret didn't rush towards it.
Yeah, instead of nuclear war deterrence, we have Medusa deterrence. You know,
Yeah.
just pick the Shadow Demon instead. You're just like, don't do it, because we've already seen this before.
I like this. This is much better drafting than I think. Like if this was, let's say, some Division 2 drafts, it would have been first pick Bloodseeker. Oh, Medusa's available, guys. Insta pick, and it's like, sure, what are we doing here? So, love the fact that we, it's kind of crazy to think, Poppy can draft well. Crazy, honestly.
Yeah, who possibly could have
who'd have
expected
thought?
that?
Yeah.
And we have the flex of the win because they played it for both. They have thrown it mid before for Armel, and then the safe lane for Chrysalis.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, if necessary. My bad, hit the wrong button.
Nah, it happens. I'm not gonna lie. That's been the fear of the last 3 weeks.
I got you covered. Don't worry.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Mid potential. You've talked about that flex. Obviously, Timbersaw most likely, potentially a 9 hero up against the Wind Ranger. T, I know you're an absolute expert of mid matchup, so
yes.
yeah, how does the Wind Ranger Timbersaw matchup go when it comes to the laning phase? Who has that advantage of either solo kills or just CSing?
It's going to be pretty depressing for Windrunner, let's be honest, if that is the lane. Because, you pepper this Timbersaw, you don't do much. And then sure, you get Javelin.
Tickle?
A little tickle. And then with Javelin, you get a bit of magic damage, so you can start poking and prodding, being a little bit annoying. But realistically, because Timbersaw nowadays go for Vanguard as well, it's even tankier. So I think if you are going to put Windrunner mid against Timbersaw, it's not going to be a good day. Because the reason why you could put, let's say, Voiceper against Timbersaw is because that active rune for you unlocks a wider map to play. You can kill a support, you can kill some core near your side lane tower, and that's kind of how you get into the game. So less CSing and more kind of wider stuff. But if you put Windrunner mid, you're not going to kill Timbersaw, and you're not going to have that explosive map entry. So it is just going to be a awkward game. So I would like to see Windrunner probably not go mid to deal with that.
That's probably why Tundra have banned out the Storm Spirit there, most likely a Void ban as well on the table still trend. Any other mid heroes that come to mind where you're like, oh, Timber probably wouldn't be too happy, but he's not going to lose lane against this hero?
I mean, there's kind of like a lot of heroes where maybe Timber's just going to be like whatever about. So I think ideally I'm just going to dodge that in terms of the bans. I'm just like, I don't care. Like, I mean, the mid heroes typically don't really ruin his game anymore. Like, a lot of the counter picks that we would typically consider aren't necessarily seen as being that super good anymore, like OD or like DP maybe. I feel like we don't have to worry about that too much. So if I'm Tundra, I like this strategy too. The Storm's solid because like Storm's just a good hero as well for like leading the game and stuff, and it does do fine versus the Timber in lanes. That's definitely a good shout, but I would definitely rather try and focus on these other carries because I don't think they want to put this Wind Ranger mid or carry at this point. Like it'll be okay as a carry, I guess, but I kind of agree with the idea of trying to flex it to a 4 potentially.
See, Boom hasn't played any Windrunner in the offlane in his pubs. Yamich, no, he hasn't either. So yeah, this is, I mean, Chrysalis, I think, has he been the only player to play it so far on CP?
Armel did play it once.
He did play it once. Okay, yeah. So right now the flex exists between 1 and 2. I think the flip side to this is if you are going to put Windrunner in a, let's say, the carry role, as long as you pick up a very active mid, and then you start like killing the side lanes, you can survive Rupture because you have this Imprison of Shadow Demon. Like there's ways for you to play out the game, but it's just like, do you want to play on the back foot until you hit this like item timing? So I would like to see them have a little bit of flexibility there.
I think even getting an offlane that's also a little bit more engaged would be nice too if you want to go for this one Wind Ranger. I don't know. Just in a game like this, I'm not super confident on it, I gotta say, but Secret, they got one last ban here. Think things over. Try to consider where Tundra wants to go from this. I mean, obviously the offlane pool is looking pretty good right now, and so yeah, they get rid of the Beastmaster.
That's what I was thinking. It's only Doom and Beastmaster taken out. Like, man, there's so many more things still on the in the pool on the table for 33.
Isn't this just the edge pick for Secret? I guess because it's Timbersaw, but it doesn't really matter too much, actually. I take that back. It's like, Edge is just really good against Timbersaw, but more because in Peterson lane, but of course that matchup isn't going to exist, so you'll probably see some Puppy Wyvern, Puppy Veno. Any of these sound good. Like, I want to have a hero that can just be annoying, either percentage-based damage or provide some aggression. But
oh, that's kind of interesting.
A cheeky Marcy, just a no-context Marcy. Yeah, all right.
I like the sidekick with the Wind Ranger because I was trying to think like how I could be happier about this Wind Ranger, and I was thinking about buffs. I was trying to think of like ways I can make this Wind Ranger a little bit better so that I'm more comfortable with it being either mid or carry, and I think sidekick's a pretty solid way to do it. I've seen a couple people trying to play the 5 Marcy in pubs. I don't know. Could maybe be a thing. Obviously, I think the core role still suits it a little bit better though, getting into those like bigger damage items. We saw Zai, I think, playing it the other day as well. Didn't end up winning, but looked okay. But the Ents that you were mentioning, the other thing I was considering was this Dispel idea as well versus the Bloodseeker, because we also saw like how powerful the Shadow Demon can be, obviously, because you just like keep taking off the attack speed the whole time. So right now, it feels like both carries are a little underwhelming. Like even if it is carry Wind Ranger, like gonna need the help of the Sidekick, the Bloodseeker, gonna have to deal with the Purge. So these other roles are looking to shine a bit more here, I'd say, as this draft goes on.
Yeah, and already we mentioned Nullify. Don't forget, yeah, I don't know if you mentioned that as well, but the Shadow Demon against Bloodseeker, like this hero doesn't get to play Dota, right? Like Bloodseeker's all about buying damage items and utilizing his Blood Rage. If you get purged by Shadow Demon, 0 attack speed, good job, buddy. Walk around the fight, do what you want. You're not going to hit anything, right? So if Secret can survive this Timberstar timing that is always inevitable, like Secret haven't picked some anti-Timber hero, then they are going to have the makings of a lineup that can deal with a carry Bloodseeker and scale. But it's just more, I still am yet to see their 15-minute lineup that's going to be like, all right, we survive. And Tundra's like, we also see that, so let's pick our Venge position 4 that we see Saxa play. He goes Pavis, Drum, Ags, pair with the Visage, and take over this early game. Like Secret doesn't play early game too well. Like their damage and their rotations aren't impactful and punchy compared to Tundra, where they're probably grouping up at 11 minutes, let's be real.
I'm curious to see what Secret we're thinking about with this Visage, too, because like that definitely had to be a consideration in the banning phase in the second stage, but they left it in, so curious to see if they've got some ideas versus this as to what they want to do, because when we talk about like these other cores, like especially the Bloodseeker not looking so good, like the whole point, like whenever they have this Bloodseeker and they want 3-3 to control the game, to me the best hero is Visage if I want him to control how we're playing this game. So being able to get it at this point in the draft feels pretty solid, and they will have double counter picks obviously for Secret, so this is where the big draft brain has to come out for them to try and figure out a plan here, and the plan will be Necrophos. That's pretty solid.
I probably would have
We've
never
seen
mentioned
it once already, T.
We have, but it's like that hero, and I think everyone can be honest with this. It's like a forgotten hero, you know. You kind of forget it exists. You don't really see it in any pubs, and then they pick. Oh, yeah, Necro's still in the game. All right, sure. And in this game, at least, it is trying to be that body that can stand up front. Like we've mentioned that Windrunner with items, Marcy with items can do some decent work in this game, but how do you get there? And Secret's answer is just to throw this aura-esque buy. It's not even aura, because if it's like some mid necro or something, or offlane necro, you buy like one aura, like Sanj Kaya, you get tanky for yourself. You are just going to be able to soak up a lot, but I'm still yet to see Secret's punch behind the necro. Like, sure, necro absorbs 3 heroes, but then how are you killing after he survives for, let's say, 20 seconds?
Is there any chance of a last pick Medusa here for Secret? Like, actually, with the flex and stuff,
they could.
That could actually be really good. Because we're at the point now where it's pretty solid versus all of these heroes. Like, I'd be confident.
Of time, though?
Of time?
Yeah, I mean, like, Secret's ability to play in the first... Like, do you not feel like they're lacking a bit more fight? Because if they pick Dusa, sure, it looks great at 30 minutes with, like, Manta Butterfly +1, maybe Skadi.
You feel it's too farm heavy for Tundra.
It definitely depends on... It depends on the last Tundra pick for sure. Like, I mean, I guess like
King's pick, yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes the 5 can really push that early stuff. I would want to get a full picture, but I don't know if they make a couple mistakes. Like the Dusa, these heroes are all pretty bad versus Medusa. I would say they don't really do anything.
I feel like Tundra just wants some casual last pick Oracle or something, because then you can annoy the Necro with his scythes. On the flip side, you could go for some like Witch Doctor. So then you have a bit of kill threat potentially on this Necrophos who's on the side lane. I mean, Oracle's banned, but yeah, I think Witch Doctor's probably up there.
All in AA.
Are these bans for Tundra, like being offlaners, do they feel like it's a carry Wind Ranger, mid Necro, and a 4 Marcy?
Yeah.
And they're trying to find Boom's hero right now?
Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of the vibe I'd go with as well.
Yeah.
For Tundra, it's like snaking. I want Witch Doctor #1, and then like maybe some... Lich is banned, so like Bounty Hunter something for 2, just to get like the pacing of the game going. Just run your opponent over.
Oh, the Phoenix.
Ooh. Taking a page out of Quest's book.
It's kind of interesting.
Doesn't look like Rush Hex though.
Yeah. Huh. Phoenix
Doesn't do well. There's potential.
Doesn't really do much versus or with the Bloodseeker in lane, assuming that's the setup.
Maybe
like you can't combo that easily. That they're pretty good at killing the egg too, I would say, for Secret.
Sure, they are good at killing the egg. I just think the early Sunray is going to help out a little bit against this Necrophos. When he throws his body to the front, Rupture plus Swap plus Sunray, he's out of position. Then Secret are kind of scrambling closer to try and get to him. I think that Phoenix is less about laning prowess or anything, and more just let's find a solution to Necro within our position 5. and when we hit our mid-game timing, everyone has something to contribute to the fight. So that's kind of the vibe I go with this last pick.
Yeah, I guess a lot of the other saves were kind of gone, right? Because like you don't have disruption, you don't have the false promise, so it's a much softer save.
Very soft save. All right, Secret, what are you gonna do?
I don't think they're
Yeah, I
gonna
was
pick
gonna say
Boom Zero. I think they're gonna go out. I think this is gonna end up being like either a carry win range and they pick a mid. I feel like Boom's gonna end up playing this Necrophos. Oh, maybe
Yeah,
not.
Oh. I was expecting like a Marcio flame, but Magnus still in the pool all the way to the end. Let's see. Where exactly Secret putting everything? Wait, what? Mid Magnus?
Yeah, mid-mag. Okay,
Necro off?
sure.
And then who's playing the Shadow Demon? Surely that's just Poppy Shadow Demon in.
I'd like to think. I mean, the
Yeah.
thing is though, when you have a range carry, sometimes you're like, oh, let's put the Marcy with the range, so then you have the buffs and everything kind of enabling each other there. So maybe that's the question in play here.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe it's who plays it, but do they just swap lanes as well? That could also be a discussion point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the idea
And,
is
everything.
you want to do as much as you can to like slow down 3-3. I would think, right? Like that's a generally like where we're looking at. Like versus the Bloodseeker, like that matchup should be pretty okay for the Necrophos. So in that idea, I believe the famous Fart Studios actually talked about this a couple times, where they were BSJ, if I recall, was very upset
Oh, you mean
that
Fart
his Necrophos lost. Yes, sorry, Fart SJ.
There you
It was very upset that his Necrophos lost this matchup. So we're really hoping that Boom has got the counter pick here and is gonna be able to play this quite well. And yeah, Puppy will take up the Marcy. I think that makes the most sense.
Okay, enough sense, Trent, that you're like, okay, Secret can do this, and if so, like, where is the belief coming from? Laning phase? Is it that they're going to be able to stop Tundra's pacing? Like, where exactly does Secret really need to excel and keep on top of to ensure that this Tundra lineup doesn't just group up at 11 and get a GG at 20 minutes?
They have the big spell hits they need. Like it's just it's tough. Tundra have like the super simple game plan of we're just gonna walk at you and it's not gonna be fun for you. But if they hit the big RP, if they hit the big scythe, if they get the double shackle, those are the kind of things that are going to turn this game around. But those are big ifs. And overall, Tundra's game plan just looks like way easier.
Quite a few skills shots there.
Yeah.
But what about you? Where are you landing?
Very hard mag game because even if he starts hitting some RPs, there's always an egg play and there's swap. So I think the supports on Tundra will be able to deal with this Magnus and it won't be some incredible mag game, even though it's a later pick. So I'm leaning Tundra right now.
Okay, so it could be a little bit of a paddle curse, or Tundra might just genuinely have the better draft, but the only way to know is to get on into game one and ask our casters what they think. It's big up in the cost.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number one should be fun. Panel leaning all Tundra, and I feel like I understand that when there's a win runner that has a 20% win rate in the game.
I thought you were going to say there's team with 6-0 on one side, and on the other side, you have team with, I believe they're 1-5. So, yeah, not the easiest one, for Team Secret here. But I like what they try to do in this one. Try to, offset the laning stage with this Necro. I feel like this hero could be picked up slightly more. Still, Nullifier, a big thing against the hero. Can't really play Dota. You have maybe all these auras. Let's see what Boom's going to buy on Necro this time around. Because he's going to be playing the off lane. So probably going to be looking into that mech. Maybe even I would see him buy... Oh, Crystallis.
Magic Missile, yeah. That was fast. I feel like Puppy was setting up to try and help with the rebound, but never really got that opportunity.
Oh, he exploded there. Whirling Death. And of course, Soul Assumption. Stun. So good start for Tundra already.
Little Magic Missile right there. Always nice. I like this little cliff ward that they've placed on the side of Tundra. It's all the way down here in the bottom lane.
It's
under
a
the
tiny
outpost.
little cliff, not the biggest one. You could go for the couriers with this one. You could see them maybe approaching with their mid laner, trying to go for the rune and ganking you 5-6 minutes into the game. Probably not going to happen, but we'll have to see. Also, looking at the mid matchup, you are playing into Magnus as Timbersaw, so you should be more than fine. And this is also a lane where you got the first blood. So 9 off to a great start. Already has Ring of Health. Okay, call it 40 seconds into the game. Ring of Health, 4 branches. Like, this is gonna be some, like, 3.5 minutes Vanguard. How do you kill this hero?
Yeah, I'm starting to think Vanguard might be needing more change.
Yeah, buff the item.
Oh.
We nerfed a couple of times in a row, so that's what happens
I
after
guess-
nerfing him too hard. Skewer underneath the tower, 9. He should be fine. That's gonna be some good damage. Okay, needs to cut down some trees.
A little bit of odd pathing, it seemed like, for him. You get a little nervous, you click a little bit too many times. All of a sudden, your hero just can't go through trees because that's how pathing works. And then you take a couple more shots from the tower. But he's got that ring of health, right? He's fine. He's very much fine. Skitter is not too fine, actually taking a lot of damage in this lane and dropping really low. So is Snaking.
Courier is also gonna die. This is
Oh, boy.
really, really bad lane for them. Skeeter maybe thinking about going through
Blood
the
grenade?
gates, because right now he can't see us. He's only level 1, while both heroes are level 2 from Secret. This is gonna be some heavy pressure.
Still alive, but Yamich eventually getting that kill onto the Phoenix.
Usually we see this Bloodseeker paired up with something like super strong in the lane. Most of the time it's Lich. Sometimes we see Oracle. But Phoenix, not the strongest laners, especially when you play into Necro, who has pretty much unlimited region. He's really not too worried about harassment coming out from the Bloodseeker. He gets close, he'll get right-click multiple times, Dead Pulse. They could try to set things up with the Disruption as well. They don't have like the follow-up slow or a stun, but should be enough to just keep him low. This constant harassment in this top lane is going to be pain in the ass for Skeeter.
So we'll see if they do anything about this lane, or if maybe they pull that move where, like, they push him bottom, they leave 33 by himself for a moment. Soxa goes through the Twin Gate to get, like, a magic missile play out. But for right now, everybody's kind of staying set. Oh, nothing doing just yet. But you could see 15-4 for the Magnus mids. So far, so good for Armel.
He also does have extra damage coming out from that Empower, so he can CS against Timbersaw, which was never an issue. It's just what Timbersaw is going to get from the laning stage. Like, this is... I wasn't even wrong. 3.5 minutes. Like, he just needs to kill extra couple of creeps, and that's going to be Vanguard delivered. So, in terms of heroes that can kill him throughout the game, Windranger is like one of those heroes that doesn't like to play into Vanguard, so you need to have Maelstrom to be able to deal with it. And this is mid Timbersaw we're talking about, so he's going to have a lot of levels. Maybe with like Necro's Reaper Sight, but where's the damage going to come from? Like, you need to keep them low. Sure, they do have like 2 big damage spells that they can throw onto Windranger to amplify the damage output. With Sidekick, with Empower, like even Magnus is going to pack a punch with these 2 abilities.
What's the deal with Windrunner, by the way? Like,
I don't know.
it's 20% win rate. Teams are still, and that's Western Europe. When you look at the full stats for the entirety of the DPC, it's got a 38% win rate. Like, and teams still are just like, yeah, first pick, let's go. Snake King dropping to Yamich, but like, yeah, I don't get this Windrunner like stubbornness.
Apparently, people from Western Europe, they can't play Windranger correctly, considering that, like, overall, it's almost 40%, which is still abysmal, but 20% in the region that looked the strongest. It seems like something is really off with the hero. I've said it a couple of times, I've been flaming Windranger ever since I saw her in action. There's like only a couple of games when the hero looked really strong, I would say, because you always need to have that extra item. You need to have Maelstrom, a Road of Atos, Gleipnir, then you also need a BKB, but you also want to like have Aghanim. It feels like you're never satisfied with the items that you have.
Yeah. You have to have this hero that kind of plays from way far ahead. And then for the most part, you're usually seeing Windrunners in lanes against somebody who's got a Vanguard very quickly. Can't do anything.
Also, a hero that doesn't really play well from behind. If she can put the tempo, if she's the one like controlling the game, getting these easy pickoffs with Focus Fire, then the hero feels okay. But other than that, it really doesn't. Boom. A bit low on HP.
Damage. Bloodright's gonna hit.
Here. But Fairy Fire, Magic Wand, double Bracer build, heavily focusing on the laning stage, understands that they need to take out this Bloodseeker's CS as much as possible. We've seen these Bloodseeker players in Western Europe pop up like so quickly. Like Mickey, Skitter, these 2 players are extremely good at the hero who joins these earlier fights. Now Snaking. does have 13 one charges available, but still, they're not securing a lot of CS for Skeeter at the moment.
Yeah, just 19 and 4, and not that Boom's blowing him out of the park with the 24 and 9, but a lot of denies and comfortable in this lane for the moment. Sneaking coming the other way, and they want to use these fire spirits, but Boom will immediately
And cancel it.
Never mind.
That's my favorite. The best part is if you die right afterwards.
Yeah, that
That's
would
a
feel
Reddit
really
clip
bad.
right there. Front page. 1,000 upvotes immediately.
So there's the wand, Icarus dive, blood right down. Boom will take some damage, and well, they've got Armel coming to the top lane. He's got RP that will be used, and that will be a dead Bloodseeker very quickly. As well, with this tower already down to half health, this should be the tier 1 gun. Our catapult right here.
Yeah. RP Mel making his first rotation. They get a kill on Skeeter, and they're also gonna get the tower. And look at Phoenix. He's down at 200 HP. 33 also in a bit of a trouble here.
33 going down, falling to Puppy, and they've got Chrysalis for the help. So, you know, you've got now a 1k lead for the side of Secret.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Honestly, coming out of this laning phase, looking pretty top notch.
This is why we said they try to offset the laning stage with the heroes that they picked. Magnus from the mid lane, he's getting all the free farm in the world, keeping up with Timbersaw, and shutting down Skeeter completely. I was thinking about Boom's itemization. Did mention this Spirit Vessel. You are playing in the end against Bloodseeker, Timbersaw, and also Sunray eventually, so you want to reduce that healing that they're gonna get.
Right.
So let's see if he decides to stick with it.
Tundra got that first blood, and they haven't really done anything over the map at all. I mean, that was just that one kill, and that's it for now. Skitter also sitting very low again, and they, you know, you look over at 9, who has in the past been very active with this Timber given the right start. It hasn't been this like excessively positive start that we've seen in the past where he gets 2 or 3 kills in the mid solo. So we'll see how he's gonna kind of look for that drop-off point in this game. Could be a little bit of a problem for him if he doesn't get the ball rolling with the way the top lane went.
He's still in a good spot, having that Vanguard, having Arcane Boots on top of the net worth, but still yet to make a rotation. I mean, Tundra's lineup is like relatively slower, I would say, considering that they last picked Phoenix. They wanted to have something against this Necro, so didn't rely heavily on the laning stage. And also this time around, 33 not having that good of a game. About to finish off his Phylactery, level 6, so birds are available. There was an interview where Tundra members talked about, you know, whenever 33 plays Visage, all it takes is like one fight and he's gonna make the difference with this hero, because he lands a Ravage with the birds instead of just stuns. So gotta be careful of that. In terms of stuns, in terms of control inside of Tundra, they don't really have much. It's Venge with Magic Missile, Nether Swap. She's slightly under leveled. Level 5, 9 minutes. I mean, there hasn't been a kill other than First Blood on their side, so.
And taking over mid while the stacks get taken by 9. I know 33 took one of those creeps in that stack just to finish off this Phylactery. They're trying to find anything they can at the moment. They're down 2,000 net worth. Things have kind of quieted down, and I'm a little surprised. Secret, they've backed off the lanes kind of heavily. They've got Armel farming in the jungle, but now finally coming towards top, and I think they would like to stay aggressive, especially with what we've seen Tundra do in short times.
Yeah, Reaper Scythe is available. They want to get the kill here. Another RP.
RP.
That's gonna be a kill.
And that should be Reaper Scythe. There it is. Slams down into Skitter. That's what I was looking for, and they're going to try and turn this around. They've got 33 coming in. The Icarus dive as well as the Timber Chain. Chakram on top of Armel. And this is a trade that maybe Secret weren't expecting. But Tundra coming through and getting into the top lane to kill off that Magnus. That's only their second kill and their first one since the First Blood.
Yeah, Tundra, it feels like they're happy with just getting anything. 33 TP stop, because he couldn't go through the gates, and resummons the birds. Like, he wanted to make something happen, get that kill going. So birds are going to be on cooldown for another minute and a half. Damage.
Yeah, he's in some trouble, rebounding, trying to help out Yamich, but 9, this is kind of that jumping off point I was talking about. He gets a kill top, TPs towards mid, immediately finds himself a Shadow Demon kill. Like, you leave 9 a little bit unchecked, and he's going to take advantage of that and really make you pay for it. And we've seen Tundra turn games into just stomps from the 10 to 17 minute mark.
Yeah, these 2 kills kind of got them back into the game. Maybe they can kill Crystallis. Not the easiest hero to kill. Probably would need to have swap available. They're level 5 right now in Vengeful Spirit. Crystallis 4 points in Windrun. Maybe if he misuses it, there's also no Rupture available.
Has been killed.
9 losing his courier. There are a couple of heroes coming from behind these heroes on Tundra, but they do have Saksa without swap still. Still just level 5. Experience is really favoring the side of Secret.
Shackle.
The shot. And
the follow-up.
The one in the back, they're looking for 33. They go to the rebound, and they should have the damage with the Reaper Scythe, especially. Boom, slamming it down on 33. And that must have just come off cooldown, and they get themselves a second on that Reaper Scythe. Get a couple familiars here, and that's a good amount of gold going the way of Secret. Good fight overall.
Secret, so far, so good. 12 minutes into the game, 2k gold lead for them. Very active with their heroes, and I like that this time around they have like heroes to protect Crystallis with. He can stand his ground, use Focus Fire, 4 points in Sidekicks, 4 points in Empower, so that's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of healing coming out from Focus Fire as well. Puppy. Ooh, that was close. Another great shackle.
Sox in trouble, power shot, and they will get that kill with the Death Pulse hitting onto this Venge. Venge finally now hitting that level 6, having that swap, but now Tundra's got to have a moment to kind of feel like they can set up with it. And over mid again, you see 9 going after Boom, but he's able to heal up, use that wand with that Ghost Shroud. So he heals up back to full.
Boom, very active on Necrophos. Not the hero that you would expect to be active unless you have Boots of Travel, but he opted to go for Power Treads, have a little bit extra damage in the laning stage, which is more than fine. I still feel the hero is very sluggish, can't really move around. Faded Bro is going to come in very handy. Looking at the stacks that are being made for Skeeter that he can fall back to and just recover, because right now he's the lowest net worth core. It's a really good scaling lineup inside of Secret as well. You have Necro, you have Mag. These heroes are extremely strong in the late game, and I talked about protection against Windranger. You try to focus someone down, there's going to be disruption, buy a little bit more time during Rupture. They're going to be grouping up. Mag eventually is going to pick up Blink Dagger, and he got it. Second item. This is no Harpoon, no Vanguard. This is Mid Madness we were talking about, so wants to be able to get some kills. Because in terms of initiation, they don't really have much, so I can understand why Armel opted to go for it immediately after finishing off that Echo Saber.
And they'll immediately go in with it, and they'll find themselves 33. He's trying to run, but you look at the damage coming out. He's not one of those heroes that has a Vanguard, so Crystallis will rip him up and poke some holes with all those arrows. And, well, they get another kill on a 33, and this is something that is kind of uncommon ground for him. Yeah, stealing this camp here, but I would say at least they didn't get the Ancient stack that was taken by 9 a moment ago, and he's going to come back and be a little bit upset that that's gone.
Love your PMA. They stole only the big camp stack, no Ancient this time around.
Big camp.
Yeah. Spirit Vessel's now online for Necro, so that's going to be big change in terms of healing. Great against Eversaw before he can get any dispels off, and going into Kaya's Sun. So really nice scaling-wise itemization from Secret. Maelstrom picked up on Crystallis, going into Lincoln's next. XP runes.
Yeah, one was picked up by 9.
Yeah, the other one.
No.
We've seen that in the series the other day, where 9 played co-op against Gaming Gladiators, and he was the one who picked up both XP runes, the 7 and 14-minute one. I mean, they couldn't even pick up the 20-minute one because the game ended before that.
It was, at least in the co-op sense of it, it was also filling up his bottle, but it does push him over now what Armel has in terms of experience, right? Like, he's trying to get enough of a lead. Maybe in a game like this and the game when he was playing that co-op, he feels the need to be the highest level by a good margin to make sure that he can give space to the rest of his team, because he knows, especially on a Timbersaw, that he's pretty tanky, right?
Other heroes don't really provide him with much. Like, one of the games are 33 dozen shy, very rare to see, because they didn't dominate the laning stage, and now he's back to farm mode, something Tundra does so well. Let's see. They're still not ready to take a fight. Boom is way too tanky. They do have protection for him. Mag with Blink RP, Blink Skewer can set things up relatively easily. 9. Kaya Sanj is finished. Solar Crest as well, thrown on top of him, just to have that extra armor coming into a fight.
Oh, Blink in. They've got the Skewers onto the Venge, and another Reaper Scythe for Boom will put him on a mega kill streak. I was going to say, this feels like the first time that Tundra kind of have that opportunity to go with the swap into the Magic Missile, but they lose that, as Armel says, it's our game plan. Blink, Skewer, kill.
There are ways to start a fight, like, isn't really there. Because Timbersaw might need to be just the body in front, but then again, he's still afraid of this Spirit Vessel. I noticed that 9 tends to go for like Blink Hex in these situations where they don't have enough. So I want to see what the next item on him is going to be. Because you would also maybe want to get some kind of a Dispel, like getting Lotus. Not sure if you want to commit on your own, if you're relying on one of your supports to be able to buy it.
Shackle. 9 hit with the Spirit Vessel. Timber chaining away, trying to get away from Yamich, who will put him into the disruption. But there's the rebound, the TP with the Timber chain, and...
He's out.
Oh, Shackle almost connecting, but does get the chance to TP away. Might not get that opportunity anymore now with the Aether Lens picked up by Yamich as well. We'll see if they've got that cast range to stop movements like that. But that Spirit Vessel charge used, and they don't get one to refill on that.
There's still one available, so should be fine for the next fight. You can always die if you feel like you need one for free.
Hey, I'll dive the tier 4s, get myself a charge. Thumbs up, right?
Smoke broken. Saksa on the high ground. Yamich knows something is up.
Armel, ooh, they're looking to go, and maybe Saksa is going to be the one who dies. They've got some familiars nearby. There's the familiar stun on a bunch of heroes, but they got to follow it up with something. They go to the Rupture onto Boom, but going up onto the high ground is ill-advised, and Tundra already know that. So they'll back away. And Puppy just running right up to 9. I think 9 knows what's up. But a Skewer and the regen rune picked up by 9.
Didn't get too much value out of it. Armel instantly cancels it. Still, steady 2k gold lead for Team Secret. Make it 3k right now.
Early BKB for Skitter coming out.
This is the big item timing for them, because it's still not going to be the easiest one, I would say. There are abilities that go through that BKB, Demonic Purge, RP, so... You know that with this Demonic Purge, you're going to be the target for it, taking away his Blood Rage, which is most of his damage, removing his movement speed as well. Going to be massive, and I like what Secret's doing right now.
Ooh,
going into Roche Pit, know that they can't really contest this. They didn't use any of the big abilities, RP available, Reaper Sight as well, so Crystallis will be the one picking it up.
So early Aegis, we've seen a lot of teams do this, and I know the panel was talking about how teams with the Aegis, we've seen it so many times where they end up just getting wiped. But we'll see if this is another instance of that, if we're going to see Tundra win a fight heavily. I'm not too sure they still want to be in fight mode yet. They're still looking for this BKB. They've got 9 going for a BKB of his own. Probably going to wait, especially they want 33 to get a pipe, but how much are they going to lose for kind of looking to sit back in PvE for a bit, right?
They're not losing anything. Tundra, they're the best, I would say, even best team in the world to do these kind of things when they feel pressured, if they don't want to take a fight. Like, look at the net worth. I said 3k gold lead like a minute ago or something. Now it was down to 1k, but Team Secret, they killed the tower. So Tundra, they really know how to farm the map well. These outer rings, 33 with his Visage, with his birds, getting a lot of farm. 9 as well. Feels like Tundra is in a no rush by any means. They are going to wait for next set of items, wait for this Aegis to expire. They're getting levels, potentially level 2 Altion Phoenix. Bloodseeker with his BKB, 9 with his BKB. There's going to be another Aura item on Visage. Vengeful Spirit's going to be the hero that doesn't have a new item coming into a fight, but because Saksa is going for Aghanims, this hero doesn't really farm. You want to be fighting with Vengeful Spirit to get the gold. And also didn't find Philosopher's Stone, so...
The crazy thing to me is, and I'm taking a look at the graph, is the experience switch up. Because it was like a 10% lead in experience for Secret, And with this time that Tundra's kind of gotten, they've switched it the other way. I know that's not like a lot of levels or anything, but it's like now they're going to be the first ones to like second ults on all their heroes and everything, and it might make a big difference as they get the Reaper Scythe onto Saksa. Boom, slamming it down again. He's got 4 stacks on that Reaper
You
Scythe.
kind of lost me, I'm gonna be honest, when you said, look at this graph, and I'm like, okay. It also
All right,
reminded
let's
me
play
of
some Nickelback.
Yeah, Nickelback song.
Sure. I had you halfway, had you in the first half, and then you were gone. So here I am. Just like, all right, just play some 90s music.
Has fallen.
I'm here for it.
Secret, they're using this 9 again. Will steal enemy XP rune.
Radiant's top tower has been
Okay, level 17 on Timbersaw. BKB now finished. But Secret, they're using this combo. Focus Fire plus Reaper Sight to just instantly kill a hero every single time a hero shows up. Already on 4 Reaper Sight charges on Necrophos. Man, I wish this was old Shadow Demon with his old ability instead of Disseminate. So you use, I can't remember what it was called. Soul Catcher. Yeah, there we go. I'm not that stupid. Soul Catcher into Reaper Sight. Very good combo.
Very smart. Knowing Soul Catcher. Ooh, all right, Lincoln's on Chrysalis. Now going Ags. There's a minute 30 left on that Aegis. Take a look again. Saksa, he has been the sacrificial lamb for the farm and the experience that Tundra want on the map. Saksa, you just go die.
Pretty
We'll
much.
farm the rest.
Thinking is like, someone has to die. I don't want to die on Phoenix. I'm the one who's getting the gold. So, Saksa, go do your own thing. I farm much faster than you. So, taking these smokes, dying. I think Saksa died like 3 or 4 times in a row. And his gold has been on steady 1.2k. So, not gaining anything, but others are.
The pipe dream of the Ags is a 5 position, basically. When you're put in this position of you don't get to farm. Oh, okay. Guess I'll just queue up Ags. You might as well queue up Divine Rapier as well, right?
He'll get that axe eventually. Needs like 2 good fights if he stays alive, or just getting that extra gold. Or if they
that
switch
Philly
things
stone.
around. Yeah, if snaking
He needed it, but
tanks a couple of gangs instead.
yeah, maybe he'll get there. We'll see. Might be a long while. Aegis about to expire. 25 seconds left on that. Secret, they got a top tier 2. Mid tier 2's gone. Only 1 outer tower remains for Tundra. And now the net worth lead hovering around that 3 to 4k. A lot of pupils gifts. And
Very
Embrace.
strong item. Yeah, 15 secondary stats. That's like 330 HP.
scanning.
Where's my
Getting some
Spark of
extra
Earth?
agi as well. On non-strength heroes. Double damage. They're baiting it.
Whoa! Link in, BKB, RP onto 2. All right, Sunray. Skewer back towards the rest of the team. There's the Igor side as well as the Supernova. They get the kill on Armel. They'll end up taking out Saksa. Supernova's about to explode, but they've retreated well enough to get away from that explosion, but not the damage that's coming through from the side of Tundra. They get the kill on a Boom. They look over now at Puppey. He's on the run, gets behind the tier 2 tower, and just escapes the hands of this Tundra side. But losing Boom and Armel is big prize money here for Tundra.
Thunder are just waiting for this opportunity. Like, yeah, they're not afraid to take a fight. As soon as Aegis expires, they go in and they take a fight. Like this bait on double damage, Yule Scepter to dispel it off instantly. So, great trade for Tundra, and now they're getting the items. This is what we talked about, this BKB on Bloodseeker. Necro, like, even with all these tanky items, Kaya Sanj has Deathseeker available. He's still gonna drop, especially if they can't kill some of these heroes first. Like, you're probably gonna be looking to kill Shadow Demon. In terms of abilities that can proc the Lincolns to focus down Wind Ranger, you don't have that much. You have, like, Magic Missile, Swap, stuff from Visage, but not sure if you're gonna be able to do it. One of the reasons why Phoenix decided to go for it. His item build, Yule Scepter, great way of dispelling both. Like, this is kind of budget nullifier when we're talking about, let's say, Wind Ranger with Sidekick goes into the fight, Solar Crest, Empower, and then you remove all this stuff. She's thrown down, and you can easily kill her.
Becomes a big issue, especially with a hero that is trying to beat the odds at a 20% win rate.
It feels like in this game, Secret can't really make these type of mistakes, because even it says 1k, 2k gold lead, Tundra, they're really not afraid to take these fights. And again, problem with the Wind Ranger, you can only kill one hero. You're not level 25 yet by any means, level 15 at the moment. Feels like maybe that could be level 20 talent, because you do rely on getting like multiple focus fires in a fight to be able to deal damage. I'm just theory crafting, because the hero feels very lackluster at the moment, I would say.
I think the teams are doing the same with Windrunner with the way it's been panning out for them, right? In
Like
theory, this hero they think should be good.
In theory, yes. But, yeah, I mean,
Here
in terms
we
of
are.
score as well, like, Crystallis had some really good shackles, is in the middle of the pack. Like, he's 1-1-6, but still, there's limited amount of things you can do with this hero.
Right. And this is a hero that you said, like, earlier in the game. It's a hero that always wants the next item, and I feel like Crystallis, he wants this axe. He wants to be there already, but you could see, like, it's taken him some time to get here. And the team's kind of slowed down in terms of what they're getting off the map in these kills. Like, yeah, they've gotten Saksa a couple times, but that doesn't feel like it's enough.
Saksa, especially once he picks up that Aghanims, which is very close to just one component away, he wants to die. Like, maybe they kill Tormentor, he gets shard for free, then you're ready to take a fight. Like, these magic missiles are gonna be, oh god, no. Oh no, they got shard on Marcy. I remember the time when Saksa played Marcy and they got one for free from Roshan. I think it was previous DPC season. He destroyed it. He did not want to increase his net worth to feed more gold, so he just kind of killed it. He's like, I don't want to use this shit.
Yeah, get it out of here. You should have the option. Yes or no button comes up on the screen when you kill the Tormentor. Do you want this? No. Huh? Yules into the air, and boom, in trouble. They've got the swap. He's away from his team. They'll go to the shackle, but it doesn't connect, so they get the kill into boom, and now they'll look over as Puppey rebounds in, but it's a little bit late with 9 holding the front line. Secret can't really respond to that, and they kind of have to sit back for now. Crystallis feigning that he wants to go in, but
You could feel for the last like 5 to 10 minutes, even though Secret was always in net worth lead, they're still like very careful how they take these fights. 25 seconds until Necro respawns, so doesn't have anything to TP to tier 2 tower, maybe with the buyback, but you don't want to use it 15 minutes into the before you respawn. That's some big sun ray damage.
Roche, 15 seconds. They'll have boom back up, but this is gonna be tough.
Secret will need to land like at least 3-man RP, multiple shackle shots to be able to win the fight. I feel like Shiva's Guard now available on Timbersaw, so this vision that he's gonna provide for the team, and also healing reduction on Necro. Like, Necro doesn't, like, he's tanky, but if he gets swapped in, he's just gonna die. Staking might be in trouble here. Good Yules.
Yeah, good Yules to make sure that he doesn't get skewered back, and now 9 onto the front lines. They're gonna look at Boom again. He just respawned, and the team is getting chased away from him where they'll get the kill on a Boom. And there's no way for them to get that Necro out, and you've already used that disruption. Yamich ends up dying, and Crystallis is gonna try and fight this, but down comes the Supernova. Crystallis will at least get the kill on a Skitter, so that's 1. That means they'll buy back on Yamich. Crystallis able to get that kill, and now hit a shackle, but doesn't connect to anything. He's on this, like, bridge rock pathway. And the disruption once again, the RP Armel. All right, there's some damage, but Crystallis falls to 9. Timberchin with a whirling death. The right clicks aren't enough to really clean up here for this Magnus. BKB TP attempt, but the familiars are there to stop that. And the Skewer ends up getting the kill on a Snake King, and now they'll finish off Armel.
This is also buyback from Yamich. Like, both supports and Secret not really being able to get into the fight. There are birds, there's Timbersaw in your face, and the way this fight started, man, like, if Snake King gets killed there, I'm sure he had buyback because he was saving a lot of gold, but still, he outplayed him so hard. Magnus goes in, he gets Yule Scepter on himself, so there's no blink, no skewer, which kind of sets the tempo for the next fight. So another buyback on their side. Sure, they kill Skeeter, but as soon as Skeeter also gets this nullifier, there are multiple Lincoln Spheres. Even Necro's building one, but it's still not gonna be enough. They're gonna proc those Lincolns with, and then Necro, Shadow Demon, Wind Ranger. Gonna be Monka Monka moment right there.
Monka moment. Puppy, Monka moment of his own as he's getting chased by 9. There's the swap back to 33 in his familiars. The shackle connects, but what do you do here? Again, just does not really have the damage. Clean him up, and they've got this Ags on Saxa, so the time has come. He's gained a lot of gold recently.
Roshan
Got that full Ags.
is available on Radiant side. Seems like Tundra wants to take it. Rest of the team will go through the Twin Gates. But yeah, now Saxa, level 16. With Ags, he's really not going to be afraid to swap anyone in very aggressively. Just die, respawn. And this second Roshan, no RP for 10 seconds. Seems like Team Secret, they don't want to contest this. That's a big one.
Man, no contest on this. Aegis Cheese picked up. Did feel like this game was kind of teetering on the edge. Like maybe Secret could give one mistake and that was it. They made a couple in a row, and all of a sudden, Tundra, it's their game to lose at the moment.
They needed to do more, it feels like. But then again, you don't have like heroes that gonna start a fight for you. Marcy needs a hero that like jumps in so she can play with her. Play with the hero. Magnus did have Blink Dagger, but found like very limited amount of openings. Necro, not a hero that you can start a fight with. So, in terms of laning stage, the heroes did extremely well, but then again, you're playing against Tundra. If you let them farm, they will out-farm you, they will outsmart you.
Crystal is stepping forward. There's the skewer. And they've got the shackle connecting. Skitter's going to get low. He does have that Aegis, but the Sunray keeping him alive for a moment. They finally finish off that Aegis. They're chain back towards Puppy, and they'll go to the Supernova. They'll pop it open. They'll make an omelet out of it. They'll still get the kill there on a Puppy, but that's not exactly all you want. So Yamage falls. It's 2 years dead of the side of Secret. They go to the Reaper site. That will slam down the RP to follow it up. They'll get the kill into Saxa, but he'll have that Axe to try and help out even more. There's the swap. Chakram right on top of Boom as they'll get themselves a third. And with a BKB, Armel was able to walk away, and Crystallis, though, he's kind of getting pincered. Chakram to stop him from going down into the lane, but he's got that win run and gets a little bit of distance between him and the side of Tundra.
They might still be able to catch him, not the easiest kill.
He's trying to get a kill here on a 33, hits the shackle, and he's got the focus fire. He'll at least get that, but there's the nullifier as well as the magic missile. They'll go to the blood right, so now they've got him silenced up, but they need more control. Silence will only last so long as he's still on the run. Another magic missile, and there it is.
Yeah, I don't know. Nullifier is just too good of an item right now. It's on 10-second cooldown, 5 seconds debuff duration, plus also doesn't cost any mana. I think both Harpoon and Nullifier needs to have like mana added to the item. Like they do manage to proc the Lincolns. He does get the kill on 33, but in the end, like you just traded your own life. It was not too bad of an opening for Secret, where they like managed to kill Skitter before he can get anything off. There was swap used aggressively, and now this is level 3 swap we're talking about. So 50% damage reduction, 1100 cast range. Now going for Tormentor. They want to get this shard to Vengeful Spirit. Potentially. There we go. You just have to call it. Gotta be confident.
Call your shots. So 10k lead here for Tundra. Yeah, I'm thinking about this Nullifier. 10-second cooldown. If that's going to be 10 seconds, Lincoln's at 14 feels pretty bad. Like, I think Lincoln's is a good item, but 14 seconds sometimes just feels like it's not nearly enough. But would making it like 12 or 11 feel too good?
Yeah. One thing I like is that Crystallis bought his own item. Very rare occasion where he actually goes for Crystallis. Gonna turn that into his older brother Daedalus. It's gonna be a lot of damage though. So if they can like keep this Wind Ranger alive, maybe a Lotus Orb on their side is gonna help out tremendously to bounce this Like, it's good against Swap, it's good against Rupture, great against Nullifier to bounce it back on the target like a Bloodseeker, remove his Blood Rage.
Right. It's if it gets there, though, and you can see Crystal's trying to go to the backlines. They've been able to reliably kill Skitter on the forefront of these fights. And they're looking for him. They want to start by getting the kill into the Bloodseeker, and that's exactly what they're going to start with. They'll go to the Shackle Shot. They got the RP. Oh, the swap! Not going to be enough. Crystal still gets the kill. They'll take out 33. They've got the Reaper Scythe. 9's going to die. Great fight from Secret. Lining it up, putting out the damage. They've got 3. Make it a 4th if this is Saksa, who can't make it out. And, well, his illusion will find the same fate.
This Bloodseeker just disappears. Windranger damage output right now is very, very strong. How much damage was that? 4.6. And now we're getting into a territory where Windranger feels really good as a hero, getting closer to that level 25, has multiple items available, and now you have like even more protection. She goes in, and then you have good RP by Armel. Like, he managed to land some really nice RP so far. Swap comes in, but there's going to be Maelstrom proc that's going to kill him in the end.
Ooh. And now up on the high ground, all of a sudden, first set of racks go the way of Team Secret. And they want more. They smell blood in the water. Tundra, they were up 10,000 net worth. And that is just instantly gone.
They want these melee barracks. 10 seconds without Bloodseeker, no buyback. They have enough damage. Poppy's gonna pop that ulti.
All right.
Okay, some big items now coming out from Puppy. Like this BKB that he's been holding onto relatively long now. And I see Aghanim Scepter. This item is insanely good. It more feels like a core Marcy item, but Marcy from position 4 or 5 scales well. If you get to like BKB, then your next item could be Basher, could be Ags. Pulses do silence. You lower the cooldown by 20 seconds, so you have 40-second cooldown on Unleash. Might get it twice in a team fight.
About to hit 25 here for, and now has hit it for this Magnus. He goes to the plus 10% empower damage / cleave. Whew. Tormentor never stood a chance there. Shadow Demon's now got the demonic cleanse.
I want to see level 25 Windranger. Like, you might... I know I said Focus Fire, advanced cooldown kills by 20 seconds is a big one, but then again, you have Aghanims. You don't want to have your Wind Run dispelled, so he might actually go for the other one. Both are really nice. They're very situational. Like, what do you need in a fight? Do you need, like, another target to kill off with the Focus Fire, or you need to survive long enough? I think right now you pack a punch even without having Focus Fire on. And the build on Crystallis that we didn't mention is, because she is Universal Hero, just kept 1 point in Power Shot. Opted to go for stats, make himself more tanky.
Like some stats. I always welcome stats. 22 has that Daedalus. BKB next. Children was picked up by Saksa. I was actually doing the math, seeing what some of these other heroes would get, like Timber Saw. And, oh, boom. Spotted and killed. I mean, that was super quick. Never had a chance to really do anything, and you could see Secret wanted to respond, but by the time they even clicked once, he was already dead.
One thing I like about Tundra is their itemization, understanding what they need to buy. If you look at the quick buy, multiple Heaven's Halberd, like, they already have 2 finished, but they're also building into 2. Okay, 33 changes mind, wants to get that Aghanim Scepter RP on just 1, but they're going to be able to burst him.
And the cheese and the swap. Oh, just getting away, throws a chakram both ends. And he will survive. Supernova's going to go off. They don't get this kill on the Timber Saw.
Wow, that was close. This clutch cheese came into a play, and he hits level 25, so second chakram is available. That's going to be some extra damage.
Oh, instant Roche.
That's third. Gonna be on Radiant's side. Let's see if they can find an opening with the Rupture, potentially.
Disruption, but that's...
A lot of Lincolns thrown on top of him.
Don't swap my hero. Harpoon, Skewer, Shackle, and that's a dead Venge and a dead Illusion.
Venge Illusion disappears immediately. Like, they kill it and they know that they want to take it out again. Armel now chasing, has that Swift Blink, has Ninja Gear, so a lot of movement speed coming out from him. He can also be smoked and look for that opening.
Little blink action. Let's see. Give us a little bit of the Gaben luck percentages from 36 to 67. Ooh. Oh, man. That is a big change. Let's see. When's it going for next rotation? Should be secret down there. They're setting up, and Tundra nowhere near that side of the map. And that's going to be Ag's blessing. I mean, Puppy wants an Ag's. He'd be happy to take that.
Yeah, let's see who they decide to give it to, because Shadow Demon, always a good candidate. Yeah, he's got to be the one picking it up. Puppy has enough gold to actually buy one for himself. Let's see if he decides to commit to it. And also does have Mindbreaker, so that's going to be a lot of silences from Puppy's Marcy. Aghanim Scepter, Mindbreaker on 12-second cooldown. Every single time it pulses, it does silence. And Secret will smoke. Let's see if they can get a bait with this illusion that Yamich just used. Now, never mind. It's going to be for farm.
Well. Both teams smoked up, looking for each other. But now fighting into the Aegis. Oh, it was a 10k lead for Tundra a long while ago. Now a 12,000 net worth lead over for Secret. Tundra looking for the right fight, but we have seen Secret pull off the combos a couple times with the RP, the shackle shots, the damage coming in from Armel as well as Crystallis. He's been pretty much able to reliably blow up this Bloodseeker with the Windrunner.
Armel has been on point with these RP, with these skewers, and holding on to double damage. Does have his linkage proc, but should be okay. Necro has not gained a single charge on Reaper's Sight since like minute 12 or something.
He used it like 4 straight times, and then he was like, all right, whatever. I'm fine. Just farming up for now, extending that net worth lead. Tundra, they're still searching. They really want to find maybe somebody out on the side of Secret. Shackle's not going to connect, but the focus fire, and look at the damage onto Saksa. He never has a chance. Now he's got that illusion, but at the same time, again, like, you lose that Venge. He doesn't have buyback. Maybe you can work with this illusion to get something going, but...
Level 25 on Chrysalis. He actually goes for that other talent, so... Wants to have another focus fire, immediately kill off like 2 heroes, because it takes you like 5 seconds pretty much to kill a hero with focus fire, and then remove 20 seconds from it. Shackle onto Vengeful Spirit clone, but it's all they gotta get. Look at where 33 is. He's in this bottom lane. Trying to get some split push going, getting the farm.
He's got that Ags now. And Tundra are pushing out the top wave. They really want to make sure that they keep their racks. Overwhelming Blink for 9 is next on the docket. Gleipnir for the Windrunner, who has got that Maelstrom for right now in the backpack. Look at that. Oh, familiar action.
$200 gold.
What are you doing?
Another Tormentor is available for Tundra, but let's see if they just go in and try to kill it. There's no shard on Timbersaw. There's one on Bloodseeker, so 9 will get it in the end. Now all 5 members of Tundra, they do have shard upgraded.
Always nice to get everybody's shard. There's the Blood right down. I mean, they're trying to make something happen. They've got almost level 25 on Skitter.
You want to have those 2 rupture charges available. Maybe even use one to proc a Lincoln's. They do have abilities, like they do have items. Heaven's Halberd, 1-2, make it 3 soon. One on Saksa, but for now he's holding on to buyback. Armel. He managed to find so many openings with this skewer.
Now Lincoln's pop. They've got the Hex. They'll go to the Rupture. They've got the swap. They're trying to get the kill here onto the Magnus. But he's surviving with the BKB. They'll look at the Supernova. They get the kill on a Skitter as well. Snake King. They both have buyback. But Crystallis, he's deep in the base. They land the Shackle Shot. They go to the Focus Fire. It's on to 9. He's trying to run. He's broken. He's dead. He's dead for 99 seconds, no buyback, and now they've got the Harpoon into the Skewer. Armel started it for a second, but they'll get the kill to Saksa. He's going to try and swap himself away, but there's the rebound, there's the jump, and there's the kill into the Illusion, so they'll take him out for good. Now he's got buyback, but they don't have buyback available on 9. Secret trying to maybe finish this game off while 33 is taking a bottom set of racks. They want to go for the tier 4s. They do so much damage to the towers. Magic Missile on a Puppy, Sunray, Blood right down. They've got the swap. They'll pull one back in. It's going to be Boom. They've got the Nullifier on him with the BKB, but can he survive? They go to the Disruption. The Aegis is going to expire. Now they've got the right clicks coming in from Puppy. They look for the damage to get the kill to Snaking. There's the Reaper Scythe on a Skitter. They'll take out 33, and that will be the game. Secret take game 1 over Tundra, turning it around heavily and upsetting on this game 1 with a nice comeback.
Whew, man, Team Secret, they managed to pull it off in a game where it matters. They did pop off completely. Very volatile game, I would say, especially in mid game. You didn't know in which direction it's gonna go, but yeah, look at it, like Team Secret's score overall. They're sitting at last place, but they're 5-10, so they did get a lot of game victories, I would say, considering that they are last place right now, battling it out to stay in this Division 1. And they pulled off something really, really nice. This Wind Ranger with Empower, with Sidekick, Daedalus, like, immediately destroys these heroes. Like, Bloodseeker couldn't protect himself. Like, there's nothing. They do have these Heaven Halberds. He pops the BKB, has Lincolns available, and just kills them off.
Yeah,
Nicely done by Secret.
Really well done. 1 in 5, they'll take it. And, 20% now goes up to 22% or something like that, maybe for the Windrunner. I'm not good at percentages and math. But you know who is good at that? The panel. So we're going to throw it back over to the panel. They'll break down game number 1. Guys, take it away.
Look, I'm not super confident about us doing maths on air, but the double thumbs up from Lacoste. I feel like that's almost a bigger win here, Trent, than actually winning against Tundra for Secret.
Yeah, that might have been one of my favorite games in the entire season, honestly.
Yeah.
I had such low hopes for Secret coming to this game based off their draft because it just looks hard. It is hard, Dota, to win this game. And they showed that because they played extremely well for the first, 20 minutes. And they still couldn't build much of a lead. And they make one mistake, they lose the lead, they're down 10K. And I'm like, all right, that's it, GG. It's over. No chance. But then they just win these fights. And not only do they win the fights, they win one fight, and they just rush down mid to get that lane of Rax, and that secures them the game. If they don't get that Rax, I think they lose this game.
It's a banging fight as well. Sorry, and I'm hoping we see the clip of it as well. But it's like this fight. It's like they have a high ground ward. They wrap around the south side. They lock onto the Bloodseeker, as you see here straight off the bat, and then you hit this massive RP. Like, the Sunray, sure, it helps for a second, but then he has to disengage, and you don't really get to see Tundra help each other out. Like, this is normally the point of a game against Tundra, where they reset, choke you out, build some incredible lead, and then win the game, But Secret, they have one chance to actually hit these spells because of their smoke and the ability to still stay on the map, and they did it. And because they did it, look, they're just taking 2 racks. I don't know, it's Secret. It was
awesome.
actually it was insane. I don't know. I don't think many teams could have the confidence to find this one play. They found it. If they didn't hit it, they probably lose this game. That's how important I think this is.
And you're right. It was that ward too, 100%. That setup to let you get the Bloodseeker first, and that all comes back to how they started out this entire draft. They knew they wanted Bloodseeker first overall. They let them have it, and they understand that they're gonna take that Bloodseeker because they have this whole back and forth where they know Tundra think that they're gonna take the Medusa, and it's all gonna get set up, but no. They go for the Shadow Demon, they counter with that Bloodseeker right from the very beginning, and they continue to counter through the entire draft to make sure he's not gonna have anything in this game. And just incredible stuff from Secret. Truly, you only win this game if you hit some big RP like that. And Armel does it, not only there too, but also even that closeout when they're getting close to the throne and he smacks them all one last time with the RP. Ooh, man. I'm a big support simp. All right, I love playing support. I love gassing up supports as much as I can, and as well as they did this game. But yeah, Armel and Crystallis carried this game. They looked fantastic.
I was a little bit worried, not just about the draft like you guys talked about, but the decisiveness from Secret has really been lacking. That's what you said, Trent, coming into this. You were like, look, I don't really know who's making those calls on the core side. And of course, like the one play that goes so successful to them and genuinely leads them to victory had to have been a call being like, all right, let's all commit, let's all jump in and do it. So Trent's narrowed it down to a 50-50 T. I'll give it to you though. You have to pick one of the two, Trent said.
Armel. Without even batting an eyelid. I don't know. I think this is the type of game where, in all honesty, when you look at the replays, Secret, they were getting outplayed after their laning phase advantage. They weren't really progressing the map. They were just hitting creeps, and they were just slowly just getting choked out of this game. And I think it takes that one chance, that one RP to get you into the game. And it's like, he buys Nullifier, of course. He's got some Swift Blink. He knows that he needs to be doing right click. He's not going to go for like Harpoon, BKB, and a little bit of utility to help people out. He's just going, no, I am going to be able to kill people in my RP by myself, because I don't know if there's going to be a lot of AoE damage coming out from Crystallis or if there's anything else, right? Because it's not the perfect mag draft to enable. So I think he played a very stable game, and yeah, hits the game-winning RPs for sure.
Turns out if you bump Magnus up on the farm priority, he does well. Yeah. He does well. He can get those items a lot faster for himself, Trent.
Yeah, weird, huh? Funny how that works.
Crazy.
Outside of just like how well the mag did, I will say the Necrophos did quite well too, and not only just because like the hero pick, but the way that Boom rotated Chrysalis early. That's something that we haven't really seen them do a whole lot lately, and they just got very involved to give that space to Armel so he could become a little bit bigger than maybe your typical mag. Like, it was a good counter pick versus the Timbersaw mix. They both just farm. Armel goes off and he does his thing, but Boom really pushed this early Necrophos, like showed up, pushed that bottom tower, showed up with the Chrysalis. They hit good shackles. Like that to me was what was very impressive to even get them rolling in this game, to get into a position where they had a chance of just like running it down and getting this like chance versus such a good team as Tundra. So very, very well played.
The small realm of the viability of Necro, but it's only game one. Again, we need to see Secret be able to pull the same sort of success out in game number 2, which will happen after this break.
I'm going to blood.
Going.
Yeah, go kill him.
I got him. Shackled.
This for you guys.
Oh, no.
Oh, he died. Timber. Nice.
Go chase more.
Yeah. Push the waves to mid lane.
Nice. Oh, nice. It's good.
I'm gonna push mid already. You guys can come mid.
Push mid, guys. We have a lot of damage. Go.
Yeah, I'm running.
Secret at game number 1. They absolutely showed up in this series against Tundra, but are they going to show up again in game number 2, T? Do you think there's going to be too much change? Let's ignore pick order or anything like that. Do you think there's going to be much respect paid to the heroes they were playing in game 1, and what could be banned out here in game 2?
All right, I'm going to let you into a little secret. The 3 times that Secret have lost 2-1 in this tour of the DPC, they have won game 1 every single time against Gaming, against OG, and Quest.
But
what's the but?
I was, my mind split in 2 for a second, that I didn't know what exactly I was going to say. But there is always a time where you have to break a curse and, change the pattern, create something new for yourself, T, and that could be today.
That could be today. I mean, you pick Armel Magnus maybe in the first phase, he hits the RPs again, you're going to get yourself a 2-0 and maybe survive. But no, I think it's great that Secret won game 1. They did it in a very clutch fashion. And I think, if anything, I'm excited to see if Secret can kind of clean up their inability to grow a net worth lead in that first game, so that they don't have to rely on these incredible plays, right? And for Tundra, they were just outplayed in laning phase and was mode recovery the entire time. So honestly, this is the first time I've seen Tundra have to recover, it feels like, the entire time, and fall back to their old style of play, which is just hit creeps, wait, and then find that opportunity. So Secret are on the right kind of path. They just need to find that kind of mid-game decisiveness so they don't have this awkwardness of back and forth.
Do you think that's easier to clean up, Trent, in the draft? Because when we went into game 1, you were worried. You're like, okay, it really heavily relies on RPs, shackles, all this sort of skill shots. So would you like them to draft a little bit easier in terms of lockdown or objective taking? Is that where it needs to be?
I think it's just this idea of just like playing a little bit more not as pressured, like as you're saying, like it's this idea of like it's okay if our draft is able to just sit back. Like there's a reason why I didn't like this draft going in. I do think it's harder to win. I think it showed why it's harder to win this game, because you had to do those things that you're talking about. So that is ideal if you can find a draft that way, but that's one of the challenges of drafting. It's not like they wanted a draft that was that one-dimensional necessarily. They kind of found themselves in that spot, and they're just like, okay, well the mag's left, like let's run this down, see if that'll work in the lane, and we can do it. And they managed it with some really solid stuff. So unfortunately, it's not so simple as just fixing it. It's
of course.
We'll see what the order is too.
Win the game, win the DPC, win the major.
Just draft better and execute perfectly. Like
just buy dust.
Please, teams.
Buy blood grenades, Trent. Come on, keep up with the.
Sorry. Yeah, dust out. Blood grenades in. My
there
bad.
We go.
Yeah.
Blood grenades are the new thing. The other thing that really stood out for me for Team Secret, and I want to focus on Team Secret more because this does give them a lot of hope to stay here in Div 1. Like there is a realm in which we're getting a 3-way tiebreaker for the bottom 3 teams. There's a lot that can still happen. So for Secret to give them momentum, to give them the confidence, I want to focus on them and talk about them some more. And Wind Ranger, Chrysalis is a hero being picked up in the first phase. Is that now something that's a key you kind of have to do, T, because he can be targeted so easily in bans?
I'm honestly torn with this because I think in that previous game, we got to see why it's so strong and also why it's so weak in the same game. Like this idea of waiting for the items, like praying for them to appear. Once you get them, it's positioning, getting that initiation. So I think I would like to see Secret think about this hero maybe a little bit more. Maybe they don't force it in the first phase, like consistently. But it's for sure it's a good hero for Chrysalis to play. But again, this hero, it's like you need like 3+ items for you to truly pop off. Like I think we heard it in the commentary too, where it's like Chrysalis, like his name was mentioned more once he had like Lincoln's, Maelstrom, BKB. Pre these items, it was like boom, 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 puppy, puppy, boom. Maybe a Yamich in there, but. Yeah, this window on hero,
it's
a sick beat, baby.
Sorry, yeah, but that was like 35 minutes. I was only at like 25 minutes of commentary in my quick breakdown. Sorry, my bad.
No. That's right.
Armel, there we go. We just got there.
Now, a bit of a reverse. Team Secret are going to be having first pick. What does this open for them, Trent, in terms of drafting hero-wise, but sort of positions too? Like, do you expect them to do the same sort of thing, have a very flexible opening when they have closing pick of first phase?
Yeah, I'm curious. I was not expecting them to ban the techies. I actually thought that was something that maybe they would kind of hope for and lean on. It is something they played a lot in the early parts of the season. Obviously, the early parts of the season didn't go that well for them, so maybe they're just not as interested in the hero. They haven't been picking it up lately, just rather giving it away. But yeah, they just don't want to grab for themselves. So I wonder. Last time, like the Medusa, I guess, is the main thing, right? We're just wondering, like, are they comfortable opening it? I don't think we are because we've seen so many of these better counters now, like that Shadow Demon, and I feel like the hero's a little bit more out there. But I also think it's harder to do Pugna Storm out of the first pick. So, yeah, I'm very curious to see where they want to go with this. I'm not really sure what the new secret plans on doing.
And they're thinking hard about this last pick for themselves too, and I think it does really circle back around to there's still the Doom, there's still the Medusa.
I kind of want to see them pick Spirit Breaker, to be honest. That's kind of where my ideal, yeah, like Tundra was doing before. I would be very happy if they just first overall Spirit Breaker. I think it solves some of the problems we had from them.
Yeah, it can work. Oh wow, Tundra actually are respecting the Windrunner, so potentially secret like, oh wait, Monkey King's available.
Wait, Monkey King?
Yeah, exactly.
But you don't want to first pick it, and Tundra might pick it up. You know what I mean? There's
what's the
3D
big
chess
value?
going on.
Yeah, exactly. It's the big value right now. It's like Deuce is available, but of course Tundra don't really care too much about it. They probably would pick it if they have a read on it, but I don't. This is a weird position for Secret because they're not often given Monkey King, and yeah, instead they're like, oh, okay, so they pick Bat Rider.
Good hero
So
versus Monkey.
Exactly. So now Tundra can't try and Monkey +1 to keep
And
it
Timber.
flexible. Timber
This is a
too,
good
yeah.
pick.
It's
This is
a
a
nice
very smart pick.
Because they also flex that bat too, which they probably would have taken it in the 2-3 as Tundra if you had anything that was somewhat bad versus bat.
True, because if you first pick Monkey King, they probably do like Bat Slark, you know?
Yeah.
Some second pick. And then, of course, they interchange the Slark between 1 and 4, but realistically, it's just your Angel. So.
I was actually going to say Venom first for Secret too before they picked the
Yeah.
bat. That was my other hero. I was like, they might Venom because that's also okay versus bat, versus the Monkey. So they're going to grab it themselves on Tundra. Have they played Venom? I feel like they haven't.
Tundra?
Let's see. I don't think they have. No, they have not Venom this season. This is fresh for them.
So Venom's good against Bat Rider just because of the constant move slows. You put down the Plague Ward, the Poison Sting, you're just a nuisance for move speed. Sure, your ultimate helps with like percentage damage and being annoying, but it's just that constant vision gain that you have with your Plague Wards and your ability to use the Twin Gates to just poke your head into a lane, throw out a Gale, give kill threat, and then just, bye, back in Twin Gate into another lane. So it's a very annoying hero, but if the game gets awkward, you're a Venom monster. You're probably a support. You don't provide stun other than your Shard, who obviously stuns after you BKB or dispel it. So it can be a really weird hero, like hit and miss, basically.
And there's the comfort. Now they grab the Dusa with the 3 bans coming up. So Anti-Mage, Shadow Demon +1. That sound good? Or do we even have to ban Shadow Demon? I'm banning Shadow Demon. There's a bat too. It's looked way too good with the illusions.
It's annoying for sure. It's just like if the game goes even, that one disrupt, now it's like you got to kill him off. And also, like, I think Secret, when they played against the Shadow Demon, the itemization from Crystallis wasn't... Again, it's pretty hard to itemize Dusa against the Shadow Demon, because of course you always want to buy Butterfly or Scardies. Yeah. It's just weird. It just makes the matchup weird. So yeah, I wouldn't mind them respecting it. Yeah, Darks is the other one. So like Darks, Shadow Demon, and Anti-Mage are probably the 3 bans that come to mind.
5 seconds remaining.
I think we've seen other teams ban the Pango as well, but they already have the Queen of Pains. That's not really that necessary.
The Queen pick's kind of interesting because I think if we looked at previous patch, and I mean big patch, this Quap pick's like, wow, what a great pick. It's just Bat mid against Quap. You can never rotate. The Dagger slow. Again, additional move slows that prevent Bat from thriving. But now that Bat's morphed into a support, the Quap is like, is the value of this Quap pick just to force the Bat to have to be the support? So they're removing the flexibility of the hero?
Yeah, I'm not sure, because if they were like first pick scenario, I would be more comfortable with the Queen. It's like, oh, they're not getting the last pick anyway. She's one of like the solid ones. But the fact that they have last overall pick as Tundra makes that very interesting. I wonder if there's even a chance that they're willing to flex it to a 4 as the Queen of Pain too, based on what Secret bring out after.
Loading up the pubs. Give me a second. Let's find out.
I mean, he plays 4 Bat. Like, it's the same thing. it's fine.
That is true. Sasa hasn't played it. All right. I'm going to do 33, but That's probably not going to return a quap, that's for sure.
I hope not.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
I'd be a little disappointed if he was out there running that.
Spending out all the spirits, huh? Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, put an Ember in there. For the last
This
one.
screams quaps mid.
10 seconds.
You know, I think the thing with quap is you always want your lane to
Seconds remaining.
have dagger spam being annoying, but also when you dagger spam, you want that mid laner not to be able to just go, okay, I go to jungle, or I push out mid, go jungle, I'm never really laning against you. And also, you don't want to have enemy opponent like mids that if they get the 6 or 8 minute rune, they suddenly break the map, and then Quap's like, oh, you're just making the game too quick for me. Quap's like the perfect hero at bullying mid, farming, and if at any point the side lanes of her opponent step up too far, TP, dagger, sonic wave, thank you, straight back to mid. She doesn't really like to make the big plays unless it's maybe like a haste rune or something.
I have a bit of an inquiry for you over there, T. Has Yamich been playing Batrider at all? I know we haven't seen it in DPC, but maybe off to the side.
All right. Boom, bada bing.
I want to know.
He
like,
has.
Okay.
10 games.
This is my question, you probably don't really want to be running bat and mid anymore. Do you still want it on a core, on boom, or can we put it a little bit lower in the pecking order and put it on pos 4 now? And it doesn't really matter the impact too much of this crop on you because you don't have to rely too heavily.
This is the weird one because in a support role in this game, it's going to be very uncomfortable to play because going into the slows that I've mentioned, it's going to hurt support. So you'd argue that putting it into offlane might feel slightly better because you can accelerate your timing to BKB, but then it's like you're picking a back core into no like clear purpose right now.
Into a Slark. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
just like,
exactly, yeah.
Who could be the one?
Exactly. So it's a really difficult position, I think, but depending on Secret's overall vibe, then honestly, I think just maybe put it core and then just force this Slark to be some carry, whatever. Sure, you might annoy Deucer early on, but eventually Deucer's going to just outscale. So
5 seconds remaining.
And being picked up, obviously the mid hero pool kind of dwindled down a little bit there, and if they weren't going to get it, if they didn't pick it up for themselves now, it definitely was not going to be available for them in the future, Trent.
Yeah. I'm kind of down for that. Oh, yeah, they're just doing the Mirana. All right, classic combo. We're just doing Mirana Ember.
no Trent. No. They've done this offlane. They've tried the Mirana offlane before, so
That is true. That
I'm
is
a little
bad. But
bit
I just
scared.
mean in terms of like running around the map, it's very
Sure.
good.
But okay, right. So I like the idea. Of course, Mirana gives kill threat, especially onto Quap, because Ember will never be able to kill Quap by himself until he has a lot of items. But of course, the arrow and the Mirana helps kind of push that over the edge. My fear is, actually, I think realistically, I like Secret's draft if Mirana is 4 and Bat is 3, because then like the Bat issues I mentioned are dealt with to be able to farm and farm stacks and get items, and the Mirana then enables the Ember. If for
I think
some
Poppy's going to
wild
play
reason,
it, though.
Poppy pause.
I think it's a Poppy Mirana, yeah.
All right.
Why?
As long as it's
What brings
support.
the puppy Mirana vibes to you, Trent.
He's been spamming it a little bit. I was looking at his hero pool earlier. It's like one of his most played heroes. It's just like Snake King style, you know? They're playing Tundra. He's got it in his brain. It lane's okay versus the Dusa because like I don't think there's really any like melee 5 that he plays. That's something that Puppy's never really been into. He never like rocks the Spirit Breakers. I mean, he did play like Clockwork, I guess, back in the day.
I was thinking of the Ogre days, but that's like 3-4 years ago, maybe even longer.
Yeah. He's played some Ogre lately too. That's fair. But Tundra do get one of their absolute favorite heroes though in the Beastmaster, and this is going to help that Slark quite a bit as well. So just in terms of not having the best matchup, but getting more attack speed, always super solid in this hero. Pretty good for a Queen of Pain as well. So just classic Tundra action here right now. And they have the last pick, so they're looking pretty good. That being said, I mean, Secret obviously have some pretty humongous tools and iconic hero combos too as well, of course, with that Ember being there.
T, what's looking like a stronger lane? The Beast with the Venom or the Beast with the Slark in Pos 4? And how would that sort of match up against Medusa Mirana? What are you looking for in your Beast versus Medusa lane? Like, what constitutes a win for you?
Honestly, sounds like you're speaking a foreign language saying Beast and Slark, Beast and Venom. It's like, oh, God. But anyway, I think probably Beast Slark is probably the better lane. Just because Slark naturally can draw supports away from the actual lane itself. And then I think Venom naturally wants to play with that carry that can think further down the lane. You know, it's like the Bloodseeker, of course, banned out first phase. Some like Faceless Forward again, the Secret's already banned out. Like these heroes that once the Gale's applied, the carry has like, okay, I can run with you, get some damage in, and then reset. So yeah, Jug,
The absolute
ban as well.
classic Jug Venom.
Yeah, God, this is like, you know, you first start playing Dota, it's like, okay, what's the combo you want to do to get into this bot game? You know, it's like, all right, let's pick Jug Veno, we Gale, we spin, good, reset, go again. It is a splendid combination.
And Secret are going to try to pick a pose 4. Well, at least that's what we think right now, Trent, to enable a Bat Rider. How do you enable an offlane Bat Rider? Like, what does your support need to be able to do for you in lane?
I think that, I mean, like T was kind of saying, the Mirana is definitely like the sort of idea that you could go for. You could just play it like that if it's not Puppey. So like anything like a Mirana could theoretically do it. The other option would be to go for something a little bit more like game related, like some melee hero that can actually get in, because getting in right now is pretty bad for them. Like a Spirit Breaker style hero, I think would really help their draft. That would be pretty solid. I mean, they banned out the Monkey King, which could have covered a couple bases there, right? In terms of being sort of an annoying 4 in the laning stage, depending on like what carries it matches up with and what other supports. But the Ench will be the other ban. That's a really good middle ground that Puppey's really solid at too, right? Because like it is sort of a beefier hero that can get in there. The Chen's still in, but it's got its, you know, it's not quite the same as the Ench. He's an army.
I'd be a little bit afraid if Secret did go for Spirit Breaker, just because I'm not seeing a single hero right now that he charges and goes, haha, nice, we're going to kill him, right? It's like,
Yeah, no, it's true.
Veno's slowed, Quap can blink out, Slark can purge the bashes or the bash that comes in, jump away, Beast has the boar slow. Like, there's not a single hero that he wants to play on, so okay, they go for Magnus.
I guess I just mean more like a body.
Yeah, exactly. But they did pick that body. The Magnus is a big old body.
So that puts our bat as 4. Yeah.
Yeah, offlane Mag then, and then bat 4. Yeah, honestly, I'm really excited to see how, if it is Yamich playing Batrider, how he navigates this game. Because I think until he gets like Boots of Bearing to mitigate the slows, it is going to be quite a difficult game, after laning phase at least, you know, in that kind of mid-game scuffling.
This looks like a good Slark core game though, right? Like, do you really need to shift out the Slark to 4? Is there any reason not just make it 1?
If anything, yeah, I think Slark against Mag, as long as you don't get jump pre-dart pack and stuff, yeah, I think it is a pretty banging Slark game. And also, the weaknesses of Slark, Beast amplifies carries, so Slark then will thrive, right? So
Yeah.
I honestly wouldn't mind them just picking up another Saxa hero.
Don't go like Psycho and pick like Phantom Lancer or something, because I feel like that's what some teams would do here. They'd be like, it's still in, you know, diffusal heroes. But that, I mean, there's an Ember, like, I mean, because I'm thinking like, what else has a Dispel and is like okay versus Medusa? Like, I think you just use the Slark. I think it just feels fine.
I mean, they could go for any punch in lane, right? If they want to go for any force, like some Coddle, some Snapfire, some Clinks, like any hero that bullies a little bit in lane and gives Beast. Yeah, there you go. They go for some breathing room. Yeah, I like that.
Why not Shadow Demon though? Honestly, Shadow Demon would have been kind of hype. Like, he got left in the whole way through versus Ember, versus the Medusa, even versus like Bag, and with the Empower and everything.
I guess maybe Tundra's mindset, after you pick 4 heroes that naturally fight in lane, you kind of want to keep going down that route. And if you pick one hero that can't join the boys in their tier 2 dives that well, it might be a little bit awkward. So I think, yeah, Coddle Beastmaster, right? It's Illuminate, it's Axe Spam, it's a lot of fight. You've got a Mirana in that safe lane with the Deucer. It's not as if you've got this Spirit Breaker, Clockworks, Undying style hero that can body this aggression. So it's, yeah, I like the fact that Tundra did pivot at the last minute to make sure that this is a really killer offlane
Yamich
duo.
Magnus.
I
Yeah,
did not
so
see that one
Boom
coming.
still stays the core, which has the benefits that you really liked, T, but very different than what you wanted Trent in a pos for. You were like, we want this Marauder-esque, maybe range, be able to like pull that creep.
Well, it's a body. In a sense. When you play support, it's kind of an ugly body, though. This is very reminiscent of Game 1 in the sense of, like, they're trying to get one of the values of a hero from the support role. So, like, they're getting this Marcy just for the buff, right? It was just, my idea is I'm the sidekick. The other stuff on Marcy is not that important. I am sidekick. So I assume Yamich will be in a similar case where it's like, I am a Magnus, but I'm really just an Empower bot here.
Yeah.
All right, we're running around empowering, hopefully getting some good RPs as well for the team. Okay, like maybe there's a second sort of skill in there, but T, Tundra, You think they brushed up on some of the misplays they had in game one?
I think this is a really good slot game. In the Koro, I think I prefer Tundra's lineup for his overall aggressive nature. And I think if Secret are to win this game, Amel is gonna just body mid, get all the active runes, and like break the game before it even starts. So
Absolutely
I'm
no
favoring
pressure
Tundra.
on Amel then.
Yeah, no pressure. Like if you got MVP in game one, let that fuel your needs of MVP again in game two.
All right, we'll see if he's able to pop off. Maybe we will be awarding him MVP in game two, but either way, we'll see if Secret have that consistency, if they can take game two as we get on into it with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you so much. Coming into game number 2, Secret, they're looking for the upset, but they have done this plenty of times. They've won a game and then not the series, but can they do it here? Can they take the 2-0 over Tundra? And Tundra are already qualified for the major, but Secret, they're looking for a lot more out of this series than Tundra are for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. And Armel, he popped off in the previous game on Magnus. This time around, it's not going to be an easy of a lane as he was playing in the previous game. Now Ember into Quap. 9 showed what he can do with Queen of Pain the other day. A couple of times so far in this DPC tour. Feels like that they got the draft that they wanted, and I'm really glad that they put this Slark in the carry position after all, because it's a flex pick for them. You know, Panel talked about Saksa playing it multiple times so far, but as soon as they saw the opportunity, not enough lockdown, you're playing in the Batrider as well. Feels really good. I think these are one of the strongest Tundra's heroes overall. 33 on his signature Beastmaster, 9 on Quap, Skitter on his Slark. So we'll have to see how it goes. Not too convinced by this position for Magnus. I mean, he's going to be Empower bot pretty much, following around Ember and mostly Medusa to try to amplify the farm. Get that Medusa to like early butterfly so Slark doesn't have the right click power to just bring her down.
I feel like we've seen Magnus in the past at least be this Empower bot. Not really what it is much anymore. Snake King getting harassed up a little bit. Right click's coming in. They use the blood grenade. They've got the shockwave. There's
What
another
about second blood grenade?
And Snake King getting run down and should eventually fall to Boom for first blood. So they get the kill, and I mean, maybe that's the power of what they can get done with a couple blood grenades and a shockwave.
At this time around, Secret doesn't have as strong lanes as they did in the previous game. First, the mid matchup. Their safe lane duo is not as strong. 33 will get a lot from this lane. And I feel like this bottom lane is also not as strong. You're already forcing Yamage to TP out, 5 stacks. Essence Shift plus Gale. They're going to need to be super careful.
I think level 2 is going to be much better for Secret if they could get it first, but it just right there is clear evidence of just not wanting to stand by and get lit up by both the Gale and the Essence Shift. And once that level 2 comes for Tundra, they could just pounce and really make it pay. Mid lane. We saw Armel do really well in the mid lane in the first game. Held his own, and it felt like the laning stage overall for Secret was pretty perfect.
Yeah, they kept this 2k gold steady pretty much, and Skitter, as soon as he hits that level 2, they start to play aggressive. Even getting that first blood, Skitter still gets level 2 faster. And let's see what Batrider wants to go for. Usually you want to get Firefly. You don't want to spam out Stick in a Palms. Like looking at the item build, sure, Skitter does have Magic Wand, but Snaking doesn't have a stick, at least not yet. Still saving a point. A lot of repositioning tools on their side. Skewer, Flame Break. So they could push them close to tier 1 tower, especially if the lane's pushed in.
If they could get them out of the tower, maybe they could get a couple of kills and really start to bring this lane into their favor. Yamage with that level 2 being that skewer, so Shockwave Skewer combo is always available for you. See what they can end up accomplishing there as Puppy's going to come over towards mid. Only has Leap skilled up for now. Venomous Gale thrown out once again, and there's the Shockwave and no Skewer.
I like that in this lane, they're not trying to play aggressive. Snaking is just baiting pretty much. They're securing CS for Skitter. Lane's going to push in closer to the tower, so Skitter's going to be fine. it's not so much about being aggressive early on as Slark. It's more about what he's playing into the game, trying to give him the good start. And Puppey,
Radiant's courier has
we've seen this time and time again. Like, we've even seen Mirana's getting leap level 1 just to be able to kill the couriers.
Yeah, he took that arrow, and then he took the biggest creep out of the big camp over here in the triangle, and he gets the courier, so he's really just trying to do whatever he can. As that arrow goes a little bit wide top, but mid, Armel down to about half health, but at the moment, standing at the top of the CS chart. So he's happy with where he's at. Bottom lane, they hit the flame break into the skewer. Skitter's in a bit of an odd position. They'll pounce away from them. Damage doesn't have the mana for another shockwave. He does have a mango available if he wanted to pull him in.
Boom does not want to chase, so Skitter will drag the creep wave. Does have 9-1 charges. Should be fine. Just brought boots of speed.
Oh, mango, and then the skewer missing.
Dire's structures are
One of the finest combos in Dota 2. Mango into a mist spell. 9's going in.
He wants this, yeah. 9 going in and getting that kill on Armel. And I mean, Armel was leading the CS, but 9 has been so good on this Queen of Pain, as well as the Timber that we saw in the last game. Obviously, the Timber performance didn't end up getting them a victory, but we have seen him do so much with these mid lane heroes.
Yeah, he plays so extremely...
Saxa? Oh. Avoids the arrow, leap up out of the high ground, but the neutral creeps get the kill.
He would get sniped anyway. Saxa very tanky with that magic one. Now underneath the tower, Team Secret. Ooh, that's a bit of a rough one. They do have Glyph available if they want to Glyph it, but seems like Boom most likely going to drop here. Another pounce available in a couple of seconds. Let's see if Skitter wants to chase. Nah, he's like, screw that. I want to get some farm instead.
And they'll actually leave him alone after a while.
Not getting a kill, which also does give him a kill threat, and now Skitter can free farm in this bottom lane. Sometimes like getting a kill is really not that worth it. And also to go back to the mid lane, what made the difference there is 9's item build. Picking up this Blades of Attack as his first item after bottle gives him extra 9 damage, and then he right-clicked him down.
Oh, Snake King in trouble. They're around him, and they should have this kill, so... That is the second death for Snake, as Secret pick up another one. And you saw the Coddle, he was stacking, but Puppey immediately taking the biggest creep again with that arrow, so making sure that these stacks aren't going to be as effective in the big camp, so... He's trying to get everything he can with these arrows, and we've seen Mirana's... With the arrow, you're farming, and you get yourself a good amount of gold.
You can't really trade in this lane, especially with arrow. You would definitely prefer if you have, like, let's say 2 points in Starstorm, just to be able to right click him down, get that Starstorm, second Starstorm as well. But in terms of these kills from the bottom lane, sure, Snaking died 2 times. Skitter is getting levels, and it's all about that. He's having a good time in terms of farm, sitting at 30 and 12, picking up Lotus for himself. So, in terms of those deaths, doesn't really matter too much, I would say, as long as he secures CS for Skitter. Snaking did his job.
Armel bottling up the shield rune. He's now level 6.
Unkillable.
Yes. Extra 400 and something amount of health that'll come from when he activates it. So things staying pretty quiet. We saw in game number 1 where it was a lot of kills for Secret early on, especially it was the first blood for Tundra, and then Secret went like and got the next 13 of 15. But right now it doesn't exactly feel the same, and they are looking at Medusa to try and do everything that she can to open this game up. And for the most part, with Puppey roaming around, it's been solo experience here for Crystallis, and he's level 6.
Usually want to push out Medusa out of the lane, but 3 points and split shot should be enough going into Yasha Manta style. Pretty standard stuff coming out from Crystallis. And we'll be able to farm some of those stacks that Puppey made in the top lane. Now making a first rotation. Armel with that shield rune. Half of duration, half of the HP extra left on it. Skitter can't really help it much.
And Snake King trying to survive. There's an Illuminate that's thrown over. Sox is here. The Blood Grenade. I mean, Snake King's staying pretty tanky this entire time, but eventually a Shockwave hits and kills off Snake King, and Armel goes back over towards mid. That took a long time to kill just this Venom.
they did not want to heavily commit. Queen of Pain, again, one of the better heroes to TP rotate with. Sure, you don't have as much mana, but Keeper of Blight could chakra you. And with Sonic Wave plus 3 points in Scream of Pain should be enough to get a kill. Okay, that was an interesting one. Not the easiest kill to get. 310 pure damage. Armel pops the stick, even dodges it with Remnant. They still want to go for it. No Remnants. It's gonna be there in a second, but he is super slowed.
Armel, can he survive? He gets the kill on a Snake King first,
Wow.
and then 9 goes down after.
I think Armel's gonna be pretty pissed about others steeping in, getting XP. Because he got double kill before he died, and now he's level 8. Man, he's keeping them, like, he kept them in the game in the previous one with some extremely good Magnus performances, like some skewers, multiple man RPs, and now doing it again.
Gosh, that was really amazing. God, I mean, getting a kill like that is, or getting 2 kills like that, that's a jumping off point. You're ready to go. That is a little bit of a confidence booster, especially after avoiding that Sonic Wave and everything that came with it. So, take a look. Wisdom Rune was picked up by Soxa and Yamich back in. I was thinking about what we were talking about in the first game where we saw 9 on the Queen of Pain who had been filling up that bottle with the Wisdom Runes. Didn't go off the lane to get it this time, so... Skitter's farming pretty much for free right now.
Slow down a little bit. Like, it's not involved in a single kill yet. You want to get some of those early stacks, of course, on Slark, but it was mostly about securing his lane, especially because they started with the first blood on Secret, and game pretty even in terms of net worth. Puppy gets another kill on the Courier.
Yeah. Oh, Arrow after the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains. 9 with the Sonic Wave to push them back, but the Remnant right on him, and a Slight to get the kill. Illuminate, the Pounce, the Leash, the kill. 33 comes in and gets that kill on a Puppy, but the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains lands on a 2. Primal Roar is used on Armel. Stunned. Does he have anywhere to go? No, he doesn't. Yeah, everybody reacting from Tundra to make sure to get over here and get this kill onto the Ember.
Secret very aggressive with the moves. They get a kill. Like, you need to make these moves because you do have Medusa in the team, and it's all about getting your Medusa farm. Maybe try to take away farm from Slark. Boom.
Right.
Gonna pop that pick pole and run away.
By the way, that being said, Medusa, look at the farm that Crystallis has in this so far, and now they're gonna finally trying to go for him, but he's under the tier 1 tower, and they can't get to him. RP used. Yamich scoring this cut onto the tower, and that'll be a kill for Armel.
Armel TP's there, gets the kill, goes back to farm mode.
Defending this
Protecting
Medusa.
Exactly. Who's about to finish off Manta style. 12 minutes into the game, really good timing on it.
Oh, I love Manta style. Just think of, not Gangnam style, but Manta style. I always sing it when I think of that item. It just, it gets me into the mood to see these heroes throw some illusions out. Farming time, always great. Ooh, boom.
He's fine.
He's away.
As
Moonlight Shadow help.
they have no stuns available. Those 2 Sonic Waves, like first not getting a kill, then pushing Armel away, still dying to it. It's a really big, like, Queen of Pain has been, I would say, shut down. What she wants to do in the game, she's very reliant on these early rotations to get the connection, get the kills, get the last hits as well.
Crystallis now going into the Butterfly, which is pretty much standard for what we see from these Medusas, Manta Butterfly. And one of the things just in general, like when we see Secret struggle, it's usually Crystallis who's trying to fight from behind. But right now, they have given him probably one of the best opportunities I think I've seen him get in
pretty much.
the
Look
season.
where he is. He's sitting at tier 1 tower, still farming the creep wave when it comes close to the tower, farming these outer camps as well. They do have Watcher, they do have Sentry Ward. I don't see any, like, they have 2 Watchers scouting things out, and now he's farming the outer ring, so...
Level 11, he's happy. He's about to hit that level 12. And when he was getting pushed up on, they made sure to, like, rotate and keep him alive. Yamich getting chased. Scream, Sonic Wave. Crystallis coming into this fight and going off that top tier 1. And I don't know if he was necessarily needed at this point, as the arrow doesn't connect on a Snake.
A bit too late. I'm not sure if they would even commit to it. No remnants left, no mana on Ember Spirit. But Keeper of the Light, one of the heroes that does want to play with Queen of Pain. Skeeter now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It'll be fine.
Dire's structures
It's a good start game overall. Like, he wants to hit this timing with the Fusel Blade Echo Saber and keeps fighting. Like, this is where he wants to join these fights, maybe try to bait RP, run around from Stone Gaze, and Beastmaster will have his Helm of the Overlord right now, staying away from Mirana so that his creep doesn't get one-shot by that arrow. Tundra still in a good spot. Like, they can take these fights. You can see Boom going for a bit of a different item build. No Octarine Core, at least that's what he has queued up. So wants to tank up a little bit, playing into Veno, Queen of Pain. Keeper of the Light, you know that there's going to be a lot of magic damage, so going for Pipe. We'll see if it pays off. Maybe he thinks having Magnus empowering both Ember and Medusa is going to be fine, so he doesn't necessarily need to scale.
I mean, theoretically, Boom could just get Octarine Core whenever he wants at this point, right?
Yeah, you have 3 components. Vanguard, Arcane Boots, so your next
Yeah,
item
you're
should
fine.
be probably Octarine after you finish off the... I mean, if you want to go for a Pipe, then you want to disassemble and use that Ring of Health for Pipe, so you'll have 2 components.
Right. Still, though, with the way he's farming, I think he's in a bit of a slow spot right now. So, we'll see what he wants to do in terms of disassembling. He's actually got really, I want to say no farm. That's a little harsh compared to all the other cores.
Yeah, considering that he's 0, 1, and 2, he's also not the one who's getting stacks prioritized. You want to leave those for Medusa, so one of the reasons why he's in the middle of the pack pretty much.
How many stacks have even been made for Secret overall? Because Crystallis just made his own here in this Ancient stack, but I just don't think there's been many. They had a camp blocked for the longest time in their own triangle, and when Crystallis came over, it was only farming single stacks. Or, well, not even a stack, just single camps. So, even without those stacks, he's still top of the net worth at 9,000 net worth overall, and working on this butterfly as quickly as he can. Yeah, you can see 5, 1, 3, 3. All right, a lot of stacks for both teams.
Yeah, but I mean, you got a stack in this meta, especially since the recent changes. You get XP from it as well, and now the Ghost push comes. You have Ancient Black Dragon with Boars. You one-shot the creep wave with it, and your hero can farm on the other side of the map. But as soon as they hit this timing we talked about, the Fusel Blade plus Echo Saber, they are looking for the kills.
Ooh, Roche. Well, just 33 in Roche. Interesting.
It's gonna take him some time, but yeah, you can kill it. You have this sustain, Radiant, using a scan. They see them with the Hawk as well. So, might need to get some help right now. Tundra on the other side of the map, trying to get something going there.
Boom's trying to farm up some of these ancient creeps. He's really looking to get back into the game. But they might need that lasso up in the top lane, at least while Roche is there, though. They do have that outpost for him to TP to.
We haven't seen lasso being used yet, right?
No. Not once, I don't think.
Hit me with that I don't think in the end, just in case there was one and you haven't seen it.
Confidence level
Yeah,
sky high.
that's
Sure.
when I, type a message and then I add LOL in the end, just in case. Don't take my advice seriously. It's like, I want to talk about this relationship. I'm like, yeah, I don't know, bro, lol.
Hey, you want to hang out later? LOL. Just kidding, just kidding. I don't want to hang out anyway. You could say no, it's fine. God. Soxa. Illuminate action coming through. Puppy getting leashed up. Pounce connects, and Puppy leaping, but dying. Snaking, getting that kill with that noxious plague.
Ooh, man, I had a banger one. If he missed that Pounce, I would say you cannot leash this dog, but yeah, he actually managed to get it on.
Solar Bind came through, and Crystallis, he's got the Eagle Song. You know, that used to top the charts. Skitter, oh. In a little bit of trouble, but back over to Roche. Why not, right?
They need some extra damage to kill Roshan. I mean, they could do it this way. It's gonna take a while, and seems like Team Secret, they're still not fight ready. There is Blink available on Yamich, this position 4 Magnus that has been used as Empower bot. Use it on Ember Spirit, use it on Medusa to get some farm going. But let's see if they can stop this from happening. Roshan down to half HP already.
They can kill Skitter first, like that. I think
They need an
okay.
RP. He just used it. There
There's
we
the
go.
RP. They're gonna go through. They've got the skewer. They should have the damage. They even lasso, but they get the Aegis into the hands of 33. Maybe not exactly who you want on it. They do get their hands on an Aegis, but losing Skitter. I think kind of a equal trade at the moment.
Yeah, for a moment I thought it was Saksa position 4 on Slark, considering his position. And as soon as he used Dark Pact, Yamich finds an opportunity, gets that RP, and they kill him. But now it's gonna be Beastmaster holding on to Aegis, as you said, like not your like you would probably even want to have it on 9 instead. But yeah, 33, because there was no Skitter. He picked it up. Helm of the Overlord, drums done. Keep it up almost with Medusa as Beastmaster, which is pretty impressive.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
So only a 1k net worth lead. I mean, things have stayed pretty close for a while.
Butterfly now down on Medusa. You need to be able to
Tower has fallen.
like somehow deal with these illusions, because they're super tanky. You can't really just kill them. There is no MKB. There's not going to be MKB for a long time on Slark. Not the item that he wants to buy, especially immediately. You want to kill others and then connect onto Medusa, most likely. You want to kite, kill this Magnus maybe, leech Ember Spirit, pre-BKB, try to get a kill on him. So Tundra is looking for these longer fights, replenish cooldowns with Chakra Magic, Queen of Pain blinking in, out multiple times. Same goes for Slark. They want to wait until Venom's damage kicks in. While inside of Secret, you want to kill one target off immediately. Get Lasso, get RP,
Right.
and then go from there.
They even use the lasso on the Slark, and I understand. You just want to make sure that you have that control after the RP. Lasso, truthfully, not that long of a cooldown anyway. Although without the Octarine Core, it doesn't feel quite as nice. You can see they've got that pipe going into the Guardian Greaves next for this Bat Rider. So more of an aura builder this time around than just a lasso controller.
I don't mind it playing into Veno. Like, again, heavy magical damage from Tundra. Wants to be able to soak up most of it. And then let Crystallis plus Armel do the damage.
All this time, though, farming with the Medusa. We're still kind of waiting to feel that impact.
Shadows take us.
Nothing too crazy just yet, right?
No, still on top of the net worth, going into BKB. Does not want to get slowed down in most of these fights. I want to see some drums. I want to see bongo drums upgraded. You are playing into Queen of Pain with Aghanim Scepter, Slark, Venomancer, like Keeper of the Light. Every single hero pretty much inside of Tundra does have some kind of a slow, so you want to be popping those drums so you cannot be slowed at least for a second and a half. But there are no items queued up, at least not the ones that I'm mentioning right now. Mirana, Solar Crest going into Force Staff, Magnus as well going into Force. They want to push people out of the trouble, which is also a good item choice here.
Middle tower
You're playing into Slark Beastmaster co-op, you want to push yourself out of the trouble.
Skitter almost having the Sags. Got his courier off to the side, waiting to pick up that point booster, and oh, puppy. Tormentor almost doing the damage, but has that shard upgrade. So we'll see the leap upgraded, and if you want to look at a big paragraph of text, you can look at leap now.
Yeah, long story short, extra leap, damage, Cane used during Moonlight Shadow. That's
Okay.
about it.
I like the TLDR right there.
Radiant
I
Solid
would
text.
surely not read all of that.
It still feels awkward that you like deal damage. Like it also applies slow as well, so it's okay considering what it was when it first was implemented into the game. This is a huge upgrade.
It's Crystallis. He's got the BKB, I think, flying out to him. Now going Daedalus, so he is picking up Crystallis again. I need
That's-
to know the percentage of games that Crystallis wins when picking up Crystallis. Or not.
I'm not sure who can give you this stats. It's a very specific.
Dire's bottom tower has
Well, if anybody knows the answer, let me know. I'm here for it. I'm ready.
I feel like it should be high, especially because he plays these heroes like Monkey. So he wants to build into Daedalus, Medusa as well. Razor, not really a Daedalus buyer, neither is Bloodseeker, but
Right.
could be an interesting stats. Shard on Keeper of the Light, so they can split up the map, get some more farm. Map now, of course, being bigger, 40%.
Ooh.
Tundra really enjoys this, so they have more space to farm.
bottom tower is under
First usage of the Aegis, not really like the best one. They didn't get anything out of it, but they stole it away from Secret, I would say. They didn't get the chance to get it on Slark,
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
so this will do just fine. Prepping for second Roche now.
Dire's bottom
After
tower
first
is
Roche,
under
why not
attack.
get second Roche?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Sometimes we see Medusa games where the rest of the team isn't even farming at all, but that's really not the case. Like, Armel's still right in the mix. There's a big drop-off, however, between him and Boom on the Bat Rider, which is a little bit concerning, considering
Yeah,
the fact
Saksa
that
took
Coddle's right
over.
there with it. Yeah.
Is under attack. Dire's bottom tower
We'll need
has
to pick up
fallen.
Blink Dagger eventually. I think maybe like an earlier Blink Dagger on this Bat Rider could have been slightly better, because then you could put more pressure on Tundra. Go for these pickoffs. Right now it's very difficult. You need to like heavily commit with Blink RP on a single target. Then you don't have it for the team fight if they decide to take it afterwards. And look at the damage on the tower. Already 1/3 of the HP gone.
How much are they willing to just give away here in terms of damage onto the tower is the real question, and finally Armel had come over. But again, this 14 kills in 25 minutes. If this feels like we're watching a little China DPC right now.
Well, pretty much.
Dire's middle tower
Game slowed down. Steady 2k gold lead for Tundra. Now they want to secure probably another tower. I like when both teams feel like they have better late game, so you're kind of stuck in this situation where everybody's farming pretty much.
White
Dire's
Shadow
middle
used.
tower is under attack.
Oh. Nope. He's picked up by Skitter. Now they've got that 4-staff Crystallis. As that Crystallis. One of my favorite sentences to say in Dota.
What is?
Crystallis has Crystallis. Or saying second Chakram has been picked up.
No Timber in this game.
I
Look at
know.
where Saksa is. He's been behind enemy lines for a long time. That was quick.
That was good reaction time. Octarine Core now for 9.
Top tower is under attack.
Very tanky with this item build. Does allow you, like, I said that you want to take these, like, longer engagements. Octarine Core does give you that. Add Chakra to it. Blink in,
Radiant structures
AoE Shadow Strike, these Scream of Pains that's gonna come out. And he's super tanky, holding on to Pupil's Gift as well. This is 3.5k HP Quap with Strength Treads.
Just give him a shielder and he'll be ready to go. Will say every time I see a Queen of Pain with Ags these days, I just think of that emo build that we were talking about.
has fallen.
Ags Bloodstone.
Emo rushed it, that was the difference. Can they catch him here? Armel?
No.
No Roar.
And Roche is available, so they're on the other side of the map. They're giving up tier 3 for this, though. If you go for Roche right now, your tier 3 is gone.
Someone will need to defend this.
Definitely.
This is Beastmaster pushing in. Solar Crest as well available. Seems like they're gonna use
They
this
have Glyph.
opportunity. Roshan down to half HP.
Is this going to be enough? They glyph. they've got the Ancient Black Dragon, so they're giving up the tier 3 tower for Aegis and Cheese. Are they giving up any more, though? The Racks are starting to take some significant damage, and now they've got that Aegis into the hands of Crystallis. They're going to TP right into the base and try and grab anybody they can. They go to the Glyph once again because they lost that first tier 3 tower. And Secret now got to... They weighed the pros, they weighed the cons, and... Well, it kind of looks like we're going to have to see results. They might vary. Because getting Aegis and Cheese feels nice, but losing that tier 3, as long as it's not the set of racks, I think is okay.
It's going to be annoying. You leave the base because Team Secret, they're really not that good at getting pickoffs. You have Batrider with no Blink Dagger. You need to commit with RP. You want to be going as a team. And on the other side, Slark can easily outpush. Creepskip get recalled by Keeper of the Light. Beastmaster's going to be there. So Tundra, they're still looking for some kind of an opening here.
So, 4 minutes on the Aegis. What can Secret do with it? Medusa, I would assume with the Aegis you're going to buy out on this Daedalus, but right now just buys the recipe. We'll see if he gets that Demon Edge or finds a way to get over there.
Might be too afraid to send it to enemy secret, to his own secret shop, because this is where Tundra is at the moment.
And this smoke gets broken. Tundra's been doing a very good job of avoiding Secret when they're coming in with the pressure. And again, immediately, there's the Ancient Black Dragon. It's going to be pushing onto the racks. They know that Secret have left the base. And they'll send Crystallis back over to try and clean up here. But yeah, your melee racks are healing up a little bit. But range
Two observer boards from Tundra. One is going to expire right now, but they see this whole mid lane. And they also placed observer board right in front of the enemy bottom tier 3 tower, or at least where it was. So plus having Hawk, having second Hawk, so they can choose where they want to take the fight. Again, Secret holding on to Aegis, but seems like they can't do anything with it.
So Boom did end up going for the full Guardian Greaves. So he's got Greaves in the pipe. He's got Heaven's Halberd queued up. Wants Blink Dagger as well, but, well, that's going to be slowed down if he doesn't get out of this one. Blinding Light trying to get away, and, well, he'll be leashed again with the pounce. They get the kill on a Boom. They've got the disarm onto the Medusa. There's the RP. Primal Roar onto the Magnus, but the Sonic Wave, ooh,
got the Depth Shroud
hitting on a bunch, and they got the Depth Shroud off, so that means it's going to be Skitter who's surviving for the moment, but they go to the Stone Gaze. They get the kill on a Skitter. They at least get that one, but Crystallis needs to survive here as the focus is on a Snake King from Armel. Another disarm, and 9. He's up on the high ground. The Shadow Strike AoE, thanks to that Ags helping out. And from the high ground, there's the Blink, there's the Aegis. Look at how quickly he lost his life. Armel, he's low, and he's going to die to the Illuminate thrown in by Sox, and now it's just Crystallis. So what do you do here?
Out. There's no roar for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Should be fine. But again, big W for Tundra. They want to have these longer duration fights where you get this Chakra Magic, Spirit's Vessel, Blinding Lights, and the power of Queen of Pain with Ags. 5,000 damage dealt in the previous fight. It was nicely done by Crystallis, who blocked off the second, might be even the first like pounce. He had 2 charges available, but he blocked him off, and they got a kill. 9, he just blinked in aggressively. Where's the damage?
But they have no damage to follow it up just yet. They've got the Skewer. Can they kill him in time? No. Oh, they need to kill this Queen of Pain. We saw 9 when he's got the perfect positioning in these fights. It's just Shadow Strike, Shadow Strike, Shadow Strike. There's the pounce, there's the leech onto the Medusa. Uh-oh, Blinding Light, hexed up, on the run, Spirit Vessel onto Crystallis. They look for the Skewer, but they miss it. Harpoon, Primal Roar, there's the kill on the Yamich. It's not as big as a core Magnus, but still getting a kill out of this one. Well, things get a little bit sloppy for both teams.
Secret, they don't have enough control. It feels like these Searing Chains, arrows, it's not enough to control people. They also killed off Batrider immediately in the previous fight. They can disengage against this Stone Gaze. And first, Rax will drop.
Pounce, leashing, Boom, hit. And this is looking like a dead Batrider, but 9, he's going to fall in return. They look over at 33. They get the kill on both the Beastmaster as well as the Queen of Pain. They'll take out the Venomancer. All 3 heroes don't have buyback. Now they need a chase. They kind of want more. But up on the cliff and TPing out is Soxa. and you can't really catch up to Skitter. However, overall, not bad for Secret if they can get something more out of this, objectively.
Nicely done by Yamich. He buys back as position for Magnus, which is exactly what you should do in this situation. Lands a 3-man RP, which does give them multiple kills. These are some big kills. Queen of Pain and Beastmaster are worth a lot of gold. Still very similar to what happened in the previous game. It feels like it can swing both ways. Like this Medusa with all these buffs that they can throw on top of her. Empower, Solar Crest. She's level 23. Once she gets that level 25, that's a big power spike for her.
25 is going to be pretty massive.
Middle tower has fallen.
There's that Axe for Armel.
Middle tower is under attack.
Moonlight Shadow action. All of a sudden, the net worth is sitting close to
Radiant's
even.
bottom tower is under attack.
And you asked for stats. We got the stats from our boy Snare. He's the one who's listening, and he put in some extra work. 57% win rate on Crystallis when he purchases Crystallis. Picked up 66 times so far.
All right. It's a solid win rate, I guess.
57% win rate is pretty high for an item.
Considering
like-
it's an item you're getting all the time, or not all the time, but most times in your position 1 role, right?
Yeah, you see this item quite often. Depends on the heroes you're playing. And now, Aghanim Shard gave the Venomancer. So if you Dispel Latent Toxicity, you're gonna get stunned. And this is like relatively long duration stun. After we nerfed all the stuns, 1.6 seconds is pretty high, I would say.
Yeah, always nice. I'd like to know, though, if I could get a follow-up from Snare, how many of those Crystallis purchases have become Daedalus?
I need you to calm down, B-Cup. Focus on the game. Let's see if they can make some kind of initiation. Boom is getting close to this Blink Dagger. It feels like they desperately need it.
Really need to pick up this Wisdom Rune. That's big by Armel to come over here because they missed the last 2. And you're trying to push for as much as experience as you can. Almost a 50-50 game at the moment, and it does kind of feel that way. That one fight from Secret to hold on did a good amount of work in bringing this game back for Secret in what felt to be one that was kind of falling apart for them. So, Remnant over. And they've got themselves 33 caught for a moment. They've got the disarm out of the Medusa. They go to the Primal Roar. That's going to be on a Yamage, but 33 trying to run. Sonic Wave from the back as they look and get 33. No, not yet. Pounce Leech as well as the Hex. They go to the Stone Gaze. Can they get the kill here? They go to the ulti from this Venomancer. They'll take a 33. The Remnant back out of the low ground. Over to Snaking as well as 9. The RP, the Lasso, the Skewer, the Control, the Blinding Light's going to be able to get the Quap out. 9's able to escape. They'll buy back now on Snaking, who's coming back into the fight. TP's over to the tier 2 tower. Skitter, pounce, missing his
bottom
targets.
Lane. It's being pinged out. 2 catapults. This is 35-minute mark, so 2 catapults are coming in. Roshan is on Dire side. And it's going to be there until the end. Pounce actually hits.
And hit on a boom. They're going to smoke up and try to shift over. Looking for that AoE Shadow Strike, which is on a 4-second cooldown. Shockwave. You got to remember that Snake King just fought back in the last engagement. That was off to the left, just over to the side, but they've got the disarm out of the Medusa. They're going to follow that up with another disarm. There's the Manta. Guardian Greaves is used. Skitter goes into the ulti. He's shadow dancing all over Boom, who's going to buy back into the fight. He's going to try and get back up towards top. 9, blink off to the side. Skitter's going to heal up.
God.
As walking all the way over is
He's
Puppy.
moving at 100 move speed. These Shadow Strikes are causing him a lot of issues. Everything from Venomancer, Keeper of the Light while he's in spirit form as well. One of the reasons why he picked up this Swift Blink. Oh, Stream of Pain's doing a hell lot of work.
Yeah, I can't really stand all together like that when the AoE Shadow Strike's just on a 4-second cooldown to really mess with you.
They don't have any vision. Hawk is providing a lot.
Side of his Searing Chains now 9 up onto the high ground by the Twin Gate. They've got the Skewer back into the lasso. They have the control on a 33. He is going to die. He doesn't have buyback. Now they're going to look over at the rest. They've got Skitter down low. Again, he goes into the Shadow Dance, but BKB pop by Armel. They've got the Searing Chains as well as the arrow. They get the kill on a 9. They'll look over and boom, they'll take out this Bat Rider. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 with 9 of these heroes having buyback. The Mystic Snake goes all the way over to Skitter, but they're going to focus their attention now back over to Roche.
Armel, he wants to defend these barracks bottom still. He's going to be able to do it. Does have Remnant available, I believe. Yeah, 2 Remnants. RP lands on Coddle.
Yeah, Coddle snaking. Is he just going to die again? 1066. Oh, no.
It should be enough for them to go inside Roche Pit and take it. This is 3rd Roshan on Dire's side, which means Refresher. So Mag definitely wants to pick it up. Like, even given one to Armel, having these multiple remnants, he does have Axe, he does have Shard available, and seems like Tundra, they don't want to take this fight, but they want to go for the split push. Look at the mid lane, it's being pushed in, Skitter pushing the top. Now with this MKB, maybe Skitter can focus down Medusa slightly more in these fights.
See, all of a sudden, Secret have a 3K net worth lead. Ags picked up here for the Coddle. We'll see how much the Will-O-Wisp will help out these fights.
Like, besides Medusa, you don't have heroes that want to hit it. Mag doesn't want to get close. Nether Batrider Mirana has some attack speed to go for it. Has that extra leap charge from the Shard. But Medusa can stand her ground, attack it, and still get the split shot off. And she hit level 25. So split shot uses modifiers, holding on to Aegis. And he didn't find anything good in terms of tier 4 neutral items. Finds Ascetic Cap, but that's about it. Still gonna hold this Vindicator's Axe for some extra damage.
Oh, buying some of that Ags and then selling it. Spell Prism for the Coddle too. Oh gosh. Spell Prism with Chakra Magic and Blinding Light, like, this kind of feels really great for the Coddle.
Saxa puts in a lot of work in some of these fights, being able to control people with Heaven's Halberd, has that Spirit Vessel. Now it's going to be even more control with Will-O-Wisp.
He's almost got as much net worth as his own Queen of Pain.
I like that 9-bot double raid ban post 25 minutes, just to have that extra armor. So sitting at 18 right now, does have Timeless Relic as well. We'll need to sell one of those relatively soon.
Oh, RP. And they have found themselves the Slarp, who does not have buyback. Ramming over Searing Chains. They've caught another 33. Primal Roar. Can he get the damage out onto this Mirana? Not before he dies. And they will get a second. Both, again, don't have buyback. Secret are doing it.
They don't have enough control, but they actually do. With RP and Mystic Snake from Medusa, with that Aghanim Scepter, and I like what I see on Crystallis. He's going for Divine Rapier next. It feels like they want to potentially close out this game. Not going to have it with Aegis, because it's going to expire in 2 minutes, but does have enough damage to go through this backdoor protection. We'll kill it off. 50 seconds with 2 heroes. You said they don't have buys.
This is a long time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This reward transcends expectation.
Bottom getting pushed in again. They use that glyph. Armel comes back. And they're looking for this top tier 3. You look at the split push happening a little bit. 9 also looking to cut the creep wave. They're going to BKB. Uh-oh.
33,
Shockwave.
he took the creep wave with the courier, so he always does something. Like, this guy is on some next level shit. He just always does these things. His courier almost died, however, but...
So all they got was the tier 3 out of that. That, honestly, pretty good for Tundra overall, right? Still have that range racks advantage. In the bottom lane. Their lane's sitting even.
Boom is just being the guy that soaks up the damage pretty much in these fights. Does have Barter's Plate, tier 4 neutral item, Aeon Disc. There is no nullifier available on their side. And Guardian Greaves pipe, once the soak up holding onto cheese, will pop it eventually. Let's see if they can find another one. Yamich, he's smoked.
He wants to find the RP of the year for himself. Another smoke. He's got that ninja gear.
They just smoked underneath the ward. This deep observer ward from Tundra revealed them. Let's see if they can find anything on the side. Skeeter.
This is
With this
impressive
MKB,
positioning.
he wants to focus down Medusa. But
Smokes
holding
end up
onto Aegis for
breaking.
15.
Remnant right over the pounce. The Leech, they've got the BKB. They're also going to get the Hex. They go to the RP. That's going to land on the 33. BKB, Skewer, landing on 2. But now they'll find themselves at least a kill and a snaking. They'll look over at 33. This Golem's not doing anything as the Sonic Wave comes and hits the bow of 3 of these heroes. But now they've got themselves the Medusa with no mana left. He's got an Aegis. No more. The timing is perfect by Tundra. Oh, no. The horn sounds, and it feels like they were going to get a second life on the Medusa, but no chance here.
They
It's
timed
down
it
to the
so
millisecond
perfectly.
for him.
Also, Batrider died. Boom didn't even assemble his Eon Disc, didn't pop the cheese in the previous fight, didn't get Lasso off as well. They needed to be able to provide control for the team. This time around, not having enough damage. And Queen of Pain, let's see, arrow hits.
Or
He's
arrow.
tanky. He's way too tanky.
9 surviving, Yamich dying. And now they've got no Magnus. Buyback's available on 2. Not losing a lot just yet. Arrow lands. There's the Lincolns getting popped. Skitter comes in. He's got that first strike to get the silence. There's the blink, and they get a kill on Armel. Now, I mean, they might be forced to use all 3 buybacks here from the side of Secret to defend what's coming.
They need to use buybacks, otherwise they're going to be playing against Megas. Most likely 40 seconds. Buybacks
No
are
buys
coming in,
back.
at least 1.
So that's just 1.
Man, what a crazy game. Like what a crazy series so far. You still don't know where this game's gonna swing. You feel like Tundra, after forcing some of these buybacks, that they're in control of this game.
Arrow?
Another arrow. Seems like 9 wants to pick up these arrows, considering how many he got in the last couple of minutes. Puppy, force.
Now Yamich is going to buy back. Do they have the opportunity to get in here with an RP? It's on cooldown still for another 7 seconds. He does have that blink, so if they're going to stay long enough, maybe he has a chance, but they've lost the mid, they've lost the bottom set of racks. So it's troublesome now as Secret just losing out on 2 sets of racks after losing a fight there, and the timing of the Aegis being perfect. This has just been a bit of a disaster coming in for Secret.
There's a lot of farm on the top lane. Someone needs to clear this. It's going to be 9, who hits level 25 in the previous fight. -2 seconds on Blink with Octarine Core. 4-second
over.
cooldown. Let's see.
Skitter, though. BKB is going to be popped here by Armel. He's going to go down to the low ground. They've got the Stone Gaze as well as the RP. That's going to be on the 33 as well. Skitter, they should have the damage. They at least get themselves Skitter, but he's got buyback. He's going to use it immediately. The Snake King going in with that ult. They get the kill to 33. He does not have buyback, but there's the Sonic Wave with the Will-O-Wisp locking up these heroes. 9 trying to blink away, but he ends up falling a boom. Off to the side. Skitter's back into the fight. He's got the pounce as well as the leash. They've got the Spirit Vessel. Can they get the kill here on Armel?
He gave him
fought
the
back,
cheese,
so
didn't
he's dead
click
for
it.
2 minutes, and he never got the cheese off, so now Boom doesn't have that to work with. Blinding Light bringing them back as they found themselves a little bit of control on a Skitter, but he's going to pounce and leash up Crystallis. Crystallis not working with a lot of mana here. There's the dust. Now no mana, now no health. He's gone. He's dead. He does have buyback, but these heroes need to escape on the side of Secret for him to have a chance to help.
Oh man, Batrider high-fived him. Cheese. He even had the slot for it, but didn't click it. Could have been a difference, and now forced to use another buyback. There's only 3 heroes with the buybacks right now. 2 on Tundra, 1 available on Secret. Next Roshan gonna spawn in 35 seconds. Without Ember Spirit, I'm not sure if they can take the Roshan fight. That's gonna be a long 80 seconds. Whoever takes this next Roche pretty much wins the game. You'll have 2 cores with like cheese, with Aegis. Could have been a completely different game if there was a cheese popped on Ember Spirit. Could have survived long enough to get a couple of round of spells, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Control Slark, slightly more.
Maybe, and Skitter's going to need that Aegis because he bought back in that last fight. If they can get it. Roche is now up. Secret, no Armel for 45 seconds. Should be able to check it out. Snake King coming over, and he's throwing down some plague wards. Secret, if they want, maybe they could get over here, but without Armel, I think you just kind of have to give this up and hope that you can fight and win said fight. So you're looking to defend your last set of racks.
This is Refresher, Cheese, Aegis. Skinner gonna pick up Aegis, Refresher. Let's see who decides to get it, because right now I see one on Queen of Pain, so they will give it to somebody else. Slark now holding on to it. Double Sonic Wave, double Shiva's Guard, like multiple Shadow Strike, AoE Shadow Strike. This is gonna be some nuts damage coming out from 9 in the next fight.
Some Lotus, healing Lotuses down there if Skitter wanted to pick those up, but he's got a full inventory right now. Uh-oh, Force Staff, but can he get away? Harpoon as well as that Disperser. Now Skitter's in a little bit deep, but the RP, oh no.
It's a tough decision. Easy. This is like, do I pop it or not? And now you don't have it for 2 minutes. Oh. Let's see how Tundra's gonna use it. There is one less set of barracks available in this top lane. Puppy picks up Wisdom Rune, 2000 XP for Puppy. Wants to get to that level 25, potentially with multi-shot, Sacred Arrows. You aim for one, pray to God that there's gonna be 2 hits on the side of it somehow.
They're not pushing in immediately, so 80 seconds on this RP. I think they're just hoping that they can get themselves another chance on this one. They need that extra control. We've seen how important that RP control has been for them, considering it's a 3.5 second stun if you don't get dark backed off. A back and forth game so far. This is now Medusa now at level 27. Like you said, wanted Divine Rapier at one point, but gonna go Refresher.
He bought it in the enemy secret shop. 2 cornucopia. Oh, that's a lot of cornucopium right there.
No. Courier, courier, courier.
They didn't kill it. Get her. He's still smoked.
Oh, brings him right here into the arrow. The dark pack, can they have the control? They've got the skewer back. He went for a courier. The chicken baiting the Slark, but he's still able to survive. The pounce leashing onto the Marauder. They get the Aegis out of the hands of Skitter. He's all the way in the base. They need some help for the rest of the team.
Needs to press
Refresher. The arrow's going to land, though. They've got the Will-O-Wisp. That's going to lock up 3. They go to the lasso, but there's the Refresher. They're going to pull him back. Queen of Pain's coming into the fight. They've got themselves this Stone Gaze as well as the Manta used by Chrysalis trying to do some damage.
The tier 4s now.
But now he's under the tier 4 tower. They still don't have the control to get the kill here on a Skitter, but they go to the Guardian Greaves to try and heal up and continue.
They got him.
Oh, they get the kill to Skitter. He's going to be dead for 2 minutes with the Stone Gaze going off once again with a Refresher on this Medusa, but down to about half health. There's the Sonic Wave. Goes to another Sonic Wave. My ears are blown out right now. Sox ends up dead. They get the kill to Boom. They're going to buy back here on the bat. They're looking over as they'll get the RP off. They got the kill to Chrysalis, but do they have the control to get the kill to 33? The Starstorm, the Searing Chains, Armel going off, getting the kill to 33. They pick up the gem, and now they look over the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain off with the Ags. Still, though, it's just him against these 4 heroes. Shockwave back and forth. Boom is going to get low. He'll end up dead. It's a double kill for 9, but they've got the control. The Blinding Light trying to help out 9 as much as he can. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Will-O-Wisp down again. They've got the Shockwave. It's going to come back into 9 and get the kill onto the Queen of Pain. They want more. They want Saxa Remnant over to the Cradle as they'll get the control with the Searing Chains once more. There's the Skewer back, and they'll take out Saxa as Secret, without the Medusa, somehow hold on to the game.
What the hell is going on? I want to see the damage from both Armel and 9 in the previous fight. These are going to be some like 15, 20,000 damage coming out from Queen of Pain. Oh, show it to me. It's 13,000 on Quap and 18,000 on Ember Spirit. I saw them going ham, but I didn't expect these numbers to be as high. So now there's one hero in the game with the buyback right now. That's Beastmaster for now. Let's see if they can run it down to mid lane. It's not going to be enough. Skeeter's going to be back online in 40 seconds. He's buyback online in, what, 2 minutes? Magnus needs Refresher. Definitely feels like he needs this Refresher, but he also want to have buyback, so let's see what they can do.
Ooh. Back. Shockwave action, trying to farm. Armel level 29. He's about to hit that level 30, so he's going to have the minus 12 seconds on the Remnant Charge restore time when he hits that level 30.
Needs to pick up Wisdom Rune somehow to push him closer to that level 30.
He's got 4,000 gold to work with, too. Lincoln's in the backpack. So I would assume, what, you buy out on the Ag's Blessing, put the Lincolns in your...
Yeah, his buyback is very costly. It's 2.7k, so 1.6 for recipe on Aghanims. You can swap Boots of Travel, put in Lincoln Sphere, wait until you have enough. Medusa did have Divine Rapier queued up in the next fight, but Refresher also making the difference. There was also one cheese. I feel like they secret this type of a play where Boom handed the cheese to Armel. He didn't get it off. Magnus was holding on to one cheese. Maybe if he gave it to Medusa in the previous fight, then Crystallis survives. But this Aghanim Scepter plus Shard on Medusa, keeping her live long enough in a fight to get these multiple snakes. They can't just burst her down from 100 to 0. It's not possible. 72,000 damage on Ember Spirit. I caught that with... because I was watching at my screen. I'm pretty sure that Queen of Pain's damage should be, like, as high.
Here it is
50,
again.
okay, 50.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, with your numbers.
Yeah, that's 100,000 in my book.
Hey, cross the 50,000 threshold, that's 100,000 damage. and he's at 75, that's 100,000 damage as well. They pretty much are doing the same damage. But yeah, you could see, like, what Nine's able to accomplish with the double Sonic Wave and the constant Shadow Strikes. It's really been... just...
Timeless Relic does help out. Extra 15% spell damage, Kaya San spell damage, and then you have Refresher that he picked up pretty much as his 5th item.
Even worth going for these Tormentors anymore? We might hit 60 minutes here. With buybacks down, a lot of these players are probably going to want to stay a little bit conservative, so I could see it happening.
Only 2 heroes that don't have Shard right now. That's Beastmaster and Batrider.
Batrider. I like that upgrade. Still doesn't have a Blink Dagger. That's insane. And he's
still
about to be
going
bottom
for
of
it.
the net worth.
55 minutes into the game. 5 minutes until tier 5 items. Medusa, still no Divine Rapier. Like, how do you even fit it in? You need to sell your Power Treads, get some extra gold, but which item do you decide to replace in this build? Because you're already jacked. You do have Aghanim Scepter Ethan. You do have Shard.
You're going to have to do some item swapping while fighting, right? Pop BKB, swap that, Refresher, swap, Divine, get in.
What you could do is like pop Manta style, have Divine Rapier in your backpack, then you assemble it, remove Manta style, replace it with Divine Rapier, but it still needs a lot of time to kick in. You still want to have that explosive damage. Maybe he decides to go for a different item. I don't think he lacks damage. Daedalus, the Swift Blink, Empower as well coming out from Magnus. It's a lot of damage.
Instant Roche could be pretty big. Oh. So a minute. That's not terrible. In between. It'll still be nighttime. 53 seconds if they choose to just sit here. Right now they've got Armel just looking to save the base for them. But these heroes are pushing in from the side of Tundra. They're catching them out of timing and out of sync. Skitter's into the base, and Armel is the only one here. They're going to TP back to Mirana. They've got a Remnant back. They've got creeps pushing in. Need to be careful as they're starting to invade. They've got 9 over on the top lane. Triple arrow. There's the Swift Blink in from Crystallis. They go to an RP. They look for the skewer back, but now RP on cooldown again. And
finally, they have a Blink Dagger on Batrider, so maybe they can get the initiation going. Puppy used Arrow, and the combo was Crystallis blinking in with the Swift Blink, turning him into stone with Mystic Snake Ags upgrade. Ooh. Puppy, Scout
Nine's in! Lasso! They've got the control. Can they get the kill on the Queen of Pain? Will is going to be down with the BKB pop by Armel. They go to the Stone Gaze from Crystallis, trying to turn them all to stone and get into the kill, but they go to the Refresher. Skitter's going to be low as well. He goes into the Shadow Dance, right-clicking away on a Yamich. The Sonic Wave is going to be used, but they get the kill on a 9. He's going to be dead for 100 seconds. Roche is back up, so the winner of this fight, or even getting a couple of them, might lead to Roche. But it could just be the game if they lose these heroes. There's the recall. There's the blink in. They're going to look over at Crystallis. He's going to pop that Manta. Skitter back and forth. There's the Halberd to disarm this Medusa.
Roshan is
Diving and
available.
Pause.
Ooh.
Puppy. Pause.
Whew. Yamich with the pause. Let's see, they're having some Discord issues. Medusa already used her refresher. Queen of Pain, no refresher used on her, but needs to be careful because she just bought back into the fight. These are some like big 25s, especially one from Medusa. Armel again connecting onto Queen of Pain, managing to get the kill.
Are Tundra going back towards Roche at this moment?
Yeah, they do have vision with the Hawk, so most likely gonna fall back to it. There is high ground obs close by this whole fight. Team Secret did have vision in the fight, but they need to contest it, it feels like it. And these RPs, like they didn't connect Yamich. I think this could be a big one, because he didn't show his refresher, I believe. So now he used it already, and could surprise him with it.
Vikings in the trees, trying to break that smoke. They have Puppy going into the lane and Star storming to clear up the creeps. Bottom lane's kind of pushing in. Again, they've got Armel, who's looking to clear up the creeps. They've got themselves the last one, but the Hex is going to come through. It's going to be onto the Batrider. They followed up with the RP, and now they look as they hit the Shockwave, but the Primal Roar hits onto Yamich. Skitter low, Shadow dancing. He's trying to do the 1-2 step as he kills off Yamich. Doesn't have buyback, dead for 2 minutes. Now they're going to focus their attention onto the Mirana as Puppy's on the run, but he's inside the Shroud of the Moonlight Shadow, and no leaps, no life, no health. So they get the kill there. They'll take him out. He's going to buy back as Nine's going in even further with Amanda Style being popped by Chrysalis. He's trying to output some of this damage, but they've got the Hex on Armel. Armel, you got to remember, he held the fight in the mid lane after they baited in Skitter with the Courier, but now they start to retreat once again. Bottom lane pushing in once more, so the longer they keep the attention of Secret, the longer those creeps are going to be able to break on through to the other side and look for these tier 4s. Lincoln's pop, Slight, Remnant, and back again, as they'll have to TP one over into the tier 4s to clean up these creeps.
Someone needs to TP back and clean it up. Seems like Team Secret, they're falling away from Roshan. They did not want to contest this, so let's see who decides to pick up Aegis. I think because 9 bought back, you give it to him. He swaps his BKB out and takes it, or he can eat the Ags and still keep the BKB in his inventory. I'm just thinking about the next item. I see Armel sitting on 8,000 gold. He can eat this Ags.
Oh. Skitter
picked it up. Okay.
Interesting. I think 9 was making a slot for it, and then he was given nothing. He took the BKB out, and he was ready, and then he just kind of stood still for a second, realizing Aegis had been picked up by Skitter.
Yeah, sometimes like these fights could be potentially chaotic, so you don't see what happened, that he used buyback. But knowing how Tundra communicates, it's pretty chill. Like, there's not much going on. They're like, yeah, go for this guy. We're gonna kill.
Tier 5s are available.
Yeah.
They've got the arrow.
Minutes.
Now they're gonna look. They pounce. They leash. They've got the root though. That's onto the Slark. Remember, he's got that disperser to work with. Flame Break lands on a 9. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains again, locking him up. And now the BKB is used early by 9. 9 has to be very careful. You got to remember again, he does not have himself that buyback.
Armel needs to buy an item. Like, eat this Axe, but go for like some high tier item. If you want to get something like a Hex, I think it's a good choice. Or if you want to go all in with 2 Sleight of Fist talents, like you can go for Divine Rapier as well if you feel like it. There's one potentially available on Crystallis. Does have enough gold to buy it.
But
let's see. Tier 5 items.
The prize is mine.
Yeah, you can see Boone coming over to this camp trying to get it. Ex Machina is going to be picked up here for the Queen of Pain. That extra 20 armor.
This is the best item in the... I still can't believe that this item, like compared to some of the other items, it feels so good. 20 armor, resets all the cooldowns. Can't refresher orb, of course, but...
They need to go up to this camp that's right out of the base up in the north end. Try and get themselves a tier 5.
They need to, yeah, they need to find tier 5 items.
I don't think they can really stand there, and I think, yeah, now they've got that picture where Armel has to go over. He's the only one who can kind of get out with the
Look at
Remnant.
Puppy. He's the one who's smoked. Does have Moonlight Shadow as well. Might kill the Courier here. Does not want to reveal himself. That's another tier 5 token that Skeeter picked up. Let's see. This Puppy guy.
Lucky.
Very sneaky.
And they're going. They know that they need to get these items, and there's a tier 5. That's going to be picked up. Ex Machina again here for 33. They're all just getting Ex Machina. That is... All right, Medusa's got a token.
Let's see. He's thinking about it.
Shadows.
Puppy found it.
Oh, you look at this, you know this is such a big item. You get 5 choices. What are you going to go for? You've got the Mirror Shield. That's not a bad one to pick up.
Book of Shadows is really good.
There's the lasso.
They found
He's got
Skitter.
the control. He's got the Aegis. There's the RP onto the back end, but it's only going to be on the Snake King. Snake King's got that Aeon Disc. They've also popped the Aeon Disc on Boom. Wisp is down with the BKB popped here by Crystallis. How much time does he really have? They've taken the Aegis out of the hands of Skitter. They go to the RP once again with the Refresher on the Yamage. Sonic Wave pushing these heroes back. And Skitter's going to be back alive once again. The Pound's leeching on a Boom. Boom already used that Aeon Disc, so he's trying to get away with the Essence Shift stacks. They're starting to get up on him, and they go to the Stone Gaze. They've turned Skitter to stone, but he's got the Refresher. He's got the right clicks in. The mana is not going to be there for Crystallis. He's trying to run away, but the Sonic Wave comes through. They get the Cone of Boom. They're going to look over at Crystallis, who's got that Mirror Shield, but he'll have to buy back. It's a good thing he didn't buy that Divine Rapier, but now they're going to go in. They'll look over at Snake King, the Starstorm. They'll get the kill there onto the Venomancer. They've got themselves the buyback on the Venomancer. Now they'll look over at Skitter. It's Armel. Oh, the BKB, the Shadow Strike, the Axe.
Book of Shadows.
And he's still surviving the Primal Roar. Now he ends up dead. He's going to have buyback, so he's got to come back into the fight. Skitter going in once more. Crystallis losing all his mana. He needs to get back into the base. But now the Will-O-Wisp pulls him in. They get the kill to Boom. Oh, it pulls him in again. They've got themselves the pull, but they can't get Snake King into the base. They've got the Hexes onto this Magnus. But still alive. It's not looking so fortunate for the tier 3 up at the top lane. They're going to smoke up once more.
Barracks are still alive. That's what matters.
Rax alive. Buyback not available on 9 again, but they still have the buyback on 3 heroes on the side of Tundra. And there go the Rax. They were alive, and now they're gone, and it's just the tier 4s as Secret are trying to fight without the Bat Rider, but that's pretty much been their thing the entire time in this game. Remnant back into the base.
Now
There goes the tier 4.
The towers, you need to go all in. You need to buy the items. Refresher now bought on Ember Spirit, so that's going to be even more remnants. Where's the damage?
With the, the skewer into the arrow, but the Dark Pack Skitter. He's starting to right click. Now they've got the 4-step back into the base. They look over at Armel with the BKB. Noxious Plague thrown onto this Ember. They've got the Searing Chains. It's going to lock up 33, but now the Ancient's going to be exposed. They go to the Will-O-Wisp once again with a Refresher being popped by Armel. Disarm onto the Medusa. No mana, no life. Dead for 2 minutes. Armel's going to be next on the list. Can they get the kill here on the Ember? It'll get likely as the rest of the team is locked up in the fountain. They go to the Sonic Wave. Crystallis, he's not going to be there to help. They've got no Medusa. Now they've got no Ember. They've got no chance in this game as Tundra will even the series at 1 apiece. 32-32, 64 minutes in, and we're going to a game 3.
What a crazy game. Like, what a crazy series so far. I mean, look at Skitter, big smiles. He was really quick on those fingers, getting the Eder ulti, getting his shard off so that he doesn't die. Like, these skewers, it felt like they needed a little bit more control. I wanted to see some kind of a Hex on side of Secret, just want to be able to control Slark. Didn't happen. Armel did some heavy lifting. So did Saksa, so did Nine, like the whole team. Like, you could see Snaking sitting inside like the enemy base. They're like, yeah, go at me. Well, what do you gotta do? And then pops his Aeon Disc, pops the ulti, gets out of the base with the Force Staff. But yeah, I just want to check the damage numbers before we send it back to the panel, because some of these damage numbers are pretty insane. Armel, 93,000 damage. Queen of Pain with 71,000. Whew.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage coming out for these heroes. Crystallis, 77,999. So not 78,000. We're not rounding up on that one. But, you know, overall, a great game between these two teams. Tundra take game number 2. We're going to see a game 3 between the two. And Secret to another game 3. We'll see what the panel has to say about this. Back to you guys.
64 minutes of action that we have to break down here. And I'm just going to skip to the question about Skitter going for that courier trend. Like, what was going through his mind? I actually thought that would have been the game loser for Tundra. Obviously, Secret couldn't get too much done of it, but what was that play?
They had a chance, you know, of maybe throwing a little bit. You know, you're outside the base, you're looking for that one little thing. You feel like you've got the lead. Things are looking very good for Tundra at that point. And, they, you know, that was after, I believe, closing out this one here. So things were solid, but it was a good time. It was a refresher. That's a worthy one to die for, right? The refreshers were doing so much in this game, honestly. Like, this is kind of where the game was somewhat even, but it breaks down with all of these buybacks. So this is where, before the courier thing, Tundra took control, and I thought, like, okay, this is it. Like, Tundra are going to win the game because they've used their buybacks to get back into good position. The Roche was coming up soon. Things were all on it for Tundra, and then that courier did sort of put us back on a little bit of even footing.
Yeah, before we talk about that fight, though, I want to go back to you, and I want to ask about, you know, pre the second Roche getting taken by Secret, Nine's Queen of Pain felt pretty useless. I'm not saying he was useless, but it wasn't the same impact. And then all of a sudden, we get, 10, 15 minutes later, and his Quap has the most insane impact. He was getting up there with the damage numbers. We heard Lucas talking about it, getting up there with damage numbers similar to Ember.
Yeah, so like for Quap in this type of game, when Secret's able to take away the Aegis early on, Quap's like, it's a little bit awkward. And for her at least, she needs to itemize to be able to be tanky enough so that she can use her dagger spam to get in and out of the fight, to keep poking, to keep prodding. So I think for her in this type of game, it is just going to be that inevitable scaling till then when she gets to like Octarine plus, level 25, all the shenanigans and the blink cooldown talents and whatnot. So yeah, Quap's quite a scaling hero in this type of game, but this game had so much. Like, I feel bad for Secret a little bit because like in this game they take away the Aegis, they then lose it. All right, that's unfortunate. And then at 32 minutes, that Yamich with the buyback triple man RP into then some Armel shenanigans and some right clicks of them. Like, these are the type of plays that like win games, But then it's just Tundra. They're just so obnoxious. They're just so aggressive and in your face, and they keep going. They keep running at you. They're doing the courier plays that they mentioned. Like, there's no respite for Secret, and it doesn't matter if you swipe away an Aegis or two. They're just gonna keep going at you. And I think the game ended at 32 kills apiece, 64 minutes. Very poetic there as well. Like, this game had everything.
It really did. But everything I would kind of want to focus on still quickly for the side of Secret is this post for Magnus. Trent, you weren't overly keen on post 4. You didn't know how it was going to be, if he was just going to be this empower machine. But did you see the impact, or was it one of those things that, hey, we got to 64 minutes, obviously there was going to be more impact than just buffing up the cores?
Well, I mean, he did a great job in the lane, I thought. I was pretty impressed by that. Like, right at level 3, using the second point in the skewer, because that's really all you can afford, but he got the most out of it. He got a lot of pressure and slowed down that Slack, which is what made the early game a little bit harder there for Skitter. And then he gets the empower levels up after that, all solid, trying to help the team out in farming. But he goes for Blink first, which I think also, it's a bit risky these days, because obviously if you don't get to that Blink, there's that chance where like you feel really useless leading up to it, but he managed to get there at a pretty good timing. And you can be a little bit more cavalier as support mag with a Blink Dagger than you can as one of the core mags, because like you're not throwing away everything for the team. And he helped facilitate a lot for Bat to go pipe first, since he was able to get that Blink. So I thought it was a good combination.
Okay, so we saw the silver lining for Secret. I mean, obviously they pushed it to 64 minutes. Now, T for MVP, I want to do the inverse. You have to narrow it down to 50-50 to players, and then Trent's going to pick from it.
Okay, I'm just going to play the game then. Saxa and Snaking.
Okay, nice. I was actually going to pick Saska anyway. Saxa, please.
I mean, I'm sorry, Snaking. I only said you to force Saxa to be MVP. I used you.
Oh, that's such a feels bad.
No, I think... okay, but if you're playing the game seriously, it's like Skidder or Saxa, but...
Yep.
I mean...
He was my
these
choice,
Will-O-Wisps, I mean, Trent was also saying it, like typing during the game. It's like these Will-O-Wisps were nutty, were insane. They were really just kind of closing out some of these engagements. It was forcing Crystallis to have to like split shot off the Wisp, and it wasn't being like optimal damage. Magnus as well, when he'd go and try and drag someone out of the fight, he gets clipped by it, and now suddenly Magnus isn't skewering, and kind of the niche value of his hero has fallen off. So yeah, I think a very stellar game from this Keeper of the Light. He's
the reason there are 3 heroes with BKB refresher. Because they just could not play. Like, one BKB had to be used for Will-O-Wisp, like, every single engagement. It made their game so much harder, constantly. So very impressive stuff. And then he's just constantly like shockering over and over again. And then there's like another Will-O-Wisp like later in the fight too. It was ridiculous. It was so hard to play against.
And you can't understate like the healing as well. Like 16,000 healing, like sure, Illuminate. Yeah. It doesn't. I think other heroes might have these numbers quite consistently, but also like in these long drawn out games, if you look at each Illuminate and like all the small things, like keeping the Slark alive in the small instances, the Quap to blink out, like it builds up. So even if the hero healing isn't some crazy 30-40k, it's just that constant pain of playing against it. It's, yeah, I don't know. This was a very annoying draft for Tundra. Like this is the type of draft or game that can beat a team down into like not being able to kind of bring back the energy in a third game.
Yeah, I actually like what you're saying about Saxa with the healing, just quickly before we do go to a break, because you're right, like it forces you as a team or as a player to hang around just that little bit longer to get that little bit extra damage off, and before you know it, with all the buybacks happening, you're hanging around a team fight just a little bit too long. So Tundra did great to stay in this, to bring it back, to close it out, and to give us, the viewers, a game number 3, which I cannot wait for, so let's head to a break. We have an absolute treat. Game number 3 between Secret and Tundra is going to be coming our way. And look, game 1, game 2, very back and forth. Both teams could have taken at any point, and I expect nothing less from these teams in game 3. But T, you brought up an interesting stat when we headed into game 2 about Secret every time they've gone to a game 3 and the order in which they've lost.
Yeah, so it's normally they win, or in 3-game series, they win game 1, lose 2 and 3, and then that's why they're in this elimination position. I actually thought you were trying to test me with a new secret stat. I was like, oh god, oh god.
No.
I was quickly Googling. I won't lie. Like, if you can see here, I was like, secret stat, go. But no, yeah, Secret, historically, in this tour, have floundered the game 1 lead that they have accrued. So, can they bounce back finally against the top seed Tundra in game 3?
Yeah, all good questions. Another good question, Trent, that I want to ask you is, what did you really think of game 2 draft for Secret now that we've seen it play out? Do you think it was a little on the experimental side, or do you think they had a very clear idea of what they wanted and we could see something similar? Or maybe they run it back and they sort of tone back what they're putting in pose 4 and putting Chrysalis on a different carry?
I think the main question will just be the Medusa. I think overall, in terms of a Medusa game, they did a pretty good job of setting up for one. I can give them some credit. There weren't any like the major counter picks there. But then even still, with the game going an hour, they also don't get the victory, which, you know, you're kind of thinking like, okay, if we can push it there, if we can get there with the Dusa, surely we can do this. And despite it being a Dusa game as well, you also had like amazing plays there from Armel as well. So that to me will be the main question. Is just like, are they going to try and prop things up around the Medusa again? Because I actually really liked game 1 where they did a lot of early moves together, where they linked up Chrysalis and Boom quite a bit in the earlier parts of the game. So I wouldn't mind seeing them go back a little bit more towards that instead.
Okay, and it is going to replicate game 1 a little bit with Tundra having first pick now T. So a few bans already. Wind Ranger sneaking its way in there yet again. But do you think everything else overall will be the same? Bloodseeker still taken out, Doom still taken out, and Techies were the other 3 consistent bans.
Yeah, so Secret in game 1 did the Techies and Doom ban when Tundra were first pick, and they did the same ban as well. So they've actually consistently, no matter what pick the order they're on, they're doing Techies and Doom. So I would expect Secret to hold true to that. And if anything, it's Tundra kind of who adapted from game 1, right? Because they shifted Windrunner into that first ban priority.
Team Secrets turn
I think for me as well, from the couple games that we've seen, I think looking at Secret, Boom as an offlaner, he feels kind of like the opposite of 33.
I thought you were going to just leave it as Boom as an offlaner, and I was like,
That is
yep,
true.
that is
Surprise.
right.
No. I just woke up from a coma and wait, well, but Boom's in an offlane?
Boom's an offlaner?
What? No, but like if I look at the net worth of Boom, like in game 1, he's playing this Necrophos. He was kind of like throwing himself in the front, and he was nearly the same net worth as his Shadow Demon. Only 5,000 ahead of Puppy on Marcy. In game 2,
Yeah.
16,000 net worth on this Batrider in what, a hour-long game. Puppy had 19,000, and then this Magnus has 17,000. So it's like, of course, Secret has historically always had supports who are greedier maybe than other supports, who like to hit more creeps, who like to farm. And Boom maybe is that sacrificial lamb in this current roster. But I'd argue going into this third game, I want to see him kind of emulate that first game style of play where he can at least hold his net worth throughout the game and constantly be a threat. Because in this game, he was buying Pipe, Greaves, a Blink. He was very much kind of playing the supporting offlane. Whilst in the first game, he was buying like not big offlane items, but like statement items for himself. So I'd like to see him play for his own game.
You might get it. I think he might get a Doom. I think that'd be such a good choice for him, honestly. Because it can kind of do everything of what they need him to do while also supplementing some of that GPM. It's obviously, you know, Shadow Demon has some plays versus it, but Shadow Demon has some plays versus most heroes. But we're not going to go there. Instead, Monkey King will get just straight up picked up in the earlier phase after being ignored completely in the opening phase of last game, and even through right until almost the last ban, right? Yeah, last slot he got banned out last game, so a Monkey King game for us, and one of the favorites, and there's some laughter there from Chrysalis. Easy game, easy.
I mean, this is just the old school, right? I feel like when Chrysalis first joined the team, it was like, all right, how do we want to play lanes together? And like Puppy's like, all right, I'll play my Chen, you play your Monkey King, and then we'll get to know each other, you know? And this is like the throwback old school. Like if you think of, I think in the world, if you think of Chen, you think of Puppy. If you think of Monkey King, you think of Chrysalis, right? Like they're pretty much like they own these heroes in kind of international Dota. So Yeah, Secret's going to be pretty happy with their opening. Flexibility, of course, there is none, but comfort, plentiful.
Yeah, I can remember people just banning Monkey King and Huskar, like, first phase. Like, just being like, please, no. There's a couple different squads, because, like, they're just two, like, super annoying heroes here. And obviously, the Monkey King being for Chrysalis there, and then the potential Huskar for Armel, that we already saw them bust out one time. But because they didn't grab the Doom, I'm sure they're not very surprised that it's going to be scooped up there from Tundra here.
The caveat to this Doom pick, though, is, like, you already have a very aggressive lane, right? With Penitence, with the Monkey King chase down, this shouldn't be a Doom that can just get a Vanguard, buy Midas, skip the waves behind the tower, Scorch Death, everything, right? Like, especially if Secret can get Yamich a 4 position that can utilize the gates and poke his head and get a fight, like, Doom, in theory, could die a couple times in this lane. Sure, Shadow Demon, if it is 4 with disruptions, could of course completely ruin that, but I'm really looking at Yamich to bring Secret into an aggressive laning phase.
What is it exactly that the Monkey King and Chen capitalize on about the Doom that you think he's going to die a couple times?
So the Monkey King has Jingu, and he also buys Orbital Corrosion, so he has slows. With Primal Spring, you can farm the lane in front of your tower, so if Doom wants to play behind, he can jump on trees and always just be on top of this Doom. And then the Chen with the creeps brings additional damage or purges or slows. So if Doom gets creeps that can be aggressive, Chen can also go for like the opposite creeps to offset what Doom's bringing to the lane. So it's like a lane that if you in the first 3 or 4 minutes you get the ball rolling on your side, Doom will struggle. If Doom just AFK hits creeps and doesn't get pressured, Doom's always going to just farm up. So Secret has a really good window to pressure. That's why I don't think they cared about banning Doom, because they saw this opportunity to get the Chen Monkey. I said Doom like 4 times there, but
It's alright. It all made sense in the end. We understand what you were going for.
Mood Doom. Just where it is, you know? It's good.
Doom. Shadow Demon on the side of Tundra. Has it been played before Trent? And would you like it in the Doom lane, or do you think it's going to be better supporting the whatever carry they end up picking for themselves?
No, I believe this is the first time they brought out this DPC.
It is. I just checked.
Okay. It's, as far as I can tell, obviously, like, open up early, you don't have to worry about the Medusa in the 2-3, or if you do, it's going to be solid. We've already talked a lot about how good Shadow Demon is just as a hero right now because of the Dispel. Like, it just helps in every situation. It's probably going to be 5. I mean, I know Soxa can play it, but I don't know. I would prefer if he didn't. I'm not really the biggest into Shadow Demon 4 unless it's, like, a really good hard counter to something, because I think it just, like, limits a lot of your options throughout the game. But it is an incredible stacker, and it tends to do better on the stacks when you're playing it in the 4 roll, because it's usually closer to a lot of the stacks that you can do. So that is certainly a consideration, but I'm hoping it's just a chill 5.
Nice, stock standard, casual. Bans popping up too. We have, potentially just 4 mid laners, right? Timbersaw, Magnus, Dorm, and Quap. We've seen all 4 of those heroes be played in the mid.
Yeah, getting rid of some of like the more stable, just 9 mids that they could go for. Something they can just like control the lane. Don't have to worry too much about the counter picks. I'm sure we'll maybe get something a little bit funner when they're 10th pick. Unfortunately, it's hard to squeeze in the Willow. I think, they tried the Willow one time on 9th pick, and they still managed to lose that game, unfortunately. So don't think it's going to come out that early.
I think Secret needs to ban Pango in this position. Like, they've already banned out 2 kind of anti-Chen heroes, where Chen, if he has a good lane, he will want to kind of poke his head into the mid lane to continue bringing the momentum. Quap can blink away, and of course Timbersaw, you're doing nothing to this hero. Super tanky Vanguard. And I think Pangolier is the final hero of they banned Slug, but still like Pangolier is still that hero that I think is very important right now, because against Secret, you can Rolling Thunder to find the monkey in the trees early on. You're super high pace. You can swash through the trend creeps. So potentially Secret might even go for it for themselves, but I think it's a pretty important hero in the second phase potentially.
Yeah, I think the Pango's really good. I would definitely approve of Secret taking it at this stage. I mean, you're 10th pick, so obviously it's nice to sometimes get the counter pick mid, but that's mega value versus Secret's lineup. The only other one that comes to mind would be like the Wyvern, but that's a little bit, it's a little intense.
Wyvern is kind of the inverted of Pango, where like in laning phase you can punish him with rotations, but as the game goes later, with the Ags, some Shadow Blade, some extra universal stat items, you're never catching him, right? So
No.
it's like maybe they obviously they feel more confident shutting him down early, but I do love a good scaling Wyvern. Bring me another 60-minute plus game.
I was gonna say, you reckon they're gunning for another hour-long game? They're like, this time we'll win it. We want an hour-long game and we're gonna win it.
Yes, great Pango
Yeah,
picks.
they got the snag. Man, Secret are doing great on the draft right now. This feels fantastic.
Because they're picking like super duper comfort heroes. that-
Yeah, just good comfort that
Everything
look
Trent's
solid,
suggesting.
that counter their own stuff. No, it's mostly T, don't worry.
Thanks, Trent.
I'll give him the credit on this one. This is the harder part, though, for Tundra. One thing I was going to point out about the way Skeeter's been playing is I feel like he's doing a really good job of playing these very in-your-face heroes throughout this season. Like, he's really getting in there and opening up a lot of space for 9 and 3-3, because that's what you have to do with 3-3, obviously. But, I mean, he started as a guy who played a lot of the hard farmers and wanted to come in and win the game later, like Wraith Kings and Spectres and stuff, and wanted to be, like, this big guy, but... Like, the chaos he makes on the Bloodseeker, and then last game on his Slark, like, he was basically the initiator in a lot of ways, because he has, like, double range supports, the Queen of Pains jumping in weird ways, and he was just being a little bit of a maniac. So, I'll be curious to see if they can find something like that again, and maybe it might be the Marcy.
This is mid Marcy, I think. You know, Nine's been playing it in his pubs. He's been doing the good old phase Echo Saber harpoon style.
Yeah.
It's the in some games he's had harpoon on average so far in his pubs. It's like 15 to 70 minutes harpoon timing, but it is this
Well, so he's like rushing it. Like, he's getting boots and just going straight for harpoon.
exactly, and it's
Whoa.
of course when you get your ultimate, you punch. They might disengage slightly. You bring them back in, and you get that kind of second load of the punches. So it is a very aggressive hero, and the weaknesses that we mentioned of Chen, of the mobility of like these timbers and quops, Marcy can kind of replicate, because Chen, unless Marcy wastes her spells, Chen can't really kill him off or threaten him. So it's going to prevent Puppy from moving from lane to lane and feeling super confident. And yeah, we get to see the good old-fashioned Witch Doctor return. It's Coconut versus Chen creeps. It's nice to stun them for a little bit longer and gives your lane some insurance with his healing build.
All right, I want Secret with the 10th pick to come out and bust out like a Huskar or something. Yeah, I want them to try and punish this mid. Make it like a support Pango or something. Like, surely you can't let them get away with mid Marcy, because there should be like a billion matchups that shouldn't go well. Like, obviously Pango's kind of free. I get that. But I would really appreciate if they tried to punish this with the 10th pick. That's a pretty solid punish already, though. Grab that as likely going to be the 4 instead, though. Good safety versus the Marcy.
It feels like
There's some potential versus illusion shenanigans as well if there's like Shadow Demon +1.
Secret's kind of drafting themselves to be a very fluid lineup, where they expect lanes like this Pango lane against Marcy. Pango should farm, right? It's not as if Marcy's going to dumpster this Pango. And I think it's the race to level 6. If Marcy gets 6, you can maybe punish a Pango. If Pango gets 6 with a good rotation, you can kill off the Marcy, right? So for Secret, they're drafting down this line of their lanes, in theory, on paper, should go well, which means they should dictate the early game. And then for Tundra, it's, if you look at Doom, you're looking at a Vanguard, a Midas, another item. You're looking at a Marcy, you're thinking of rushing a Harpoon, but having to find kills. So this Pugna, the Decrep, like there's not going to be a Nullifier or anything too early on. You could argue that Shadow Demon ult's going to do pretty good work here, but you just...
The cleanse!
Yeah, exactly. But just Decrep the Marcy then, right? Or I don't know. This Pugna is going to be really good early on, for sure.
Yeah.
When you
Yeah,
look
mega Shadow Demon value, for sure.
When you look at these two lineups right now, though, Trent, how do you compare like the damage output and the sustain? Like, which one do you think sort of capitalizes on the other, or has that more damage or has that more sustain?
There's a lot of damage from the supports of Tundra in a way. Like the Shadow Demon setup into the Witch Doctor ulti's kind of cool in terms of like smoke gank rotations, whereas Secret have this like, you know, Chen plus Pugna is very objective orientated. Like we're moving around together, we can take down towers, we can, if we have a creep army, that's also a crazy amount of damage that kind of sneaks up on you as a Chen, but you need the right control for it. So to me, Secret needs like a solid rolling Thunder that's just bouncing around and allowing Chen's army to like wall up on someone. And Tundra need this like good opening Doom that creates space for the Marcy to jump in and feel really confident getting her moves off. So overall, the damage is, there's not like any like massive nukes really across the board.
Yeah.
It's kind of slow.
Secret has the last pick, but I'm already thinking like I want to see Boom just play like an obnoxious Spirit Breaker or something, you know, just something, because you have this Pugner in lane should already be pretty good. It really depends on what carry Tundra goes for, but I already see Secret being so fluid with their kill potential. I want to go for an offlaner that doesn't, like, for example, like an Axe, kind of awkward in this game because of some SD disruptions. So I want the offlaner to just be chaotic in nature, to like lean into Secret's earlier full picks.
Sven stands ready.
Oh, they go back for the Sven. I've seen this a couple times from Tundra. They're kind of liking this hero lately.
Especially with how he plays it, right? Like he kind of farms outwards, so he's always farming towards a possible engagement. So if there is one, he's present, throws out the Stormhammers, and yeah, I like the way that Tundra has been playing this Sven. And in matchup wise, it will be explosive. You catch the Pangolier pre-roll, boom, you're gonna die. Chen, you don't care about this hero. Pugner is already answered with the Shadow Demon plus Nullify, most likely bought by the Marcy. So yeah, it's a statement here. It's a lot of gold going to be generated from the side lanes on Tundra for sure.
Templar Assassin. Choose your hero.
We got Underlord. We got, oh, they're taking the TA. That's actually Sven's worst matchup, right? Stats wise, that's a bit of a classic. But that means the Pango's getting shifted. So yeah, Pango goes to Boom there. So I mean, that kind of fits the bill, like you're saying. It's not as good as some of those other heroes that can be active early, but when you hit the timing with the ulti, if you're successful, it can be that strong. But it's a little bit riskier and longer cooldown in terms of making plays around the map. But at least there will be hopefully some linking up between them.
Is this the punishment mid you also wanted, Trent, or do you think it's TA doesn't have that much more advantage than if they had to kept the Penguin mid with the mid matchup, but overall TA adds a lot more to the lineup?
No, it's definitely better than Pango. Should certainly win the lane more, I would think. Like, I think Marcy will probably have a bit of a harder time farming, and then obviously you just have a lot of benefits versus Sven, because Sven's going to be handing all this armor to everyone, and you're hoping to use your pure damage to try and cut through that. So it is really cool. And then, of course, Sven is very famous for a big swing, and you have shield.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of interesting interactions between these. So yeah, mid's definitely going to be something to watch, though, because obviously it's still a very untested matchup, and with the right moves. Last inning looks really annoying, though, versus the side blades, that's for sure.
T, what are some final thoughts for the two teams and how you expect team fights to play out? Because I think that's been the real turner in this series so far.
I think both teams are going to be happy with the drafts that they got. I don't think either team's like, I wish we were having this or that in their draft overall. I think Secret, it's their type of game where I think it's their mistakes that will be their undoing. So I think their lane should go well. Their ability to go for first Roshan should be pretty good. Their timings are earlier than Tundra's. But I think Tundra, like their heroes, they're the type of heroes that you want in a game 3 when things get a little bit dicey. If it gets to 60 minutes, or even 40, 35 minutes, these heroes will always have impact. So yeah, I think I'm looking at Secret to kind of set the narrative in this game, be it win or loss.
Yeah, well, look, either way, game 3 is going to be an absolute banger. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm going to leave our casters with a question of how long they think this game is going to go with Beacop and Lacoste.
85 minutes.
85?
85.
Okay, you're going for some of the longest games in the DPC, not just this tour, but probably the whole season. I'll hit you with 37.
Ooh.
Tundra winning, because this type of a draft from Tundra, it's very explosive. I do like what they picked against this first phase Monkey King, because sure, you have sustain coming out from Chen, coming out from Pugna, Life Drain. If you lock onto a target with, let's say, Shadow Demon, Demonic Purge, explosive damage from Sven and Marcy could easily get you the kills. Like, Monkey is not going to feel safe. Even inside Wukong's command, the overwhelming damage from these two heroes can easily take you down.
You reading the chat? Skitter is pissing me off, though. What can you do? Maybe a little bit upset about the courier dive. Who knows?
It's always something with Skitter, man. I gotta love the player. The type of plays that he makes outside of the game as well. He really is a character.
See if they find anybody. Narmel.
Looking for a ward on a mid lane. Not gonna find anything. It's on a different side. Didn't catch a glimpse of him, I believe. Let's see. One thing I'm worried about is this Pango from the off lane. Sure, I can understand what they wanted to go for, put Armel on his like signature Templar Assassin in the matchup against not conventional mid hero. This
Right.
is Marcy. Panel did talk about the itemization. I see in his quick buy like phase boots and this Echo Saber that he'll turn into Harpoon, which is really nice. You lock onto a target that you just kill it off immediately. But I'm a little worried about this Pangolier from the offlane. I don't know. I played this hero way too many times, and I know all the downsides to it. Just in terms of CS, it's not gonna be like easy. First, he started good, 2 out of 2, so a lot of confidence boost. But let's see how much he's gonna be able to deal with this Witch Doctor. Like, since not the strongest laner, he's really strong at level 1, level 2, level 3. Then he starts to fall off compared to some other heroes. But yeah, it feels like in the items that you buy from the off lane, it feels very lackluster, I would say, what you bring from the mid lane.
Yeah, and Boom kind of needing to have a much better game than game 1, right? Like, you can't be a Pangolier and exist in this game if you're going to have a similar game to game number 2, actually, sorry, where he was just like non-existent as that Bat Rider.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it was a difficult game for him, definitely.
So hopefully he gets off to a better start where he can kind of feel effective for overall on the map.
Yeah, I think it goes down to itemization. Don't want to pick too much into it. I feel like Blink Dagger and a bit more control, something like a Hex would do much better, but we'll see what he decides to go in this one. I see Bracer, Vanguard. These are pretty standard offlane Pango items, I would say. Or you want to tank up as much as possible. Early on, be annoying with Shield Crash as well. A lot of damage, a lot of harassment onto 9 in this mid lane. Armel using side blades nicely.
Yeah, not enjoying the sideways. Snake King taking a lot of damage. He'll drop for first blood. Yamich will pick it up. And
This was a solo kill, so
Yeah.
solo XP, solo gold.
And then Saksa falling to Crystallis. Got that Jingu ready to heal if he can. And, well, 33, not much he can do there. He's gone 1-1, of course, early on this Doom. You saw a lot of harassment coming in on a 9 over mid, like you said, with the side blade. So, harassment all over the map right now. And this hero is kind of having to deal with the aggression.
He's going to be able to steal potentially a rune. Yeah.
Yep.
There it is. That's massive. Gets the rebound off, gets the dispose. So now Armel doesn't have a bottle to play with. Armel didn't have bottle immediately, so
Now he's
wouldn't be
gotta
able
fall.
to bottle it. So, well, still do fine. I mean, Armel 7 and 5, a lot of denies on his side. 9's not going to struggle as much as soon as he starts picking points in sidekick, which is your sustain, which is your damage.
Pull here by Snake King, but Swashbuckle trying to steal some creeps where he can. Skidder was sitting low, but healed up with this Tango. He's also got 11 charges on that wand ready to go if they do dive him. I'll be trying to get himself a healing Lotus. He's got some help there from Chrysalis just in case they try to go his way as well, and that'll be passed over to the Monkey King, no surprise. And right now, so far so good for Chrysalis. He's... I want to say all 3 games, the lane has so far worked out.
They know, like, they know that Chrysalis plays the best when he is ahead, so they try to secure it as much as possible. Skeeter now getting pressured here. Does have a lot of 1 charges.
Yep.
Witch Doctor also has Tangos, does have 2 points in Voodoo Restoration. Didn't skill anything yet on level 2, so keeping a point just in case he needs Cask. This is the spell that you want to max out after you get Voodoo Restoration. You are playing into Chen after all. Damage onto
Radiant's
creeps.
courier has been
Yamich is going to be able to pull some creeps on the side in the top lane, which is causing a lot of problems for Tundra.
Snake King throwing out a cask that ends up bouncing a boom. I was gonna say, you know, back in that Tour 1 when we saw Secret initially and Crystal's playing a lot of that Drow Ranger, I felt like a lot of lanes would end up with him kind of falling behind, but we do see him a lot more comfortable in this series when you're making the comparison, and especially I'd say in this 3rd tour. Snake King is going to end up dying here to Yamich once again. Skidder tries to help, but that Stormhammer not doing enough. For level 1, it's only a 1-second stun duration.
They're doing a really good job here in this offlane on Secret. I mean, it comes down to Sven not being the strongest laner. Pango was off to a good start with these couple of early CS, which did push him forward. He got that Bracer. And now almost on top of CS, 25. All right, this is the thing we talked about. 9 bottle. Yeah, will get refilled.
Sneaking coming over with the Voodoo Restoration again. Armel not dealing with a lot of mana, but does have 2 sips left in his bottle. And Skitter again, he's sitting low. He's on the run. Yamich not a lot of mana to play with, and another salve will be popped by this Sven, so they could put the pressure on, and by himself, he really can't stay too far forward, and we'll finally have Snaking coming back after he filled up that bottle over mid.
One thing I noticed about Skitter is he knows these matchups so well, so he brings these earlier healing salves, which does put him in a spot where he can actually farm. If you don't have a healing salve there, bottom, 33.
Yeah, disruption, and oh, 33 sitting low, but Chrysalis, he goes into the trees looking for a Primal Spring. Might get this kill, might also get Saksa. They get both. 5-0 for Secret early on, with every lane feeling like it's doing all right.
Yeah, 5-0, but in terms of net worth, Tundra's still keeping up. Like, their heroes can create gold, I would say, out of nothing, especially Doom, with the Devourer, with Hand of Midas that's going to come later. And then you have Shadow Demon, who's going to stack, one of the better heroes to stack with. Plus, you also have Sven, who can easily clear these stacks. 9. First usage of that ulti.
Yeah, pulling him back. Armel in some trouble, trying to survive. Throws the trap down, but with one unleash, well, he's taking away all the HP from Armel. Jumped in very confidently, and he still wants to go here for the Chen. Puppey now onto the tier 2 tower. He's going to stay as close as he can to maybe get 9 hit by this tier 2 to get low, but not die. And at the end of the day, that's 2 kills for 9. That really brings him back into this matchup. And truthfully, now he's ahead. He's top of the net worth.
Does have Bounty Rune to play with. Let's see, Saksa and Yamich going to pick up these XP runes. Very important, so you don't get overrun by enemies in short period of time. So 9. Like, this is also a kill. I haven't seen much of a mid Marcy, but I checked his item build, at least the games that he played. Skill build. Loves to put more points in rebound early on, just to lower the cooldown. And now that he's gonna go for more in sidekick. But again, Unleash about to be ready in 30 seconds, so Templar Assassin needs to be careful. In terms of rotation, they can't really, like, save him. Puppey needs to have some kind of a good creep that can slow him down. Pagana maybe with the Decrepify TP on a mid lane, but still with the slow, with Dispose, you might be able to get the kill nonetheless. Especially now with Phase Boots, Windlace, you can chase him down, and there's also going to be rune spawning in the next couple of seconds.
Maybe Yamich, when he's level 6, can help out. Like, get that life drain, allow Armel to survive it long enough to get the refraction off.
Shield rune on Marcy. She's going to be super tanky.
Stormhammer. And the Maledict. Boom, getting hit by that blood grenade, and he is just going to die here to Skitter. Yamich can't do much of anything to try and help out. Goes into the God Strength. They've got the Disarm with the Decrepify. Snake King, he's getting a little bit low. They've got this Healing Ward, but it's not going to be enough, as they've got the damage from Voodoo Restoration.
They can kill him, yeah. Definitely did not want to take it, but yeah, you do forget that this spell actually deals damage. That was one of the things when it was first implemented into the game. It was in the previous patch, where I'm like, somehow I missed that, and I feel like, wow, it's a really good spell. But Witch Doctor, I'd say, is in a good spot. Might need a little bit of a kick to his ulti, like damage. Sure, we did bring 50% bonus accuracy to it, but it feels like you need to like give it some kind of maybe pure damage, I would even say.
Pure damage. Spark of Courage for the Sven. That's a great item for him. Now they're up 1,000 net worth. It was 5-0. Now it's 4 unanswered kills here for the side of Tundra, as they're starting to clean up a little bit, especially with that double over mid.
Yeah, Boom
Really
holding
onto the shield room, ready to go.
Thinking about his itemization, first it was Vanguard, then it was Power Treads, in the end decided to go for Arcane Boots, but now also wants to scale. I see Diffusal Blade picked up. Again, I think they're gonna run into the same issue where they don't have initiation on their side.
Yeah, because Boom, what, Diffusal, maybe you want Blink after that, so you could Blink with the Rolling Thunder. This feels like Boom's not exactly having a great game, and that's back-to-back kind of for him, and now they use the Doom on a Crystallis bottom. He's been left alone. His Puppey's been farming this entire time. He goes into the trees, but eventually dies, so Tundra now even it up at 5. They've got a 2K lead, and things are getting shaky for Secret.
I got a little scared for a moment. You see Sven popping that ulti, you start running away immediately. And yeah, Boom was on top of CS, like 5 minutes into the game. Now his bottom net worth in terms of cores, so didn't really manage to achieve much. Puppey lands a stun on Snaking, and Snake will TP out. Knows that they have very limited amount of stuns on their side unless they commit with Rolling Thunder. Mid lane already gone, but seems like Team Secret should be able to take out this tier 1 tower top. 9, double damage, 3 points in sidekick. He could go for a solo kill here if he had Unleash available, but doesn't have it, unfortunately.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Snaking sitting off to the side. I would say a quick bit of damage with that double damage with a Maledict, and you're just dead. You need to take that top tier 1 for the side of Secret. Get something back in terms of objectives, but again, things need to open up here for Boom, and can Armel kind of do what he did in the last game? And as much as that ended
That's
up
not that same type of the hero, unfortunately. Because you like want to farm as Templar Assassin, and Tundra, they also like to farm. Like, I'm looking at this earlier item timing. You get Dragonlance Deso on Templar Assassin, Chen going for Solar Crest, some extra minus armor. There's going to be a lot of minus armor coming out from Templar Assassin. Monkey does benefit from it as well. Pango, once he starts putting points in Lucky Shot. Skitter now farming some huge stacks that they made for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
6 stacks being made here by Saksa. That is really beneficial at the end of the day, not only for the Sven, but for him, of course, with the changes to stacks. And Trap will explode, and now
Nice
the Hurricane
stun.
into the stun. Life drain onto Snake King, but there's the rebound out. Boundless Strike lands. They get the kill on a 9. They'll look over at Snake King, and they'll claim the life of both. They've got themselves right by the tier 1 tower mid, too.
Giga Chen plays coming out from him. Hurricane into stun. Nicely done, which we're just going to secure them another tower.
He put that together perfectly. Really well done. He's already got the Solar Crest too. Like, look at how farmed Puppey is on this Chen.
Yeah, recent changes. Now that you take over a creep with Holy Persuasion, you do get the gold for it. That was a nice change. One like people started to play Chen off immediately after seeing that change. Then he kind of fell off. And now going back into the mech.
So yeah, you could just use that Holy Persuasion every 15 seconds. Boom. There you go. Grab yourself a creep, grab yourself an army. Getting that gold. So, I get
What you're thinking?
nah, the
Hit me with
the brain's spinning, but I don't want to. I'm not confident enough to say something as stupid as this, but it feels like a much better Devour. 15 seconds and you get the creep gold bounty, right?
Yeah, but then you get like extra bonus gold, 195 on Devour. You get armor from it. You get abilities from a creep.
But
So,
like,
I'll hit you with the no.
man, yeah, I guess that
From
195
Matt's
is really
point
good.
of view,
but
it's not enough. Something that Tundra tried to do in the previous game is go for Roche with just 33 solo with the Beastmaster. Now 2 other cores, Skitter and 9, will go for Roche, and seems like Team Secret definitely doesn't expect this one to happen.
Ooh, maybe Twin Gates. I was just trying to do the math in my head before I committed to saying that, by the way, because it's 15 seconds, so you have 4 Holy Persuasions per minute. Ooh, Boundless Strike. Wukong's Doom used, but Wukong's already came out, and now 33 run down and killed. Damage gets the kill there. They get the Aegis on the hands of Skitter.
They should be okay with that trade.
Yeah, he'll be fine with this Doom, or now wasted, I would say.
Sure, they got Aegis on Sven. This is going to be big timing. Sven picking up Blink Dagger. Skeeter, he's the master of the hero. Like, he really knows the limits, knows when to farm, knows when to join these fights. He has these, like, I'd say Faceless Void also in his arsenal, one of the better heroes overall when he plays it. It definitely feels like very different to other carries when they're playing it.
Secret. They felt pressured to do something, and they've done a lot. I think that they have played these last 5 minutes or so as perfect as it can kind of get. I know they gave up the Aegis, but you get all 3 tier 1 towers. You move, you get a kill or 2 here and there. And I think you're in an okay spot.
This is the big timing for them. We still haven't seen Hand of God being used. Puppey again with Hurricane into stun from Centaur Conqueror. But Doom is much more tanky this time around. He bought Crimson Guard. He was thinking about disassembling it, go into Octarine Core immediately, but doesn't want to go for it this time. Stacks again.
Snaking. Uh-oh. Neutral creeps helping out there. Unfortunately, didn't get the kill, but they'll take him out. That means no cask, so a little bit of the lockdown now gone for Tundra, but a lot of their heroes have some sort of control. All of them have some sort of control. And Stormhammer, Yamage just dead to Skitter with the God Strength pop, so the damage is there from the Sven, the Rolling Thunder coming around and around. And they're going to bounce off, trying to line it up with the Disruption, but they don't have the timing on it, so now Puppey's just going to die here to 9, and they have found themselves Boom, but he gets onto the low ground with the shield crash. And now he needs to try and leave while the Wukong's command is going to be used as well. They get the kill on a Snake King. Chrysalis gets that. Boom, you're in the wrong base. You'll be sent to your own base.
I don't want to be a downer, but that's the wrong base, brother.
That's the wrong the wrong location. Oh, jeez. Gosh.
A bit too, like, they placed Observer Ward, like 2 Observer Wards. One that just got killed off by Snake King, and one is still on the high ground in the enemy triangle, so they had a really good vision, but kind of an awkward fight. Like, I mean, you're fighting into Aegis on Sven, who was the one frontlining, so they use abilities on Sven. Pango with Rolling Thunder connects and realizes, well, crap, we can't really kill him, so goes backwards and dies in the end. One of the reasons why I'm so, might sound negative about this offlane Pango is because I played like 200 games of Pango offlane in the last year or something, and it felt terrible every single time, but you know, you try to make it work. In pubs it's fine, in competitive Dota it feels lackluster.
Yeah, you play that, or I've seen Pudge.
Mm-hmm.
You like those P heroes. Pudge, Pango.
Skill shot heroes, I would call them. And then I always fall short, but yeah, BKB almost completed on Skeeter, hits level 15, has that extra 15 seconds on God Strength. I like how, you know, maybe we should add more of these abilities on talents, like 15 talent, 15 seconds. Like you get 15 damage, 15 move speed. On 20, you get what I mean. Skeeter, he's in.
Boom. Gonna be hit with the boom of the Stormhammer and doomed as well. They get the kill on a Boom, and they ticket the Pango again. This is another one of those games where it just feels like Boom's not going to have any space to do what he wants in it.
Chen it feels like Chen is eventually going to take over
as the
in terms of net worth. Yeah. It's been a thing, the soft lane Chen, but yeah, Pango does struggle from the off lane. Like, it's very difficult to buy items. He was thinking again about getting the Blink Dagger to get connection from Rolling Thunder, but since you bought it, the Fusel Blade, it puts you in a spot where, like, it's not your playstyle, because you want to be getting swashbuckles. If you, say, let's say, had, I don't know, Lotus Orb to have a bit more tankiness, have a Dispel mechanic against some of these abilities, throw a Stormhammer Doom onto them, plus a Shield Crash and the Blink Dagger, then you're playing a different type of a game. Now with this Diffusal Blade, you're stuck because you want to deal damage.
Chrysalis killing 33's Courier that had the Octarine recipe on it. Interesting. Maybe hinting at the fact that he did want to disassemble?
Oh, well, disassemble Arcane Boost. That's the only thing he can disassemble now.
Well, committed to the Crimson Guard, so would have to really start over from scratch. It's not the Vanguard Arcane Boots build where you're just able to disassemble everything and then have Octarine Core. Nullifier, second item for this monkey. Rolling Thunder is just going to be used and stopped.
Love me some Nullifier, especially early ones. You want to remove Sidekick, remove Warcry armor. These are the big ones. Like later, you will have support items like Glimmer Capes, Force Staffs, maybe Solar Crests also being the spell. You want to lock onto a target and kill it off immediately. Deso. That's a bit of a late Deso, I would say. 20 minutes into the game, he opted to go for different items. Dragonlance Blink Dagger. Let's see what they can do with this 20-minute Deso.
It's decent timing, right? Deso Nullifier combo?
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret, they still feel really strong coming into the fight. I would say it's just going to be about execution. Can they use this Glimmer Cape, the Cripify, heals, all these auras from Chen to keep people alive?
Smoking up. Four-man smoke. Let's see what they could do with it. Ags picked up here for the Marcy.
That's a big one. Marcy with Ags, it's going to be a
ridiculous.
lot of silences, and it also lowers the cooldown, applies the spell against Lucky Shot, against Slow from Diffusal Blade. 21 minutes, they will pick up Wisdom Rune.
Now let's strike, trap, swashbuckle, disarming the Shadow Demon as well, but there's the Unleash, and now they're going to go forward on this one. 9 taking a lot of damage, but they go to the God Strength. They've got the Doom. It's onto the Monkey King. They get the kill on the Chrysalis. They lose 9. Both dead for 45 seconds without buyback.
This is something we talked about. Monkey King, even if he pops Wukong's command there, if he gets, I don't know, extra 15, 20 armor, it's not gonna be enough. Marcy plus Sven will eat you alive.
On damage coming through, and ooh. Creep's being killed off there by Skitter with the God Strength. Duration still left over while Snake King dies to Puppy and Armel.
Next Roshan, potentially respawning in 20. So let's see. It's going to be on Radiant side for next 3 minutes if he spawns immediately. Skitter's massive on this Sven. 14,000. Holding on to like level 18, 22 minutes into the game. You get extra 200% damage.
Yeah. He's got a lot there, but at the same time, like, you still have TA who's about to hit that level 18 too. Like, Armel's kind of keeping up, but he just needs a little bit more of a bump up. And
He's having a harder time locking onto a target and just killing it off. Getting some Deso charges, that's going to help. But also feels like he needs a BKB, even though you are playing into Shadow Demon, playing into Doom. So you could have a bit of a problems there. Can't really itemize for every single hero on their side. Let's see who picks up the shard. I want to see it on Witch Doctor. Never mind.
Demonic Cleanse. Meanwhile, Smoke used. Roche is going to be a long respawn. There's still another 2 minutes, 20 seconds on it. And that means it's going to not respawn on the Radiant side. They've got the Nullifier, the right clicks, the Rolling Thunder. They have the control on the 33. They'll get this kill. Chrysalis, who desperately needs that gold as his game is really slowed down, gets the kill.
And now Roshan, long spawn, unfortunately, for Team Secret. If it was there immediately, they kill it off before they can take a fight. And now Tundra. So, in the end, it's going to be on Dire's side.
Now it's going to be up top. And we'll see what Secret can do to kind of maybe get a chance at this Roche. They're on the bottom of the side of the map, so they need to be ready to move. That Twin Gate, but we've seen how teams going in full through Twin Gates end up being their demise.
Gotta be careful. Imagine going through the Twin Gates against hero like Sven, Witch Doctor. You get, like, you're gonna disappear. Yeah.
Cask,
all it
Stormhammer,
takes.
dead.
One mistake. 9, level 15 on this mid Marcy. Not the hero that we usually see, but gotta give him respect. This man has been innovative for a very long time now, playing these different heroes. Thompson retired pretty much from competitive Dota. We see him in like these qualifiers, Div 2, but he's the same type of a player, I would say, and we need him, someone to copy, like someone to innovate and others to start copying on it.
I like the innovation that we see from these mid lanes. It's like we used to faster mid. Ooh. Everybody coming through the Twin Gates. Chrysalis, Wukong's Boundless Strike, and the Disruption. That'll save him for a moment, but Primal Spring with the Rolling Thunder. Now they've caught 33. They've got the trap down. Skitter coming from the side. They're going to also bump him up into the air. He's trying to get some damage out as they now Doom this Pangolier. Stormhammer, rebound, 9's in, unleashing, and, well, this is problematic for the Pugna. Surviving for a little bit longer. He's got the Decrepify. He's silenced up. Armel starting to fight this with a BKB. Another rebound over to the Chen, but Chen's able to survive. Armel goes right up on a 9, and they get the kill on the Marcy. Now the right clicks. Skitter with the God Strength. Starting to right-click over, but they've got the Nullifier. They're chasing. They want to get a kill here on the Skitter. They want to take out the Sven, but Snake King's back into the fight. They need to be careful with the cask as well as the ult coming out from this Witch Doctor. There's the Maledict. Cask bouncing. They go to the ult. They get the kill on the Boom. They'll take the Pangolier. They bop back on Yamich. 9 also bought back into the fight. The Infernal Blade. Now the right-clicks with the God Strength. Armel is not going to be able to survive as they'll take out the TA, take away the Spree, and Skitter getting a lot of that gold.
Oh, they're
They
not
look for
done
more.
yet.
They want the Stormhammer. They catch Puppy, and down goes this Chen, turning into a bit of a win here for the side of Tundra.
Yeah, it was a bit of an awkward fight at the start, but they bought back on 2 heroes, and now they're gonna take Roche. Let's see who decides to pick up Aegis this time. 9, he bought back in the previous fight. Definitely feels like he needs a little bit more, like, tankiness, I would say. He feels like maybe a BKB is needed because they can kite him. This Decrepify causing a lot of problems. He can't really hit. Glimmer Capes as well. Let's see who's gonna pick it up in the end. Skitter didn't make a slot. Nader did. Okay, Skitter made a slot.
Matt Roche is good.
Seems like they're not on the same page. It's what happened in the second game as well. Like, well, we gotta pick it up in the end. So AC will be finished on Sven. 10 Warcry armor. This is massive. The level 20 talent on Sven.
Yeah, that plus the shard.
25 plus
Gosh.
5 coming from AC. That's 30 armor to his team. This is why Nullifier is so good. Like, he understands that he needs to tank up because all 3 cores from Secret relies on dealing heavy physical damage. Oh. Yeah, there we go. I forgot about it. Thank you, Mr. Observer. It is undispellable. I don't see too much Sven in action. My bad, my bad.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So always crying, always in war. Skitter gonna be a strong Sven. With that God Strength, he outputs a lot of damage, gets in front of these heroes, and well, we saw Armel, who is standing his ground, trying to do everything he can. He's trying to get some more damage under his belt with an Daedalus. And they see this Tormentor available on the side of Tundra over here on the secret side of the map. And they're going to grab themselves another shard, this time for Doom. Snake King already has his, so he's got that Voodoo switcheroo. And Doom's going to get that upgrade to the Infernal Blade.
Radiant's top tower is under
Good old level death. More damage, more stun. And suddenly he has Shiva's Guard. Like, he was sitting on Crimson Guard for a long period of time. This Octarine core kicked in. Suddenly boosts travel. Shiva's Guard, the most farm hero in the game. There's one hero that you don't want to give to 33. I believe that's Doom, but Team Secret, they thought they could handle it. Seems like he's been causing a lot of problems. It's not one of those games where he like pops off, uses Doom, gets like multiple kills. It's more about the items that he brings to the table, because right now he feels almost unkillable. 40 armor, 40 physical, that's 70% physical resistance coming out from Doom without Warcry even being popped.
See if they can even defend. This is going to be a bit of a struggle now for Secret. They're down 10,000 net worth, but that being said, they've brought it back before. That last game was very back and forth like this. See if they have the opportunity to do the same. I think a lot of that maybe relies on Armel getting another damage item and Crystallis potentially finding this Basher.
He went for BKB in the end. Wants to not get stunned. Doesn't want to get disrupted, but again, Demonic Purge. Saxa has been doing a really good job casting it on either Armel or on Crystallis, just to reduce their damage. Monkey doesn't get to play Dota if he's purged in a team fight. You don't get those Jingu Mastery stacks. It's a lot of your damage taken out.
Shem picked up here for Puppy. They got that level 20 skill, that talent, picked up by the TA, the 3 meld armor reduction.
Usually you see meld dispels, but there's not much you can dispel in this game. So also wants to have, also wants to have some like extra, because he's playing into so much armor on the enemy side. So wants to lower them further. 9. He's gonna be fine here.
There was a way for Armel to get a shard without purchasing it at the moment because he wants that Daedalus. I would think that that could do a lot of work potentially in these fights, especially if you're able to land a trap on, say, the Shadow Demon where he can't disrupt anybody. Getting a 3.5-second silence on some of these heroes is pretty massive.
They still don't have gem available, so traps could be the ones like, yeah, locking onto these two supports, killing them off instantly.
Wait,
could make a difference, but
you're not going to get a shard from a Tormentor because none of your team is really holding on to a shard and buying it yourself when you want.
And you're also
else
not killing Tormentors. Tundra is invading your XP runes, killing them off.
The XP difference right now is 23% in favor of Tundra. That's about plus 10 levels overall for them.
And the way you say it, plus 10 levels seems an easier to understand rather than, oh, they have 23%.
I don't know, 23% is a big number when you compare it to experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just think big number, big difference.
Yeah, 92%. Big number, big damage.
Woo. Yes. That's how it works.
Only 8%. Ooh. I mean, these heroes, like, when you think about itemization, if you can buy one item that's going to counter 2 or 3 cores, I would say you kind of messed up with the draft, because you have, like, heavy physical, you're playing into Sven, who has AC, then you build items like Pavis. Later down the line, you will get Heaven's Halberds, and it feels like Solar Crest. It feels super good to buy items, because you protect against multiple heroes on the enemy side.
Net worth lead just getting higher and higher.
Radiant's bottom tower.
This is a real problem here for Secret. You're trying not to end the season 1-6. Just get this victory. It gives them a shot of getting into a tiebreaker.
Yeah, just get that dub, bro.
Just get that dub down 15k. Just saying, a lot more on the line here for them, I would say, overall, with Tundra, who are already qualified for the major. So the pressure's on Secret, for sure.
33 TPs to the top lane, has Quickening Charm, has Octarine Core. His TP will be available in 15 seconds. That's bots 2 we're talking about, so he can TP onto Sven, who goes in, find the right target. I feel like in this situation, you have, like, if you land a good Doom on Templar Assassin, a lot of damage is just taken out.
Witch Doctor. By that Swashbuckle, just getting a little bit of a D-ward there and not being punished for it. An extra 223 gold. Secret really crowding their own base. I mean, this net worth is just getting higher and higher and higher. Got Harpoon finished on Sven. He's ready to pull in these heroes. He's going into the Satanic next. Like, just don't know what you do here by Secret. They're turtling as much as they can, but how much can this shell take?
Good question. This is what Tundra does to their opponents. They just choke them out of the map. Look where 33 is farming right now. These are outer rings we're talking about. Rest of the team farming the jungle, but also being ready to take a fight. They are waiting for the next Roche to respawn. This is third Roche. Potentially in 30 seconds.
Let's see where the extended timer is going to be. Somehow Secret can win a fight and get their hands on this Aegis. It would probably put them in a decent spot overall. But they just can't give up this Roche. I think giving up this Roche means they lose the game. But look at this, just 19,000 now. They're not even fighting. It's just going up so fast. They've got a quick farmer with the Great Cleave from Skitter. You've got the Devour and the farming from Doom. And Secret, their heat map right now is not great. And unfortunately for them, another long duration Roche respawn. That is another full duration.
More like a cold map. They've been frozen solid inside their own base, not managing to make any kind of a move right now. Roche, 2 minutes. And it's going to be on Dire's side. 33, pinging it out.
At least they got themselves that wisdom rune.
I'm looking at the items, and I don't see that like one big item that's going to make the difference. That's going to make a huge comeback. They need Rolling Thunder to connect on multiple heroes. And finally, Boom decides to pick up a Blink Dagger on Pango. So his initiation gonna be much better. They feel like, because they don't know when Roshan's respawning, so they need to go in and check things out.
Yeah, he's got the Ags too, so maybe he can get something done.
Emphasis is on maybe.
No,
Not gonna be an
he's
easy one
on
for him. He jumps in.
Azure.
33 like doomed him a couple of times while he's rolling, so he can't get away from the trouble, and they focus him down afterwards. I think right now you want to be looking into a different target. Templar Assassin or Monkey, whoever shows. He can also choose. They have really good vision provided from Shiva's guard. Overwhelming Blink as well now picked up from 33, so that's going to be extra slow, extra damage.
Where Snake King is. These trees have been so big in these fights. Game 2, we saw constantly heroes hiding in these trees and trying to make themselves invisible.
Both teams doing the same.
Mirroring their movements, looking to wait for Roche. Now they've got the trap in the pit. Look at Snake King. He's dropping the gem off the courier. And just... oh, come get the gem.
This small ward, short ward from Yamage that he just plays, doesn't provide him with much vision, but gives them maybe enough to get a pick off if someone steps in. Courier. Snake King was using it.
Yeah, now he's
Wanna
got
get
the gem in
some
his inventory.
Kills, and he's gonna get it.
Oh, God.
Charu, can he get it off?
Well, with the disruption, he probably has the opportunity to do so. Force staff onto the high ground. The right click's not going to do enough. Pavis is there.
Rolling Thunder committed. That's their big team fight. That's their stun. That's their control.
So that's on cooldown for 75 seconds, and with that, Roche is going to be up. Trap down, they see that Roche is available, but can you sneak into this? Can you blink into the pit and maybe try to steal it? Under the noses here of the side of Tundra.
25 plus 25. A lot of gold coming out from these.
251.
Yeah, Saksa ready with the disruption one more time.
25.
Yeah, seeing these plus 25s, I can only see it here because I don't see it in the games when I'm playing them. Let's see, Snake King a bit low on mana here. Does have a Lotus, a great healing Lotus.
More Observer Gold for Snake King. More Observer Gold. He's got like 1,000 gold in the last 3 seconds on these obs. They go to the Wukong's command, but nobody's in the circle. They go to the Balance Strike. That's going to land here onto the Sven as well as the Doom, but they've already got the Doom out onto Armel. The chase back. They kill off Yamage. He's going to buy back. The gate gets Snake King. Doom's not going to kill Armel, so he's going to be able to come back into the fight eventually, but they've got the God Strength. They go to the Nullifier. They hit the BKB on this Monkey King. Crystal is trying to run away, but they're going to kill a Puppy. Armel thinking about whether or not he should go in on this, but they already got the kill to Crystal. He doesn't have buyback. They're going to boots travel back in onto the Sven. Overwhelming Blink, looking for Armel, going after the Templar Assassin. Yamage over to the side. He just bought back, so he's got to really put himself in a safe position. Skitter comes in with a two-man Stormhammer, and Armel gets the refraction off. Here comes Boom with the Rolling Thunder, but the disruption, that's going to help the Sven. Can they control him? He's got no mana, but it doesn't matter. Puppy, Armel, and Yamage go down, and Boom can't do anything. Look at that. The ulti dropped down by Snake King. 9 gets the kill. Full team wipe here for the side of Tundra. A 30,000 net worth lead, and if they wanted it, Roche is theirs, but I don't even think they need it.
Man, I can't believe they fell for it like 2 times in a row. Snake King goes in, he's like killing their observer wards, killing their traps. They go for him, he gets disrupted. In the end, he dies. He comes back into a fight because it's on Dire's side, so Dire is controlling this area, the outpost that they have. Also having Switcheroo, Saksa keeping the distance, and Wukong's command doesn't connect on anybody pretty much. Sven was a little cautious there after he went in, and yeah, 15 seconds until Templar Assassin, until Monkey is up, and he's up now, so forced to buy back, and they want to go for an end. They want to end this game, and they
Straight
have more than
throne.
enough damage.
Oh, the silence on a Christos. He goes to the balance strike. It's going to land on a couple of heroes, but is the Wukong's going to be enough? No, it won't be. The throne explodes, and Tundra will take the series 2-1 over Team Secret. We'll end it out 1-6 this tour.
Yeah, this means that they are going back to Division 2. Unfortunately for Secret, and Tundra ending up this DPC tour with 7-0. Man, Secret, it feels like they just needed a little bit of a something. Because right now, they, like, in terms of games, they managed to take, like, 6 games of other teams. They managed to beat the team that is 7-0 in the DPC tour. They made, like, first 2 games be very competitive, but they need a bit of that of, like, oomph. A bit of huzzas, as you like to say, I believe.
Huzzah!
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think it's you who says it, but yeah, unfortunately, Secret had some good showings, but yeah, we'll go back to Division 2, and Tundra, we gotta give them credit. Undefeated in region like Western Europe region is pretty good achievement, I would say.
Yeah, nobody close. The closest one is Gaming Gladiators with 2 losses under their belt, so they went undefeated in a very tough region, and I guess they are all saying huzzah. And, well, who's saying huzzah? The panel. We're going to throw it back over to you guys. Take it away.
Huzzah! I feel like I was obligated to say that one there. But look, amazing showing from T. They almost had it. They almost were able to. I mean, this was probably the least competitive out of all 3 games, unfortunately. But Secret almost were able to take this series off of Tundra. Just things not really going their favor.
Yeah, unfortunately for Secret, that, again, like the caster just said, it was kind of the theme of this entire tour. You know, getting so close in certain series, but not being able to convert in the second or third games. And its third game as well, it's like Secret, maybe the lanes don't go as well as they want. They do muster up some nice kind of fluid plays around the map, but you know, fundamentally, Tundra, they are, at this point of the game, at least the highlights we're looking at right now, they're rather tanky and rather annoying to fight into. Just very, just dragging out the fights.
Let's highlight, I guess, 2 players or two heroes right here, Trent. The Pango off and the Marcy mid. I know they didn't go head to head, but just the impacts that both of these heroes had for their team retrospectively.
I mean, they kind of were hoping to fill a similar role, I think. This is definitely 9 in a game where he's looking to sort of jump in a little bit earlier, right? He wants to provide maybe some good vision in the earlier parts of the game for the Doom to get the right spells off. He's setting up for the Sven. He's just constantly hopping in and out and trying to be very disruptive to give the space. Because, like, how many times was Skeeter being, like, stunned or moved around? And then 9's just in the face. He resets things a little bit. He sets things up for another play. Then he moves somewhere else, sets up the next little play. And you were hoping to get that at a Boom as well. But it's just tough. Like, the blink comes in pretty late for the Pango, and there's a reason why we just don't see the off-lane Pango very much anymore. It is a real struggle to get this hero activated. The items that he wants these days are maybe not that conducive to being an off-laner, you know, getting this, like, diffusal into something else. Like, I don't know. Comes a little bit too late. I will say he played pretty well at the start of the game, though. He did better than I expected in the lane, so props for that, but tough game.
Yeah, a really tough one, but a series as a whole, T, what are some of the biggest stands out for Tundra? Like, they've gone undefeated. There's so many things that we can praise for them, but this felt like a really difficult series for them, looking at the game length and the fact that obviously Secret could take game 1.
I'd probably say for Tundra, at least, it was the adaptation from game to game, where I think previous iterations of Tundra, even Tundra when they won TI, each draft felt like a very solid, okay, you know what Tundra's going to do. They might change a hero or tweak a certain concept, but in this series at least, like, every draft felt like a whole different kind of thing that they're bringing to the game. Maybe player style, how they need to approach kind of the first 10 minutes, how they're going to take the fight. So it is cool to see that Tundra, by going 7-0 in this tour, is also kind of showing a kind of a wider pool of heroes and versatility, because that's what you need when you go to, like, international competition. For sure, you might have the number of all the other European teams, but just seeing them being able to kind of dip into all these other things, it gives you kind of confidence that Tundra should do well, be it some Dream League, be it the upcoming major.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of different aspects, and being undefeated is great and all, but how does the international performance go? But look, let's not put a damper on it. We still have MVP to give out for this game number 3, and we're gonna do it differently. Trent, you're going to give me one player. T, you'll give me a player. If they happen to be the same, then great. That makes my job easy.
I think I'm going to give it to 9. I'm giving it to 9.
To 9. All right, I'm gonna give it to Saxo.
Okay, I'm gonna give it to 9. 9 gets MVP here. I'll be the decider. I loved what he brings, but I think I just really enjoy 9 as a player as a whole. But Trent, you can give the full breakdown as to why you wanted to give 9 MVP.
Okay. Well, I feel like he was sort of like the, you know, when they're playing volleyball, you have the, what's the name of the person who's like really good at setting? They have a special name. Now, Lambero, is that right? I don't know. Whoever's really good at setting the ball, that was 9 this game, okay? He was just all over the court. Front court, back court, everywhere, setting up these beautiful spikes the whole game there for Skitter, making the game super simple. He'd like I was saying before, he like jumps in, stuns somebody, then he just moves. He goes somewhere else, right? Like throws a nullifier on somebody else. They chuck somebody behind him, moves to the next target. He's just zipping, zapping, popping. Everybody's just getting volleyed and spiked all over the place. The alley-oops. Sox is a solid second, though, I will say. I thought he was excellent with positioning and disruptions.
Using your volleyball analogy, that's why I was going with Saxo, because if this was volleyball, first of all, Saxo is fucking tall. You know, he's like a giant, so he's already crushing the volleyball game. I know.
True.
Second of all,
he'd be really good.
He's literally just towering over the net.
But also, when you look at these disruptions from him, I think some like when his the Monkey King jumps, the TA jumps, like the speed in which he was reacting to it. Like, I don't know, just seeing him on the ball in like this game 3 after such a grueling previous couple games, it's like, that's really cool to see. And I don't know, I think he played a pretty clean game. So sure, 9 wins it, democracy prevails, but I think that's a
honorable mention.
A strong second. Like, he's like the little icon at the end of the MVP section. Yeah.
Okay. I love it. And as much as I want to hear more from you guys, I actually want to hear from Tundra themselves. We have Saksa, our honorable mention, joining us here for an interview. Saksa, congratulations. You guys went undefeated for 2 or 3. First of all, how does that feel? And secondly, who was the toughest opponent? Who do you think you felt it was the toughest to get that win against?
First of all, thank you. It's nice to go 7-0. We haven't done that before. And yeah, I mean, it just feels amazing. And, you know, you get a lot of points and crucial points for TI. You know, I mean, Gladiators and Liquid is secured already. So, you know, maybe they're not in the best shape, but it is what it is. And I guess for our toughest match was probably against Liquid. I think that one was like really close. And I mean, we already lost to them so many times, and it was just nice to get that win.
I could imagine. T, do you want to go with your questions?
Ooh, yeah. So what did you think Secret did in this series that made them like drag it out to 3 games? Like what like certain thing would you lean on was their best success, even though they didn't take the series? Like, what would you give credit to them for?
I think they came well prepared, like for drafts and stuff, and how they play the lanes. Like, I feel like they watched the replays and they saw what we did early on, and they tried to counter it, and they had some ideas for it. And I just say, like, I mean, you can tell, like, you know, they're fighting for relegation. We already like secured first place, so you can tell that the team, they were like the more prepared team, and they had like more to lose in the series. So like in the first game, they saw our replays, they saw what we do, they saw that we like to stack or whatever, and that they knew what they had to do to kind of prevent it. But I guess in the end, it wasn't enough.
And I have one quick question about game 1, your Venge. When you pick up this Venge in position 4, do you have the mindset of the items always coming to you from the kills, or are you ready to kind of transition into that 5 role? Because it felt like you were bodying a lot of the smokes and kind of being a sacrificial lamb for the team.
I mean, it just kind of depends. Like, if he gets like some money from farms, from stacks, and from some kills, we can kind of like turn like into like this universal hero, especially Venge scales a lot, but the game didn't play out that way for us. And then I kind of need to switch to being like the one guy that's kind of like, he takes all the smokes, all the ganks, and you're ready for swaps. So yeah, I mean, it depends how like the first 15 minutes go, and then you can kind of see which role you're gonna take.
Sure. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
All right, Sox, so speaking of switching up and scaling and everything, let's say that you are now banned from playing support. It's no longer available. But what core role are you going into?
I guess offlane, I would say.
Offlane?
I mean, I think that's like a very creative role, and it's a role that not many people play. It's like probably the hardest role in Dota right now, and I feel like there's like a lot of creativity. There's like a lot of unique heroes you can play for yourself. Like, you see a lot of offlaners that's kind of like, I mean, they play like some broken heroes, like 2 3 or 4, but other than that, like they have like their own unique heroes, and I feel like they'll be like a very fun role to play.
All right, thank you. I look forward to that in the future.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Suxa, for joining us. Sorry, it's a bit of a short interview, but you guys had a very long series. I'm sure you want to rest and celebrate with your team, but congratulations again on going undefeated.
Thanks for having me, and bye-bye.
Bye.
Dude, he lucked out. He got the best interview. The one
Yeah,
where he
yeah.
like,
Did, yeah.
One question.
Before
he got
snaking, like, yeah, 2 days ago we had snaking. We're like, all right, buddy, get ready. We got an hour interview. Suxa does it. We're like, yeah, bro, we got 5 minutes. Thank you so much. But look, because that series did go so long, I was not joking. We do have to cut it short. We have to jump to a break. When we come back, though, we're gonna have OG versus Entity. So stay tuned. welcome back. It was only a short break. I've got Lacoste now on the panel. I got Kezu joining me as well, and we've got OG and Entity playing up against each other. It's a survival fight. Kezu, these guys need to pull out all stops from both teams if they want to stay in Div 1.
Yeah, neither teams have really impressed that much. I would say that perhaps they're still even trying to find their own form or their real form during this DPC, which it is late, but it's better to hit it at some point during the season than never. So maybe today...
Better late than never.
Exactly. Maybe today is the big brain point where one of these teams will understand what to do.
Yeah, I understand the meta completely in a couple of days, but yeah, I feel like when the patch dropped, it's a massive one. Like we just had an interview with Saxa who talked about, you know, if he was playing position 3, he thinks that it's the most important like role in the game right now. You can be creative, and yeah, I want to see that creativity coming out from both of these teams. Because OG, they didn't look too hot. They still an extra serious to play. They are going to be playing against D1 Hustlers, which should be an okay matchup for them. I would say I don't know what to expect anything, but if Entity gets win here, they're fine. They're going to be safe. So it's all that matters, at least for Entity, because they can't go to the major.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit more about OG and that point that you're making about what Sucks said, Lacoste, how you want to have like more of that creativity in the off lane. Do you think OG have been hitting that with their off lane? Like, do you think that that's where they're struggling, or it's this general issue of what are they even doing on the map right now?
Okay, I mean, I didn't want to go that route, but yeah, I saw some creativity.
I'll do it.
Because like most of the time, Venomancer does get banned out. This is the hero when the season started, when the tour started, they looked really good with it a couple of games. I think this Undying from the offlane also looked good because he's like, he puts enemy carry, like just the enemy safe lane in general, in a really difficult spot where they're like, well, we're gonna lose this lane. There's not much we can do, especially if Undying's picked at the later stages of the draft. Some of these were a bit too creative for me. I think Abaddon is the one where it feels kind of an awkward spot to be in. I'm maybe down for some carry Abba more than the offlane one. Others, like in terms of creativity, I don't think we've seen too much coming up from OG, I would say.
And then we do have to talk about their opponents, Kezu, on the side of Entity, and what their creativity has been in drafts, because it feels like it's a mirror image of what's happened with Secret, where there'll be times they'll look fantastic, they'll be so aggressive, they'll have so much purpose on the map, and then you get another draft and you're like, how is this going to actually play out and work for them?
Yeah, they're a little inconsistent for sure. And the fact that you mentioned Secret, one of the things I wanted to mention is that this team reminds me of Secret in a different way as well. I feel like for Secret, you always have Armel, who stands out in that team. And I feel like for Entity, in my opinion, you always have Watson, who has to like 1v9 the game. And sometimes that can work if you have like some last pick PL. And some other games, if you're a Shadow Fiend in a not perfect draft or against a team that has good heroes, you know, they're gonna slap you. So sadly for him, it's a little hard. They have improved their drafts, but for both these teams, even when they have good drafts, sometimes their gameplay it just falls flat. So they need to kind of up the level on both of these departments, not just on one of them.
I gotta agree. I feel like what Kezu just said, I wanted to say it in different words, but yeah, I mean, I feel like Stormstormer, because I've been praising this guy for a really long time. He had a couple of bad games, but Watson has been the most stable one, I would say. Toby a lot of the time can be a hit or miss. I mean, again, we can go back to the point about offlane being like the most difficult lane to play right now. And you can see if you're like not up to it, if you're having a bad time. Sometimes, you know, you can't expect all these teams to be at the top. Like not every single team can go to the majors. Sometimes you play good, sometimes you're not gonna have as good of a game. But I feel like at the start of the DPC tour, Entity did look really good. They were creative. I'd say I use this word a lot, but they picked Pudge multiple times for Kataomi, where he really shined. These are the type of heroes that I want to see him on. He had a really good also game on Klinks. Batrider as well from position 4. I feel like they just need to step it up. It's just that just play better. It sounds stupid, but because I know that this team can play better. Like when we like look at what they did at the major, like they didn't manage to qualify for the second major, but even in the previous DPC tour, a team that kind of made the name for themselves, where they'd be like an underdog, and now they're a really strong team, and now it's not a honeymoon phase anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what's also really tough was seeing Entity have that creativity that you're talking about. They came out unexpectedly strong against Liquid in their first series. They took it, kind of a downhill spiral for them there, and then they were able to pick up a win off of Secret. So, Kezu, when we're looking at player comparison, even though it was Slark v Slark, Carry v Carry, I feel like Watson actually... I was surprised it wasn't Morphling there, standing beside beside him, beside the Watson name.
I mean, even with like just the Slark comparison, you could see that the stats were a little bit higher for him. And I would say that's even at the same time, I think Yuragi has been performing very well for OG. I know that people like to hate on him. I think that is very unwarranted, especially in this season. If that is still the case for some people out there, I think for me, he's one of their best performers when it comes to, this particular season. And Entity right now, I feel like they're just very stubborn. Like, all their openings that has like the same two heroes. It's like some undying techies. They lose game 1, then they run it back game 2 because it's like, well, this was not the reason we lost. And even if that's not the reason, like why you lost, you should look at other drafts where if a team opens up with a core, there's a lot of teams who will just man up and like pick the best viable core pick there, because you're not gonna get it otherwise. And like, you just need to like have the balls and be like, yeah, we we can do this. I can play this type of hero here. We can do that. Let's have some confidence instead of being like, maybe Fishman and Kataomi, you guys can pick your heroes. I need more info.
It sounds like
that.
The one like now that you pointed it out, it's like how pub draft works. It's like you have to pick 4 or 5, otherwise you're gonna be losing gold. And people will start flaming you immediately. Doesn't work that way. Like you can pick, if you know the matchup, you can pick the core already. If you know that there's a hero that can't really be flexed, there's some kind of a Doom in the lane, just pick a hero that is good against Doom in the laning stage. So want to see that more often from Entity. They're also a team that I would say gets figured out relatively quickly. Their hero pool during
if you play 20 heroes,
tour, and like especially during Lima Major, DPC tour coming into the Lima Major, they like their hero pool is very limited. It's gonna be like Clockwork Bane, maybe some Undying here and there. Sure, if it's like super strong, if you're winning, you don't necessarily need to change it. But now that you started to lose, you're in a potential relegation spot, you need to flip the switch.
Yeah. I do want to talk about their mid laners a little bit as well. Lacoste, you briefly mentioned Stormstormer, how like you've praised him a lot. I feel like maybe there could be something to be said about BZM as well. He's an amazing player, but I don't know what's going on the side of OG, and I don't know if you've seen it when they're playing, but like BZM hasn't been having these outstanding performances as we've seen like when we were watching him in the major.
I have to agree. Ever since this iteration of OG, I would say that BZM has been their best player, most stable player. He always kind of delivered in the games where it did matter, where it didn't matter. But he was always like the stable guy, the one guy you can really rely on. I would say last couple of games, it's like 80 to 85% of what we were used to seeing BZM on. So I think it also comes down to like whole team composition. Once you start,
100%.
Once you start losing, like
it's never one player.
Yeah, you also lose confidence. You're not confident in yourself as well. So kind of a rough one, kind of rough space to be in right now.
I mean, they're all very young players in this team, right? So I think when you start losing, or if they have a problem, which they probably do because they're not performing very well, I think it can be really hard for some people to deal with, especially emotionally. When you even just look at, like, they went to, I don't know which major Seb stood in. Like, all they needed was like they needed a confidence boost, this uplifting to be like, we're not worse than the enemies, we can actually smash them, Puppy, who cares, like whoever we play against, LGD, they're noobs, we're gonna smash them. I think they might be missing that voice, and it's very easy to have this downward spiral, because I agree with both of you. BZM has not looked as hot as, well, he did in all the other games before.
Mm-hmm. And I think that voice needs to come now more than ever, Kezi, because you're like, okay, we need to win this series to tie it up, to go up against Entity again to avoid relegation. So you're like, okay, this is one of the next 3 hurdles that we have to face. And I think if you do dwell on it too much, there is going to be this heavy pressure and you're just like, this is literally it. Like, this is do or die. And it's not. Like, going down to Div 1 sucks, but it's not going to be the end of the world. Another team does have to do it along with Secret down there. But, Lacoste, what else are you hoping OG are able to bring out? Because like you said, for Entity, like, don't be afraid to pick up a core early on. Like, if you have a good core-to-core matchup, like, be confident and comfortable in it. Is there anything else like that for OG that you want to see?
Yeah, I want to see, like, Taiga being on his comfort heroes, like, bang out some Earth Spirit maybe in this series. They also had, like, issues before with, you know, standings. They swapped the whole composition, who's going to be coaching, who's going to be playing this position 5, who's 4. So a lot of swaps happening. Plus, you had a massive patch that just dropped. Some teams are going to be slower than others. So maybe like these newer players need a little bit more time when it comes down to like playing as a team. I'm sure they have a really good grasp of the meta, which items you need to buy, which heroes are super strong. But when it comes down tying all these things together, it's a bit of a short one, I would say. They need to just... It feels like maybe I would say that maybe if they played for another 2 weeks, that we would see OG ramp up. But since we're playing only in 3 weeks, you don't have enough time to adjust to all the changes.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for them to adjust as quick as you've noted there. But Kezu, I'm gonna try and uplift Entity a little bit more, okay? Because I feel like we've been really doom and gloom. Yeah, we've been really doom and gloom about these two teams. I know it's in a really rough position and we do have to be like honest about what's going on for sure. But at the same time, what was it that Entity did so well in the Liquid and Secret series that could happen again now?
I think, so in the Liquid series, well, first of all, they caught them a little bit off guard, which is not something you can account for, but they had aggressive lanes, and I think they played fast throughout the game, and a lot of their picks, they had purpose. So it's like everything just kind of clicked and it meshed well together. It's not, you can't just emulate like a super good draft, but in a lot of these drafts, what did happen is that, like I was mentioning before, they picked some of their cores early. They saw like, oh, there's a first pick Medusa. Then it's like, oh, I can pick Darkseer, Bad Rider. In another game, even though it was Wind Ranger in the first 2 picks, you know, it's still this hero you can use to flex, maybe give Kataomi a bit of a later pick, because Kataomi is like the guy in the early game that will free them up. He will own the map. You know, he will be like Jarex. So he'll run after some ball that no one else sees, but he knows where to go. He's going to get a kill here. He's going to get a kill there and do his stuff. So you need to help your players to do their things, and therefore someone needs to step up, and Toby needs to be like, you know, I want to play Wind Ranger, pick it now, it's going to be great. And even if it's only halfway through, maybe it enables someone later down the line to get the pick they want, and that gets the thing rolling, and suddenly, you know, maybe Entity just win and the game's
There
over.
it is. This is the
there it is.
They wanted to pick for like 2 weeks
8
straight,
years.
didn't get a chance to pick it since the pretty much the start of the DPC when they were playing against Team Liquid. Other teams are like, yeah, Toby Venomancer, we don't want to give it to them. And OG seems like they practiced the opening. They're like, well, what's Venom gonna do against Storm Spirit? Who's gonna jump in? You'll have someone just like straight up nothing coming out from Kezu, who's a Venomancer player himself. That's a good response. And of course, like, this opening has been really prominent. We've seen it in the previous patch as well. Storm Pugna, of course, replenished the mana, HP on Storm Spirit, so not relying on any cooldowns. Now I want to see a bit more control. Is it just like puck time, pick it up for Stormstormer? You know the matchup. This is what we talked about. Get it out there because it's going to get banned out.
Yeah. I think puck would make a lot of sense, or anything that combo breaks. They'll go with something different. Yeah, I mean, Kataomi is going to hit every hook, so it's definitely a counter. You know, when you're this good with Pudge, you can pick it into anything. It's
no longer a skill shot.
Definitely.
Somehow hits a hero.
Yeah, his hook is heat-seeking.
Blood Grenade, it's better than a stun. Like, this 100 move speed for Pudge, it's really, really good. And this is going to be their offlane duo. Again, we said that we wanted to see something different. He's on Playmaker hero. So Kataomi can do a lot of great things. He also played it like against Tundra. They did lose, played it against Quest, but this hero, feels really nice to play right now from position 4, I would say. Because you do have, a lot of the times, you had a problem where people just like, oh, you get a hook, you have level 1 rot, people run away, paired up with Venomancer and having Blood Grenade. This is like the big reason why these two heroes are being picked right now as well.
Outside of just lane, though,
Yeah.
Kazu, how else do you want Entity to continue drafting to capitalize on how active Kadami gets on this Pudge? Because that matchup that you talked about, Lacoste, where Entity lost against Tundra, this Pudge was still getting hooks left and right. It just wasn't the presence of the team to help support the hooks he was getting and following it up. So what else in the draft really enables that you'd like to see coming out from either another support? Does it have to be in the mid lane?
I mean, ideally, Pudge has teamfight in his lineup because you're very good at like skirmishing and like finding one guy on its own. So having an aspect of vision, which he already has with like Venovores or just some random Beastmaster Hawks or illusions, just as examples, that can go a long way. And making sure that you have heroes that will allow you to push forward when you have a good early game. Because like you said, in some other games he goes 6-0, but then eventually he's like, okay, I can't actually go aggressive anymore because we can't fight into them. So for Entity, they're gonna need team fight. Personally, I would have preferred if they just picked their mid on 8, because now I feel like OG will ban some of them, but they must think that there are enough options available in the pool, like whether it be some Puck, Ember, or one of this kind of type of hero.
I mean, Silencer is an interesting ban. Usually I don't like to see this hero in the first phase. It's Fishman's one of better heroes, I would say. He has limited hero pool, but against Pugna, against Storm, we've seen Silencer being very, very good against mostly Void Spirit, where you like just global before he can get Manta style. Into Last Word, you can hunt him down, especially when you have hero like Pudge. So having a lot of kill threat. So this Silencer ban makes a lot of sense. And on side of Entity, they banned out Terrorblade, a hero that can push the wave extremely fast. Like, these heroes don't kill TB illusions, at least not these two, so we'll have to see what else they have prepped. One thing I would maybe like to see is some kind of like an offlaner that buys into auras. Maybe not now, but on the next pick for OG, something like a Darkseer. You're playing into Venom, maybe even if it's a good Underlord game. They have a lot of options, but every single time I see Venom, maybe I have PTSD from my pubs, but I feel like you should buy it.
Okay, just the casual Marana, it strikes once more.
Again, it's a kind of a like pub thinking, I would say. We're like, Pudge can't really kill me. I can run away from Venomancer. Sounds stupid, but if it works in a game, it's good.
Yeah, the follow-up arrow is decent. I would say Moonlight Shadow is also pretty cool in this draft. I heckin' love being in this.
Yeah, this is. I remember an interview we did during Omega League with Puppy, and we asked him about like this specific pick. Like, what did they? I think it was last pick Marana, and he said it's really good against Venomancer because you need to either use a smoke, which you have like limited resources on, or you can use Moonlight Shadow every minute and a half and try to get the kills going. Because Venomancer like provides a lot of vision, and it's very difficult to enter the area where Venomancer is sitting at.
Yeah. I would say that OG have very good bans going into this phase. They banned the Silencer, which is like a very good combo break against the Pugna Storm. They took out at least one of the best mid laners with Puck. If you're Entity here, I feel like you're not narrowed in, but I would say Ember fits this draft pretty well. You have a setup for your chains. You have a setup for the Pudge Hook. You have pretty reliable tankiness with Flame Guard against some of these OG heroes. Chains also at the same time very good against Storm and Potom. So I'm not sure if they see anything different, but I would definitely want one of the other lanes to have set up for Pudge to go there. Like, even if Kataomi is like the best Pudge in the world, it's still pretty cool if you have some setup in your draft, so you don't just have to be a god on every single hook you throw out.
That's okay. So it's gonna be Visage in the end from that mid lane.
Okay.
He's gonna provide him with a lot of slow. Another universal hero that can pop off. We've seen it mostly from the off lane. Stormer did play it one time, and they did win that game. But yeah, I feel like this is very tempo-oriented draft from Entity because
Yeah.
these heroes can buy all these small items. Venomancer as a hero can pretty much buy anything, and yeah, not relying on any cooldowns whatsoever, so they can keep fighting, matching the aggression from OG. OG also doesn't have any kind of a long cooldown.
Okay, so Visage mid is somewhat interesting. You have birds to protect yourself later, and as like also saying, since you're universal, people buy ATO, so you have some setup for the Pudge. So I'm not necessarily opposed to the pick, but I feel like you right now have 4 heroes but you only have 2 categories of heroes. Like SB Pudge, very similar. Like they're just this tanky dude that's gonna like run in, doesn't really do too much, relies a lot on their team. Visage Venom are also fairly similar in terms of how they want to play and how they move around the map. They're not the fastest. They kind of rely on other people to help them deal a lot of damage. So I think there's definitely a lot of overlap, and I would say that OG have found a pretty good hero that kind of abuses this lack of damage, being kind of slow, with Medusa who can just kind of stand her ground. So this Medusa pick is a little scary for me.
Yeah. And now you ban these tanky boys, like Underlord Tide also comes to my mind, because he's not afraid of these heroes at all. Like what's Spirit Breaker position 5 gonna do in this game to...
Yeah.
You can't really hurt you at all. You build into potentially pipe. I think you might just need a pipe. You can go for Greaves as well. Lanes nicely with Mirana, I would say. And also, they do have now 2 heroes that benefit from Life Drain. You have Storm Spirit and Medusa, of course. We've seen how good it is.
Okay, yeah, you need to
Man, it'd be
ban...
such a sick AM game.
Yeah.
Against Storm Medusa Pagna.
if that hero went through, that would have been quite illegal. It would have to been of the case of, okay, we bait them to pick AM and we're picking, I don't know, Slardar or Enigma, some stuff like that. One of the other heroes you can maybe consider for OG to ban. I mean, you have last pick, so I don't know if you need to be super afraid of a PL, but PL could be pretty good for Entity. Morph is already banned. But I feel like PL might just be too slow. I would want Entity, like Watson's last pick.
Lark.
Feel like he needs to do a lot. Yeah, I kind of like Slark. I think you need a hero that is online around this 10 to 50 minute mark. Or, yeah, some Void,
You don't
Slark.
think the other 4 on the entity lineup can stall and still be aggressive enough for a PL to get?
I think they can help you stall, but these heroes, they fall off too hard, I think, against the Radiant heroes. Whereas instead, how you should win this game, I would say, is by helping your 4 heroes who want to fight by picking another hero who wants to fight with them, instead of using the space to farm.
Interesting one. They banned out Darkseer just because they have Medusa. I don't know if there's a chance that they would like switch things around, play this
Watson
position.
played
Yeah,
Pudge?
he did play a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah, he's played, I guess.
The previous one, but I don't know if you want to play Pudge into Medusa matchup as a core. Feels very lackluster.
That is Slark, yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, not going to be any lane shenanigans or hero swapping, being on some crazy positions here.
Okay, if I am DM, I feel like I would want Axe or Enigma, and I feel like the game is over.
Hey, I'm
That's
going
kind of how I feel.
through his hero list. Enigma does feel nice into these heroes. You can build into auras early on. You make Slark's life miserable at the start because you're going to be playing into either Spirit Breaker or Pudge. I mean, is there a way to flex? What's their lane? Is this
Entity?
like...
I honestly think it might just be Slark SB. Like, I'm looking around, and unless they're playing...
a Pudge offlane or SB offlane? It sounds like Entity just pick their heroes, which look good, but their lanes are going to be very, very sad, I would say.
I mean, I'm looking at a world where you can try to put the Veno 5 with the Slark in lane, but then your off lane is a Pudge SB, and then I'm like, yeah, I don't want that either. Yeah. So one of your lanes is gonna... they've got to suck it up. Like, that's life.
Would it be possible to do that, but then lane swap, or you're still like, no matter what you do, that it's just not going to be better, like enjoyable fantasy?
Yeah, I mean, you can try to like swap your... Yeah, I don't feel like you can't do that either. You're just gonna have to accept that one lane won't do well, and then maybe try to have... Breathe it in, baby. And maybe try to have the Kataomi like it's probably on him in the early game to go for some cheeky hook somewhere, and I think to kind of break this early game. Necro not necessarily the hero I expected, but he absolutely free farms in that top lane against Slark SB. I don't think that they ever touch him. Scythe is pretty annoying. He can build aura, so yeah. Don't know if it's the most ideal pick, but it's definitely up there. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it looks really nice. This Necro, a lot of the times you don't like expect to see Necro. He's popping off from time to time. I believe he's sitting at 33% win rate, which is not that great, but yeah, in terms of what you want to do with the hero, he does provide you with that in the laning stage. I feel like Entity is going to have problems with their lane. Sure, your Venomancer plus Pudge could get a lot of kills, and then you might, you know, teleport this Pudge to the top lane, try to play 30 versus 2. If Katomi is off to a good start, I could see them, like, this game needs to be very chaotic for Entity to win it, because OG draft, like, just, like, looks very stable, I would say, except for Necro, but in this game, I feel like Necro's going to work out amazingly.
Hey, look, we've seen Necro already win once today. Maybe it's going to be the day for Necro, and we're going to see him picked up more, get some more wins with him, buff that win rate. But I am excited to see it. I'm excited to hear what our casters have to say as well. It's Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat, and the panel. Man, Trent, I got to say, a lane where you're playing two melees, the Slark and the SB, into Necro Pugna, I don't know if it gets more toxic than that. That just feels horrifically bad. So I definitely have some woes as well for the Entity laning stage. But what do you think of the rest of the draft? How are you feeling about it?
Well, I mean, toxic's definitely the right word for it now that you mention it. I mean, geez. Necrophos, Pugna, Venomancer. These are some pretty gross heroes. And then to top it all off with a Medusa. It's a lot of mean, green, gross machines. That's where we're at right now. Yeah. It's nasty. I definitely agree with what Lacoste was saying. I think that OG is just like nice and stable, and Entity just gotta. We've seen him do it before. Katomi with the big hooks doesn't always win him games, but goddamn, it's fun to watch.
It really is, and that's going to be something that we definitely get to see in this one. I think at the very least, there's a chance that it might not work out. Does not have like that many setups for the hook, but definitely has some potential. As man, the tips are flying out. The GLHF homies, his Taiga at the start. Love to see that. Always a little bit of fun there. GLHF fish. Yeah, baby. There's some positive energy going on here. You know what, everybody out there? Spread that in your pubs, too. Be nice to each other. To everybody, right? Right, Trent?
Or just mute them, you know?
Okay. Okay. All right, that's fine.
Either one's fine.
Yeah. Just had to restart my Dota there. Don't mind me, Trent.
Okay.
Well, I'm excited to see this one. Definitely a lot on the line for both of these teams, trying to sort of fight off elimination from Division 1, which is not where you'd expect these teams necessarily to be. You think about where they were in Tour 1, battling it out for that final spot at the major, and it's kind of gone downhill from there.
Very far downhill. In fact, to the bottom. One could even say possibly almost into a flushing of the toilet bowl and a flush right down to where that pipe leads, which is Division 2.
Yeah.
OG, if you guys are just tuning in, desperately need this win because they need to get themselves up to 2 wins at least to have a chance here. And of course, they want to shut down Entity's last chance at getting a win. If OG do lose here today, then the most wins they can get is 2.
Right.
And then that would be versus the Hustlers. And that's going to depend on if the Hustlers do well later today versus G. In order to keep things in their own hands, they need to at least get this win here today. That's what it falls on.
For both these teams, you're trying to just hold off elimination. The only team that really has a chance to even still make it to the major is going to be those D1 Hustlers. Have to play a little bit later on today as well, getting ready for that Gaming Gladiators match. And they'd have to win out against both them and OG. So we'll see if that ends up happening. Chu going to be reconnecting to the game. The other thing to mention, I think the panel talked about this earlier potentially, is that this is the first time this tour that Entity are not all on boot camp together. So they had a little bit of a longer break, didn't have a game for a couple of days, and the boot camp broke down. So they're all playing from somewhere else now.
Yeah, we discussed it during one of their interviews earlier this season about like what was the plan for that boot camp and how was it going and everything, because they've been in that location before. And he said that the plan was that they're going to boot camp to start the season, but then near the end they're not going to be boot camping anymore because they said it was just they felt like it was like too much to boot camp all together for that long.
Right. Well, we'll have to see if absence makes the heart grow fonder, Trent, or if they're going to
Beautiful.
have some woes. Thank you. I tried that really hard.
All right, where were we? We had a bunch of pauses. Some wards got thrown down. That seems about right. After a bunch of pauses, things get weird, but it looks like no one's going to die at the runes. Oh, have I spoken too soon? No, I don't think Katomi's getting there in time. Oh, wait, hold. Big hook.
Wait a minute. Oh, no! Well, he hit the hook. Not exactly what he wanted to hook it on, but that's fine.
Okay, all right, that's fine. It's fine.
It's still leap, though.
Mirana took leap. Got him.
Nailed it. Yeah. You know, I can't get out of my head now. I said absence makes the heart grow fonder, but in my head, it kind of sounded to me like abscess, which is like a wound.
Like Pudge's abscesses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's, all right, that's just what's floating around in my head right now.
Well, he is the most popular hero in Dota 2, so I guess an abscess also makes the heart grow fonder.
True.
So, you know, you're not far off.
I like that.
Oh, double gale by Toby. Get him.
That's some value right there.
Oh, I guess it wasn't. I thought it was double. He actually missed Chew. Never mind. Call it. It's over.
It's also against Medusa. She doesn't care at all. God, this hero is so annoying to lane against. I hate Medusa so much right now.
Listen, you're a Darkseer player, okay? You should be happy that she's in.
It's fair.
All right?
That's true.
This is like free game as far as I can tell. One of only 3 heroes that appears to counter her, it would seem, of Anti-Mage, Darkseer, and Shadow Demon.
Right. They do counter her pretty hard, though. I'll be real about it. You can take a look there. In terms of the win rate in professional Dota, because it gets picked so early, hasn't actually been having the best win rate. Tends to get it more on Dire side, it looks like. 50% still not bad, though. Currently leading the CS. And then the lane that we had talked about that we wanted to keep an eye on is up top, and you can already see Watson just getting clicked. The right clicks keep on coming through. Has to deal with the Heartstop Roar. This is annoying.
Yeah, maybe some credit here to Secret earlier in terms of like bringing out the Necrophos as well. It's just a hero that we don't see all too often, but it looked great this morning when Boom was playing it. He had some great early rotations to help pressure down some towers. He didn't have quite as easy of a lane. He did do very well versus the Bloodseeker, but it was not as dominating as this is because of the support setup that you've got here of this 5 Spirit Breakers. Something that a lot of players have tried, but you can see why you'd struggle. Ooh, that's a Blood Grenade too. He is really getting hit.
Oh my god, Fisherman forced to charge away and then TP back home, so his charge is going to be on cooldown. He is going to have to walk a ways.
Well, you could just wait for the charge and then charge again, you know.
Unbelievable.
While you're regenning in the
revolutionary.
It's only 17 seconds.
Listen, I'm trying to build up a storyline, Trent. Okay. It's terrible for him. Can you believe it?
Oh, what will he do?
Fishman's charging back out again. Yeah.
But in his abscess, maybe Taka can pressure Watson.
Is going to be able to. It's an abscess if I've ever seen it. Only 6 last hits so far for Slark. Does get the D ward there onto the camp, but I don't know if he's going to be able to. He just blocks it. Oh, Katomi! What in the hell?
What the?
That was crazy.
Can we get a vac check on this guy?
Well, I mean, that's good. Granted, it's on the Mirana. She's coming back with full resources. Going to try and save Yuraki's life. Down bottom, turns to punch the Blood Grenade. You took me down. I'm here for revenge. Chu comes back in for the kill.
Well, that pretty much sums up the Katomi Pudge.
Yeah.
An amazing hook doesn't result in anything, unfortunately. But you'll see when the flesh heap grows later.
Dude, they're pulling waves around. This is such a huge problem up top. I mean, we talked about how big of an issue this lane was going to be. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I mean, they're charging. He's trying to keep him back. Taiga is bullying Fishman away while Watson also is getting hit at the same time. I mean, 21-5 on this Necrophos and only 9 last hits for Watson.
Dude,
this is
Watson.
their carry's done. Oh my God. Damage in, he's gone.
Oh, and he needs this XP too. Like, I mean, that's one good thing about the Spirit Breaker is like trying to pull away, trying to get out of there, because he's trying to give the XP over to Slark, right? Because that's the only way to get a Slark back into the game is get him to 6 as fast as possible. And then he's dying under tower. Some creeps are dying there too. Oh, he's able to TP back up, but it's not like things are really going to improve here. DM's level 4. There's 2 points in the Heartstopper aura now, and Death Pulse, so the raindrops are at least with him now.
Right. I mean, that's something you saw over there to the side. You know, the Pudge and Mirana facing off against each other, but unless something is used to address this, Watson's going to continue to struggle in this lane. Fishman is pulling Taiga away a bit, trying to block out those camps. There's nice stacks going on. Hook doesn't connect there. Wow.
All right, Kataomi, though. Not going to have another hook yet. I was trying to think if they could make a rotation with Kataomi. Like, if they, like, dive the tower again, maybe there's something where he tries to twin gate, but it's hard to get back into the first place. He's going to find Shu! Oh, he hooked the wrong... Or rather, he leapt the wrong way. That was very nice.
Killed down bottom while they continue to pressure top. I mean, the lane that's going well right now is Visage, and that's the only one. And he's breaking even with Storm Spirit as Watson, level 4 to DM's level 5, trying to get towards that level 6. I mean, Wisdom Runes are also going to be important to try and salvage some of this, but the top lane is a disaster.
Yeah, Taiga's even taking the opportunity now to ward near the mid lane and keep an eye on this 6-minute rune.
Well, it is going to be a charge in towards mid as Kataomi gets the haste rune. They want to rotate in on this before BZM gets level 6. Fairy Fire, stick charges, arrow out. BZM, he goes down. Taiga makes the rotation, but can't do much, and Stormstormer doesn't actually have the mana right now for the familiars. So won't be able to go for the summon and turn.
Man, all of that just based off of the 50-50 coin flip, right? You have Taiga up there controlling top, hoping the rune spawns there. Was also trying to keep an eye on that bounty rune, so that was looking super solid. But then, pressured out, and the haste rune on a Pudge. They barely missed the pull into arrow. That could have been so good for them. Rough. Now the birds.
Going to be a problem for him. BZM getting close to 6, but needs to make sure he doesn't get caught again by Stormstormer, who is already trying to play some bully as Toby gets a little bit of farm for himself. But yeah, Watson basically stuck out of the area as Necro has level 6.
Fishman, though, nicely done.
Yeah, that's what they need. So double Wisdom Rune for Entity. This is a big little turn for him. Level 5 now on Kataomi.
I was just thinking, you know, I think Watson... No, okay, because Fishman was at 4. All right, we're good.
Yeah.
He was probably kind of close, though.
So Watson getting the XP for it, yeah.
Yeah, he was only a little ahead of Kataomi. Which is not a great sign, obviously, but he's closing in on 6. DM, of course, still does have the Scythe, but not the easiest setup right now.
This is a nice rotation, though. If they can connect onto DM when he's alone, could be a good answer for him, or it could go tragically. Hooked underneath the tower. Charge comes through. DM trying to get away. Has a very tanky Necro, but in the end, did not have a point in Ghost Shroud. Didn't have a way to get away. Good rotation.
Yeah, I mean, even bringing Toby in there, that's a very heavy commitment. Unfortunately, his urn gets finished up after. So that'll be a little disappointing for him.
They move in. They find him. Level 6 on Toby, and Yuragi tries to survive, but it's not going to happen. So 2 heroes go down. BZM trying to play cleanup, has the pull, finds himself a Fishman, and wanting to finish it off. Another slowdown should be enough for the kill.
Okay,
BZM
he doesn't get that kill if he doesn't do the extra hit before canceling the TP.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it was getting a little bit close there, too, near the end of that TP. But all those like tiny little bits of damage that he eked out there get him that kill in the Spearbreaker. Otherwise, I think he walks away and gets another charge off.
Very well done to ensure that they get that one.
Kataomi.
And movement. They find Taiga, but DM is nearby too. Can they burst him in time? Do they have a Reaper's Sight for the turnaround? Thinking about going on it. Kataomi, he backs off. There's still a charge coming on to Taiga, and well, they find Kataomi. Reaper's Sight out, he's done. Taiga gets hit by the charge. DM, one round of the Death Pulse, but it comes too late. Fishman getting the bash for the finish.
He needed that bash. Oh, he needed that so badly. DM has Greaves and 1,000 gold. That is terrifying right now.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's the most
hell?
farmed hero in this game. He's almost at 5k net worth.
Dude,
He
that's
is huge.
Greaves at like 10 minutes is insane.
Yeah, this guy's on a serious farming spree right now.
Holy moly.
I mean, basically free farm, man. 2 kills. How's Visage doing with old Storm Story? He's getting some pressure on this mid tower, but still working on that Atos. I think it's coming now.
Children for Fishman. The chase, BZM wanted that one, but can't get there. DM will get hit by the charge. Little high five as he passes by. Fishman just going to be forced away. Man, Trent, they're actually, for how bad top went, I feel like Entity responded really well.
Yeah, Watson's fairly recovered. I mean, he's managed to catch up in levels to Watson. He's about to DM. Right. Watson's like half a level behind him. He's about to be 8, but Watson being 7.5 is impressive in its own right. He's still gonna have to get some gold, of course, to build up into an actual item here, outside of just like these small ones to get him going. The treads, bracelet, bracer rather, and raindrops wand. Like he's just I'm good for now, but he has to get to Diffusal before he's like scary. Meanwhile, Medusa is, well, right. We all know how we feel about Medusa.
True. To be fair, also, Watson does have a bracelet, too, just of the occult variant.
That's true. You're right. That's obviously what I meant.
Yeah.
Thanks for the save.
No problem. Atos out from Visage. Maybe could have used that setup for the hook, but nonetheless, a smoke rotation top to sort of take some of the pressure off of that Slark. Who, as you said, getting caught up definitely very well.
Yeah, Kataomi won't actually allow him to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, he likes to hit his own hooks. You know, no Atos status for this guy. It's like, save that for somebody else, all right? That's the next kill. Exactly. I got this.
Well, Trent, we've seen this story before. The camp stacked. 8 camps for OG, who, after winning the early game, are setting their Medusa up for a great start. And I don't see that many answers on the side of Entity.
No, Taiga was busy, you know. He helped win top, but he left fairly early, which is why Watson was able to come back a little bit, because they stopped the double pressure of both Pugna and Necrophos, because Taiga was just like warding a little bit mid, but also stacking. You see it 4 stacked up there, now all farmed from Yuragi. This Kataomi will steal the rune from the river. That is going to hurt BZM, of course, as a Storm Spirit. He does want those runes to accelerate, but Taiga's almost 6, so that'll help. Got him.
Ooh. I thought that was a real one there. It doesn't actually end up getting in a decent position. Yeah, I don't think he's gotten a rune yet, to be honest. The way that this game has gone, it's been feeling pretty rough for the Storm. So, top side, we saw Chu farming nearby Watson. They could think about a Moonlight Shadow play if they want.
Yeah, it's not that easy to grab a kill from them right now, though. That is one downside of OG's lineup. It's very stable, and they can certainly chill, but like trying to make a play happen right now and activate a Scythe, it's a little bit difficult. You would certainly need the Storm Spirit there. And BZM, I think he wants to get into another item. It's going to come another courier. Just a robe for now.
Oh, well. Feels like, yeah, that sort of acceleration could maybe happen if he gets one of those runes, but without it, pretty tough to do it. The urn completed, and you're seeing also part of what allows BZM to sort of feel comfortable in this matchup. Taiga already spamming the life drain on him as the charge goes into mid. Fishman gonna clear out this wave too. Sort of in mode chill farm.
I'm surprised DM's going Halberd this game.
Oh.
I feel like it's a really good pipe game.
Yeah.
And I don't think Murano wants to buy it, because she's trying to get a solar. And the Halberd's fine. It has a lot of uses throughout the game, too. Obviously, Halberd isn't just good versus ranged carries, but there's always the chance they're going to be like grabbing Lincolns later as well, so it can be helpful to have a proc, but
yeah,
not what I would have expected.
Taiga is going in for the Glimmer, so maybe they try and make use out of that for the meantime, but BZM gets the Arcane Rune. Fisherman smoke breaks on him. They don't want to go for that Spear Breaker kill. We'll look for something bigger. 14 minutes, though. Wisdom Rune picked up for Kataomi. On the other side, Yuragi picks up one for Medusa. Want to get those levels in. Again, both teams, I guess, feeling good about their late game. Is this something that we've seen from Entity a couple of times where they feel comfortable going against Medusa in the late game without putting too much pressure on early? Let's see if it pays off for him, though.
Entity has been notorious in some of these games, too, for being like you said, like chilling out and stuff. And I look at their lineup and be like, there's no way you can chill out with this lineup. And I hope it doesn't happen again. Because there have been games where they have chilled out and they just straight up lost because they weren't playing aggressive enough. And they clearly needed to with the heroes they had.
Right. And particularly against Medusa. Like, Manta style done, going for Butterfly. We know what's going to happen now. And it looks like Entity wanting to make a move. But look at DM. He's just this brick wall in front of him.
Oh, Kanomi. He's thinking about it. Maybe it is time to use the T-ball setup here. Let me throw out an Atos. Oh, they're smoking behind them with this Arcane Rune. Oh, this is a crazy setup here for BZM.
They see Chu, though. They see Chu walking over, and he is going to back away. So they connect on the hook. Chu, he's going to go down. Do OG want to make a move after? Doesn't look like it. They're just farming behind him. OG are perfectly happy going into the late game, and they're just going to say, all right, you sick 5 heroes down bottom, we'll farm out your jungle.
I was really hoping they were going to back a couple heroes right into that Arcane Storm. That would have been so funny. DM does not have TP right now, but I don't think there's enough friends coming to help Watson, so yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Get there in time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So OG, they do lose a tower. Meanwhile, mid lane, BZM, and Ghana and Fishman trying desperately. He's so mad, he just keeps yelling at him, but can't get the kill. Up top, DM, hooked there by Katomi. Caught for a moment, but Ghost Shroud not going to keep him alive. Didn't have Greaves back off cooldown. Arrow not going to connect. So OG lose a couple of heroes.
I don't understand why these Entity games become just all or nothing on Kataomi. 8 kills, he is 2, 3, and 6. Like, why is it that when they pick Pudge, it's like they just decide, you know what? No other heroes are allowed to do anything this game. Everyone else will chill and relax, and if Kataomi's not there, we don't do anything. They have a Spirit Breaker. But it feels like if Kataomi doesn't start with a hook, nothing happens. Like, he's been charging people who are being in the middle of a hook.
Yeah, it just is. It's not going the other way at all. Taiga, they got him. The hook is there. So an easy setup when you're life draining. OG running in. They used a lot on this. No mana on Stormstormer. They realize there's an opportunity. Fishman, though, looks for the turn. Toby there. Watson jumps in as well. TM pops those Greaves, tries to back away with Chu, baits him in. Reaper's Sight, not enough damage. Raindrop, still pretty good. Keeping Fishman alive.
The hook is up. He's prepared.
TM backs out. Hook gonna connect onto Chu. Finds another one. Even when they're invis, doesn't matter. That's
100% kill participation.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's probably the greatest tragedy in Dota that he hasn't won every Pudge game. Like, honest to God, he tries so hard. He hits so many hooks. And then he's just stealing these runes right out of the river. He's just fishing. Oh, I'm sorry, BZ. Did you think the rune was going to be there? They don't actually spawn there, you see, because they get hooked the instant they spawn by Kataomi.
We got to get an interview with Katomi about his experience playing Pudge, if he thinks it's also the greatest tragedy in Dota.
It is. Shakespeare will come back from the dead.
That's right. Romeo and Juliet, eat your heart out. So, a great item for the chill out game mode, unless they're fighting with the Pudge, is going to be those Philosopher's Stone. We just saw one picked up right there for the Fishman himself.
Is that Watson or Fishman?
No, it's Fishman.
Cat. I just
not
want to
Watson.
check. Okay. Well, because he's the Fishman.
I gotcha. I hear you. That's
yeah.
the one.
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
It's understandable.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Well, I think the Snake Lady is the big one that I'm still worried about.
That's a sick tag. That's the next tag that we need.
Snake Lady?
Yeah.
We need
to be your new pub
rebrand.
tag.
Taiga gets caught in mid. On top of one of his wards. Going to die there. And immediately TPing away. Trying to get the lanes pushed out, went back home, and now charging BZM. BZM is going to TP away. Now they're setting their sights down bottom. So Entity trying to play more fast-paced now.
Oh, there's a Mirana. Oh my god, he's so good. How? I was watching his vision for that hook. I don't even know. He just does it. He just knows. He like lost the vision for just a moment, and he knew she was going to juke back that way, and he just hooks her. And he might die for that, but it looked cool.
And he definitely did. Watson still hanging out nearby with the rest of the team coming in. And you fight without your Pudge, though. Watson runs into Taiga randomly in the middle of the river. Taiga might be in some trouble now. They run in with Stormers familiars, and we'll get the kill onto the Pugna.
Did you just say in the middle of the river?
I don't know why I said that. Middle of trees. The river of trees.
The new river on the
Yes.
bottom of the map. You know, there's a little spring here. It's fine.
We need 40% more.
That's right. Yeah. Get rid of this outer wall. Make it water. Let Morph jump in it. Slark 2. Now we're talking. They started Roche. Now they're holding high ground.
Draghi does have Talisman of Evasion. Not full butterfly yet, but pops the ulti.
Oh, there's a
Ready to
butterfly.
run in.
Just arrived.
Has it done. Turn. Pull. Slow. Stun. Connect. Hook onto Chew, but that's not on the big hero that he wanted. EZM able to back away. Very low mana. Still burning down to that Spirit Vessel. Do they have enough damage for Watson? Doesn't quite look like it. Can't tell me. Ran into DM. Now the charge coming from base. DM going to get hit here. Entity running in. Fishman gets pulled back by his team. But now BZM ready to re-engage a second time. Finds him there. Disarm immediately the halberd onto Slark. He has to back away. Can they do more? Yuragi just pumping out damage. BZM getting healed back up by Taiga. He's going to survive. Taiga came back from the dead. And now they've taken control. Roche.
All right, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the no need for the pipe. The only way they can kill the Medusa, it has nothing to do with the Veno. It's only going to be Slark with Diffusal Blade. He recognizes that, so he gets the halberd. He just sticks on her. He's like, I'm a Necromos. I can negate most of this Veno stuff just by having Guardian Greaves and pumping out heals. So really, I just got to keep my Medusa alive. And the halberd doing a great job of that. In combination there with that butterfly that gets delivered at the perfect time. And that is going to gift OG this Roche.
Oh, I want to see what Entity's solution is for this, because this has been a pretty consistent issue trying to deal with it. The Medusa getting butterfly, and we've seen some answers from other teams. Shadow Demons, the Darkseers. We'll see if Watson can sort of carry the load for Entity trying to shut this hero down.
I'm trying to get the nullifier from Stormer there to help out. I mean, very important versus this team, obviously. There's a lot of good uses for it.
Dire are scanning.
But it is feeling like they're going to be lacking damage until they can get Watson going. And currently, he's almost as Aghanims when he takes apart the Echo Saber and adds that in. But then does he have to go for the MKB? You know, that's been the big issue for everyone versus these Medusas. And it's such a long road to get there. It just feels awful to go for it.
Watson spots a couple. Have to take a long road back home, or at least on the other side of the map, away from OG, who are ready to group. They're ready to push. This is such a strong timing for them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Until he got to dodge. Oh, man.
Dire's bottom
Pressure
tower
already
is
coming in. That's a tier 1 tower taken. Watson runs away as OG.
Dire's bottom tower
I mean, I don't know when they stop, to be honest. Like,
Okay.
this is scary.
Radiant's middle tower
Did
is under
Stormer...
attack.
Am I crazy? Didn't Stormer have a relic?
He bought one. Oh, he queued one up and bought it for the nullifier, but I guess swapped to Orchid?
I think he sold it. Maybe he didn't buy it and I'm crazy, but I think he sold it to swap to Orchid because it was more important. Which,
Oh,
if so,
wow.
is very impressive. I mean, that's a hard call to make. But maybe it wasn't bought and I just didn't see it properly.
I think that he had it bought on Courier. I might have sold it off the Courier too or something. But
Oh,
he,
yeah, it might
he
have been like a
definitely
quick
had
sell
it
after.
ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, recognizes that now Nullifier, because Nullifier is good because you're dealing with the D-Crab, you're dealing with the Necrophos, so you're going to get some value there. But it comes back to like what's going to do versus the Dusa.
Right.
The answer is not that much. So Gonna try and go for the Orchid first, then back for the boots up Baring, but he's jumped on.
Oh, and Orchid, good to try and turn him away from BZM, but they move in with DM, get the kill, and now looking for more Taiga, trying to survive through that, soaks up a lot of damage. Now the turn onto Storm, this man still has an Aegis. BZM creates a little bit of separation, jumps back in onto both, Watson goes down. OG, they are cooking. And will they end up dying on Katomi? Doesn't look like it. Still, another tier 2 tower about to get hit.
Did he just try and hook BZM and it went through the lightning balling BZM, brought over Watson, and then BZM just got him to kill after? That's what it looked like.
It may have happened.
That was pretty wild. He was very close to getting hooked, and instead BZM just goes in, gets the kill onto Watson, and Pudge gets out.
Yeah, this is looking rough. There are some cool things again. Solar Crest on Fishman helping this Slark out, but will he be able to survive? And Katomi not on the mark with that hook.
It's I don't know. It's just the script. I mean, we knew once the Pudge is picked, this is what's gonna happen. He hits big hooks, things look cool, but the stability of the OG lineup really coming through, and really the lack of necessity of just moving forward here. Nice combo into the arrow. Woo, they make it look so easy.
And lo behold, Dine Pudge gets so many kills and then dies tragically. I'm trying to do the Shakespeare thing.
Yeah, no, it was good.
It's not really.
Ye olde Englishy Pudgy.
I wasn't really the thespian, although I was in a production of Grease at one point.
Really?
Yeah. You would have loved to see me sing Grease Lightning.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you do the dance and everything too? Like
I did. Oh, yeah.
Pumping the hips and the fingers swaying left and right, you know?
All of that. That's right. You know.
Not that I know the dance. That would be crazy. Yeah.
Well, OG, they're pumping their hips right now as they go up to high ground, taking down some melee racks, and Entity trying their best to stop this, but it is too much. Although, actually gonna respect it. OG not willing to go all the way. Interesting.
Yeah. They thought about getting a Regoose in behind as well, but there is a ward up on this pillar that Watson spots out with his passive. He's like, we cannot go in this way. So he knows currently he's safe. Oh, his own ward's going to get spotted now, though.
Yeah, they'll see that one. God, OG are playing this so safe. And again, Aegis about to expire. It makes sense. Got 5 seconds on it. Does BZM do some crazy jump? We'll have to see. He's jumping with the Aegis. This guy's crazy.
Sir, that's not your well. Sir?
He's still going with the Aegis, comes back in, doesn't have mana now. Wait a minute, BZM, you don't have mana for the fight, they know that. But maybe it won't matter. Fishman immediately gonna fall. Now the turn onto Storm. And he's back up pretty high again to full mana. Don't quite manage to break that Blink Dagger from Katomi. A 9k gold lead. OG walk back in, ready to reassert some dominance.
Yo, Taiga, fill him up. Yeah, get the pump going here. Why's my gas station Pugna just sitting around doing nothing? Got one job here, man.
He's getting to it. He's getting to it. Oh my god, he's going Vanguard on Taiga. He wants to go in for Crimson, I guess, or something. I'm not sure.
What? Arrow.
The hell?
That's
He
pretty good.
TP'd. That broke his TP. Watson doesn't have TP now.
And I like how he just immediately starts hitting jungle creeps. He's like, well, I'll come back in a bit.
Yeah. That's huge. Okay. Trying to finish off Shard now for Slark, but OG, they're going high ground again.
Yuragi has a Dragonlance coming out as well. We're just picking up some smaller items. And then they got to figure out if they have a plan to deal with this, because right now, I don't.
Yeah. You can see mana battery for Storm, very good. Also very good against and for the Medusa. Just mana drain, heal her back up, full mana. As nobody has an answer. There it is, the disarm. Well, and now that's done. Yuragi. Oh, Manta dodges the hook. A pretty easy one to get, but still appreciated.
The Medusa recharge is even funnier because like her health just goes down like so minimally that Taiga gets on her just a second and like the mana goes just shoots straight back up. Backstab is coming.
Fishman in. A lot of illusions doing a lot of damage. BZM dropped down somewhat low but zips away and Watson just falls. OG, they have every answer in the book right now. Trying to charge creep waves to keep them away, but they have creeps up top. OG ready to keep the pain train rolling. They find the Fishman, take him down. Both fish are gone. And, well, some tips coming out after the fact.
Yeah, lots of friendly back and forth to start this game, and looks like maybe even to end it as well, as they're voice lining, they're chatting, they're having a good time. But it is looking like they have a giant lead there. Another hook hits.
Okay, connection. Spear Breaker buys back. BZM, he gets away! Able to survive through it, and now Iragi unloads onto all of them. They take down more double buybacks now as OG reset. The heals coming from Taiga onto BZM. Does set up for a hook, but then the Glimmer Cape walk away double dust. No chance to take down the Pugna. Last tier 3 tower to fall. As the charge goes through, Watson onto him. They just want to kill Taiga. All they want is one kill desperately. He's through the defender's gate, and Taiga backs away. They don't have the damage. They won't find the kills. Watson, he takes down one, he takes down two, but the game is already over. Oh my god, Taiga still lives. Did Taiga actually live through all of that? That is disgusting. Good draft from OG, taking care of business. Entity, you go back to the drawing board.
I don't know. I would feel very disheartened if I was them because they got a lot of their heroes, like straight up. I mean, I know these heroes haven't necessarily been working for them, but it's tough to figure out what to do at this point in the season. Like, you have the heroes you like, and you feel like you play them well, and you're starting to understand the patch more. Like, and they've been so close so many times. Like this Kataomi Pudge, again, you just look at it and you're like, surely this makes sense. And yet they can't just like quite get it to sync up. And overall, OG just like extremely solid concept and idea here. No pressure to move forward on the game. Excellent laning stage. And that combination just means that not only do they have to pressure into you as Entity, they're behind while they're doing it. And that's a pretty good recipe for how to win a game.
Yeah, I think this is one of those matches where you're looking back at it, and some of the games where Entity has looked the best. You know, you've had these answers to Medusa occasionally. I think back to the Illusion game. I'm pretty sure that was them. That looked super solid. It's been a rough little bit, though, this last week. Very, very tough for Entity, and needing to come up with some answers now. God, I don't know. Maybe ban the Dusa, though? Get rid of that hero?
Only one way to find out.
One chance. Well, we'll find out here as we head on back to the panel, get ready for game number 2.
We're going to have a chat about game 1 first, though, because, Locos, you outlined, okay, great, Entity. They found some answers to some heroes throughout the game, but their laning phase, how's it going to go for them? What's actually going to happen? And, well, now we have the answer to that one.
Yeah, now, if you were like the best Spirit player in the universe, you couldn't fix this lane. I mean, you're playing Spirit Breaker Slark lane. What do you expect? If I had this in my own game, I would probably say, guys, let's roll. Let's see who's going to tank it because we're not winning this one for sure. A bit of an awkward one, I would say. I mean, Necro free farms in this lane. There's not much you can do to stop him from doing his own things. Like Slark, like I'm surprised how well he managed to do in the game, considering the lane that he was playing into.
With the Necro doing so well and Entity being so behind, like, at what point do you start focusing more on the Medusa? Do you give up on this trying to shut down Necro off lane? Like, where is the key to coming back in, Kezu?
The key to coming back in is to play around your strong heroes, like try to use the Stormstormer Visage, maybe, you know, Toby with his levels, he wanted to go, or he did go Vessel, which, you know, I'm not going to say, it's not a bad Vessel game into Necro and Pugna, but I think when you play this type of draft, your only way is to kind of be as strong as possible at minute 15, so you can play long fights. The way you beat Medusa is that you outlast her. So having like an earlier pipe so that maybe Slark can go in or Visage can go in to like kind of stand their ground, get some stacks and go back and forth. I feel like that would have helped them better. And as soon as they lost just one little fight, I would say everyone could see that the game's just over. After one lost fight, you have no comeback in this game.
Not an easy.
That is such a shame.
And not an easy one by any means. Like the lanes fell apart. They had an answer for this Venomancer. I'm not sure if Entity wants to go for it in the second game as well. Like Katomi landed some really nice hooks, but that's about it. Like it's only so much you can do with the hero. Like first couple of like I even texted Kezu. I'm like, Spirit Breaker just like TP. First he used charge. Yeah, what up, Kezu? How you doing? How's your dinner? And he used charge, then TP'd out, then needs to run back to the lane, can't even charge someone, which leaves Slark in a very uncomfortable position. We're like, where's my support at? Like, I don't have any kind of support in this lane. But he did okay for what he was playing into. Can't really blame Watson for, he still ended the game with like 3, 4, and 5. But I think this one's on the draft.
I just don't like. You have the. I understand Katomi is sick on Pudge, but what do you pick Pudge for in that scenario? You play into Storm Pugna, like I don't get it. Then you have Veno Pudge. Congrats, guys. It's probably gonna be your 3 and 4. Everyone knows it because people know what you do. And Katomi is gonna go around. He needs to hit godly hooks, which he does anyway, but then he loses. And then you pick Spirit Breaker, which is like the same hero. Like if you first pick Veno, like give it more purpose. Don't just dumpster it into offlane off of the first pick. Like everyone knows. Oh look, it's offlane Toby. He's gonna play Veno. Oh, they pick Pudge. Oh, it's the 3 and 4 guys. Like where's the surprise? I want more purpose. I see Storm. I want to pick Puck. I want to murder this guy. They pick a combo. You need to break that combo. Why do you? Yeah, I don't get it. He's like so good on Pudge, but you can't just give people like these heroes for no reason. That's why there's bans. If you don't pick the hero, it gets banned. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just sad.
Bombs.
I'm sad. Like it should be easier. It should be easier, man. Come on, guys.
There's like only 2 things that are certain for Entity, and that's Katomi Pudge will look good, but they'll still lose. And Watson will try and 1v9. This time it was from the laning phase because he was kind of left alone on the island that you guys said. But on a more brighter, uplifting note, OG getting their win. This is the uphill battle, right? This is the start of a good end of tour run for them. MVP has to be awarded. I don't really know who to give it to because it felt like everyone did so well. No, I don't know who to give it to.
What? To me, I don't know if I'm lagging, but it's on like MVP has to be Arc Warden. So I was like,
Arc Warden MVP, let's go.
Oh, awarded.
Awarded.
It's the accent. It's the accent, bro. Don't make fun of me just because I'm Australian. That's messed up.
My bad.
And then I said, I don't know who to give it to because everyone fulfilled their role. So because you're mean, Kezu, Lukos gets to pick it.
Oh, thank God. I was going to hand it to him anyway.
All right. I don't know. Yoragi played a mean game. I don't want to give MVP to Medusa, so we'll just go with BZM Storm. He was popping off. Taiga was there to replenish his mana multiple times, but it was a free Storm Spirit game. Like you're playing into Leash, maybe some Visage Bird stuns. As long as you have enough mana, you should be able to get out of the trouble, and he does that. Was very active. On Storm Spirit itemization wise, no real deviations from usual Storm Spirits. Get that Falcon Blade, Witch Blade, Kaya Sanj ready to go. Knows that he can easily rotate anywhere on the map as long as he's playing with Taiga. So they paired up together, played it nicely, and scratch this one as Entity. Just go next. Think differently. I think they need to start thinking outside of the box, not just, as Kez said, lock into this position. Maybe if you pick this Veno again, don't lock it into offlane. There's a potentially position 5 Veno. But Entity has always been a team that was like easily readable, I would say, where they are like, Katomi Tiny, Katomi Wyvern, you know what's coming.
Sag.
Look, it's only game 1, of course. With this OG Entity series, there's a lot still left to be discovered. Is OG going to be able to bring that consistency? Is Entity going to be able to think outside the box? We can all dwell on this as we go to a break. When we come back, it'll be game 2. If Entity want to keep the future of Div 1 alive and in their hands, they're going to have to come back in game number 2. They're going to have to take this series. And Kezu, do you think they should pick Arc Warden?
Yeah, I think Arc Warden would have been a great last pick. Surely it's going to be a great last pick this game and any game to come, as Arc Warden is the best hero in Dota.
Yeah, but they went with Slark Warden, which was not a great pick there.
Yeah, not quite as good.
I want to see some adjustments. I want to see how Entity's going to approach.
Oh, I hate this guy, actually. Why is he on this panel? Fucking look us.
Well, who, me? Wait, what?
Yeah, you.
No, me.
I'm obviously kidding if people can't tell. Sorry, I'm German, I know.
No, that was genuine.
It's really
you should
hard
have
to
heard
tell.
him in the break.
Yeah, it's really hard.
Oh, yeah. This is your second warning, Kezu.
No, it's the producers. You know, they put us in a spot. They say something funny 5-10 seconds before we go live, and then we have to get our shit together, which is impossible sometimes. Yeah.
Honestly, it really is. I'm still trying to recollect my thoughts about this draft. The outside of the box Entity. Do you want to hop on it anymore, Kezu, or you want to try and be a little bit more positive? Look at some highlights of what Entity have pulled out so far this tour.
Okay, highlights. Opening up their Dota buff. They had good drafts when they know the reasoning, I think, as to why they picked their heroes. For me, it really has to start there. When they have some, okay, we see this purpose, I want to do this. I want them to go back to that. And just like in easier execution, even with how lame it may sound, Dota is already such a hard game. You want to make it as easy for yourself as possible, because this game is complex as hell, from draft to play to items. So for the love of God and for their sake, they should try to make it easier for themselves from the get-go. That's draft, that's starting items,
the love of
knowing
Entity.
how to lane. Exactly. Come on, bros, you can do it. They can do it. Now's the time.
There isn't a single team in the DPC, at least in the Western European, that would win this Spirit Breaker Slark lane. Like, sure, sometimes you do, like, you can have perfect lanes, scaling lineup, everything together, but sometimes you need to suck it up. But this time they needed a lot, like, especially from the safe lane. First of all, you're like, I don't think there's even a way to fix their lanes. Because maybe you can play this Veno 5 with Slark, but then again, your off lane is pretty bad. You don't possess a kill threat on this Medusa, so it's also a rough one. So you need to pick your poison, choose which lane you want to lose. Never feels good. Mid lane was, I would say, pretty even overall. And then, again, you're just Visage. You don't have hero. This is very momentum-based hero, so he needs others to do well as well, so he can have a hero to play with.
There is also a difference between like sucking it up and having a rough lane and kind of sacking your lane, right? And that's where it felt like they kind of went with that Slark Spirit Breaker. It wasn't like, okay, you know, if we just hit like this level or this item timing, like it'll be okay. Like we just have to power through. It was just this lane is practically just going to dismantle everything that our lineup wants to do and the timings for the rest of this game.
Like for Entity, I feel that what they should aim to play for is let Watson do his thing for like 15 minutes, set him up to do that. So you pick a strong laning 5, you pick a solid offlane dual lane. Toby is going to buy his auras because they do it well, and when that happens, you have Stormstormer on a mid hero that doesn't get too sacked that you can play around, whether it's some Ember or some last pick Invoker. If that hero's good, you know, he can make it work, or Puck, just so you have like some stuff you can go around with and play around, and that you don't feel like, oh, but now my mid and off lane lane, they're the same heroes. My 4 and 5 is the same heroes. Like, every hero should bring something different to your draft. And I think if they've had a good talk and they just, try to, okay, this is really the moment where you either make it work or you're going to lose in 50 minutes. So they all need to believe right now in what they said and maybe what their coach said. Go into this game with a good mindset, hope the first few minutes go well, and then just take it from there.
There's still techies available or Batriders, so you need to choose which you want to ban out. I feel like Entity played really well with Batrider on position 4.
Yeah,
I feel like this hero has been on the rise for sure after changing like the cooldowns, what his abilities do. Flame Break, you don't want to go for Stick in a Palm, which was kind of a lame ability to start with. You're like, gonna stack some stickies on you. And then you have to go back because you're gonna die if you get close. And now Entity, they need to choose which one of these 2 heroes they want to ban out. Because OG banned out Venomancer, which is a bit of a surprising one. I don't think Veno caused any issues in that game, but it is one of Toby's better heroes. So maybe they just decided to, we don't want to play it.
I want to point out the silencer a little bit more, because this was something that we did in game 1 against Gaming Gladiators, and we weren't really sure like what the reason was behind it. They didn't pick these opening heroes that really like propelled a reason behind a silencer pick either, and now it's coming back around. Like they've pushed it forward to being a first phase ban for themselves again.
Yeah, it must have to do that the idea was to potentially like either open your draft with a Pugna into then a Storm, and the good thing that Entity could have done was to take the Silencer, or maybe it's like they've done this in some mock draft and then they feel like, okay, if we remove this, then we get a Bad Rider pick, which I wouldn't say this matchup is as bad as it used to be, where Bad Rider was quite annoyed playing into Silencer, because in the lane you would want to spam Sticky, so he Arcane Curses you, and then there's Global later. So I think it mainly has to do with the Storm, but at least this way, OG, they did give up the techies to Entity, which if I'm Katomi right now, I'm happy.
I don't want to see Undying in this scenario. Like, I want to see pick something different. I don't just want to see position 4, position 5 right now. Maybe get some flex going with that pick, but okay, I like this way more.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm. Well, so there's not really flex. We can't assume that this Darkseer techies are going to be leaning together. So, because some of the big strengths of this lane, and why picking up now, you don't feel too bad about it, or are you actually still scared?
No, this is better than... I like this a lot more than their usual pairings. I wouldn't say that this is like my favorite opening, but Darkseer with any hero that can play aggressive or push the wave is pretty fail-proof, because you can always push in the lane, get gold and XP for yourself. I think they have good synergy throughout the game. This is something Entity need, like Toby that is going to get some farm, get some auras, kind of play through him. Kataomi on a good hero. And I'd also say Bad Rider lineups, they kind of stack up, right? Like when this Bad Rider goes in, he lassos a guy into the team, they're going to stack up to try and kill that target. So you usually get good vacuum walls, and damage mitigation, which you get through auras, is also very good against Bad.
A lot of thinking coming here. Probably thinking about Oracle, good in the lane against both of these heroes. Like one Oracle could shut you down. There's a lot of spam coming out from techies. I've seen like this lane go both ways, but I feel like having a Dispel right now in this current meta feels really, really good, because you don't necessarily need to go for earlier Nullifier if you don't have heroes that can buy it. Having some like Enchantress or Oracle, I'm leaning more towards Oracle. We'll see if Entity decides to ban it out, but I don't mind Bloodseeker as well, a hero that can like sustain, because you're going to be pushing the wave on side of Entity with Darkseer techies, which most likely going to be their offlane duo. You do have like this Thirst that provides you with HP, so you have extra armor, you have extra HP coming out from tower as well, and want to see some strong position 5 paired up with him.
Yeah, I like this Bloodseeker pick for now. I also like the Oracle suggestion, which could still come out later. Bloodseeker just a good laner, solid hero. We've also heard other people say in interviews that they don't really care as much what the hero plays into, because the supports can kind of then cover the weaknesses, maybe some Oracle, some Lich, get you through the lane. They're also banning a Dispel with the Eng, but I do think for OG, you have 2 cores that are fairly... I mean, I wouldn't say Bloodseeker is like incredibly single target, but he also relies on kind of going into the fight and bursting down a hero, which is why OG right now, they're kind of banning heroes that don't allow him to do that or even get killed by Bloodseeker on his own. So I like their bans, but there's definitely something their next few picks for Entity where they can try to pick like combo breaking heroes or heroes that help each other when there's going to be one lasso, one rupture, and they need to commit. If they don't get to kill heroes or deal a lot of damage in that time, I think OG's teamfight already could be pretty hard.
But yeah, I think you were gonna go with Raid King. Here it comes again as a suggestion.
For the 18th time. And it will fail.
Try not. He's really trying not.
It will fail again. I can feel it.
The thing about Bloodseeker is he comes online so quickly. This hero, like, well, I'll rotate level 5, especially if I hit level 6. If I see fight on the other side of the map, I'll just get the TP rotation, use my Rupture, clean up, go through the gates, go back to my lane, keep farming. This hero, you can't allow him to have good laning stage, because once he gets Maelstrom with max Blood Rage, this hero can easily stay on top of net worth. And in terms of heroes, like pretty much every single hero wants to move to be able to deal damage inside fights, and having this pure damage, also forcing enemy carries to buy items like Lincolns, which some heroes don't really like to spend like 5,000 gold on it just to protect against both Lasso and Rupture, but you might be forced to get one. It puts you in a different spot. Like, you want to have different item to match up against Bloodseeker, and then you don't have that item because there's not going to be early Lotus on your side, which is a really good item choice. Why is that we don't see too many Lotuses from like position 4? It's just like opponents are too expensive, or what?
Yeah, I'm actually couldn't really tell you. Maybe it's slightly too expensive that they need
more
like
valuable for cheaper.
Yeah, like
how much is Pervase in comparison?
Oh, like way less, yeah. I mean, Lotus could be like some of your maybe mid-game item. I do think it can be picked up more, for sure.
5 seconds remaining.
We were going to say entities heroes first, but I liked what you were talking about, Lacoste, a little bit of like what OG needed. I'm not too sure if you just reveal your 2-5 here, which could potentially be like that disruptor that you said, a little bit more control in a team fight, and then a BZM hero, because Entity just going to show their other support with Pugna.
Oh, I see Pugna, I see Darkseer. Again, I'm going back to the spell. Like, you want to get some Nullifier as soon as possible online, and then these heroes are kind of ruined. There's not going to be Pavis, Glimmer Cape, Iron Shell, Surge, any of these says. The item just feels too powerful right now. Bloodseeker, not too afraid to buy item as his, like, maybe even third choice. Maybe you like finish off full Mjolnir after getting BKB afterwards, and then you can aim to go for it. But yeah, Entity putting a lot of same things in the basket, I would say. Putting in this like heavy on magical damage, and then you get Phoenix, which you don't have any right click to kill the egg, so it needs to come from your mid lane, or it needs to come from your safe lane. And also they have, like Kezu talked about, grouping up on the side of using Lasso. Now you have Sunray, now you have Static Storm to even counter that, like one Glimpse to push them away, Bloodright as well. These are some like cheap spells you can use to protect the egg with.
Yeah, I really like this Phoenix pick. I was thinking of some like some form of damage mitigation, because Entity are very heavy on like one form of damage, which is like magical. I was thinking of maybe, you know, Chen with some Mech Hand of God, but I think Phoenix does something similar, but he offers also a lot more aggressiveness, like the Sunray to help out. Now you can pull people into the egg. It's kind of hard for Entity's heroes to kind of go into that. I think the Disruptor, also very good against Darkseer. But this time around, I feel like Entity are doing a better job at pairing their own draft together. Like, now you have Ember, you have playability with him, you have Ember Darkseer, solid combo, you have setup for techies as well to go around. I think this Pugna is maybe a bit of a wild card for me, for now at least, but their draft looks a lot better than it usually does.
Yeah, I would prefer if it's some kind of
What do you mean by wild card? Oh. Sorry.
Like, in terms of wildcard, I'm not fully sure yet where he like slots in it, like into the draft. Like, I see Bloodseeker Pugna. I'm not really sure what he's offering yet. Like, I feel like he's not really doing much more than I feel like other picks would have done more. So now the best way you're gonna give him impact is by picking heroes that will abuse his heal and move forward. So I do think that Ember is like he's a step in the right direction. He can give a lot more impact to your Pugna 5.
Yeah, but I'm still like I want to see some kind of a combo with this Pugna. I'm not seeing it yet. Also, ban-wise, OG banned out Morphling, which would be pretty damn good for Entity. Still, again, PL could be that pick. I could see it happening. Yeah, sure, you have like Sunray, you have Bloodseeker who builds into Maelstrom, but I feel like this type of a hero can work out for Entity. Still, there's going to be a counter pick to it, but in terms of lane, or they might just go with something like, you know what, we're going to pick Terrorblade because that's just a hero that is available for us. It's a comfort pick for Watson, a hero that even if the same thing happens is in the previous game, he can go to jungle level 4 compared to Slark, who kind of struggles. And Kataomi, he's like, I'm done, guys. You picked my hero, techies.
There's, if I'm not mistaken, I think PL doesn't play well into Bloodseeker. I don't know if this matchup has changed, and I do think if someone can make it work, it's probably Watson. But like this Mjolnir Ags that Bloodseeker can go is pretty annoying. But then again, I was trying to look at carry picks for Watson, and at least as of right now, I can't find one that is incredible. But perhaps this OG pick will give us a bit more intel on what his hero should be, since they have to pick first.
Do you want to see just something stable from DM, like an Underlord or
kind of a Tide? Yeah,
beast isn't in the pool anymore. Yeah,
to give them more team fight.
Tide.
Even though they have a lot of team fight, but Tide, like in terms of heroes that he could play into,
they could also pick mids if they want.
But there's your Arc Warden. They were listening.
Wait, what?
We called it. Last pick
I
Arc
was
Warden.
joking when I said it. I just want to say, called the Disruptor, called the Arc Warden. Anyway, pack it up. GG, it's over.
Pack it up, boys.
Stream's done.
OG won 2-0. So this is mid Arc Warden against Ember. Yeah, I mean, now I know even less what I want.
PL, yeah. But, this hero, it is PL. I mean, I don't think they had many options. I think they were probably debating between PL and Terrorblade. Both are illusion carries. You're playing into Arc Warden, who builds into relatively fast Mjolnir. But the reason why I mentioned PL is because I like it against these supports. I like it against both Phoenix and Disruptor. You don't necessarily need to commit to the fight. Like, you can keep the distance with Iron Shell, try to clean up, and then take a fight. So it's not the bad one, but I still do prefer OG's draft. However, if someone's going to make this PL work, definitely Watson. There was a game the other day where he tried his best against, what was it, Team Secret. There was also, I believe, one more game where he played insanely well on this Phantom Lancer. But yeah, I would give this like 60-40 for OG.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was the Hustler series that you're talking about where Watson just couldn't really get online with PL.
That's the one.
They were trying. It went 54.
Yeah,
went 54 minutes. Do you guys think this game, Gezu, is going to go longer than 54 minutes? We're going to have the longest PL versus Arc Warden game in history.
No, it's gonna end at 42 minutes. If Entity play really well, there's definitely a phase where they can drag out fights and kind of outplay with the PL Ember, like juking around and being cool. But I feel like OG are gonna have a pretty sick double Mjolnir or some Gleipnir timing where they can go together and kind of withstand the pressure.
Okay, all right, we'll see if they can withstand it. We'll see if the Arc Warden pays off, if the PL pick was the best overall last pick for them. And to guide us through this, it is going to be Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Trent, I don't know what the hell's going to happen in this one. We might get one of those crazy long games. I haven't seen that much Arc Warden, but somehow they managed to call it at the beginning or end of the last game. Do you think that it works here? What did they see appealing about this Arc Warden? Talk to me.
Yeah, it's a great question because typically Arc Warden comes out after we see some sort of a carry matchup that you like, I would say. If you're looking at like, I would think like Terrorblade, something along those lines, where you're like longer ranged heroes we've seen a couple times. TA maybe a couple times, but yeah, to pick it up kind of almost blind, kind of interesting. I mean, it's I was actually trying to remember what the changes were here, so let me just check here. Yeah, so he is Radiant side, so he'll have the normal abilities, as they're now called, on his hero, and the alternate abilities on the clone.
Goodbye, Cat told me. Oh my god. Yep.
Because that's a thing.
Right, exactly. I don't know if you've seen it, as we did get that first blood there onto the lovely techies, but that magnetic field one is nuts. I want to see what he goes for, because there's been like a couple of different builds that I've spotted. There's like obviously Midas, but then some people are going bots, some people are going Maelstrom, some people are going like Manta, because it gives the bonus damage now also to your Manta illusions. So
right.
I don't know. It's a very interesting sort of way. I'm gonna do a little bit of research, see if I can figure out how BZM plays it. But then the PL
it's so
in response,
weird, dude.
I know, it's very strange. What do you think about the PL?
Classic counter pick. Also one of Watson's best heroes, as you can see up top there. Grand Master Phantom Lancer. That's what you want to see when it comes to the Phantom Lancer players, because you want all that experience with the juking of the illusions, knowing the proper matchups, and knowing when you want to get in there and bully. And there's pretty much nothing that Arc Warden has that intimidates a Phantom Lancer. You don't care about the magnetic field. Don't really care about the flux. You don't care about spark wraiths and stuff. You're just jumping and dodging and doing your thing. So there's no way that this should feel like problems for you will be coming from the Arc Warden, which is a great sign in a carry-to-carry matchup.
Love to see that.
Well, I guess I'm saying carry-to-carry. I know BZM's the mid, but you know how it works with the Arc Warden.
I mean,
he's the
real
big dog.
He's the real carry. No, I hear you. So I'm looking. It looks like he's played some games on his Smurf recently, BZM, and then a couple also just on his main account. What am I talking about? Pro players don't have Smurfs. That's not a real thing. But in a lot of these, it's looking like it's Manta is some part of it. In one game, he went for a Maelstrom. In one game, he went for Hand of Midas, Travels, Manta, and then back for Hex. So a lot of activatables, obviously, you're going to be wanting to use. But I definitely feel like this is going to be a super strong timing, and we'll see if he's able to get out of the laning stage, facing up against the Ember.
Yeah, the one thing I keep hearing from people is like, why didn't Arc Warden become a universal hero? He seems like he'd be a universal hero. It's like, yeah, because this hero would be so insanely broken. If you would, I don't even know what you would have to do to his stats if you made this guy universal. Like, thank goodness he can't abuse the like activatable items even further. Like, imagine if this guy's Scythe also just gave him a bajillion damage. We'd be in trouble. So, thankfully, he's staying as Agi for now.
Right. His stat gain is around the levels of Void Spirit at the moment. So you just think about how broken that hero is for damage and what that would do to him. Absolutely. So another round of pauses to start this game off. It does look like Entity have the ward down early, so they're going to spot OG if they come on over to contest, which right now it's looking like they're gonna. Do they find? DM runs into Watson. Ready for some chase. They have 2 blood grenades on Taiga. Throws one onto Fishman. BZM shows back up too. Spams out some damage. Taiga turns, wants to get the kill. They get it. First blood going the way of BZM. Oh, excuse me. Is that Ruru? No. What the hell? No, it wasn't. It was earlier. Katomi died. We had a pause for so long I forgot.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah.
It's like, wait, first blood didn't make that sound. What happened?
Oh my. Alrighty. Well, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Lanes looking as one would expect. Nothing's too mixed up here. Mr. Darkseer player, you came in game 1, you said, and I quote, well, okay, I'm not quoting because I'm not reading it right now, but it was something along the lines of, Toby's going to pick Darkseer. I think you said lose.
Yes. Yeah, I think that, yeah. That's mainly because I feel like OG has found their footing a little bit more. And as a team, it feels like they're playing a little bit better right now. But also just because when I'm looking at this matchup, Bloodseeker, ooh, it feels bad playing against. He just constantly denies out all your creeps. As Stormstormer is taking a beating from BZM. Creep wave all over in that Arc Warden. But yeah, you get a ton of creep denies. Bloodseeker has a really good time.
He's just regenning versus the Ion Shell, no cares. Up top, there's a lot of trades going on, which is always favorable for a Bloodseeker. And yeah, they're going to win it out there as Taiga gets a kill. He's 1-1-2 now to start this one out. It's going to help Uragi apply some pressure down there.
All right. Sort of playing a different role this time. Last game, he was basically just a mana battery for Storm and Medusa. This game on the Disruptor, looking to have a bit of a better way of it. But we'll see how this one goes. Out of the lanes already, they're getting some good harassment there onto Watson. having found the kill 2 times onto Fishman, we'll see if they can reestablish things a little bit better here for Entity.
I'm just looking at this Arc Warden change and just thinking things like, man, I feel like Radiant just feels so much nicer. Like,
yeah,
especially the Spark Wraith, because like you're probably going to get the activation because he's Radiant side, he gets the activation after just 1 second instead of 2 seconds, which is more useful in lane, one would think.
Right.
Sorry, after 2 seconds, but not 1 second, which is fine because they can't move away from you in the lane anyway. You're planning on range creeps, but that way you get the bonus damage, which is really important. Mr. Yagi grabs another kill down there.
Yeah, a nice one. They're able to just sort of burn down with the Phoenix. Already level 3 on Chu, and Toby kind of stuck in an awkward spot, while BZM, at least so far, 15-4 versus the 14-1. He's having a good start to this. Gonna go on over to the Water Rune, pill that one up for himself.
Yeah, has his bottle already too, so easy, and then even throws a Spark Wraith in the river just to make Stormstormer walk around and be a bit of a nuisance there. At bottom, Toby's getting low here as he trades with Chu.
Nice to get the Lotus passed over. But yeah, feeling pretty bad. Still level 2.
Now, here's the question I have. Do you think the Entity need to push this game? Because that's been the problem, right? We felt like they needed pressure, and they're having a hard time doing it. So even when they lose the laning stage, they still feel pressure to run to their opponent. And so OG just go Arc Warden. But because of the PL, at least in my opinion, I think they're okay to sit back a little bit.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think that's the way that Entity has looked the most comfortable, is when it feels like they're not under pressure to make moves. And to be honest with you, just the fact that they're not playing against Medusa, I feel much better about their chances, although this one's pretty rough right now. Toby getting chased down, Yuragi on a killing spree, and now the turn on a Katomi wants to bring down Chu, will get him. But this Bloodseeker, large and in charge, moves in. Is it going to be enough? Well, Watson also dies. OG are just taking kill after kill. This is a really rough start for Entity.
It's really bad. We can talk about sitting back and stuff. That only really applies if the game is somewhat even heading into the mid game, because there's a thought here that OG might be snowballing out of control and able to pressure a lot here. You look Bloodseeker, Batrider, 2 cores that don't do a great job of pressuring objectives all too well, but Arc Warden, this hero can certainly make up for it. You know, he can just show up, bring his bud, start pressuring wherever he wants to. As Toby again pressure down bottom.
This is a disaster of the highest order.
They got mid, though.
All right, let me tell you something, Trent.
Okay, all right. Tell me a little tale.
He is level 3. He doesn't have Surge. He is going to be walking back to lane on this Darkseer. His game is over. It's stacking time. Katomi knows what's up. He's immediately going to stack the jungle. Holy moly. That bottom is a disaster.
All right, that might be true, but he did TP mid and kill BZM. So that's
Fair.
a plus, right?
True. Helpful. Needed. And
dive mid.
Looking for a return. Oh, Stormstormer, you're in some trouble, buddy. That glimpse is ready to go, and they're even going to save it. Oh, wow. All right, Stormstormer dead, and he can't really safely TP back in for fear of glimpse. Has to be super careful on that.
Yeah, those denies adding up there, putting him low on the XP. And look at Fishman. My goodness, he almost died.
Fishman.
Yeah, you better run.
Fishman. Get away, Fishman. He goes down. The clone, the Tempest. The Tempest is too strong.
Yo,
and the glimpse away. Oh, God. Oh, Entity. What is happening? As Watson is getting dove underneath. He has Doppelganger still, but DM... so strong. Oh, jukes him out, though. Needed. Oh, my God. Something goes right. And it's that Watson doesn't die. Wow.
Hit him with the tips. All right. He's getting back. Back in the game.
Yeah. Man. 40-11. As we're going to take a look at the replay here of how this ended up happening. The jump in. Need to find some highlights for Entity, because me, oh my, oh man, is it a rough one as we come back into the world.
No, don't bring back to the real game. Stay on the replay.
Toby has gone away yet again.
Oof.
Oh my
Yikes.
god, they're gonna steal their wisdom runes. Oh my god, they're gonna steal their wisdom runes.
Yeah, it's gone.
Trent-
Maybe Fishman. Maybe he
Trent-
can outclick.
Trent, make it stop.
Wait,
Make
wait,
it
hold.
Stop.
Oh no, there's no
Make
hope.
it stop. There's nothing here. Oh god. Taiga takes this over.
Takes the Watcher.
And you're a little Watcher too. Although Taiga, does he get denied? No. Katomi comes on in. They manage to find that kill. A 3K gold lead at 7.5 minutes.
Hey, that's a lot of XP. 180 XP for Toby.
True.
Getting back in there. 3 levels in the Iron Shell now.
Yeah, much needed. And like we talked about, there are some stacks being built. So that's maybe a way that they can get back into this. But yeah, Stormer, I mean, it's not just the offlane that has problems here. It's also the Ember.
Yeah, he is leading for their team, but he's also the one who's going to have to set up a lot of this game. But they have the Lawnmower combo. The Iron Shell plus Flame Guard. It's a lot of damage. There's no early Dispel for them, so that's pretty solid. Oh, chew, look at that damage. Same time, though. Arc Warden spell's coming out.
Denies out that regen. Fishman turned upon. BZM there. Finds the Pugna. Brings him down. Stormer tries to get away as Watson dies to Yuragi. The rotation comes in. Everywhere you look, Entity is dying. BZM, does he go out too far? Gets his Midas delivered. Chu is still nearby. Doesn't have that much left in the tank, but does have a blood grenade. That might be enough. Remnants out. Manages to back away. Katomi looks for it. The Fairy Fire survives. Fishman runs in, but the body blocks are there. The dive comes through. They miss on the bomb. 14-4. It is all come down, crashing on the heads of Entity.
Yeah, and keep in mind that kill when Yuragi went top and killed Watson, they didn't use the lasso for that too. So they are set up. If he wants to farm his way around the gate again, they could go for another kill into Watson if he shows them lane. So I don't think he can go back. I think he now just like stick to the jungle, which is going to give the free lane over to DM. He's already finished up the Vanguard, working towards some Arcanes, and should be able to just take this tower. He's pinging it down now. Like, we can definitely bring pressure here if you guys want.
Right. I mean, to be honest, though, the way that it's going, I mean, if the laning stage continues, I feel like they're pretty happy with this. They have found so much pressure. DM keeping that tower alive. Fishman comes back in. Shoes wrapping around. Does have Supernova at the ready. While simultaneously, they find the Pugna. Manage to catch him.
Eggs up.
Brings him down.
Oh, he's farming that egg. Nice. Thanks for the stack, guys.
Oh my god.
They run away. He just farms it all.
That was their piggy bank. They got caught in their piggy bank. Yuragi is ganking Watson behind the tier 2 tower. Ruptures an illusion. Good play there to get away from that one by Watson. Again,
it was a bold play. I like the tenacity of going for the early Rupture versus PL in the Mighty Mines.
They have a great taunt here. As BZM, 4 points in Flux. Anybody that steps up too close is just going to get killed.
Yeah, we talked about all these benefits of PL versus Arc Warden, but they have not encountered each other yet. And by the time they do, there could, for all we know, be a Gleipnir on this Arc Warden, and then maybe it doesn't look so great anymore.
Yeah. Oh, to be honest, it's true. And the thing that I'm really worried about for Entity, too, is not just the fact that, like, you know, they might not meet for a while, PL's not going to have the farm that he needs, but who really does things on this lineup? Like, Toby needs Ember to be having a strong game for him to be able to make plays.
They basically just need Iron Shell plays. They're like their only hope. They just have to do these. And it's painful to do because if you miss out on the kills, like, you're missing out on so much farm, but that's the only play they have right now is Watson being pressured under the tower by DM, but is fighting back a little bit at the same time, though, as you saw. Taiga gets brought down by Kataomi. Kataomi
managed to find that kill with the Flux. Second Flux onto Stormer. Fishman moves in, has his ward down, which EZM turns now onto Fishman. The Flux is on him yet again. Root onto Chu. Supernova back up in 1 second. Stormer, does he go for the Sleight of Fist is back up? Doesn't quite have the range, and in fact, the slowdown's going to be there. They're throwing Stacks of the spirits out too as Yuragi kills Fishman. Everywhere you look, Entity is dying on heroes. It's just
Yeah, we're talking a lot about
meat
BZM's
grinder.
Arc Warden, but I think Yuragi's having the best Bloodseeker game we've seen this season for across any player. Like, this is just completely out of control. He didn't have an opponent in the lane. There was some purple guy. I don't know what happened. He just kept disappearing in a pool of blood. Now he's just running rampant.
And BZM, Hasterone, chasing Stormstormer. They're just trying to stay near each other to keep the flux from burning them alive, but it's not going to help. OG firing on all cylinders here in this game 2. They don't want to go to Div 2. They want to send Entity down there instead. My goodness.
Dire's middle tower
OG is just truly the, like, you just never know. You never know what's going to happen when they pop up. So I don't know if they're going to have a great game. I don't know if they're going to have a, a weird draft or something. And this is one of those days where they just show up and they look fantastic.
Absolutely.
Like, what could have gone better this game?
Yeah, I don't know. Not
Anything?
much.
No. Like, every time I look at something, it's just positives for them. They're getting the good trades. It's an 8K lead at 13 minutes. No one can step up to BZM right now. Get out of my face. DM,
And he's
steal in the jungle. Yeah.
I mean, it's all going to come down to Watson to try and make some type of a move. But like we talked about, I mean, that's going to come so late into the game that it might all be over by that point. So Entity playing together with 3, Fishman, Katomi, Stormstormer. Eyeing up BZM, but this kill is difficult to get. They're bringing in the Darkseer.
Can't even get the bolas. Hits the creeps.
Toby, Static Storm down. Turn their sights to him. Wall is there. Can they kill off BZM? They finally get him. Much needed rotation in, but Yuragi, can he play cleanup? They brought everybody. Actually, wait a minute. If they catch now on Yuragi, he goes down also. Oh, they brought them all. That is exactly what Entity needed. What a huge turnaround.
Oh, man. Even with the defensive Static Storm, that not working out for them right now. And Watson showing up at the perfect timing. They so needed him to just get involved a little bit. It's not ideal. 1,500 gold for Toby. Toby's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude.
He's actually almost caught up to BZM in terms of gold. That is insane.
That's crazy. That's so much return gold and levels. What a win. They waited for the perfect moment on Entity. And the perfect moment was when we started praising and cursing OG, apparently.
That's
so
right.
Sorry about that.
What could go worse for this team on the side of Entity?
Oh, man.
All right. So here's what happened, though. Now that, oh, great, we have a pause to sort it all out. There was no egg available, which is a huge part. Because she was in solid positioning, but without an egg, it wasn't as powerful as it sort of appeared, where he's just sitting behind BZM. And like you just said before, BZM currently has a Midas. Midas, great item, as it helps the scaling and stuff, but his net worth is slightly inflated in that regard. I mean, he has 2 heroes, and his spells are totally ridiculous. But until he upgrades into the Maelstrom and then eventually the Gleipnir, he is still missing out on a little bit of that potential that he's got. And Yuragi went a little YOLO on that one, too.
I will also say that all of the space that they've been able to buy, you saw Stormstormer, Katomi, Fishman running around together. Toby's been AFK farming.
Yeah.
And he now has Mechanism done along with Pipe. That
He
there is
just
going
finished that mech, too.
That there is going to be a window here where there are no aura items on OG. Not a single one. And Entity are going to have 2 huge ones. And they do it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, that was a 13-minute mech, and he has Pipe, like you said, because of that fight.
Jumps in, finds him. Silence, Stormstormer, living through it. Now finding more. Rupture onto Toby, tries to back away. Oh, the silence connects. Won't be able to throw down the wall quite quickly enough. Toby goes down. Now Stormstormer able to dodge the stun coming through from the egg, but will eventually be brought down. So OG, they bring numbers, and, well, like you said, Supernova this time gets them the win.
Another unfortunate pause here for Watson, as he's been dealing with some ping issues, it would seem. But OG strike right back, yep. They lose Chu again, but that's okay. No, it was Taiga, my bad. Yeah, that was Taiga. They disrupt at the start of the fight, and then Chu gets in there with the egg, so things look a lot better. And another disconnected. Oh, the courier bug. I see it, man. Watson just can't get anything going.
Dude, is it just not gonna? It's just not delivering. I mean, that's pretty bad. Come on, get to work now, little panda.
I mean, you've heard about the pandas. They have problems in captivity.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's a good try. Yeah, try dragging it over. Nothing, huh?
We'll find out in a second. Does it move? I believe in you, Courier.
If the observer could do it, that would be pretty helpful.
I feel like probably shouldn't be allowed to move items.
Yeah, look, it's going.
You send it over to the shopkeeper.
Yeah, so.
Dangerous misclick. All right, does he get it? He's trying to move.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Okay.
attack.
Well, that's annoying.
Yeah, those are the old drop and pick up plays there. It's all right. He's playing PL anyway. It's okay. It's like a punishment.
Yeah, it's not an important hero, you know.
I just think you deserve it for playing PL, you know.
Oh, I see. Got it. Yeah, that's fair.
No, so it only ever happens to the Medusa and PL players.
This is the way that you nerf them. This
Yeah.
makes sense.
Trying to annoy people out of picking them.
All right, Entity. They have a very strong timing now with their aura items, Supernova on cooldown. Do they want to try and make a move with it, though?
I think the problem they're going to face is that the other major thing that was lacking for OG when they lost that 1-5 mid was that they were still working on the Boots of Travel for DM. Like, he has just been AFK farming as well for a very long time. I'm talking about Toby doing it. DM's also been extremely busy. He's got the most CS in the entire game. And with the bots now being available, they shouldn't be outnumbered like that again in a fight, and he should be more prepared to engage and disrupt those things. It makes it harder for Stormstormer to also just like jump right into the middle of the fight like he wants to, because he's just going to get snagged.
No, it's fair. And I think, though, that if you are Entity, it feels like this is kind of is a moment where it'd be good to take one. But now with Supernova being back up, maybe they just feel a little bit safer playing the area control game, which trying to do with the techies, laying down some of those mines, getting more farm on their heroes. Boots of Travel coming out in 1,000 gold for Ember.
Dire are scanning.
Oh. Taiga just out of that scan range. They're bringing in heroes, though, and he gets away. Scan turned red right at the end of it.
No, they're certainly struggling to put any offensive pressure out from the side of Entity, though, in terms of like actual tower damage or something. Despite having a Pugna, Fishman can't just like run up and start blasting this tower. Bit too scary.
And I mean, because of that, so much of the map is free for these supports to just get whatever they want. Chu is farming up a Storm. He's almost level 12.
Ooh, that's very necessary. Huge for the Phoenix players.
Oh, man. Katomi just dying to a Tempest double.
Man, I hate dying to that hero. It's so depressing to watch.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
Dire's middle tower is
Wow.
under attack.
Okay. Oh, interesting. And Toby buys out his shard. So they're going to have Darkseer shard in this, which is really good for, well, not getting ruptured, but as mech for that. TP's away. Yep, just out of range.
Radiant's
It's like a little trail of breadcrumbs. Where'd he go?
Right. Follow the purple. The purple fart. That's what it is. I don't know, that's
It
the
is
lore behind it.
humongous. It does make... Like, this is actually what I always wanted Windrun to do. Was to make like a big slow streak.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, not what you said.
Fishman is going to get brought down there by BZM, who has had such a good game. 10-2-3. And almost has his bots ready, too. So they're going to be all over the map.
It should also speed up your allies that are in it. Isn't that what we always wanted from Surge? Instead of like this AoE Surge thing. Like your allies should run through that little trail a bit faster. That'd be nice.
Dude, nobody would ever pick Centaur again. It's the only thing that Centaur has on Darkseer right now.
That's okay. That's global. That's different. It's fine.
Okay, that's true. All right, fair enough.
Stormstormer. Oh, got him.
Gets caught and gonna get brought down. TM pairs together with Yuragi for the kill. Entity still not feeling confident. Want to just farm it up. Chu, illusions on him. But this is a level 12 Phoenix with a Solar Crest. Has a lot of armor, and now able to dodge away from that glimpse. Watson does a good job of it. Now the smoke.
Radiant's middle tower
OG, they're ready to fight. They're running to Fishman. Find him right at the start. Immediately caught, but now Watson turns, but the Supernova's down. they don't have enough to catch on to him. And with the Static Storm down, good Manta dodge to get away from that stun, but it's not going to save him. Watson still ends up falling. Toby, vacuum wall down, but going to get burned. The pipe barrier keeps him alive, but Taiga there for the finish. 11K gold lead now.
Oh, Taiga?
My God. Trying to find something. Katomi shows up late to the party. Taiga takes some damage. The glimpse to get a little bit of separation, and Taiga backing away, just like on his Pugna last game, will not be brought down.
So much blood, says the Blood Seeker. And yes, indeed. That was disgusting. That was extremely one-sided. Very nice fight there. Great positioning again from Chu and the Egg. Just makes it unplayable there for Watson. And what I really love, too, is the itemization options that are not available to Entity. Because I'm just looking at Stormstormer and how he's thinking about buying this BKB. And yeah, I get it. You're playing against the Disruptor. You get Static Storm, GG, right? All these random things from the Arc Warden as well that you'd have to deal with. Just being Gleipnired and stuff. Yeah, that's a problem. But it means he just can't buy a Linken's. So, like, he's just going to get Blink lassoed. He might get Ruptured as well. There's just... You don't have that as a defensive option here. And I mean, maybe you eventually have to get both.
Look at this. They're going to get the root there for a moment on a DM, but he was in perfect position to block out the smoke gank that was coming. So DM, he might be the one that gets caught here, but to be honest, everybody's already TP'd, and now DM trying to escape. Has his TP back off cooldown, but they will be able to run down the Batrider. So... managed to find one kill at the very least. They'll take anything at this point because they're down so much.
Yeah, and of course they just steal their Tormentor as well. So Taiga now going to have the Thunder Strikes. Not what you were hoping for, I don't think. You know, Sunray in Egg or Thunder Strike.
They have their own version of techies now, though. You can lay it on the ground, right?
That's right. We got Spark Wraiths, we got Thunder Strikes. There's just lightning storms about here for OG.
Yeah. My goodness. OG. Looking very good to try and close this game out with a clean 2-0. And at the very least at that point, they'd be setting up for tiebreakers, depending upon their results in that final match that they're going to have tomorrow against the D1 Hustlers. They could even secure themselves not having to play those. But only time will tell, as Entity playing behind Watson.
Yep. They're baiting him out here. It feels like the fights are completely determined on Toby, because I think that OG are just kind of like swarming a little bit right now.
Yeah.
Between like the Bloodseeker, the Batrider, and even like at least one of the two Arc Wardens getting a little bit more involved in the fight. So if they could find a good vacuum, that would be sick. But it's very hard to get into a Blink Dagger on Darkseid these days because all the aura items are just so solid. And they don't really have anyone else that goes in first other than Stormstormer. And as we pointed out, there's a lot of vulnerabilities there because he can't buy a Linken's. Right. So I'm not sure how you start a good fight here for Entity. I think you need to wait until OG are pressuring into an objective that you're prepared to defend. And because it's a Radiant side Roche, that is not something they can really set up for, despite having the techies.
Right. No, and yeah, they just get the free Aegis there onto the Bloodseeker. And, I mean, I'm also just looking at the way that these fights can go, and I don't think there's going to be an egg that pops in this game. I think Chu gets them all for free. Like, how do you kill this egg for them? There's so many issues. Like, I don't know. Seems very tough. While the double Gleipnir is going to be revealed onto Katomi. Tries to jump away, but the flux and the burn. Chu goes down. Excuse me, not Chu goes down. Chu kills Katomi.
There it is.
That's the one.
Solved.
Wowzers. Wowzers.
Yeah. Oh, Stormstormer.
Static Storm at the ready. Finds their man. Pushes him actually out of the Static Storm kinetic field combo, but still it's enough for the kill. 17,000 gold lead. And OG pulling together two incredibly solid drafts with who I must say the MVP so far for me is looking like this Arc Warden. It was all...
Yeah, I mean, picked it out. Yeah, it's just been dominant. Like,
God,
took over that mid lane. I mean, Yuragi, surely him just running around and killing both side lanes was all because of BZM, right?
Yeah.
I think everyone on OG, though, just looking super solid. BZM just really helped accelerate things, I would say, with a couple of those quick picks in the mid with the Spark Wraiths and the Flux. Right when it was like maxed out, and it just has such an insane amount of damage compared to the HP pools you're going to see from these heroes rotating in. Like, we saw Fishman just die. Like, he just came mid when he was level 6, and he was just gone.
It's pretty disgusting, to be honest. Sark Gordon hero. Pretty gross.
Yep.
Also, I think got a glimpse there of the magnetic field, the Tempest double version of it, and how strong that one can be with the bonus damage on all of those Manta illusions. Draghi comes on in while they take the Tormentor, and they get a Phoenix Aghanim Shard.
That's a little bit better. All right, do you think Chu will actually finish Shiva's or Scythe?
I think Shiva's.
Yeah, the Shiva's is really good. It's very tempting.
That sounds super sick.
Good versus the PL. Vision as well for like helping to grab these picks for the bat. If people dare leave the base. Ooh, that's a big item, though. The Aghanim Scepter for Watson. Something that we've seen a lot of these new Phantom Lancers relying on. Bouncing, creating more. It's good versus BKBs as well, which there's 2 of them already out here for the Bat Rider and the Bloodseeker, because you can just like now span your lances onto BKB targets anyway.
Right.
Sure, it's like going to do less damage, but you're just creating more illusions, which is what's really important. So, could be helpful.
True enough. Yeah, feels like, it's something that's pretty needed for them to just sort of hold on at least at all. But this combo, this is just continued to catch Stormstormer out. Man, the gank train, DM and Taiga, laning buddies, mid-game buddies, they're owning it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's just depressing, really. Like, he just can't go anywhere on the map.
Oh my god, he's ruptured. He needs to get out of here. Yuragi turns just to battle. Watson, he's not safe in his own base. He's not safe anywhere. Gets chased down. Yuragi there for the finish. Toby wanted to stop it, but there is no stopping this right now. Oh my god, Yuragi is having a hell of a game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
It's a noble effort there. But yeah, the GOAT Bloodseeker, it would seem, of this season. Mr. Uraji on the Agi Heroes. Needs to go heal up a little bit on this camp. A little bit of munching and crunching. Oh, getting all the neutrals for the squad. Handing out some tokens here as they go high ground.
I mean, they have Blitz.
And he grabs a sliver.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and a headband for the bat. Well, good. In case DM was having some problems.
Yeah, it's looking like this one might be just about curtains. There's the headband connection. As they bring the Pugnut down. All it takes is a moment. OG feeling good about themselves as they are bullying Entity right now. Complete and total catastrophe. They are going to start spamming out some of these lances. And OG respecting the PL high ground. Back away.
Build the purple wall, Toby. Build the wall.
That's
not well, with the surge, not with the wall of replica.
No, didn't have.
He makes 2 walls now.
True. God.
What? It's not very intimidating, is it?
No. No, it's not. It is a tough game for them right now on the side of Entity. Figuring out where they need to go.
Just need this Phantom Lancer to get really big. Really, really, really big.
Big Lancer. And, long extended fights, draining out mana, that might be another thing that they could look towards. But they won't even have the Surge saved now. Yuragi has Nullifier done.
Dude, Chu did it. He went Scythe.
Oh, what a gamer.
Still away from the Shivas. I mean, Stormstorm's having such a horrendous game already. He's lower than said Phoenix, and he might get Scythed here if the Courier hurries up.
Lasso again
Dude.
on the Stormstormer with the Static Storm down. The control,
There it is.
the Hex, the damage, the wall does not connect in the way they needed to. And Oh man, third time's the charm, taking down Stormstormer with that combo. He's gonna buy back and hope to make something else happen here, but BZM pushing in at these waves, taking down some buildings. An Entity, no solution. PL still dead for 30 seconds. Taiga looking, finding Toby in trouble. Glimpse pulls him back in. Kinetic field down. The Tempest double dies, but so too will Toby. Dead for 50. GG is called. OG. They close it out 2-0. Unreal.
Yeah, I can just look at moments through this game for everyone on OG. In terms of just like fantastic plays. I think Taiga was so in sync with DM. From these lassos into the static storms, they made it look so simple. This was like less of a glimpse disruptor and more of just a static storm, like guaranteeing these kills, getting this lockdown. And a lot of times, like they just barely were able to get the damage out there, but they recognized that they didn't need more help. And so they're using the least resources that they need to get these kills on Stormstormer across the map. That left Yuragi and BZM free to just farm up that entire time. Choose clutch there on the eggs the whole time as well, and just super solid stuff. But yeah, definitely the best disruptor, the best Bloodseeker that we have seen so far. Yuragi making this hero just look ridiculous right out of the lane to absolutely shutting down the enemy carry.
I think that's going to be my highlight, just because, again, I know the pain. I've played against this matchup so many times. The Bloodseeker just makes you so sad as a Darkseer player. But Yuragi also played incredible into that like late game too. You remember when he ganked the PL behind the tier 2 tower mid at like 10 minutes? What the hell is this guy doing? He's on something. So an impressive showing. OG, they managed to 2-0 over Entity. We'll see if they can do it again tomorrow, where they still have that final series to play out. But for now, we're going to head on back to the panel, let them break down all the action.
This is it. This is what we're talking about, Kezu. It's not too late to show up, and better late than never. OG do it. Their safe lane looking fantastic. Their off lane, I would say the best it's looked all tour. Hands down.
I feel like they've stepped it up a bit. At the same time, for me it's a bit disheartening, like towards the end of DPC seasons, when you end up watching some of these teams that aren't doing very well. In this case, well, I guess it's kind of both of them, but more so Entity in this series. I feel like you can tell that something is wrong, like just with how they're moving and playing. Like it feels a little bit bad to like watch them play, because I'm sure it pains them even more than it does myself. But for OG, on the bright side, I feel like all of them, played well. They deserved this win. Yuragi kind of popped off, had a very free game, because there was definitely way too much feeding going on the sidelines of Entity, which then allowed OG supports to gank Stormstormer mid at minute 5, and then this whole snowball, and then he has an early Midas, and yeah, I feel like this game at this point is in over territory at 8 minutes.
Yeah, this game was...
They're just going a little
go ahead.
hard. ST. I was just gonna say, Entity just trying to go all in early, right? Like, we wanted them to be more active. They were doing it, but then things just weren't really connecting. Someone might just escape, but then they would still commit and commit and commit at all costs.
Yeah, this one fight that we've just seen on the screen is the best fight that they had throughout the whole game. Other than that, it's been all OG. Every single time I see this Bloodseeker, the more I like it. I feel like you can get away with this hero in the first phase, and you're like, what are you gonna do about it? I mean, we're gonna shift this to off lane if you don't feel like playing it as a core, and he's still gonna do, like, he can buy auras, he can buy Solar Crest, pretty much can buy any item, still gonna feel okay. But as a carry, this hero, if other lanes are bleeding, he's gonna be dumpstering this safe lane. So allowing supports to move to the mid lane, get him online. He moves, like, he goes through the twin gates, he TP rotates early on. We didn't even see the full potential of this OG's draft. This was like 30-minute game. Imagine if Arc Warden got like a Blink Dagger, Overwhelming Blink, Hex, and then like near the end we saw this Manta style, so 6 Arc Wardens. Plus you also have like Yuragi with his Manta style. It's just really painful to play into this. I think everybody who kind of played Dota recently with this like new tech on Arc Warden with Manta style did experience this, and it's very, very annoying. Like, we didn't even see what what this hero can do. I mean, he dominated, but still, like, this is a late game hero that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he still went, what was it, 14-1 by the end of it, a performance that could potentially rival for MVP, or is this like, nah, man, we got to give it to Yuragi?
I mean, the coolest thing, in my opinion, about this whole Arc Warden thing is the fact that he suggested it and that he ended up playing it well. But I would still say that Uragi had the best performance. Maybe it was a little too easy for him because he had illegal net worth. He had what was it? He had 4K at 5 minutes. He had like 5K net worth at 8 and like 7 at 10, which is like when you play Dota, and especially the higher you go.
When I have 5 at 10, that's fine, you know. But if you have
he's like the higher you go, what you learn is to minimize your losses and the amount of feeding or gold you give away in a bad situation. So if you see any pro game where a hero that's not Alchemist have this high of a net worth, you massively messed up in your early laning stage or somewhere. Because the fact that he does have such a good game afterwards, it's not too surprising, but he used it really damn well.
That min-maxing that you're talking about, Lacoste, is one of the things I think OG has brushed up on the most this tour.
Yeah, the team, I mean, I said it before the series started. I feel like if they played for another 2 weeks straight with their full roster, the team would be able to get dubs against some of the stronger teams as well. It's just that they were very slow adapting to what was thrown at them, had the, stand-in situation as well, and also might be a slightly slower adapting to this new patch. But in the end, I think they're gonna make it. I feel like OG are gonna make it through. They always kind of find a way. They're always like, we're gonna get relegated.
Somehow.
Suddenly they're like, wow, we're going to the major.
Yeah. I mean, they're out of major contention, so they can't do that. They can't pull that hat trick, but they can still stay in Div 1. Like we said, this was on the right track for themselves. We will end up seeing them play D1 Hustlers on Sunday, but for you, Kezu, was there a standout that you weren't too sure was going to happen this series? When I say that, I mean like the way they played the map, their lanes, their draft, or a certain player really stepping up. Was there something that coming in you were hesitant on how it was going to be? It could be a coin toss, and it just blew you out of the water today.
I mean, I was hoping for one of the teams to kind of have a glow up, I think, in terms of how they draft and then how they connect together in the game and how they play. And I think today OG, this was a good day for them. They drafted combos, they played together, they built the correct items. When they needed to play the map split, they did. When they had to fight together, they did. If they had the openings to move around the map to help out each other, they did that. And yeah, I mean, I'm just a little sad for Entity because I expected more from them. But sometimes you just need to accept the fact that your enemies, they're just better. It happens sometimes.
And OG were. They got the 2-0 today. Finally, we get another OG interview. I've been waiting for this one. It's going to be BZM joining us. I'm going to get to talk to that mid laner himself. BZM!
Hello.
Chilling over there after your win against Entity, huh?
Yep. Seems good. Feels good.
Was it too... I could imagine. Arc Warden, where did this pick come from? Were you calling for it? Was Misha kind of pushing for it? What happened?
No. Everybody wanted me to pick anything else, but it was only me against the world, basically. Yeah, I was pushing for it until the end, and Misha told me he's gonna kick me if I don't win. So
Congrats.
Yeah, you really had to show up then. At what point did you start calling for it? Because you said all the way through you're calling for it. Like what hero or what enticed the Arc Warden pick in your eyes?
I mean, I just played too much Arc Warden these days, and I just know when it's a good game for it. And we kind of banned out the carry hero pool, which is good into it, because we knew that even PO gonna be bad in lane against a Battle Rider. So it was just the best pick in my eyes, yeah.
Okay.
Is there a hero that you feel like it has like place and meta, but team is not picking it for you right now? Something that you want to play other than Arc Warden, of course?
Of course, it's Tinker. Tinker, Arc Warden.
Oh, stop the interview right now.
No.
Just kidding.
I can persuade everybody on the planet that Tinker is a good hero. I just need 5 minutes. That's it.
Okay, give me. We don't have that much time considering that we're already 30 minutes late. But give me like 3 good points why Tinker should be picked now.
Okay. First of all, the hero is total garbage before level 12. So you basically you either win the game before he gets level 12 or you lose miserably. Yeah. That's it.
Okay,
That's everything I need to
He
say.
only needed
These
1
are all
point,
3
not 3.
points. Nice. In terms of other questions, like how do you guys, like how do you personally feel about this patch? Do you feel like it suits your playstyle? Do you feel like it's been slow picking up on the pace of it, or what's the deal with it?
I guess I like it more than the last patch. Like every time a new hero emerges and it's in my hero pool, Arcordon, I like it. I like it much more than the last patch. So yeah, I mean that's for me. But for the team, I wouldn't say it's too hot right now. But you know, time gonna show. We're gonna improve. I hope. So yeah.
All right. I have, let's see. First of all, you guys haven't really looked as good this season. Can I hear from you? Because we can only speculate why. I want to hear from you what you think made a lot of these series harder than maybe prior seasons.
Come on, we lost 2 series in a row in the beginning where we were leading the series 1-0. It was pretty unlucky. It was pretty unlucky those series. And
I can excuse those. How about your last 2? Like the 2 before today?
I mean, Taiga decided to go take a break in this time. So yeah, thank you, Taiga. And
okay, unlucky.
The last two versus Goeters and Liquid. So what do you want from me? I'm not a machine.
Okay, so it happens, is what you're saying, right? But aren't there like some specifics? What you say, just like some individual like performances or draft? It's just like it happens, unlucky.
I mean, not necessarily, but I remember twice in the games we lost. It was because we are thinking what to pick, and I'm being pressured by the fact that I have 10-second reserve time, and I'm thinking, is it gonna be this hero or that hero? But it's so funny because I think we have 100% win rate with penalties. So if we can get a penalty,
just get more
if
penalties.
we can get a penalty, I can assure we're gonna win. Yeah.
You need stand-ins and penalties, bro. That's how you have the highest win rate, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And that's all from me. Thanks.
All right. We'll cut this interview short. BZM, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on this win, and we look forward to seeing you play on Sunday.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
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 Shit.
Oh, he was getting riled up at the end. You see this man? He's coming in. He's all like, sweet interview. And then Kezu's like, so why?
My bad. Like, my bad.
Excuse me. We were up against Liquid and Gaming Gladiators. Okay, I'd like to see you win against them. Okay, all right, come down here, buddy.
Yeah,
true. Them, okay?
I mean, they didn't. I feel like they could have lasted longer in those series. You know, put up more of a fight. But I'll accept it. I'll accept it.
Yeah, well, look, not everything can last forever, and Lacoste being on panel is one of those things. Because we're gonna go to a break. He's out of here. I got a high turnover rate on this panel. Okay, he's out of here. We're gonna break. When we come back, 2 new teams and a new panelist.
I'm going to follow me. Yeah, fancy. You're great. Good shit. Thanks. Ladder rush.
I can join you guys now with Travis.
I'm bottom, you can bait, I'm TPing.
Rail is not hitting me, guys.
It's a good fight. I can get the real back. He's up again.
Not sure how to find the real one. But gonna smoke us.
I don't have loss. I'm gonna option here.
Yeah.
Fuck. You're in again. Behind. Heal. Good. Doxy guys. Doxy on the back too.
Nice.
He's dying. There's a tech is. 8 seconds for glimpse. I want to chase Takis. Yeah. Chase him. On me. Look. No dust though, but he's stuck here. If I say anything, I'm gonna lose him. Sorry. Shit, I'm dying. Don't let me die.
Ah, he can't hit you. Just don't.
Nice.
We are straight into our third and final series. It is Hustlers up against Gaming Gladiators. And like I said, Lacoste out, T-Gov in. I got Kezu for this last series. Hi, T.
Hello.
What'd you go do in your break? Were you watching the games?
I watched a bit of the games, bit one-sided, couple of pauses.
Bit one-sided.
I
Couple
cleaned
of
my
pauses,
kitchen,
yeah.
looked after my kitten, fed my kitten. Kitten's ate food.
You have your kitten?
Good. Now ready
Kitten
to
good?
watch some.
Life good.
Life good. Another series, a lot of meaning, which is also good.
Yeah. I mean, if we want to place the weight on it, I was gonna try to copy your accent. I was
Nice
thought
try.
that was too mean. Kezu's already made fun of me once today. If Gaming Gladiators loses.
Continue.
Gaming Gladiators loses, it is a three-way tiebreaker between them, Quest Esports, and Liquid. I mean, they would all be guaranteeing themselves to the major, but still a tiebreaker situation you don't really want to be in. Whereas if Hustlers win this one, my gosh, they secure themselves in... No, they don't. Just kidding.
There we go.
Yes, they do. They do. They secure themselves in Div 1 and another step forward to forcing tiebreakers for the major. So it's a big one for Hustlers. A lot of things on the line because it'd suck to get this far and sort of plummet downwards to Div 2 too.
Yeah, but then think about it in the reverse way, all right? So you were talking about the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
I like the idea of imagine D1 Hustlers winning, because then you have teams like Liquid and Quest who've been sitting idle for like many days now, and then they look towards D1 Hustlers and it's like, wait, they beat Gaming? Then they play OG. It's like, wait, what? They beat OG? And then they realize, wait a second, now we have to play some four-way tiebreaker shenanigans, and one of us might not go. That sounds kind of hype.
Yeah, that's the
So you
timeline
want
I'm living for.
Yeah.
The four-way tiebreaker between Gaming, Quest, Liquid, Hustlers, and then the best of three between Entity, OG.
There we
for
go.
relegation.
See, doesn't that sound banging? Only Tundra
Double
and
banger.
Secret
You're right.
just locked in, and the rest of them having to do a fist fight in the street to decide who's going to the Div 2, to the
We
major,
literally
and
just
everything.
throw them all into a pit. It's like the Coliseum. We just throw them in there and we're like, good luck. But Hustlers, what are they bringing? What's their weapon of choice? T in actually no,
ask Kezu, yeah.
Hustlers' weapon of choice in a Coliseum.
In a coliseum, I'm gonna say it's Dalai Lama yelling or throat singing and just giving some surprises. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yep, for
All right.
sure.
And then in a game of Dota, what do you think is the
In a game of
surprise?
Dota, I think it's trying to build a lineup around Shad where he can eventually try to stand his ground. Make sure you can go around this 4, kind of maybe like have some decent early game. You get this Void Spirit on Atlantic. They had good success with Doom, and I would say they're gonna have this momentum now, and this is something that can happen to top teams at some point where I wouldn't say Gaiman are complacent, but D1 Hustlers must be like 4 times as hungry for a win against the top dogs than, for Gaiman, this is just another day. Another DPC, easy 2-0. What up, Ace? You're gonna play some Underlord or Doom? Yeah, what up, Quinn? You're gonna play Pango Void Spirit? Let's get out of here.
Hey, look, we could be getting something different too, because this Gaming Gladiators, they've racked themselves 2 losses. Yes, against Liquid and Tundra, but Tundra being their most recent series, and I don't want to say dismantle. I feel like that's a really rough word to use, but they
It's
definitely
fair.
got figured out by Tundra. Yeah.
I honestly would say they did get dismantled when you think about the game time, 29 minutes, 22 minutes. You also, when you look at the draft, it really was just a beautiful clinic of Tundra decide, like, going down the route of what offlanes do we ban at the correct time, and Gaming kind of not locking Ace's hero in, I think, early enough, because then we got some, like, last phase darks here in game 2. Copying Tundra from the previous game didn't feel great, and this Brewmaster, it could have had some merits, but the rest of the draft kind of fell flat, so now it's like, you couldn't lean on Ace. And Gaming often super active enabled Quinn by the supports, and Ace always finding farm, so if the game does get weird, he's going to take over the enemy area, so the enemy's reacting to him. In these games, no one reacted to Ace, and Quinn got shut down, so the whole kind of success of Gaming was removed.
Did you have something you wanted to add there, Kezu?
No, I think he hit it straight on the nail. I was waiting for my next question to give more insight and give some ping pong, bing bong into this one.
Go on.
All right. I'll cook it up a question over here. Thanks, T. What about overlapping heroes? I think that's another one that's really interesting because Hustlers have pulled out a lot of different things that I wouldn't expect them to be pulling out. And as of recent, Gaming Gladiators forced their hands into picking more uncomfortable things. I mean, we ended up seeing a Juggernaut as well in that series that you're talking about against Tundra. And I think there was another wacky pick in the Liquid one too. Oh, no, it was still just Juggernaut. Yeah, so they've gone for Juggernaut back-to-back. and it working very specifically in certain situations and in certain player hands?
I would say in terms of overlapping heroes, I touched a little bit on this Doom and Void Spirit. I think they're going to be very heavily contested. In terms of supports, I don't know if they are too similar when it comes to that. And I think in terms of carry, I would say Dyrachyo is more aggressive. I mean, this Juggernaut, they've tried it. Personally, I don't really think it's looked good in either of the games, unless I missed one of the games where it did look good. So I feel like that's a hero that they're going to be shelving this time around.
Yeah, no, it hasn't looked good.
Yeah.
The Voice Spirit is definitely one. When Kezu says it is interesting because even though Quinn has picked it up every time on Gaming Gladiators on the side of Hustlers, they have a pretty high priority for it too, but it's more flexible. We've seen at Xantic, their mid laner, and Shad, their carry, pick it up.
Yeah, I think Shad's played it at least once now. And I like the idea of having that flex available because, like you said, with D1 Hustlers, they draft it with the same level of respect as like Gaming. But when Gaming pick it, it's just the Void Spirit. So I like when teams are able to actually kind of move it around a little bit. Realistically, it's only mid or carry, so you always know it's in like a high kind of priority role at least, so it's not like you're flexing it further down. So I think that series will probably see Void Spirit. Ooh, how many games? 2 games?
2 games is fair, I think. Yeah.
I'm expecting it to be a 2-0, so that's why I'm not saying 3.
Oh, okay, that was going to be my follow-up. 2-0-4...
My lips are sealed.
Team Liquid.
Yeah. Insane is just going to sub in and whip out the world's best Voice Spirit we've ever seen.
Yeah, he's going to really clap them.
No, I
can
honestly
feel it.
I am leaning Gaming in this series because I think I don't think D1 Hustlers can replicate what Tundra did to dismantle both Quinn and Ace. And in doing so, it's like if you only take away one, often the other player kind of steps up to fill that kind of role to get everyone across the line, right? So I'm happy to be surprised and kind of proven wrong and D1 Hustlers just show up and destroy them. But like I am, of course, I think like the majority of people going to lean with Gaming.
We have to lean on Gaming Gliders. If you wouldn't, I don't really know what logical reason you could come up with.
Oh, I just take Quinn.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. Thank you, Twitch chat. Thank you, Twitch chat. No, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that was it. All right, that was the end of the point. I thought T was going to try and have a rebuttal, and I was like, all right, let's go, test me.
Twitch chat is always right. You don't argue with Twitch chat. This should be a known fact.
I've got it open now. Anyone saying anything fun?
Enjoy that 6-minute delay over there, T. We do have a little bit of a delay with the lobbies. I don't know why, but just letting you guys know that's why we're still here and we haven't pressed the start button. Just kidding.
No, if we did it. Actually, I just did it off screen. You're welcome.
Thanks,
Kezu. Oh, thanks, Kezu.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Kezu just actually wanted to talk to us a little bit more about the teams and not specifically the drafts.
Exactly. It's my favorite type of thing. You're welcome.
Doom, man. I mean, you kind of have.
It's more the Timbersaw from the Gaming Gladiators side for a ban. Like, is that, when I say D1 Hustlers, are you like, oh yeah, that Timbersaw is so good, you have to ban that one out, we don't want to cover.
Yeah, actually, yeah,
Yes.
kind of.
1,000%.
Yeah, no cap.
I've played with Xantic for like 2.5 years in like national tournaments, like ESL. It was some ESL events basically back in the day. And he was a godly Timbersaw. He then went to play NA DPC, played Timbersaw. He played EU DPC, Div 2 and stuff, Timbersaw. And also Divine Llama, he played in these tournaments as well, the UK national tournaments. He also played Timbersaw. And it's like, this was like 3-4 years ago. And then they both started getting like, really good and stuff. And it's like, their pub hero was this. So now they're on the same team. It's like, there is so much Timbersaw potential. They haven't really fully utilized it, I feel. But Gaming already respecting the second pick, that flex potential to the end. Don't let him have it. So
There's the word Timbersaw is banned for the rest of the panel now.
Oh, well, that's it.
No, wait, I want to quickly get it in.
Okay.
The only reason why I asked is because even though we'd seen a Xantic pop off on Timbersaw once, I didn't know that Davai Lama also had, the...
Pop-off potential?
Yeah.
Yes. I was going to use a smarter word than pop-off, but you know what?
It's value.
It's the pop.
Value.
Pop. All right, Timbersaw's now banned.
They both play it, and that hero, which name I shall not name, is, I would say, very good against Quinn's hero pool. Quinn plays a lot of these melee, like all these Embers and Void Spirits, maybe even Pango to some degree, where Timber makes it kind of annoying. It's just this hard hero to get out of the lane, and he's the one that actually chips you out. And Gaimin rely a lot around having mid playability, I think. Maybe more than any team from minute 5 to 10. Or I don't know if they rely on it more than others, but they use it the best out of any team in Dota right now. So removing that hero should be pretty good for them.
Okay, so Medusa Spearbreaker or Medusa... What's the pairing?
Are you just going to pick your safe lane straight up, T? That's what you're expecting them to do?
Yeah, they've done it before with their Medusa opening.
Yeah,
they've
they
tried
did.
Medusa Coddle, they've done Medusa Spearbreaker before. I honestly wouldn't mind seeing the Spearbreaker in first phase. You've seen it in 5-roll, 4-roll, 3. Like, it's very kind of open in that regard. And against the techies, I feel like if you are picking Medusa, you need your 5 to at least give you that just absorption of damage. Because then that one spell that the Spirit Breaker tanks, now the Medusa isn't like at half mana, you know? And now it's like chilling. We're continuing the game. Also, I say half mana, she's kind of broken. I mean to say like 4/5 of mana or something, you know? She doesn't lose anything, but still.
Yeah. Okay, so I like the Pango ban. Obviously, D1 Hustlers have prepared this opening. They've played it before. They like it to take out Pango so that Gaimin can close the face with it here. Actually, okay, so this is a third hero that is very good against Medusa. We also just saw this lane played for Entity, but I can assure you that they messed it up. It should go a little bit better. So overall, this pick is, first of all, good against the Medusa, kind of chill with techies, and for another reason, Darkseer just buys all these items that are kind of annoying for Medusa to deal with. So for now, I would say both teams are fairly happy with what they've got on their hands.
It's also with the Medusa. Sorry, I was going to say, like, the Medusa, the itemization against any illusion-creating opponents, it does make it awkward because when you want to buy your Butterfly, your Skadi, there isn't really, like, the perfect plan B with your itemization. I saw Skidder in a pub against Darkseer try and do, like, a Miano route. So when he did have a clone created of him, he had the ability to kill it off. He wasn't buying Butterfly, so this illusion was just evading everything. So there is maybe room for creativity to deal with the Darkseer, but I'm yet to see a carry player kind of find the perfect build.
Yeah, it's...
That's going to be like later down in the later part of this game. I don't know why I forgot the word game. But it feels like we have our off lane and our safe lane, right? Our Gaming Gladiators off lane going to be matched up against the Hustler safe lane here just in the opening picks. And we have harped on quite a lot about techies, what he brings to a lane, and just how much he's able to like amplify and make it stable. Is that enough in your eyes that you think there's more kill potential on the Gaming Gladiators off lane, or there's more kill potential on the Hustler safe lane with the Medusa SB Kezu?
It's more on Gaimin's side, but either way, Darkseer lanes aren't very notorious for getting too many kills. Like, if one shows up, you take it, but it's not something that you really like play towards, where you take small trades, get them low, and then kill them, as with many other lanes. So Gaimin definitely have more of the aggression. And if Hustlers want, I mean, they can put the SB in the off lane and like pick a more aggressive 5, which personally I don't think you need to do it. If you have Medusa in this matchup, I think she's gonna farm fine, and you're probably just gonna be okay with that. They do ban Oracle anyway. That was like one of the other heroes I did think about. I would just say that I think it's a valid like thought to have, but I feel like overall Medusa Oracle is not really a super cool hero combo in the game, in my opinion. Like, it doesn't really, you don't benefit so much from each other, but you are annoying for the Darkseer, so I guess there's that.
Right, so you're saying the Oracle could have filled in that, hey, Medusa can be more aggressive.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, for sure.
I like the fact that Gaimin are still banning out the carries that can annoy a Darkseer. The Bloodseeker that we just saw in the previous game, the Monkey King, of course. And I think for D1 Hustlers, this next pick for them, if they pick their support, it kind of unflexes the Spirit Breaker. You don't want to pick Divine Lama's hero in this slot, in my opinion. I think unless he's playing like a Doom, he kind of needs to see a little bit more information to get his hero. He also, unlike other offlaners, he kind of religiously sticks to buying the auras. And naturally, with that kind of concept, you do need to have more information to make sure that your hero can get to the point of having auras. So, okay, they actually pick up the Shadow Demon that can kind of play 4 and 5. We've seen other teams do it. And yeah, against Darkseer, your ultimate's going to do pretty good. Can't surge away. Get rid of Iron Shell.
this still leaves in some amount of flex for the SB though.
Yeah, it does. Between 4 and 5, they're just going to like hover. And technically, you could put Spirit Breaker offlane still here in this position, but
Yeah.
I think realistically, you just want to put it 5 due to the Deuces concept. But yes, it does exist.
Yeah, I like this SD pick a lot. I think SD is good with Dusa. I mean, not necessarily for the saves, but the illusions are very annoying. You stack. I think overall the hero's good. Aggressive Purge is good against Darkseer. Maybe also, like, depending on Gaben's picks, the Shard can be good where you defensively purge your allies. I think that's pretty good. And if you're Gaben, generally speaking, the best strats I've seen. I mean, when you see this support duo, I think you should be thinking of backline jumping cores that get to ignore Dusa. Like, not only are these heroes good against Dusa, because it's a easy hero to be ignored, but SD, SB, these are heroes you need to kill. So it's like some Storm Spirits, these type of heroes I think should probably come to mind that feel very good against this, well, the support duo. And other than that, when you play against Medusa, you really want to have lineups that can drag out team fights. So any hero that's mobile or has high HP, stuff like that, I would say any of these should feel very good for them.
All right, we're in uncharted territory right now, guys. Quinn.
No, this is the classic. Oh, you two.
Ooh, cool.
What's the classic? The Celery Enchantress?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say the fourth core Celery Enchantress right now.
Yeah, and the reason why it looks good is because you pick up the Faceless Void after. So now both of your supports have purpose in mid-game engagements, because you always know that whoever gets chronoed, there's going to be mines thrown in, sticky bombs, the Impetus as well. We've seen Celery happily go for like Dragon Lance, drums, casual Glimmer Cape, make sure he can also present damage in the fight. But for me, it's like I'm now looking at, okay, Quinn hasn't had his hero picked yet. The Pango's banned, the Void Spirit's banned. He's only played 2 other heroes so far in this tour, the Ember and the Storm Spirit. It's like, we might get to see him play a new hero, guys. Like, I'm actually so excited.
It's happening.
It's
Quinn will play new Dota hero. I'm bad chesting right now.
Oh, God. But D1 Hustlers have to pick them ban before we get to that stage. But still, when that hero gets locked in, it's going to be a new one.
Whoa, another new hero. Okay, so for now, I like all the picks that came out in the second phase from both teams. I think the Ench is really nice in the early game. You have good tempo. I think neither of these supports really deal well with you. They don't deal a lot of damage, or if they do, they take a lot of time, which Ench is good against. You can deal damage into Chrono as well. It's a sick Faceless Void game until the Axe pick came out. It's still good, but obviously that's an answer to the hero. It's a great time walk game. You can time walk into SB Charge to never get stunned. You can kite Medusa, fits into the play long teamfight style. Time dilation as well, very good. And for D1 Hustlers, I think it was very important on that pick to find an answer for this hero, either in the lane or in the game. Axe is one of those heroes. The problem is, when I see Axe being played and he has no burst damage into the Blink Call, I think the hero has a very high chance of failing. Like, I don't think he's actually set up for success. He's set up to get really fat in the game, but then utilizing and turning it into aggression is going to be very hard.
I mean, couldn't this just be some Puck pick at the end for D1 Hustlers? So then you hit the Axe call, and then Puck's blinking in, layering additional control on top of that, Witchblade, that type of thing.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Like, Gaming, they have 0 clean stuns, right, outside of Chrono. Like, sure, blast off, but it's not that quick, we got you style.
No Puck, on to the next tier.
Okay, what's next?
They do also pick second, which means Gaiman will
Yeah, I was gonna say
pick
they will have
another
overall.
mid-hero.
They'll see a Quinn.
I wanna see-
a Quinn hero first.
Sorry, I'm just going to throw out another quick hero for Atlantic. It would probably be the Kunkka. So it's less about getting additional damage, but just the raw tankiness of Spirit Breaker, an Axe, a Dusa, Rum Buff. Like, this Chrono potentially could do nothing for them in the early mid-game. So you're not doing damage, but you're just existing until Dusa does all the damage for you.
If they know exactly how to execute it, I do think that Kunkka could work. But there's a world where you play Axe Kunkka together and you try to blow all your spells all the time. And I don't think you're ever going to kill the target. You have to actually play very patient and on this tankiness that you're talking about. Because these two heroes, they overlap a lot, right? They both lack this nice follow-up damage and cohesiveness, but that's a Atlantic special. A Tinker ban.
Tinker. Oof. Okay. I mean, when we're talking about damage and follow-up, right? Some cheeky little Tinker that we haven't really seen too much. Could work out. It's also Gaming are kind of reminding us that they don't really progress the map with their heroes right now. Like Enchantress
really
can,
don't. Yeah.
but there's no way for them to take the mid tier 1, the safe lane tier 1 very quickly and invade Dusa. You know, they are respecting that they're going to be kind of relatively idle and waiting for a later timing, unlike most of their drafts. There are only embers left from the heroes he's played. Will Quinn succumb to his 4-hero pool in the current tour, or will he diversify?
Yeah, I mean, Ember is like kind of cool with Darkseer, and you can you don't really get ganked by SB, right? Because you have Slide. You can semi-dodge axe calls as well if you're really on point. SD Purge is kind of annoying. I mean, it fits the script, but I gotta feel like that there's a hero that fits better. Like that is.
What else has he been playing?
Right click OD. That's what I want to see. I don't.
Right click OD.
Is that even?
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
Well, I just realized, why am I getting excited over Ember? It's his 4th fucking hero.
Yeah, I was like,
I got
okay,
so
T,
baited.
alright.
I saw a red hero appear. I was like, this is not. Oh, it's Ember. Oh my god. All right, D1 Hustlers absolutely rattled by this 4th pick. They really.
Yeah, this is crazy.
No idea. Or 5th pick. 4th hero for Quinn.
There's like a world where you want to pick Monkey and Huskar, but I feel like it would kind of ruin your draft, and Gaben have early supports that can come over and offset this matchup. So I would hope that they pick a hero that's good for their game, and that is like gonna give some playability towards Axe and like be a secondary guy or a third guy that goes in with some magic damage, look on the supports, like some more chill. Kunkka, I think, is still okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's my favorite. I haven't looked at too many of the other mid heroes now, but let's see.
I think Atlantic is the type of player that would happily go for that counter matchup. But yeah, like I agree with you. If they Huskar, it's too one-dimensional. Let's try and beat the lane.
Oh no, it can work. I don't hate it, but I think that the volatility of this is very high, where once again you have like some Medusa Huskar draft. They're not slow in terms of how they play, but in terms of how they move, it's like very tailored, and they both hate like being kited and like jerked around the map. And like Axe, Huskar, Medusa, it's like they need really good lanes and like try to stay ahead, get some couple Aegises, and then eventually Shad 1v5s. But I feel like Gaimin, they've got the upper hand in this game.
It's kind of funny to say that overall Gaimin have it, even though there might be a few struggles in the lane, especially not having that mid matchup going their way too much deep. But are you on the same page as Kezu? You think Hustlers are on this time frame that they might not actually get to? There might be too much aggression from the side of Gaimin.
It's hard to say. I think D1 Hustlers, even though there's this Huskar v Ember matchup, I think their side lanes need to go really well to free up their supports to make mid moves. Because I can see a world where Gaimin just sack the side lanes a little bit, Ench Techie just run at this Huskar mid with Quinn doing some slight spam on Huskar, and now suddenly your Huskar's behind, your Axe is still trying to farm some like Vanguard, Blink, Blade Mail, and then you have no moves to make, and then Darkseer Techies, everyone's sweeping the map, right? Because even if Ember has a bad game, or lane, sorry, Darkseer is one of the best heroes at giving Ember purpose, because you have Iron Shot on top of him, plus his Flame Guard, like, he amplifies him a lot, so I feel like if Hustlers can protect this Huskar well enough with supports, then sure, they can take it. This is probably one of the better drafts that they can do to beat Gaimin, but it's just the Gaimin value. It just holds a little bit stronger. I don't know. It's hard to not side with Gaimin right now.
Yeah, look, they've had great execution. I definitely get it. It's not always just down to hero matchups, lane matchups. There's always ways to come back in this game, but let's get on into it. Let's see how these matchups do play out, and let's hear from our casters, T-Panda and Fear.
Thank you, panel, and welcome as we're heading over to the first game of the last series of the day here with T-Panda and Fear. Fear, what do you think about the panel's thoughts coming into this game one?
Which thought? All the thoughts collectively?
Everything.
I wasn't really listening to anything they said, so hopefully they were saying smart things.
There's a lot of bold thoughts. Also, I would just want to remind about the storylines for both of these two teams. D1 Hustlers, already mentioned at the start of the panel, they're still fighting for the chances to go to the major, at least the tiebreakers, and then potentially advance into the major, which is a hell of a storyline when you think about this team probably didn't set their sights on the major on the first time that they're going to be playing in Division 1 with this current roster. So if they can push through that, beating the major title holders right now, Gaming Gladiators, that's a heck of a storyline.
For sure, and I was just kidding. I was listening to the panel. I do agree with a lot of things they have to say here. this draft that they got going on. It's very one-dimensional, it's very aggressive, and it does not have room for much air. That's the big things that are going to be takeaways from here. But it is a good route if they do want to beat Gaming Gladiators, a team that probably is just stronger in most aspects when it comes to decision-making, team fighting, everything like that, mechanically. But if you just run them over, win 3 lanes, that could be your ticket to victory. This is a really clever smoke gank so far that's been brewing. And just to get it canceled just like that by Tofu saying, oh, they're here. But do you see how they wrapped around there all the way through the tier 2 tower? That would have been cool if it worked out, but unfortunately.
Pretty untraditional rotation there, but almost getting connection onto one of Gaming Gladiators' heroes. Also talking about, we've discussed a multitude about what's a good matchup versus the Ember in the mid matchup, and you get yourself a Husker. You know, the Husker should dismantle, should destroy the Ember Spirit, but how does Quinn play against this? Because, you know, at Zantic, he's a specialist on some of these very scary heroes as a gold tier Husker as well. How does Quinn get this lane into his advantage? We'll talk about that in just a moment, let that thought brew. As Ace and Tofu both chasing Hakoda, attempting to get a kill. Shad's going to slow them down with the Mystic Snake and keep them at bay for the time being. Going to get hit by another mine, blow up a bit of that extra mana. Shad should be completely fine. But what do you think about the mid matchup for Quinn?
Oh, it's definitely going to be difficult for sure. But he is no stranger to playing matchups like this, right? So he's going to get what he can. How is he going to win it? I can't really answer that one. It's just by getting more CS than Exantic, if he can, but it's not going to be simple. The first couple levels are going to be very imperative to how well this lane does go, because Huskar is not a hero that is strong in the early levels. It's mainly around that level 3, level 4 timing where you start to get bullied super hard, but we're already seeing in the mid lane who's bullying who.
Exactly. Quinn starting off with a great advantage there. 8 CS compared to the 3 on Zantic. And the side lanes, nothing too special yet. D1 Hustlers, they got poked a bit by Gaming Gladiators with this techies, trying to buy space for the Darkseer to farm up, which is exactly what Ace needs here. And of course, Hakoda has to retaliate with aggression to buy space for Shad. And Ace gonna get bashed up as well. Potential first blood here. That's a big wand heal though, which is gonna be the difference maker, keeping himself alive.
But still not healthy and very far away from that ring of health. So this bot lane for Shad and Hakoda going super well. This Darkseer only got 3 CS right now. Incredibly low. As Hakoda is going to salve up here.
Yeah, just a fresh salve off of the courier. Get yourself back into action. Quick rest and rotate once again. And of course, the top lane, which we haven't really discussed too much about right now, is Quinn's fairly low in the mid lane, just going for that water rune for himself. Duratio with the Faceless Void up against the Violama on the Axe. And of course, Time Dilation is definitely a deadly spell in this game. Pretty much hurts every single hero on the side of D1 Hustlers. But then again, we've talked about the Violama, his positioning, his aggression. Has the team got themselves that right mindset today? Because the challenge is obviously, we know it's difficult for them. They know it themselves is a really hard matchup, but they could actually benefit a lot out of the Violama just going for these crazy aggressive plays.
I wouldn't say they would benefit from. They need to do it. This is the type of lineup that they opted into. I saw this Medusa pick, and this isn't really a Medusa strategy. I started out with it. I was like, all right, we got a Medusa, Spirit Breaker. We got the Shadow Demon Illusions Medusa. This is starting to look like a Medusa game, but then they pivoted. Instead of picking an Aura Buyer in the offlane, they picked this Axe and Hakoda. Okay.
Boy, that's a tough life for the Spirit Breaker. First blood going for Gaming Gladiators. All the hands off of Tofu. Bringing down that first kill.
Yeah, and to finish my point off here, like the pivot they made of picking this Axe who doesn't buy anything, as there's of course going to be more battling going on, but it looks like nothing should really be happening there. They don't have Auras, and their mid laner doesn't make space. So this draft has to snowball. The Husker has to have a good game, the Axe has to have a good game, and on top of him having a good game, he needs to find kills on the map with the Huskar. And that puts Medusa in a weird spot where she's going to be like insurance for this game, just in case it does go to that late game. But if things don't go well in the early mid game here, they can't fall back on this Medusa just to be that 1v5 type of carry, because they don't have the heroes to support that.
We've already seen one of those games here in the West European DPC where I believe it was Secret that were playing the Medusa, and they just got stomped in 10-15 minutes off the game. Tofu, he's going to get charged, but Hakoda needs a bash to secure the kill, but the vacuum is going to cancel it. The tower also takes part in the action, and Ace is going to find his first kill. That's 2 in total from the same lane.
And those are big kills as well, because this lane, CS-wise, was not going well for them. You're picking this Axe as well in the top lane. His primary function, on top of being able to just lock down the Void later in the game, this is supposed to be a good lane matchup, but Celery playing the Enchantress, now level 3, is telling you, nope, this is not going to be a good lane for you. I'm going to keep throwing these impetuses at you. Now he has the level 3 with the creep here. As they might try to make a play here.
Got a good combination of spells here, and that the Bind Cone flying out, the Seed Shot for the kill. The Violama trying to chase Celery, but Celery feels like he's just the one kiting the Violama at this point with that enchant, but the Violama going to keep
He's wasting so much time, even the mid lane
Battle
game.
Hunger available here, still trying to chase for it, taking heavy amounts of damage. You've got the Shadow Demon also TPing in, and that is going to be the end for Celery. But even if this kill does go for Violama, you said a lot of space created for Duraccio, who's taking over the lane. That's 2 creep waves for him.
Yeah, and some more. He has perfect lane control, total free farm. There's no way that Celery's mad about that death. He's like, yeah, I just made so much space. Consider top lane even more one than it already was. And great start here. And we wanted to check up on mid lane here, and Xantic's doing it. This is the start you do want. As a Huskar versus the Ember Spirit. Completely crushing him. Quinn just has to go back and stack camps here, but look at that. Quinn's camps are even blocked with the Sentry Ward.
Gonna hinder him a bit. Violama in trouble though, gonna get slowed up by the time dilation. And Duraccio and Celery should be able to close this one out. Axe just making them work for it a bit, and the tower actually gets the split kill. And nobody farming in the top lane as well, as Tofu's pretty much in trouble, but Theoliker are only able to get 1 Shadow Poison connection. That's not gonna be enough for the kill.
But they have denied the rune.
Yep.
And they have
When
the
they
catapult.
Life break with the charge, and Quinn's gonna get deleted. At Xantic, with the help of Theoliker and Hakoda, will get the first kill for this Husker. Quinn's not off to a very, not a very shiny start, at least. Gonna have to hold on to some scraps and, you know, basically a bit of a weather the storm situation. Theoliker gets to barely TP out.
But he is fortunate in a game like this. Both his side lanes are doing okay. Sure, you're still free farming on the Medusa, but you're getting something on the Darkseer. I think that's the big thing for them here. So he'll have a little more space. I think what Quinn really wants to have, though, in this game is if they
Gotta
can
be
kill
careful. There's a
Xantic now.
Celery coming out from the side, and the Mud Golem and the Impetus Spears ends up being the downfall for the Husker. Ember looks to survive as well, getting those extra bottle charges in between. So not even a kill on Quinn. Very important kill for Gaming Gladiators.
And that's even better than what I said he would probably have to do. I was going to say, he's going to probably have to get a rune and leave mid lane, but, you know, if the Husker dives you like that without the armlet ready, and you have support there, getting a kill on that Husker is even better. So that's kind of the just recovery road here for Quinn. He doesn't have to do a lot in this particular game. Just survive and make some rotations, because it's going to be that mid-game timing where the Violama just... He's not going to have that Blink Dagger as early as he will want to have it, based off his laning stage.
That's another action rune taken away from the Ember Spirit, and Celery is going to be the target here for Xantic, and closing out this Enchantress with the life break gets the kill. The Wolf is still trying to do some work on the SD here, but the damage is not quite sufficient. Celery with some good micro attempts trying to get a return kill on the enemy support. Not quite gonna happen though.
Ace is just kicking out Medusa from the jungle. We do see Shad. He likes to play his Medusa here. Usually has the same farming patterns, farming those 2 bat camps there. Ace realizing that and just taking them out for himself.
And also this Darkseer off to a pretty swell start. Is actually the top net worth hero for Gaming Gladiators for the time being. And that is pretty important. You do get those big items, those big aura items on your Darkseer, help out your team, enables this Ember Spirit to stay alive a bit longer in team fights, and of course that the Void doesn't just die when he chronos or wants to initiate on the opponent. The Darkseer, very durable hero. Getting a lot of backup for his buddies. Hakoda charging into mid. They're softening up Quinn here, and the charge will connect, and maybe they can get some few punches in, but a lot of TPs. Nice blast off from Tofu. Disarm kicks in, and there's the Chrono. They will get the Husker. They'll look up the Spirit Breaker kill as well. He's got no charge available, and with the time dilation, definitely not so. And Gaming Gladiators rotating with the carry, getting a kill, and 2 on top. That's just the Husker. That hurts a lot losing, but Gaming Gladiators just being faster with these rotations and not being afraid.
Yeah, and instantly smoking out here as well. I'd want to hear the communications on that. I'm sure Quinn was saying to Dyrachyo, hey, Huskar's going to dive me again. He's playing like a psycho. Just have your TP ready. And these kills, definitely, I mean, that's just how you have to play Huskar most of the time, but bleeding these kills is definitely very bad for you. Especially if you lose your Dusa here. That was massive.
Great connection here. Blast off is available. Charge is coming in. But this Medusa already down a half of that mana pool, and no more Mystic Snake available. Shat in huge trouble. Wall drop down as well. Shat does get the Mystic Snake off and buy some time, but they will take down Tofu. And now Quinn still on the chase. Wants this Shat kill, and he will get it. That's a double for the Ember Spirit, and also finishing off the Shadow Demon on the side. Maybe the Darkseer might lose his life, but that Vanguard, it's a bit too much for this Spirit Breaker to work against. And just toying with their prey for the time being. Divine Llama getting killed off in the top lane by the Dyrachyo, and a triple for Mr. Quinn Callahan.
And just like that, Ember's back in the game. Same net worth as the Huskar. All that early game, the whole reason you drafted this Huskar, crush this Ember, make sure he doesn't have a good game. Well, guess what? He's got a good game now, and that's a big point of concern here if you are the D1 Hustlers. But Xantic, he still has a pretty decent game. His 2 deaths really hurt them. But the axe, it really hurts. He was almost had that blink dagger. I guess he's going to tick into it just now. It's time to go now.
They are coming to the top lane. He will reveal that blink. And the Dyrachyo still has the Time Walk available. Pop this Mask of Madness, though. He wants this farm. He's going to get it. The Llama, not really an opportunity for him to just blink in and initiate. That's still a level 5 SD. No Demonic Purge. Needs another creep wave for it. He's going to stick around. Clear out that wave. Meanwhile, Quinn battling it out in the bot lane. Shad gonna have to get some backup here, and Hakoda has to rotate to help him out. There's a Remnants available, and another one coming off cooldown, so that's just gonna be Quinn poking and kind of reminding Shad as well that you are never safe.
Yeah, Quinn is bullying the Medusa. He doesn't want to go back mid, because who wants to lane versus Huskar at this point in the game? I think probably absolutely no one. Maybe Celery can do it on the Enchantress. So they're just going to play the game of keep away from the Huskar, and Quinn gets the added benefit of stopping.
They're just going to jump this axe right away. He does get the call off on Hurricane into the mines. And into the Chrono as well. It even catches the Oliker on the side, so this SD, even despite him dropping his ult onto this Faceless Void, doesn't really help too much. Divine Llama to go down.
Word is Xantic is in town, so they're backing up a bit.
I was trying to go for a vac wall initiation there, but decided to cancel the cast. While Quinn finishes off the bottom tier 1 tower with Gaming Gladiators. They've got a lot of company in this top lane.
I still don't think they want to fight Huskar. Without Chronosphere, it's going to be hard.
Kite it out. Wait for the cooldowns to come back up. And look for the best possible initiation. It really does put the worry on D1 Hustlers, right? Like, they're the ones who kind of they're forced to make the moves. In Gaming Gladiators, they can just play this kind of defensive responsive Dota.
And this is just how their draft is going to function.
It's a very troublesome Enchantress kill, which will not work out. And Shad is down to ace with Quinn. And they get to fight as well in the top lane. Blastoff does connect. Spirit Breaker, 4 more seconds, but the time dilation on top of him. And the mines to explode. Tofu getting the kill. So that's 2 heroes again gone from D1 Hustlers. And Gaming Gladiators, they're up to 14 kills right now. 3K net worth advantage.
And I have to go back to just the draft here and how important it is that D1 Hustlers get these kills, and they're not getting them. You see this axe, they don't have damage. So the problem I have right now is axe is the type of hero you pick in the off lane if you have an active carry, because Axe is go, go, go. He wants to kills, he wants to keep fighting, he doesn't want to sit back and farm, he doesn't really have much team fight to offer. He's just a skirmisher, you want to get kills. And then you have a Dusa who's the opposite. Dusa kind of wants to play as someone who wants to team fight, like a Darkseer, for example. Buys the auras for you, gets you into the late game. And then you have their mid laner, an Exantic here, that wants to go, go too as well. But then you have this Dusa, just wants to farm.
Oh, dear
they have
Hakoda.
different things.
Oh, no. Worst possible situation. He was charging in for vision. Stops the charge at a mine on the rune. Gets blown up. Then there's a second mine. He gets hit by it. And Quinn shows up like, hey, he's been tendered up. Thank you, Tofu, for that.
Tender beef there. And Hakoda chooses not to get a point in Bulldoze. A little surprising. The 40% status resistance just for the value point is quite good. We'll see if he picks it up at level 7. Could save his life in a lot of instances.
Possibly could, yeah. He did only manage to get one of the Wisdom runes. Another one has spawned on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Not in a rush to pick it up either. We'll keep on scaling up into higher experience the longer it waits.
So who is going to do damage when Axe blinks and calls? That's my question.
That's a pretty good question. I don't have an answer for you, Fear.
It has to be the Medusa or the Huskar, I suppose.
It has to be the creeps or the neutrals or something that allows more spins.
Oh, there you go. So he has to do it himself.
Yeah, he has to do it himself. But now Ace is going to get initiated on. A couple stacks of Burning Spears. Ace burning up slowly, but the Huskar's in trouble right now. Going to get bubble saved for the time being. Ace is very low. Devilama does get the dunk out. And at the same time, Medusa showing up for the fight. Xantic is already down. Quinn still fighting with the Oliker in the backline. With that Maelstrom doing a lot of damage. Tofu will fall to Shad. And Shad trying to battle it out with Celery at the same time. But Axe going for the call. Doesn't quite connect. And Quinn able to jump out of there. The U1 Hustlers losing 3, but getting 2. It is probably
that was
the best
5
trade
versus
they found
4,
in a
though.
while.
Keep that in mind. I mean, it was the best trade they had in a while, yes, but they had 5 heroes there. Lost more heroes. And Dirachi is still free farming. It's still better than them just getting wiped, I suppose. Either way, they need something bigger here. I'm glad Medusa did show up, because I think the Stone Gaze into the Axe Call is going to be a combo that they have to rely on.
Xantic, he's putting his vengeance on the Wild Wing Ripper. He can't get the jump on the Enchantress. A bit too far away.
Got him.
Mid T1 tower just dying to creeps. Gaming Gladiators didn't have to do much heavy lifting there, but they're locating Shad. And Dyrachio going for the Chrono. Got the Medusa trapped inside of it with Quinn coming in for the backup. And Shad, no friends, no allies. Where's my team? They're smoking up for a retaliation fight, but the mine has located them. They're going to get hit by it.
Oh, he's got a rune. They're going to have to purge
Jumping onto the Ember Spirit, but a nice root coming out. The two-man chains from Quinn. Tofu in the middle. The Oliker to drop, and it's Xantic. He's the next core to stand his ground by himself at the Violama. Trying to go for the TP out. He's going to be able to, but none of his teammates did. He's the lone survivor. And Gaming Gladiators, it's just a walk in the park for them, right? 8k lead, 22 kills. Everything going to plan.
And it feels like the D1 Hustlers here, their timing, their idea of how to play this game feels a little bit too late for them. The lanes didn't go the way they wanted to. Well, mid lane did go the way, but a couple aggressive dives, to say the least, swung that matchup right back into the way of the Ember Spirit. And poor Devi Llama, he just hasn't had a game quite yet.
Doesn't feel like anyone really had a game. Yeah, even with this Axe falling in the top lane, Shadow Demon coming in for the rescue, but there's just too many tools. There is one, but the Hellbear. Nah, Quinn's he's gonna take it. He's on a godlike spree right now with this Ember Spirit. Not even the Hellbear Smasher gets to squeeze in the Thunderclap kill. But like you said, he hasn't had much of a game. Shad, he's not even in the game yet, technically, playing the Medusa.
He's not in the game.
Huskers has already kind of lost his best timing with this Ember Spirit being brought back into the game fairly early.
Yeah, if you're Huskar in this game, you want to be sitting on some Roshan or something like that, hitting a tier 2 tower with a net worth advantage. None of that is happening.
This guy's he's just bullying Hakoda at this point. You want to destroy mines? Well, I got Taser for that.
Indeed you do. You just have to make sure not to hit the techies, else that will instantly disarm you. And still no status resistance.
Blink call onto the Ember Spirit, dropping down the Demonic Purge, back wall onto 2. The Violama
The damage
just
from
soaking up
Celery.
hits from Celery. This guy's just annihilating him, and Quinn will finish him off.
Quinn's just a
Again,
KS.
another kill.
That's all this is. Celery's doing all the damage in these fights. Quinn's just cleaning up.
Well, Celery's been really good on this Enchantress this game. Not gonna lie, this guy's been all over the place. He's pretty much been in every engagement. Well, I wouldn't say every because his KDA is 15 out of the 25, but definitely high in activity around the map and impact. Yeah, kill participation isn't everything. There's a couple solo kills have also been happening. Quinn and Ace playing together, but Celery's impact on this Enchantress
they found
is scary
Shad
at this
here.
point. Oh, again.
Target acquired. And Quinn is just gonna
Saving
stalk
up the
him
chains.
down. It's like, where do you want to go, buddy?
He's like, you want to TP? I'm saving my chains for that. Root comes out. Manta used. Lakota also charging in. Finds the techies. Wants to help out his buddies. Maybe they can get a Tofu kill. Looks like it might just be the case.
Buying some time.
Jack gets the
You have
lift.
to
When
wonder if
initiating again, the
Thracio wanna
chains
come.
go out. They got the Nether Strike onto the Dark Seer, and Devilama blinking in for the call. Taunt on 2. That's another hero dead, but Quinn, Dyrachyo coming in with that Chrono. They've got the Husker. Bubble safe for the time being as Hakoda will drop, and now putting their attention towards the Husker. He's rooted up, and he's held in place. No armlet toggles for you today, sir. Another charge from the back as Hakoda. He has bought back. Wants to finish off Quinn here, but no charge for you. The charge gets disjointed with that slight.
And the bike catch him.
Looking away. Dyrachyo coming in for round number 2. Okay, just gets a casual kill on the Oliker. It's going to be put to Quinn's name, of course. Maybe another one for Quinn. Okay, Dyrachyo wants some of them for himself. And now Shad, he's left all by himself, and that's going to finish off the Team Wipe Gaming Gladiators. It's an easy game, to say.
Where's the discipline from the D1 Hustlers? They just got baited in there. It's like, hey guys, I'm going to charge the Ember Spirit. Surely this is going to work out. As he baits him back with the Fire Remnant, disjoints with Sleight of Fist, which is the easiest thing to do in the world against a Spear Breaker. And then they kept chasing after that too. They're like, all right, let's continue, let's go. And of course, Celery, just no respect on this man's name here. Just trying to run through him, but he's just slapping away with these impetuses, doing tons of damage. And they're like, oh, I guess we're dying to Celery, guys, let's back. But it's too late at that point.
Celery is a really big Wild Wing Ripper enjoyer. Always running around with that pesky bird on the Hurricane. Very good saving ability. Also, it's like a variant of a cheap Force Staff anyway. So, Force Staffs that were super popular in the previous patches.
Could be even better than Force Staff in some
Could
situations.
technically say, yeah.
Because you don't have to be facing a certain direction. It is vector targeting.
Exactly.
And Roshan, that's going to be the big one here. And you've noticed, I would call these moves from the Hustlers, it looks like they're overextending, but they also understand this game is not going well for them, and they've hit their timing. Well, I wouldn't say they hit their timing, but they have to play to this type of timing, and everything is Gaming Gladiators reacting.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's all they have to do. They just need to react to the Chrono, maybe when they get their Roshan Aegis available with another Chrono available. I think it's time where Gaming Gladiators can really put on the heat and just run into D1 Hustlers if they really want to. So far, all we've really seen is just them harassing the Dusa, poking at Dusa, seeing if they want to commit, nothing too committal, and then being, oh, she's actually alone, then now we can commit type of situations. But now they could just run into some 5 vs 5 if they wanted to with this Aegis in hand, and the Aghanims on the Darkseer.
That's going to be another objective on the sides of Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be the first Tier 2. Finishing off the bot lane here at 23 minutes. 16,000 gold lead, triple core lead as well on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Everything going their way. And D1 Hustlers just going to have to try and split around the map, trying to push out top, trying to push out mid. Buy enough time for this Medusa to get these big items. And of course, maybe the Axe can pull off some miraculously good RNG spins. And of course, relying about those donks as well is going to reduce some of the damage Quinn and Dyrachyo are going to be applying onto this Axe. But they need so much time. I'm not sure even if time TM is going to be enough.
Oh, it can be, but they need a lot of it, as you said. But not only time, but they need to win a team fight too. And that's going to be the most challenging aspect of this game. As we do see Shad going straight for Silver Edge, maybe that will be like the surprise Pikachu effect with the Axe Call to bring the damage they need to burst someone.
Eventually, yeah. Makoto, however, found by Tofu and Celery. Spirit Breaker just, you know, pushing out waves, trying to keep them at bay. Lama gets to pick away the Invis rune from Quinn, but Quinn, he no longer needs the bottle. Already has the items that he needs for this phase of the game.
Yeah, he's quite happy right now. All the cores are really happy. Even the supports are happy.
Call. Is that going to be enough?
Vegas.
Okay, there goes Aegis, and can they reset and disengage? That's another question, though. Atlantic trying to make a run for it. Ace with that normal punch.
No.
Takes down the Dalai Lama, and Atlantic the drop as well. Celery, he will get this one. He's been doing a lot of heavy lifting, so I guess he's earned and deserved this one kill. Ace, however, gets the Oliker on the high ground. And that is pretty much, if this tier 2 tower falls, that's a ticket to high ground, force out some buybacks.
I like the attempt there. I'm trying to catch him out alone, but Dairatio, unfortunately, was too close to his teammates there. And they paid with their lives. There is no Aegis, though, but losing both your Axe and your Huskar for that, and not even getting the Chrono out of it, definitely hurts. They'll probably poke the high ground here, but I don't think they're going to commit to a barracks here. If they do, this might be an opening, as there is no wall available.
8-second BKB still up on the Ratio, so they're just going to chill, but that tier 3 should be falling as they take it down. Myalama looking for the call, but not quite getting the connection. Going to get time dilated and also pushed back there and pushed away. He's just getting forced movement all over the place. The Myalama to drop, and the Ratio, he's got the Chrono, he's got 3, and he's just going to snap the spine off of D1 Hustlers here inside their own base, in front of their own fountain. Husker coming in with a buyback, trying to make a turnaround here. Ratio getting the reset for the second, and also the Gaze coming out from the Medusa, forcing out Gaming Gladiators, but really, you're not forcing them away in a defensive manner. They're here to stay.
Celery's just going to kill him. All right, he missed.
Arm the toggle, but the GG call, that's, you know, it's a bit of a heartbreak for D1 Hustlers. The team that has so far in both of their series before, they've been able to beat Game 1 if it's gone into a 3-map series. Otherwise, it's been 2-0s. They will have to forfeit this first one to Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, they had promise of their draft. I like what they're doing, and they wanted to just crush them really hard, but their draft had a lot of identity crises. I don't think the Axe wants to play with Medusa. Same with the Huskar. They tried winning their lanes. They did, but they kind of threw it back, and then all of a sudden their draft's like, hey, we're supposed to win this lane with Axe. We're supposed to win mid lane. You get into this mid game. That's not the case anymore. Your draft, the wheels completely fell off here, and it was very difficult to recover from that point forward.
Well, the major winner champions showing the team that's looking to go into the major tiebreakers what they're really made out of. D1 Hustler's going to have to come with a different answer. But let's see what the panel thought about that first game.
That is the bait with picking Huskar into Embers. Sure, you might do well in lane. You might be able to pick up a few ways to shut him down. But Quinn doesn't need to farm camps when he can just go around farming heroes on that Ember Spirit of their team.
Yeah, I feel like this was... we were pretty uncomfortable with this Huskar pick. And this is kind of why, right? Like this Ember Spirit, in lane, sure, the Huskar eventually just out-CSs you, out-denies you. But when Quinn just plays the wider map, follows the Duso around, pokes the Axe a little bit. On top of that, you have Celery just crushing the game anyways. I kind of forgot how good Enchantress is against Huskar, just from the distance, the damage you do, so, and an Axe as well. So, and I feel like Quinn just rotated beautifully, Celery just popped off, and then the rest of the game and played a super stable game. Like, they're actually just incredible farm as well. So, yeah, this was D1 Hustlers just struggling a lot in the draft, I feel.
It's just too hard. Like, if you think about how these, I'm gonna start talking about draft and then gameplay after. Like, if you think about how these heroes are gonna move on the map, anytime Gaming Gladiators have 2 heroes in the same spot, they're just gonna toy with D1 Hustlers because there's no stuns. There are also heroes around the map that all need to farm. None of them actually play with each other. I think this is and this will happen to you if you're not super experienced. I think you start to appreciate Dota for more than just 1-to-1 hero matchups. D2 Hustlers, you know, they played against this, they played this Huskar Ember matchup. They got absolutely stomped by Secret. But there's more than just this one-to-one matchup in the mid lane. You need supports that can furthermore like help you in the game to push forward, right? Otherwise, you're gonna see what happens this game. They try to tower dive minute 7, Huskar dies. Actually, his game is over. Now, Dalai Lama has a good lane top, but when he has Blink Dagger, what does he do? He has 0 heroes to play with. Now, suddenly, you pick Axe into Faceless Void, but your lane is good, but nothing else is good. The entire draft falls apart, and I think Gaming Gladiators, they just abuse that with everyone. You know, they just toyed with their food in this game.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate, and I know that MVP is going to be coming up on our screen very soon, and I want to narrow it down already to either Quinn or Celery. Like I said, it feels like a staple for Celery. He gets to play this like fourth core.
No, I was worried Nat was going to say Quinn. That's what.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was like holding my breath. I was waiting for the butt.
That was like my 50-50. My 50-50 was like, you could say Quinn because he came up against the Husker, did really well to get himself back in. But at the same time, like, we don't really give supports sometimes like the appreciation. And Celery is just so freaking good on this Enchantress. It actually feels like 4 cores in a game of Dota. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, it's not only does he do so well in lane, shutting out these. Because also we forget how good Enchantress is against like these Vanguard buying offlaners. Because not only do you bully them pre-Vanguard, when they pick up the Vanguard, you have a little bit of poke to apply whilst other supports, they just dip out of the lane. They're like, alright, I don't want to be here. And on top of that, it's just, Celery always just finds the items to buy to progress his game. Be it the Dragon Lance. In this game he goes for a Medallion and Boots of Bearing. But yeah, incredible game, and it does help that Quinn kind of broke the map for the team. But Celery, of course, after lane, he joined Quinn in and was like, all right, boys, let's just take over this game. It was, incredible stuff.
Yeah,
I did just get word in my ear very quickly, because that Celery had the 2nd highest damage right after Quinn in the game.
I'm honestly not surprised.
Not surprised.
He just goes around slapping people. He has the boost of bearing. He just gets to impetus a lot in this game. There's there's Medusa, Axe, Spur Breaker, some Huskar. You just get to deal your damage. He's the one that helped Quinn to get in the game. And what else was I wanted to say something else, but no, I forgot about it. Yes.
Well,
No. Actually, I do have it. So D1, when you play this draft, sometimes you need to be okay with that you're lacking something. Like in this draft, you're lacking playability with your hero. So there is no need to go mid at minute 7 and try to dive with your Huskar. You have no stuns. There's no need to play forward with your Axe. What you need to do is play for this timing, make a shitload of stacks because you have Axe, Medusa, SD, and then go. At one point, minimize your deaths, get to your timing, and go. But sometimes you play heroes you haven't played before, and you're like, I need to go at their fountain right now as Huskar, or this game's over.
That's everything that Hustlers had to do. We'll talk about what they have to do after this break, because we have to head to it to get to game 2.
Also running. Nothing shit. Almost in range. We killed them all.
Huskar, make sure Herschel dies.
We cannot do it.
They have ups on the hill. X is pretty low. We can chill.
we're back with our second game between Hustlers and Gaming Gladiators. It was a little bit of a stomp from Gaming Gladiators, but not from the heroes you might have expected, or the players. Maybe the heroes if you knew the players and who was playing what, Kazu, with Celery popping off on that edge.
Yep, and Quinn on the Ember, Celery Inch, making sure I get it correctly. Yep, nice. I did get it. So next game, if I am D2 Hustlers, or D1 Hustlers.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks for correcting me.
No, Kazu's already like put the fate written in the stars
Yeah,
there.
I really dislike them, obviously, as
hate
you can see.
5 players.
Yeah.
Okay, power rank them right now, Kazu. Who do you hate the most? Go.
So,
But you have to do all 10 players in the
going into the
lobby
next
right
draft,
now.
guys. Let's stay on track here, shall we? Let's not get too off track.
That's the real conversation point right now.
I need them to have the heroes they usually have. Medusa sticks in there. Same with Spirit Breaker. Like, they fit. But they need to not get too caught up in counterpicking and make sure that they just do their own thing. This is definitely something that happens when you go up against like the big dogs, or in big games you're like, oh, we really need to do this or do that, where instead you need to just look at heroes that, sure, they're good against your opponents, but stay true to like who you are. It's brought you to some specific point, and just, give it your all with what you're good at and make it work. And if you can't, well, then you're maybe not good enough, but you tried your best.
And there's always room for growth as well. And when we look back at that, you said the Medusa, the Spirit Breaker fit in. You like that, what they had in game 1. The Axe, I think, T, is a little bit of a question mark. I didn't hate it so much, but could there have been a way that they had been able to amplify the lead that Davai Lama had and what he was trying to do on the map?
Trying to think what other offlaners were available at that time for him to play out the lane. Like, he's played some Underlord before, he's played like Visage before. Maybe pivoting and putting like the Visage with the Spirit Breaker type of scenario, something to rally behind. So I think when D1 Hustlers are thriving, it's when Davai Lama has a lane that he knows he's going to just be able to farm in, because he's playing like the perfect tanky boy in it. He buys his auras, and then everyone just follows behind him, right? So I think it's awkward the way they drafted. I think this is probably the weakest second pick draft I've seen in this tour so far in regards to like 18 and 24 pick. Because like Kazu mentioned, they're good 1-to-1, but in the context of the entire game, it didn't feel like Division 1 like solid draft, So I really hope that they just reset fully and bring us some of the stuff that they've done before, like Kazu was mentioning, because if they draft like this again, we're probably in front of a 20-minute game. Yeah.
Dead. I don't like the sound of that one for you guys. But if you're a Gaming Gladiators fan, you kind of want that, right? Because remember, if they get this series win, Kazu, but if they get the series win, it means they're guaranteed Bali. But if they lose it, then it's very much up to whatever happens on Sunday between OG and Hustlers. Like, there's so much that they could put in their own hands right now. And then there's also the other aspect where they're like, okay, we just leave it up to fate and whatever happens in that last series.
Yeah, they're just gonna play some little game. Quinn is gonna, he might branch out or he may not. He's gonna play his Ember or his Void Spirit.
Right now. T,
right now?
Do you think? Right now. Let's put it all on the table.
Say no.
Yep.
All on the table. Is Quinn gonna play here and not in the 4 other heroes we've seen him play?
No. He's
Wow,
gonna play one of the 4, because I just saw that the Gaming Gladiators are on second pick, which means they most likely are gonna pick his hero, some Void Spirit plus Bat Rider, some double combo. And
Bad Rider, but if he was playing Bad Rider, that would be a hero who's not currently in his 4
Void
hero.
Spirit and Bat Rider.
And he's not the Bad Rider because Bad Rider.
They don't flex. Honestly, what I'd love to see Gamer do in this game too is pick the Void Spirit, but then flex it to carry. And then we get to see a 5th Quinn hero.
Agreed.
That would be.
What do you mean? He
so
can still pick up like the Pengo or
no, he's gonna play Earth
Ember
Spirit,
or the Storm.
A new spirit.
We're trying to expand.
He's gonna pull out Winter Wyvern.
Right?
Yeah, Quinn Winter Wyvern.
Mark my words.
Actually, I'm gonna check his pops. Like,
he has not played Winter Wyvern.
No. I don't expect that. That's too far.
That's not a Quinn hero.
Dark Willow. Mark my words.
No.
Marcy.
If you have Quinn on these heroes, he will go 0 and 12.
He actually has played
it might happen.
Wyvern games.
I didn't know why you thought I was lying.
That was not him.
I was literally... No, it was. I was literally in his stream and I said, bro, let chat pick your mid hero. And he's like, no. And I was like, what if you give us a list? And on that list was Winter Wyvern.
Wow. The Dota 2 Pro Tracker.
Fight me, Kezu.
His impact in those games was minus 20 and
minus
17.
17. It was not pretty. So he did play it, but I wasn't necessarily wrong.
He was in the game.
Yeah,
was he
is not
in
ready
the
for
game?
officials.
Now, Quinn is he's the type of player that wants to lane aggressively and then be in your face. Like he wants to kind of like halfway go into your area and force you to kick him out. And those are the heroes that, in my opinion, they fit him the best. And this is why he looks so dominant on like every spirit. Leshrac fits in the same category, right? You do well early, you just run in there. But yeah, enough talk about Quinn, as he will not get Void Spirit.
Isn't this just Bloodseeker +1 right now? Like Bloodseeker Lich? Like if this liquid drafting, they're probably Bloodseeker Lich. I don't know if Gaiman want to jump that far in, but I
What
feel
was
like
the previous Bloodseeker performance for Durachi? It wasn't too hot, was it?
he did lose to Tundra, sure, but then he beat OG.
Oh yeah, and the other,
And
I
he
was gonna
beat
say all the
NT
other
with it.
performances have been good.
Yeah. Alas, they haven't
we
picked
got
it
to-
yet. They picked the bat right.
Bloodseeker's chill. I think there was a very high chance of them having done one of these openings, but it looks like they don't care. They'll go for this instead, and then they instantly get anti-maged. Damn. Wait, I need to look real quick. No,
Yeah,
it
have
was
we seen
it was
the
Secret.
anti-mage yet?
Yeah, it was Secret who got dumpstered by Amar, right? It was not Shad
Yep.
Medusa.
Quest, no, it's Quest Esports offlane Amar that just absolutely obliterated everything that Secret ever held dear in their life.
Yeah, that is very true.
Interesting thing about this matchup is Medusa can just go Manta Butterfly, and then kind of force the game. Whilst the Anti-Mage is still in that Battle Fury, Manta kind of +1 territory. And sure, of course, Anti-Mage, burn mana, big counter to Medusa. But there is that awkward window where Anti-Mage is transitioning from like his farming items into his actually killing Deucer items. And I think it takes a very good Anti-Mage player to understand when he can go from farming to fighting during the Battle Fury phase, during the Manta phase. Because if he can find that perfect like equilibrium between the two, then sure, he can completely shut out a Deucer. But there are so many games where Deucer just still gets the team to rally together and hit tier 3s before.
But that's why they should. I mean, maybe they don't, but they should be able to play offlane anti-mage.
Or at least similar to offlane anti-mage, right? You want that essence that it had. Like, Amar did so well because he was so active. He didn't feel like he had to sit back and try and farm things up and bide his time. He was like, all right, let's just jump on them because we know we're stronger.
Also, something you can consider, just to chime in real quick, like AM actually lanes fairly well against Medusa. I mean, if it's some double range lane and you are anti-mage Pudge, obviously you're gonna lose. But if it's like it's an even lane where eventually you can jump or you just CS freely, you never get snaked by Medusa. Even if she doesn't snake you, if you're in the wave and you counterspell, you don't reflect it to her, but it's just useless. Like, it doesn't steal mana from you, and Medusa actually relies on like slowly chipping people down and getting mana back from the snake. So the longer the lane goes, eventually AM actually has a very high kill threat, even if you just laned your carry in the offlane, for instance.
Isn't the offlane anti-mage build like Vanguard Diffusal and then like Aghanims kind of route?
Yeah, it's like it matches the like timings a lot more nicely than this carry AM that you talked about, because I fully agree with that. Like, it can be quite awkward. Like, Medusa still gets to the point where she wants to be at, because she gets like what, 18-20 minutes.
Yeah, it's very quick for Deucer to get that. I'm just trying to double check what Amar bought, because I want to...
It was Vanguard Diffusal, I think, in his particular case.
Yeah, Manta, Ags, yeah. So I saw... So Divine Lama has played it twice in his pubs, and he might be trying to understand his kind of aura buying habits, because he went in one game, he went Treads, Vanguard, Sange, lost in half an hour. And then in another game, he went for Diffusal, Sange, Yasha, Crimson Guard, BKB, Shard, Blade Mail. Like, maybe it's just like pub stuff, but I think the 2 games he has tried to play anti-mage offlane, his builds are very different to like the Amar anti-mage that we saw. So I'm hoping if they are to play it offlane, he is kind of moving more towards the Diffusal, Manta, Ags kind of poke and prod style of play, rather than trying to be this hybrid in between where you half buy aura because you bought Vanguard, but you're still trying to be the mana burner. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Okay, take out Beast. I do think that's a good ban. Anything that speeds up the game in this specific matchup of AM Dusa is like very game breaking because it can quickly push one of them like over the edge where the other side still needs like 2, 3, 4 minutes. So I think the Beast Band is very good. I would also say that strong laning 5s are going to be very crucial in this game because both of these heroes, no matter where they lane, whether it's a offlane AM or carry AM against carry Medusa, these heroes rely a lot on their laning stage. So I would be kind of surprised if we don't see like some strong laning 5s come out. I mean, we already have Ench and Lich being banned out, which are some of, I mean, yeah, that's some of the strongest in the game for sure.
How do you feel, T, about the AM going off lane and a potential Bloodseeker being picked up for Hustlers? Just because, again, if we look at like whatever Quinn's hero pool is or isn't, like that could be a good deterrent for something they haven't been able to ban out. But is that too hero-to-hero player focus, and you're like, that just doesn't really suit what the rest of their draft requires?
I feel like if you are trying to be creative with anti-mage, you need to pick 2 supports right now. So then you at least disguise it for one more pick on gaming, and then you get to decide down the line. I think if they fall victim to doing some like core +1 shenanigans here, it shows everything in your draft off the bat. And gaming is like, there's Batriders being flexed, the Shadow Demons getting soft flexed in between supports. But trying to think of what that support duo will be for D1 Hustlers, again, realistically, it's just heroes with kill threat, I feel. Like, you could go for some, like, they go Silencer. I was going to say, like, just Veno +1 or something. Just fight in the lanes, progress the map, be annoying, apply slows to Batrider, but Silencer can apply slows.
Yeah,
prevent the Shadow Demon saves, but I'm not too much of a fan of it, I don't think.
I'm okay with it simply because you have 2 cores that can go in, and then your global should be enough time for them to try and have a good fight, or at least that's what they're going to have to play towards. I would also like if the second support... Okay, I was going to say I wanted the other support to also be a ranged hero, because I think no matter what you're going to do right now, you're very likely going to end up with like melee cores, or I mean, you already have at least one. And you can't end up with some weird stuff where we had Entity do it earlier, like, it's like, let's pick Spirit Breaker here, but then later down the line you want like another melee core, and then it's like, now you have Anti-Mage Spirit Breaker or Slark Spirit Breaker in one of your lanes. So I do think that going double range here is okay. I don't know if I like this duo specifically that much together. I do think it was very smart by Gaming Gladiators to take the SD out of phase. There's a high chance D1 Hustlers would have liked that against Medusa and against Batrider with their draft. So we'll kind of have to see how Gaming closes this phase, because the support duo from Hustlers, I think, is very abusable.
I want to see offlane Bounty Hunter right now. That's the vibe.
Actually, down. That's really cool. I think
that's actually
really
like
cool.
where I'm leaning. I'm like trying to think of like some heroes for Ace to play, and it's like I don't want to see him play some Underlord. Doesn't fly the route. I want to see a hero that can be like punchy in the lane. If AM's in the lane, you don't care. You just Janada him, you bully him out. Like, I think this is actually like a super sick pick if they actually go for it.
I would actually, I would really like
don't care about it.
Yeah, I would really like the bounty pick. You could sustain through. It's still open in the game if they want to take it later, so it's not out of the question yet. You have track against Moonlight. You're super annoying if you lane against AM. Yeah, sorry.
Could you analyze this Quinn Pango, please, for like the 12th time, please?
Yeah,
I think it's super important for this.
Let's just say if I was alluding to a Quinn Pango, they're gonna lose. No, I'm just joking.
I mean, Quinn Pango, what can I say? It's good. Good team fight, good laning. One of his best. He's smiling. I'm gonna stop talking. Look at this guy.
Look at him.
I do have a better question though. T, why the Bounty Hunter off lane instead of maybe having like the Baton off and then having the Bounty Hunter as a support? Because we've seen Celery play it before. We know it's in his repertoire and he's done well with it before.
Because I think Bounty Hunter Core is a very undervalued hero in the correct games. When if you can get through laning phase and have like phase boots plus drum or something, and then you go for like one casual aura to be super tanky, the speed that you move around the map and just force things happening, it's so obnoxious. And I see in this game a Silencer, Mirana, low damage supports, some anti-mage who's always farming. It's only the Void Spirit now that can kind of make these plays. And I'm expecting Divine Llama to play some aura-esque hero, or suddenly AM's offlane, right? And there's a different carry. And then this whole scenario breaks down. But if I do see some aura buying offlaner from Divine, it's like I just feel this Bounty Hunter will survive lane. It'll catapult everyone else to make plays. Quinn behind as well, super aggressive with some corrosion and diffusal. It like gives purpose to fighting. And then Dusa suddenly behind all that with track gold, accelerates that butterfly timing. I don't know, I think this is just a really cool hero if they actually pick it.
D1 Hustlers, I mean, at least judging from their bans, or we'll see on the next one too, for now it looks more like it's some carry anti-mage, unless their next hero they want is also not good against Legion. Otherwise, I don't really know why you would specifically want to ban that. I feel like if D1 Hustlers want to carry, you want something ranged. I have a hard time explaining it, but I feel like range carries are generally the ones that do well in the game against Pango. They get to kite. If you have a third melee core, I feel like your game could be a bit sus. And another hero that came to mind for me against 4 Gaimin is, I mean, it's a hero we haven't seen at all. But if there, let's say D1 Hustlers go some range carry, I would really vibe with a Lycan pick as well on Gaimin. I think the minus armor with like some Pango Medusa is really toxic. These supports will hate it. Anti-mage hates it, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. I don't even know what D1 Hustlers want.
I thought you were going to give me an example of a ranged carry that you wanted, and then I heard Lycan, and my brain was like, had an out-of-body experience for a second. Yeah, and I was just like, excuse me, cousin?
Let me see if I could find an example of range carry.
I mean, is Windrunner still available technically? It would fit that bill, but Shadow Demon would ruin you, so probably not.
Dude, why is like Draw Ranger just never picked anymore?
Yeah, actually, like I talked about range heroes, and now that I look at them, it's hard to be happy with a carry in this game. Most range carries really hate Bad Rider in the game as well. I don't know. Like, let's say you want to pick Drow Ranger. Nope, you get Pango Roll. Do you want to play SF? No, there's Pango Roll and Lasso. And maybe it has to be a melee hero. I don't know.
All right. I'll let Keza, this is your time to talk, and then as soon as it goes to GG's pick, I'm going to say Bounty Hunter one last time, and then I'm going to go quiet. And just really hope they pick it.
If they... this face is Void.
I mean... I'm still...
Dude, I had it in my mind and I wanted to say that if they pick Void, they just lose. Like, AM Void. But I didn't. I don't know. I think I backtracked to Lycan, like, back then in my brain.
Ace is, like, way too giddy on this pick. Like, he's rearranging, he's smiling.
Give him the Bounty Hunter. Do it, Ace. Do it for T-Gunner.
If they do it, I'm screaming.
Oh, jeez.
I muted him. I muted him.
No, you muted him. That's why he's
saying. Where's Sheepstick right now?
Dude, Alex, yeah, she's gonna be over the moon. She's gonna freaking love watching this. Also, Ace has like been gunning for it for so long.
Yeah.
He wants the Meepo pick so bad. Every time in an interview, he's like, "Yeah, I just waiting for when I get to pick Meepo. I just want to show off Meepo. Meepo, he's a replica of sheep and lizard."
So things I was saying about Bounty, Meepo can like utilize it in the same.
Yeah, basically Meepo is Bounty Hunter because the team was very close.
I'm not even like just saying it to try and make me sound smart, but like everything Bounty thrives on, Meepo also will thrive on in this position. And it's like the supports are weak. There's a random offlane anti-mage, so cool. It's all about Void Spirit, I feel, in this game to like make everything happen. And kind of single Void Spirit, gank the Meepo, stop the Dusa from farming, fight against some Pangolier. Like there's so much farming and things happening from gaming, and so little damage from D1 Hustlers. I think they've just fallen victim to this reaction again. Like they act into Void, they Huskar into Ember, they anti-mage into Dusa. Like it's.
Well, if Meepo can't win this game, then the hero is definitely dog, because he has 3 cores where when he roots them, they die. He's playing into 0. Their biggest AoE spell is Mana Void. So that's already a pretty good sign for you. He's going to buy the axe. Yeah, it deals a lot of damage. He's going to stack the Meepos and he's going to bulldoze
AoE spell,
everyone.
technically not wrong.
That's all I'll say.
I don't know if I said AoE damage or AoE spell, so maybe he's right.
You just said spell. If you said damage, then...
Yeah, then... My bad. Dire's gonna win. They have AoE Chronosphere, high damage into Meepo.
Yeah, wow. That's a great analysis, because all I really got from this one is just keep watching the Meepo, and if the game fails, we get to blame Meepo T.
I mean, we just blame Meepo. Meepo's either the MVP or the absolute burden on their loss, but...
He's gonna be the MVP.
I feel like this draft is like 90% Gaming Gladiators favored. I don't know.
Look, it could be the... 36 arbitrary numbers. I love it. It could be the last game that we see for Gaming Gladiators in this tour. So they're just having fun. They're having fun with it. They're enjoying it. It is going to be Meepo on Ace on the off lane with our casters, T-Pen and Fear.
Well, thank you, panel. Indeed, a bit of a special spice coming out into this game. It is the third meepo of the entire DPC played by SA and SEA before, and it's a 0% win rate so far. Will Ace be able to break that, Fear?
Yes, I believe he will, because this looks like a really good meepo game. Even though it is offlane meepo, this hero traditionally is not played in the offlane position, but they just saw Anti-Mage, they saw Faceless Void, you see Void Spirit, all these heroes that really rely on that maneuverability, and you've got Meepo now. You can lock him down with the roots forever. It's one of the best Meepo games I've seen in a very, very long time, but can he pull it off from the offlane position? Will they give him that farm priority to play like a carry? We'll have to see.
That is definitely one thing, and also talking about that offlane choice for Divine Llama, well, we have a pause. We have a good time for this. This ad is brought to you by Offlane Anti-Mage. Have you had it with these snakes on your lane? Is Medusa really an unkillable hero and should be nerfed? We present to you an option of Offlane Anti-Mage. Burn her mana, burn her in chat, burn her MMR. Now for the cheap price of first face counterpick. Any presentation of testimonials and case studies saying AM Offlane is not a viable option is invalid and should lose MMR.
Wow. Where can I buy this?
Let's see if they're sold on the idea. I mean, Divine Llama, bronze tier anti-mage, doesn't really play it too much, at least, but does have a place this game. It's a great option versus the Medusa throughout the history of Dota, but is this the right game for it?
We'll have to see. It's going to be a lot on the... Once again, Hustlers are doing that thing where they have to do really well in the laning stage. They're trying to counterpick their lanes to the best of their abilities. Will they be able to do it? You're playing against Gaming Gladiators. This is a team that even if you do well in lanes, they don't crumble. So they went into the series and they have a clear objective. We're just going to crush them in the lanes, and from there, hopefully we can snowball the game. Maybe that is the best route to go for it, but that's also one way, if it doesn't go well, to lose the game very quickly. They're going to have to keep this meepo in check, though. That's going to be one big thing, and we're going to have to see if what you said, what you're trying to sell everyone about this Anti-Mage versus the Snake Lady comes true or not, or is she just going to free farm and it's business as usual?
Yeah, at least in terms of aggression, since this Medusa last game was constantly hunted by Darkseers and Techies and Embers running around the map, D1 Hustlers, not even just the Llama, but D1 Hustlers in general, have to find that same type of pace to, you know, bully Doratio, maybe even look for kills, constantly harass her, make her presence known. But at the same time, they want to play for the timings of this Faceless Void. And Shad, we know he's an expert on the hero. He's been playing it throughout so many years in the last years of competitive Dota with good results. But this is a tough one. You gotta beat this one to keep your series hopes and your major tiebreaker hopes alive.
Most definitely. And Celery, I do like his choice of picking Shadow Demon in this lane, because you want to be aggressive. You want to skill the mana break. Now you're laning versus Shadow Demon, and once you skill that, he's going to mana burn you right back. So maybe Celery is just the X factor, as he was in game number 1 as well with this Enchantress bullying the Axe. You got to keep in mind, it's not just your core-to-core matchup. You got to counterpick the supports as well when you can here. So great adaptation. Celery having a big hero pool, making this lane. I'm gonna almost guarantee it's gonna be a different type of game than we saw Amar going ham here. Because really, just because of Celery, I think this hero pick of his was really smart.
And already topping the CS for the time being, Ace on this meepo, followed up with a Pango off of Quinn. Mid going 8-4 currently, so that's Xantic having to play from behind versus Quinn here in the early moments of this laning stage. Going to be pretty tricky for Xantic this time, not being the one in charge of this lane.
Yep, not quite yet here. We'll see how he has to... There's a lot of room to grow here for the Void Spirit. Both universal heroes, so they're both going to battle out in the damage department. And we do have a tip coming out from Divine Llama. I wonder why.
Already starting off with the burns.
Oh, counterspell probably. Probably counterspelled the snake. That's what happened.
Very likely. Yep.
There it is. Yeah.
Nope. Not this time. Has to be a direct connection at least.
Well, at least it doesn't... So if you click it direct on him, it'll send the snake back to you. But even if you use it just in the lane, Medusa won't get her mana back.
Yeah.
And it will not do damage to you. So Either way, it is good for you. And you see Divine Llama, he can't even skill Mana Break because he knows Shadow Demon will just burn all his mana and all Theocore's mana, and it'll be really annoying to lane against. So he's going to hold on a skill point for now. And speaking of Dota in general,
Dota?
Yeah, just like if you look at heroes and how they're picked now, the year is 2023, and we have a Batrider Meepo dual offlane. It's getting kind of wild.
Probably one of the first times that you see this duo in competitive Dota, which is always a, I always love something that's unorthodox, even if it's good for the game, but at least you have the, the confidence to just go for these picks, and like, we're gonna make it work nevertheless, no matter what we go up against. And Meepo off to a pretty good start so far, at least leading still this Faceless Void by a couple CS, so keeping up. This, we kind of talked about this Meepo being somewhat of a free Meepo game. You also said the same thing, that there's a really good Meepo game. But how does he enable the team from the offlane? How does that differ from your carries and your mids as a Meepo?
He's just going to play Doombringer, just go AFK farm. Don't really need to put much thought into it here. He doesn't have to make space. He is a carry offlaner here. Make no mistake about it. He's going to build like a carry. Let him farm. You're going to make space for your offlaner this game, and a lot of that's going to be up to Quinn and what can he do here, because obviously Medusa's not going to make a ton of space herself here, so Quinn's going to have the task of getting some runes, walking around the map with supports, and trying to make space for both these guys to farm it up.
Uh-oh. Shad's going to be in trouble in the top lane. They're going to be hunting this Faceless Void under the tower, and it's Meepo to take the first kill on the game. Tofu going to get traded off by Hakoda, but Ace. Meepo first blood.
Free farming, getting first blood. This Meepo's working out quite well here. He might even get a courier for his troubles. Will he get two? There's a frog behind the tree there. Does he see it?
Ice frog?
He wants it. He wants it. He's getting 2 for 1 special there. Gets both couriers and first blood. I don't know what to say anymore. This Meepo's just having time of his life up here, and it's as we talked about, a great Meepo game. Got to be a little bit concerning here if you are the D1 Hustlers.
Yeah, relishing, thriving in his lane, everything going into the books for Gaming Gladiators so far. Every lane having a good time. It's just that this Faceless Void lagging behind CS a bit with that one death. Shad, he's gonna have to find an opening this game. Is this one of those Midas gamings? Potentially. Oh. Trying to get to Zantic in mid lane. Not quite enough for Quinn, but he's done the damage. He's going to have to walk all the way back home.
In top lane, we now have 2 Meepos.
Shad. Uh-oh. Not having fun at all. Just getting chased again. Blood grenaded by this Meepo.
He's dead.
And Shad, he's dead. He's got nowhere to run. So Ace will get a second kill for the Meepo.
Well, Ace is having fun. That's for sure here.
And
he gets his last pick, Meepo, gets to play in the offlane, gets 2 kills. And I think I talked about Quinn being the one having to make space here. He probably will do that as well, as he's crushing mid lane right now in this 1v1 matchup.
Celery currently out of mana, so he won't be able to get that 4th connection onto Theoliker. Shad had to swap his lane, but at the same time, Hakoda going to be hunted down in the mid lane. And going for Quinn is yet again another successful kill for the Pango. At least in this game is going to be his first, but he's continuing off to a great start. But so do they get a response on the side of the bot lane. D1 Hustlers finishing off Celery, but it does come with the help of the Faceless Void. But Ratio, this is exactly what they were looking for. Burn the mana, make the work, the arrow's going to be there. And of course, this offlane anti-mage ad may have worked out. I'm saying may have, because he's still joking around in the trees, and Celery coming in with a counter spell. Going to be a bit preemptive. Nice cast cancel there on the disruption from Celery, but still going to be in trouble. But Tofu coming in, and so is Ace. And the Llama, you have been surrounded by GG. Gaming Gladiators successful with the kill, but most importantly, the Ratio keeps his life intact on this Medusa and gets the kill on top.
And Ace didn't even stop farming. He dragged the wave. Meanwhile, mid lane, actually. They will get the Pango. That's big. All right.
It's a response.
Antic. Yeah, having a good start on this Void Spirit. Well, he wasn't having a good start, but with that kill, he's having a better start. And now they're going to make a rotation to this top lane. But they're a little low on resources here on Xantic. Looks like he decides to go back, saying, I don't have the mana for this, and I don't have the cooldowns.
Looking at hero levels currently, there's a lot of red at the bottom half of the experience grid. Level 5s on AM, on the Void, on the Silencer, level 4 on the Mirana. Lagging behind an experience as well. This gonna hurt D1 Hustlers a bit, especially if this Pango Batrider duo wants to start playing around the map. Especially if Tofu with Quinn, they want to kind of group up and start tag teaming these heroes. Of course, bring along Ace as well. Might as well. He's already working towards the Mega Meepo. So one piece towards the Ags is ready.
Yeah?
Flinging some Meepos around.
She's flinging some Meepos around.
Yep.
Indeed. And he's going to have this pretty quickly, too. The one downside, speaking of that, Quinn, hold on.
He's baiting pretty hard here, but oh, one hit to do the job, but he's regenerating from that bottle. Gets the kill on that Santic, and does he survive? The Oliker gonna chase him all the way. The Starstorm, the second wave, is the one to finish him off, and the Oliker is gonna get killed off by Celery. Hakoda punished by Tofu. Tofu, he's basically just... Okay, Hakoda denies the regen rune, so he doesn't even get to pick it up. I don't think would have really made much of a difference there, but... Nice plays there from Quinn, like, you know, small, in the moment kind of decision making there. When do I Rolling Thunder? Do I just panic myself out of here? But actually waits for as long as possible until he pops it, gets bottle regen, and swashbuckles to the high ground, killing the Void and surviving.
He had to have played that perfectly, to be honest with you. One small little mistake or misuse of spells there. Maybe he dies first, doesn't get the kill. Perhaps he can get out, but he had to min-max that absolutely perfectly if he wanted to kill Xantic there, and he did there, so good for him on that one. But he is a little deep now with no Rolling
right now,
Thunder.
surrounded by 3, but Tofu and Quinn, we talked about the duo of the 2s and the 4s combining themselves, and Divine Lava looking for Celery. He's going to walk in to take that Remnant for himself. Swashbuckle in 2 seconds. Quinn, he needs just that much time for himself. Shield crash away, and a short-range Swashbuckle, but Divine Lama can't chase up for him. Meanwhile, there's a Chrono being used up at the same time onto Tofu by Shad, and he wants this kill. Just needs to see where's this Batrider going. Trying to juke around at the trees. Lasso going to be connecting, trying to get this kill on the Anti-Mage. Not going to happen, and Quinn's going to be low on HP as well. 2 seconds for the Rolling Thunder to come back up, and Quinn, he's not really surviving, is he? He is! He's going to be turning it around with the Rolling Thunder, get a connection onto the Faceless Void, get a bit of damage, get a bit of poke there, but this Void doesn't die, but they will. Oh, they actually got him! Celery! Just low enough for that poison. And this Demon really making them pay for it. He will lose his life, but Xantic picking up the double kill, but Celery, 2 kills on a Shadow Poison cast. Perfectly lined up.
Literally perfect. They got the Swashbuckle on top of the poison stacks there. Celery doing so much in that fight. Of course, Quinn was doing a lot in the fight as well, but both of them playing out of their minds there to just survive for as long as they could. But in the end, they still both do fall there, but getting that double kill in return, that's not what you wanted if you were the Hustlers.
Yeah, Tofu also dropping pretty low.
It's one of those free kills.
Just going to be chilling for the time being, but Xantic will drop down the Remnant, only connecting onto Celery after a while, but Global Silence used and can't get the kill on this Pango.
Not quite enough here.
Get there, and Tofu getting killed off by the Mirana. Okay.
Yeah, he was working on that for a while. Finally gets it here.
Yeah, persistency paying off.
And he's going to go for the Courier too? Alright.
And it's going to lose his life, maybe. Quinn just needs one good Swashbuckle, and there's the Sentry placed down by Celery. Meanwhile, Dorachi already popped his Stone Gaze, keeping Xantic and Devilama at bay. 2K lead for Gaming Gladiators here in the early 11 minutes. Not a massive lead, but it's a lead that you can feel right now. D1 Hustlers not in a happy position, but still holding on.
Well, you see them, they're fighting all over the map, and the fights are really close, but this is without Meepo. The game's going to get interesting when Meepo comes online with the Mega Meepo and 200 gold. Does he want to participate in fighting when that's online? We'll have to see. I think he wants more levels. The one good thing you have going for you here, if you are D1 Hustlers, is Meepo isn't super high level.
Ace is found.
Because he is playing offlane.
They're making their way here at Xantic. Hakoda.
He's slow.
Low on this Meepo. He's going to need some backup. We've got people coming out of the portals. Quinn is here. Celery is here. Rolling Thunder being used, and a bubble. Also going to be popped on top of this Anti-Mage. He's going to soak up that initiation, and he's going to die. They even dropped the lasso just so he won't blink out. That's 2 ultis used, but they will get the kill, and D1 Hustlers, they lose their playmaker. They're going to have to back out.
Yeah, them coming through that portal there at the last second there, really saving Ace's life, because They had Ace dead to rights if they were to chase him and there was no backup, but with the introduction of these portals here, you don't want to fight on the corners of the map here, as your allies can get there quite quickly. Another good turnaround, and yet again, D1 Hustlers, they just can't catch that break this game. It feels like everything that should be going well for them, something bad just has to happen in return.
Well, Ace has his Ags now, so this Meepo going to be able to build up that tower of Meepos, get that extra...
Only got one Meepo for now.
Yeah, they're gonna need a bit more. But, you know, you got your buddy on your shoulders, like going at a concert. You gotta get the short guy on your shoulders so that they can see the stage.
So can you put multiple short guys on your shoulders?
I mean, honestly, Meepo with this axe feels like the real crowd surfer out of venue, right? I mean, well, they're gonna be jumping on top of this SD. One more hit to finish off the job. The Biolama's gonna get it. But you got someone on your shoulders. They're taking a video with their phone. You can throw them in so that they can crowd surf.
All right.
Then they just vibe on their own and they get brought to the front, and then the security have to throw them back in. And
yeah, I mean, he definitely has that personality too. Look at that face.
Meaning Gladiators. Celery's going to be up in 3 seconds. Glyph used to defend this T1 tower in mid. They are pretty spread around the map, but they've got the Pango TPing, and he doesn't have much mana, though. Does he get a bottle refill from Celery? Maybe that helps out. Sure. Bottle refill. Tower held. Ace is also there to take the attention with Tofu. D1 Hustler's not staying around for too long here.
I must say I'm getting quite different vibes from this Defy Anti-Mage than the Amar. As he's going to get stunned while TPing by the Ogre Smash.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that one's not great. Let's see if he can get stunned again. No, he dodges that one. But the other one, he was TPing, so it was like a double down there. And he's going Crimson Guard on this Anti-Mage. When we saw Amar do it and completely dominate, he went for a Diffusal Blade early on.
Yep,
of course, and then he was just running around the map, haunting this Medusa. Not this type of game. This is the type of game where Medusa's still free farming, and this Anti-Mage farming pretty slow. Only level 7 at 14 minutes into the game. Not having a good game.
Supports. Yep. They're all level 7 on the side of D1 Hustlers, plus 3, 4, 5. Sharing that bottom. Meanwhile, Marana is scouted out. Gonna get hit by the flame break, but not pushed towards Tofu. Tofu's still chasing for this kill. Gonna use a drum charge, going all in for it. Hakoda's gonna be there. Silence does come out as the lasso connects, and he does not have a way to run out. A Celery drops down the Demonic Purge. They will clean out that support Marana out of the way. Dyrachio also spotted by the Violama. Waving his arm.
A level 11 Dusa getting chased by his 7 Anti-Mage.
Making his
He's probably
known,
just
right?
like... Oh, then he's just gonna die. Okay.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, you got baited into this one. And the tip has been returned.
Yeah, and the Violama with running the hands through the hair, like, I don't know what to do anymore, guys. What's my purpose in this game anymore?
Ooh, that's Santic. Okay,
they got
Hakoda's gonna secure it, but Void, if he got that Remnant to connect, that would have been a kill. But Hakoda's like, alright, let me do the work for you. Ace turns available. Gonna be taken by Celery. Celery is able to run away. It's got the bubble available too. And Ace is just turning around with that Blink Dagger, initiating, taking down the Silencer.
I think it's official now. We might not see the Mega Meepos used very much here, as I don't think he's going to really need it. But the Blink Dagger, though, this is the item that he is going to start getting active on the map. This is where you're going to find this Anti-Mage. This is not going to be an Anti-Mage that survives for very long. Sure, you are building in the Crimson. Maybe that is your best route for survivability. But the lockdown with no Manta is going to be pretty extreme here.
Quinn, poking to Violama here. Global Silence used up. This Pango kill, they got to make sure it happens. Arrow flies in for the connection, and that's going to be a kill. And now Tofu, he sees his time has come, and so does Ace. Onto the Void Spirit he goes, and just keeping him rooted on the spot. Kills the Void Spirit. And a trade will happen. 1 for 1, mid for mid. That also keeps up ramping this Meepo's net worth. He's above 10k from the offlane now.
He is playing like a carry. They bought him the space. He's online, and now he's going to repay that space. And what we're really going to be looking forward coming soon here is, what can Shad do?
Yeah.
Like, this is not a game where he can AFK.
You talked about how Meepo resembles the Doom. I mean, looking net worth-wise, that's one direct similarity that I spy, at least. Both of them usually just farming themselves up into these ridiculous numbers and getting to initiate just like that with the blink into the root.
Yep. A totally viable playstyle. You can play carries in the offlane. Like, that was like Amar's like claim to fame back in previous patches. People are still doing it with the Magnuses and the Dooms. You just hit creeps for a while, and as long as your mid laner is okay to allow you to do that and make some space for you, you have the time. But there has to be some type of timing when your hero becomes useful. And with Doom, it's pretty obvious. You can just Doom anyone, and that's just good all game long. That's why I first phase pick. Meepo, a little more of our niche picker, because he's not good in every game. But in this game, against the Anti-Mage, against the Void Spirit, as I mentioned, and the Faceless Void, this perma root is going to be a nightmare for all these heroes. But now you have the Mjolnir online for Shad, and I think he's got to do something with this. His team needs help.
Hakoda, no global silence for another 30 seconds, so this Batrider gonna have some free reign to initiate, but he will lose his life for it. A bit too aggressive, as nobody else from Gaming Gladiators was able to get there. Ace was looking for an angle to jump in. D1 Hustlers, do they look for another kill? They could potentially just stack up and smoke. They've got one on the silencer. They are getting stunned up by these bloody ogres again. You know, last time was the Violama, now it's Theoliker. Basically just getting stuck.
He does have the Vessel online for the Murano. I wonder what that's for this game. Nothing the heal is particularly good against, but still just generally a strong item.
4K. This net worth lead hasn't really been building on the side of Gaming Gladiators, but it's going to increase with this Medusa already working towards that Butterfly. Meepo working on a Manta, so you can perch with the Global Silence. And of course this Pango with Aghanims on the list. Like these heroes are just going to start farming faster and faster. D1 Hustlers though, it's pretty much just going into one pocket, and that's the Faceless Void. They are going to eventually fall behind.
Yeah, you're playing versus Medusa sorry, not Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage is on the other team, but he's not even building a Battle Fury. Medusa Meepo lineup, they have plenty of capability to farm the entire map, which leaves you a little bit of urgency if you're the Hustlers to get some kills or make something happen. Because if it's a completely static game and nobody's doing anything, they can just hit creeps faster than you.
And there's the Rochus Butterfly going to be killed on the Courier, but there is a Chrono catching a lot of heroes. It's Ace and his duplicates with Tofu, and they will get this Meepo killed. First kill off of the Meepo. Hakoda will get that one. Theoliker also. Both supports finding kills. Celeriti being out, but Devilama coming out with a cancel. And this was a much-needed morale victory, but also a lot of gold. It's now down to a 1K lead. That's 3K gold almost, and 4,000 experience going for D1 Hustlers, and into Roche they go.
Yep. That was huge. The Global Silence there, stopping the counterplay of the Shadow Demon being able to save not Tofu, their Ace there in that situation was absolutely critical, as he was able to get the Global Silence off, and then now the Chrono came out and they were able to turn that fight beautifully, and that's what they needed. They needed a Shad to hit the biggest Chronosphere of his life, as he went full Mjolnir, no defensive capabilities, but you saw in that Chronosphere he does a lot of damage.
He definitely does, topping the DPS for D1 Hustlers, and that's exactly what you need from this Faceless Void. Has the Mjolnir ready, working on a BKB next into the Lincolns, so he can't get hit by the Demonic Purges, can't get hit by the Lassos, or at least either one. There's still a lot of single target abilities, and again, it is a game where we have to see the carry build both BKB and Lincolns, but in this case, at least there's BKB piercing ults.
Yeah, normally at the Faceless Void, you get the choice, because you want to go into the Refresh Orb eventually, so you either go Lincolns or Aya Scotty. We'll see if he changes it. I think it might be generally a better Scotty game here if he does want to go that route. But Lincolns, it can definitely help you versus the Batrider.
He's got 2 Lincolns now lined up.
Yeah, double Lincolns, why not?
No,
he's just queuing it up. He's gonna definitely not go for that build, as I think they're just waiting for Global and Chrono to come back online, and I'd like them to use this Aegis. You have the ability now to just jump in as Shad, and I think you should still blow all your spells, but if they manage to turn on you and kill you, at least you have that extra protection of the Aegis there to come back, and maybe that little bit extra is what you need to win the team fight. Obviously, in that last fight, we didn't see Dusa. Dusa was just farming. So fights will be a little more difficult as the Stone Gaze enters the fights here. So maybe you still have to be a bit careful and pick and choose your fights if you're D1 Hustlers. Because Dairachio, he's a beast. He has Butterfly online. He is level 16. Try to fight away from the Medusa or catch him out of position by himself. I think those are your choices.
Gaming Gladiators went for a 3-man smoke in the top half of the map, but no opening for them, and just playing on the defensive end. Suspecting that D1 Hustlers want to smoke up with that Aegis. 3 minutes still on the clock, and they will stack right behind them in the bottom lane. Gaming Gladiators, do they make their way to the bot lane, or do they just stick in mid? It's down to them.
They got Blink on the Bat Rider. So
they got a gem on Celery too, yeah.
Yeah. So their choices... They have choices. I think after the last event that just happened where they tried to be aggressive on the Void, they turned it, they're going to think twice about doing anything aggressive without Dairachio. I think when Dairachio is ready to go, that'll be their next play, and of course you are playing into the Aegis here. No point running into this Faceless Void with Aegis. You still have Meepo, you still have Medusa. You're fine hitting creeps for now.
Oh yeah, like we talked about that 4K lead going down to 1K when that Roshan fell. It's back to 4K and there's nobody died pretty much in between this time. So that just talks volumes about the farming pace for Gaming Gladiators. The two heroes indeed on the top of net worth, followed up by the Pango. Not too far away from that Faceless Void. They're going to be getting a Tormentor for themselves. Or not.
Not enough DPS there. They gave it a shot, but they need a little more.
Ace is located. And they get there with that Mirana ult. Moonlight Shadow still up for a bit, but Ace, he's fast on his feet. The whole posse of Meepo Illusions just running straight towards the triangle to the safety of his friends. Gaming's doing a really good job of just dodging all potential opening movements here from D1 Hustlers. The waves are pushing it the whole time. They're not making any risky moves. Maybe now that aggression will end up biting them a bit as that Pango was pushing it. Yeah, exactly. Cursed them a bit there. Everything was going so well, but now finding a kill off the Pango and allows them to push down a lane. But that does require that D1 Hustlers, they need to use like 3-4 heroes for this.
They brought 5. They were just being extra safe. And they're going to go through the portal here with maybe 5 heroes yet again. We'll have to see. No point sticking up here, I think, if you are Thelocor. Unless you're trying to get some cheeky pick off of the Xantic. But I guess this is your Aegis going to be expiring in 40 seconds here. You probably don't want to force a fight right now if you are the Hustlers. You can be okay with farming. Faceless Void now going back into... deciding to make a pit stop before that Linken's into the Diffusal Blade. So not going for the double Linken's.
That's a good thing. Yeah, Diffusal, I feel like I understand the fact you're playing against the Medusa. It's still one of the best items to pick up.
Okay, one more leap. And do they chase him to the ends of the earth here?
I mean, 5 seconds for Blink. Maybe Ace goes for it. No more leap charges. Okay, no need for a Blink. He's just going to catch him.
Yeah, he's gone.
It's easy for Ace.
Quite an easy pick off for sure, as they decided not to take the gate and try to save the Mirana there.
Oh, Tofu. Oh, he misses the lasso. That was really close to connecting there, but he was already turning his model around, thought that he had him.
How do you miss a lasso?
I don't know, it's a pretty bad cowboy. Dakota. He's got 15 seconds for the global silence, and Gaming Gladiators not getting the opening they wanted to, and D1 Hustlers, they're stacked up. Mirana's going to be up in 15 seconds too. But that Aegis, it has ran its course.
And just like that, you see the aggression come out, and this is going to get disgusting. You've got the Shadow Demon with the Medusa. So much is going to rely on this global silence, I feel. If he misuses it even just a little bit, it could cost the entire team fight. But they need to get the opening, jump Dairachio, and then global before that disruption save comes out. Because once those illusions come out, I feel like it's GG. These things are tanky, they hit hard, and it's definitely scary. You have to find the Shadow Demon or have a perfect global.
Of course, the fact that even Celery is going to pick up net worth on the Shadow Demon farming with those illusions. They are his after all. Get that extra bit of money.
Guess what he has? Lotus Orb is almost complete. And that's going to take him out of the global. So that global play being so important that I was talking about, that's a tool to remove it. So fights are gonna get harder and harder here. I'm a little afraid this Shadow Demon. It's gonna be a big problem for the Hustlers. Shad is gonna have to hit like one of those Chronospheres that catches a Shadow Demon plus a core, and then end up killing the Shadow Demon here. But you can't ignore Celery at this point.
Yeah, that's gonna cause like different possibilities, outcomes, depending on when the chrono ends. Does Tofu just get the walk on top of and get the lasso connection right after? Does he just lasso from inside the chrono, like on the edge of it as well? So there's a lot that Shad needs to succeed this game. As the rest of D1 Hustlers, the 4 players, we've been seeing that they've basically shared a boot camp with 4 of their players. Shad is the only one not there, so he's got his own kind of calm, silent room to play in, but gonna need that calm decision making when it comes to those team fights too. You're gonna have to face this Gaming Gladiators lineup eventually at some point in this game.
And you have the anti-mage versus Medusa, and normally like, oh, that's a hard counter, but if you look at Defy Llama's build here, this is an anti-mage that has a Crimson Guard and a Heaven's Halberd.
Yeah,
he has no attack speed. He does not have any attack speed, though. That's my point. And he does not have illusions, which means he's not really burning Medusa's mana. He's just buying items that any hero can buy versus Medusa, really. But he's an anti-mage.
Maybe he's just a mage. It's not really being an anti to anyone. We'll see, we'll see. I mean, like you said, there's still items that you build against the hero. Still that 5-second disarm against the Medusa, the Crimson Guard. I mean, that extra tankiness versus those illusions that are gonna hurt. There's gonna be a lot of them this game. Smoke up once again from Gaming Gladiators, just taking over this triangle position away from D1 Hustlers, but somehow this game has still stayed at 4K, but D1 Hustlers coming out with the move. Moonlight Shadow, right under vision of a Sentry and an Ops Ward. They're all located. This is pretty scary to be. And we'll bounce back that Mystic Snake. But that's about it. So they will get the D Ward, and they are so spread. Gaming Gladiators as well. They're holding 3 separate choke points that fight. So D1 Hustlers like, all right, we got our place, but now what? That's about it.
I think a lot of this game is going to come down to the next Roshan, as it will respawn in 1 minute and 20 seconds here, which means we're going to have a Radiant Roshan. So whoever can take control of this area will have a bit of advantage. Naturally, Radiant does have the advantage here, as they do have that outpost to TP on. But that hasn't stopped teams in the past from just getting that high ground positioning and taking the fights. And it looks like the Hustlers will get positioning here. I think if you're Gaming Gladiators, you force them back here. And that is the call. They ping on the tier 3 tower there, and it's going to start slowly going down. But I think
these
right now
illusions are causing issues on 2 separate lanes. They're just destroying the waves as they're spawning. So they're going to be in your base in just a matter of moments, and it's everybody moving behind Shat. Now 8,000, the difference between the 2 teams. And here comes Gaming Gladiators, full on 5 TP towards the bottom lane. And they're going to head straight towards D1 Hustlers, and we're going to get to the fight we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for this one for a very long time. Does it break loose? Who's going to be getting the better advantage out of it? Santic already in the front. Davai Lama right next to him. Quinn going to get scouted up by the way, but the rune he has is going to give him that extra mobility to jump out on Celery. Global Silence coming up with the Lotus Orb is going to be placed down as well. He's going to buy some time to survive. Shat going to get the Chrono. Medusa's going to be inside it. Arachi, Virlo, and Mana. That's going to be a big ulti coming out as well from Davai Lama. Not enough to take him down, but Celery, Tofu, Duraccio, they're all going to die. And D1 Hustlers, they've got themselves the upper advantage right now. Santic chasing down a Quinn. Quinn is going to have his ulti run out. He's going to roll up and try to get a bit of extra distance, but in the end it doesn't even matter for him because he's going to get hunted down. That's 4 and maybe even 5 if they can get to Ace, but Ace and Ace, that Meepo tower is sliding out of their hands. But that is going to be Roshan for D1 Hustlers, and a big team fight for them to hold themselves alive in this game. We're just looking at the Meepo tower, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean the Meepo, he blinked away and it just started flying towards him, and it looked funny. On the top Meepo, they're just glitching out a little bit. But that's exactly what they needed to do. Who'd they catch? They got Celery. And when you jump Celery like that, and they got the bonus of Tofu being a little out of position too, as we will get a replay here, and you're going to see they got the 2 best heroes to get that they possibly could get the Bat Rider, and they caught Celery. So Celery can't help Medusa here. Shad is just laying in the Jirachi. And then boom, Celery dies. Now Jirachi, he has no mana. So now the Void Spirit can clean it up easily after that too. Positioning is key. And you wanted to go first in Gaming Gladiators there, but I think the wrong hero went first there for them. I think it probably had to have been the Pango to lead that initiation and not the supports.
Yeah, you say positioning is key, but I'm going to say positioning is king in this case because D1 Hustlers, they just schooled them after that fight. That was almost a bit too easy. But getting those two supports right in the front, that's a dream start for D1 Hustlers. So like, Bat and SD right in front of us. All right, Shad, you do you. We're just going to clean up these guys. And oh, he's got a Medusa set the Chrono. Perfect. Everything is going to plan. Gaming Gladiators, they don't want to let them... well, they don't want that to happen again in this game because we just saw how detrimental it can be.
Yeah, it was a perfect scenario here, but as the game goes on... Alright, Roll is going to be down here too. They're going into the Aegis. I'm not sure if this is the fight you're looking for, as I think the Hustlers are going to try and chase you down now.
He's got Chrono back up. I'm not sure if they know about this, but that's a fairly short cooldown in sense of this fight.
Shadow Demon.
Oh, beautiful! He's got the Medusa, got the Shadow Demon. Exactly, you talked about it, Fear. That's what they wanted. That's what they'll get. The Roger trying to get away with that. BKB trying to make a disengage for it. Mirana going to get stunned up, and Shad's still high on their heels. Medusa hiding in the trees. Oh, no TP for 6 seconds. Where are you going to go? What you going to do when you got nowhere to be? Something with a triple for this one.
They are playing this so good on Hustlers now. I'm not going to lie to you. This was a tall mountain to climb for them to win these team fights, but they're executing exactly what needs to happen. They're getting the Shadow Demon. That was best case scenario, even better than the last one. Get them both in the Chrono. If you get Dusa and Shadow Demon in the Chrono, that pretty much secures your team fights. But I thought that would be hard, like easier said than done situation, but that looks pretty damn easy.
It definitely did. That's a lottery ticket that usually takes a bit of time to get a victory. Sometimes you never do, but now he just got 2 successful team fights in a row. Lightning definitely does strike twice.
And a lot of that they have to do with Quinn rolling in a bit early.
Yeah, the Hustlers still in the race for this game. 35 minutes closing up on this, and Medusa's still out for 20 seconds, about to finish that Daedalus. But what do you do with all this damage if you don't get to hit them? It's a bit of an issue for them. They're going to have to find different approaches into these fights. And D1 Hustlers, they're riding on a high right now. They've got a pretty good momentum going their way.
For sure. And we have yet to see... I thought Ace would have more impact so far in this game, but ever since he got the Mega Meepo and the Blink Dagger, there's been some cool plays here and there. But he's not having that type of performance. You're like, wow, this Meepo's out of control by any means. He finished the Scotty, maybe with a buyback, potentially Meepo going in first. I think what they're really lacking right now in Gaming Gladiators is they're not really getting the initiation themselves, right? So far, it's just been them walking into the Hustlers, Hustlers getting the initiation. In Gaming Gladiators, Meepo just hasn't had a place yet. Tofu, he's been really struggling this game too to find any type of initiation with this lasso. Really having a rough one here, as this looks like one of the more sloppy games from Gaming Gladiators that I haven't seen in a while. But D1 Hustlers, they're flawlessly putting their combo to use here, as they're gonna try yet again as Chrono is up. Let's go again. We got Aegis.
And into the same place as well. The same place where they've had success. They know this place inside and out right now. And Celery going to get scouted up by the Violama, trying to find this SD, just jiggling and running around trees, but he's going to get caught in the end. Even loading up that Mana Void just in case to make sure that he does not escape. So that's a Celery getting killed. Ace is going to finish off the Tormentor with ease. It's going to be very fast. Tofu getting himself the lasso. Oh, sorry. Shard for the sticky napalm. That's what I wanted to say. No longer disarmed by the lasso, but it's not the biggest. He used to be pretty huge with the right
on the support Bat on the support Bat Rider, this barely matters.
Yeah,
like it might matter, but it barely matters. It's not going to change the tides of this game by any stretch of the imagination. And we're just going to farm.
It has been a while, but the last few minutes, D1 Hustlers, they were able to build up a net worth lead for the first time in these 37 minutes, but it was only so small that Gaming Gladiators was able to get it back on their side. Quinn is building into an Octarine core with this Pango. Got a lot of abilities he wants to live off of. To make sure that you've got them available.
A lot of survivability as well.
Yeah, maybe he can get a Spell Prism as well to get even more cooldowns off.
Yeah,
he decides to go for the Mindbreaker.
The thing about Octarine Core nowadays is it's a very tanky item. It gives you like 625 HP and mana on top of reducing your cooldowns. So it just makes you super tanky. And of course, the more spells you use on Pango, the more survivable you are as well. Add that raw HP on top of it, it can do a lot. But he made a pit stop. He decided, I'm going to get a Basher first. Buys that one out. We'll see if Octarine Core will be his choice for the next item here. But I don't think it's much about items anymore for Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be more about execution. Can Tofu get an initiation? The last roll, or last couple rolls that Quinn did to try and initiate, they were a little sus, not going to lie. They didn't hit the targets they needed to. They got counterplayed. Oh, rolls down. I guess we can just go. And that's what you need to avoid if you're Gaming Gladiators. You need to find a clean opening, a clean initiation, so you can use the Stone Gaze. And once you use the Stone Gaze, all of a sudden, Faceless Void can't fight for the duration of the Stone Gaze, and hopefully you get a kill within that period if you're Gaming Gladiators, if you want to continue to play into this game. But the moment you get jumped on a Shadow Demon, and Dusa doesn't get any spells off and gets chronoed, I feel like that's when you start losing these fights.
And again, Gaming Gladiators just trying to force D1 Hustlers back into their base with that top lane. They've just been repeating this over and over again, and actually going to get jumped. The cheese does get popped by the Anti-Mage, and he gets to live a bit longer. Shat on the chase right now. One more jump for a good chrono, but he's going to get silenced with that Mindbreaker from Quinn.
Might be too far for Hustlers.
They are spreading all over the place, and they're going to need a bit of extra backup. Their supports are still lagging behind, and Shat wants to take the initiative. That's not going to get thrown around by Tofu. Rolling Thunder just connect onto Shat. Shat BKB popped as well. Finds the Ratio. Oh, no, he doesn't. Actually jumps back into Quinn. And the gaze has been forced out. Hakoda's going to be going down. And Ace gets the snipe from the backline. And this fight just spreads all over the place. Like you said, they might be a bit too deep. They definitely were. And that's going to be the second support to die. The two guys that showed up late for the fight are the ones that end up dead.
That one did not go the way for the Hustlers. The last couple fights, they look so clean, but you use all your spells, all your cooldowns are down, and you continuously chase there. And you don't want to chase an enemy high ground like that.
Oh, Dalai Lama, no more cheese to save you this time. Rooted up by Ace. This Meepo, 4,000 HP per buddy. Very, very tanky Meepos to be trying to focus on right next to your tier 3 tower. Even tankier than this Medusa. Garaccio is just going full damage this game. And they're going straight through on his back door. That tier 3 tower about to melt here, and that will drop. No more armor buff for you. Balancing up the Anti-Mage's lasso into the counter spell. Tofu! The cowboy gets stuck in his own knots.
Pulling creeps, he says. Nah, my friend, you're pulling yourself.
Oh, dear. Oh, well, I mean, at least the melee rack still stands, but D1 Hustlers, they're going to have to pay a price for it. They get an opening to buy a llama. Still in the front with this Medusa BKB pop. Gaze up in 10 seconds. Quinn gonna get the stun connections with this Rolling Thunder on top of the Anti-Mage. And on the side, Shat's got the chrono. Got the Meepo inside of the bait. The bait plays off. They just need to get this kill closed in. He's gonna get saved. Shat dropping very low. Shat down. Anti-Mage down as well. D1 Hustlers end up losing their big damage dealers. And they cannot even kill the bloody Meepo.
Yeah, Tofu bought back into the game there just to help out. Dies again. Poor Tofu, man. He's having like the roughest game of his life here, but it doesn't seem to matter. Things are going well in these fights for them. All it took was one fight.
Oh,
and now Ace is online.
And our next one, and a harpoon play coming out as well by Santa, connecting himself back to the Meepos. Forced back to the fountain. 80 seconds, no chrono. Gaming Gladiators already one lane taken away. And still back in the commanding position of this game. 2 successful fights in a row.
All right. I think it's Xantic wishing he was Magnus on that last harpoon play. I feel like that's what they need to be able to pull heroes back into the fountain.
Yeah, it looks like we're not going to have a lot of Giga Shads and Giga Antics. as it just looks like GG's just looking to close out yet another series for themselves. They're close to it. It's still not done and still not over. Gaming Gladiators would secure second place in the West European Division. No need for tiebreakers if they win this one. They're straight through to the major. And D1 Hustlers, if they lose this one, their major hopes, they die with this game.
The condition for D1 Hustlers to win team fights is very specific. And they did it twice in a row, which was impressive. But they need to go back. They need to find the Shadow Demon. They need to isolate the Medusa. That's what's working in his fights for them. So they need to go back and try and make that happen. But it's easier said than done. Whereas Gaming Gladiators, road to success, there's nothing specific they have to do. They just have to make sure Medusa gets her ult off and try to initiate and get a kill and kite the global.
Well, talking about getting back to basics at Zantic. Gonna lead the charge to the area they had success before, but they're all just dodging this Void Spirit. That's Zantic getting nothing really done here. And Ace gonna try to surround him. Rolling Thunder used by Quinn, though, still on the chase with that shield rune. And extra
Dracho
1500
BKB too. Alright, this is awkward for gaming.
This is very awkward for them indeed. And Mirana going to get lassoed up. The global silence coming out at the same time, but they're not initiating it. They're just going to wait for the global to run out and reset and go in again. Dabayalama with the counter spell. No connections onto him. Ace sniping in the backline, trying to look for a kill. Going to look for this Void Spirit potentially, and the supports are on the run. They know that they're very squishy. Hakoda and Theoliker don't want to stand too close to the front line, especially when they're running out.
Neither team could find the opening that they really wanted. They both tried, but nothing seems to be clean there.
No damage dealt yet, except for the ultis down on cooldown. Zantic finds Ace. He found the real Meepo. Arrow, nice dodge there with the Manta. And also silenced up for the time being. Dabayalama burning through half of the mana pool off of this Medusa. And at the same time, Meepo looking for an angle to jump in. They're clearing out at Zantic's illusions, and Shad, he's hiding in the pit right now with no friends around. They've got creeps inside their base, hitting tier 4 towers. And D1 Hustlers not in a position to fight right now. Have to wait a bit longer. There's a lot of creeps. One tier 4 is already down. They're fully committing to it. And Gaming Gladiators, they know it. They know.
Yeah, they're going to go in now. They see Anti-Mage is not there. But can you give this Roche away? This might be too costly. I know your tier 4s are dying. You have to deal with that. And this makes it a very difficult play. But now you're going to be playing into the Aghanims. Roshan with the cheese. And the Aegis? This is tough. This is definitely tough as Dracho just gets gifted. He didn't even take the Aegis. All right, he just took the Ags. He took Meepo's Ags. What's even going on here?
Yeah, I mean, Meepo just putting his Ags in the backpack for the time being. Okay, actually gets the blessing to activate it, but now D1 Hustlers looking for the fight to end it all. Tofu gonna be close to dropping, will finally end up going down. Medusa still in the gaze, gonna have to get these stuns. Void Spirit stunned up, so is the Faceless Void right now. Shad in trouble at the BKB, another connection. They're gonna kill him before he gets to react, and he's gone for 2 minutes. Gaming Gladiators looking to secure that major position for themselves as Gaming Gladiators just running down D1 Hustlers. One by one they fall. Theoliker gonna be the next one in the arms of Ace. Ace just toying with him for the time being, and that will connect. That's a web connection on the low ground. Can't quite get there, though. 100 seconds without the Faceless Void. It seems impossible now.
Yeah, without the Chronosphere, it seems definitely very... not even difficult. I don't know what they can possibly do here. Ace is just going to right-click down in your base, but you have Dracho to deal with as well.
And he has a cheese, so he's pretty happy with just chilling at the front. Zantic might kill off Celery. He's coming in with a buyback to return back into the fight. 4 versus 5. There goes the Mega Creeps. And Anti-Mage, he's going to be the one to drop next. He's rooted up. Dabayalama, he's going to have to buy back in as well. For a last chance hope, Quinn Rolling Thunder. He's low on HP, but at the same time, Dyrachyo just charging in the front line. Cheese has been used. Lasso up as well. Pop them. Now Zantic to drop. Hakoda to die too. Tofu going to burn it alive. And they're back to the fountain. And there we have it. Gaming Gladiators. Ancient down to half HP. So close to victory as that GG comes out. Gaming Gladiators will once again be seen at the major to fight for their back-to-back-to-back title.
Back-to-back-to-back. Quite an achievement that would be if they can get the third one here, but looking a little shaky overall. And not only this game, but throughout the series. Like, these are double major winners, of course, amazing, but they're chinks in the armor. Teams are starting to figure them out a little bit, and unfortunately for the D1 Hustlers here, they were really close to potentially winning this game. But I think Gleaming Gatherers realized what they did wrong, and they started to clean up really quickly after those 2 fights there, and really just turned this one around.
There was a couple of engagements where you were starting to think about this meepo, like what is the impact of Ace going to be in those team fights, but it was really just about D1 Hustlers getting a better opening. It felt like it's a bit of Naga Deadworth, but it's going to be the first meepo win in this tour in the DPC out of all regions, and of course West Europe getting their first win. How do you think about that, panel?
Look, I don't know if it's great to see a Meepo win. I'm not sure if I'm ready to see that one crop up in a few more pubs. But look, I'm happy for all the Meepo spammers out there, sheepstick, that they finally see a pro game win with it. Anti-mage offlane though, T, coming in, you're a little bit worried about Dalai Lama, what he's built in his pub, you know, what he was going to go in this game, and seemed like the issue sort of prevailed even in an official.
Yeah, I think first of all, D1 Hustlers did an incredible job at taking the right pickoffs and engagements to keep themselves in this game. The first time they get this, I think it's a chrono here, they kill the Meepo. If you look at the mini-map, there's no Medusa here, there's no Pango here. This gives them the first Roshan. And then of course we saw that big fight where they got the second Roshan, killing off both the supports, killing off the Dusa. So props to D1 Hustlers to utilize Roshan to keep them in this game. But yeah, I think there's Anti-Mage going for this Crimson Guard, Halberd. It felt very reactionary to the early game pressure of gaming, and you felt it in the late game. Like if he had Manta, Ags, he had independent kill threat. He could start killing off the Dusa or the Bat or the Pango by himself. Maybe not even killing, but like putting them at a point where they have to run away. And with this build he had, he just felt like he could have been any other hero in the game. So yeah, it felt a bit clunky, but still, props to D1 Hustlers for even getting in the game to last this long.
Yeah, they still did amazing. You're right. That anti-mage offlane was a little bit of a question mark, a little bit clunky, but overall, how they were playing the game, the pickoffs they were finding, and everyone else in the team doing a great job. Gaming Gladiators, though, because even though they won, wasn't the cleanest game from them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can blame them at least a little bit, but I would assume that they haven't played with a Meepo in a while, probably most of them. They definitely took a lot of fights without Ace being close by, and then, you know, some shaky fights here or there, so maybe it wasn't very clear or clean to them in terms of, okay, how should we fight, who needs to go first, because I definitely do think that they messed it up a few times. At least we got to see some funny stuff. I saw Tofu grab himself on the counterspell. I saw 5 Meepo stacked on each other. Also, I tested in demo mode. You can get like 9,600 HP on Meepo when you're level 25, so that's pretty cool. It's the hero's probably not as bad as people think it is, but yeah, overall D1 Hustlers, I think that Shad and the Atlantic, they keep impressing me. Like, there's different small things they do, and I feel like this team, like if they can keep working together and fix some small things, this team can be very strong.
Yeah, definitely massive honorable mentions for them. It is unfortunate that with this loss, D1 Hustlers don't put themselves in the running to be going to the major anymore, but they can still say in Div 1, there's still a lot of chance for them, T. But our MVP for Game 2 on the side of Gaming Gladiators, where do you want to put it?
I feel like it would be illegal not.
Yes.
Like, I'm looking at all the other players, and it's like, he's 11-1-10. His only death technically gave them the first Roshan towards D1 Hustlers, which did spiral D1 Hustlers into his position of coming back into the game, but the one death didn't lead to the Gaming Gladiators Ancient to fall. Therefore, he probably should get the MVP. Yeah, look at these stats.
He played...
Look, it was a bad mistake, but, you know, not gaming.
Exactly.
he played very clean, and even though it may hurt us to make both Sheepstick and Lizard smile wherever they are right now, to give him the MVP.
Sheep's in chat, I know it.
Oh, of course. Yeah. My bro Ace, he played very clean. He deserves it.
Yeah, 100%. Look, it wasn't a joke. I would be surprised if you guys hadn't have said Ace for that MVP there. But now Gamemen have locked in and secured themselves a place in Bali. How do you guys think they fare up? Like, is this a patch that they're looking comfortable on, Kezu, or you're like, there is so much left to be explored and we don't really know what to expect?
Probably both. I would say they look good on this patch, but I can assure you that there's 50 million other things, items, timings, hero combos that we have yet to explore. You need more Thompsons or whatever to run around and do some weird stuff, random, you know. We're gonna have to wait for some of that. And then one last thing I want to point out is that I think the SD pick actually made even more sense. I was stupid for not thinking about it in the draft. But when you just laid it into anti-mage, suddenly my bro Dalai Lama, he doesn't want to skill mana burn. So now you're anti-mage without anti, so you're just mage. And he doesn't really do anything. So that was pretty chill.
Oh yeah, didn't really think about that one. So
Yeah, you're welcome.
extra little bit of draft expertise. What I was looking for there. Got a whisper in my ear though. The interview is ready, so we can have a bit of a chat to Tofu, if my memory is correct. Yeah, Tofu, congratulations on the win here. Congratulations on second place as well for DPC. How you feeling? It's all done, dusted, looked in, and going to be going to Bali.
Overall, I should be feeling pretty happy with now this closed out DPC and Major secured once again. But I don't know, I had a rough showing this game. But it also feels good that I can rely on my teammates and they got me through this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, one game, rough showing. You guys have played quite a lot of games over the last 3 weeks, so it definitely isn't too bad with only one game feeling rough. The Meepo, though, it's big elephant in the room, and I want to ask about it. At what point was Ace like, all right, Meepo, or I'm leaving the team? I'm AFKing on this game too.
We kinda YOLO'd the dues of this game, and then we wanted to keep some flags open, whereas... Like, I think he mentioned it already after we had our first heroes that, I don't know, maybe it's a Meepo. And then once we progressed in the draft, it's like we started drafting different from what we usually do because we want this last pick Meepo to be a possibility. So once we got there, it was like, yo, hey, we have to do this now. So we kind of just YOLO'd it, but it worked out pretty well. Like, he had a really good showing on it. He's the Meepo expert after all.
Yeah. But it is true. I have heard it, and now I've witnessed it firsthand, just how good he is on that Meepo. Tid, you want to go with your questions?
Yeah, sure. Tofu, of course, you said that you had a lot of fun in this previous game. Probably one of the best games that you said that you've played in this entire tour. What was your favorite death out of the 12 that you had in this game?
There was a lot of rough ones.
There's only one.
I feel like also in this game we were playing a bit disconnected in a way, and we don't have like usual hero combos and I don't know, pairs to play with. But probably worst one was when we were pushing high ground and I blinked into Lazarus anti-mage, and then he kept dragging me into tier 4. That one was a feel bad.
Oh, it was a delightful death. It was amazing. I guess my question is, of course, now that you know that you're locked into TI, how does that kind of give you different perspectives on the rest of this tour, like, or the rest of the season with the other tournaments occurring? Is it still that hunger to win the third major to do everything, or is it a little bit more relaxed now that you're maybe reducing the scrims from 3 a day to 2? Like, what's the kind of the vibes now that you know TI is already kind of locked in?
Yeah, so this locked in TI thing obviously feels really good. It takes some weight off the shoulders, even though there shouldn't be any, because we make it to the major anyway, and then we should be secured in a way. Whereas also though, I feel like we've had a bit of a chill time. Like the Dota season is like really packed. There's non-stop action tournaments. Even if there's like a week break before the next Dream League now, it's like we don't really have a week off because we need to practice and prepare for it, right? So we took this DPC a bit easier. We scrimmed way less. People like chilled a bit on pubs as well. And yeah, we kind of scraped it through. The loss against Tundra hurt a bit, and really good talk after it, and we're like working on things now. Whereas now is like sort of a ramp up period where there's Dream League, Bali coming up, Riyadh Masters right after it. So there's no backing down on that. It's like a big tryout period, but we're looking forward to it again.
Cool, nice. Excited to see what happens with Gladiators in the upcoming tournaments.
All right, hey Tofu, congrats on the win once again.
Thank you.
Let's see. You seem like you're always a very happy person, and I think you're very grateful for the position that you're in right now. So, what has been your favorite moment out of like since last TI to today? What has been your favorite Dota moment?
Oh, that's a big span. That's pretty hard
You
to
got
say.
this one, I'm sure.
Overall, like I'm really happy with the team and players that we have. It's always fun with them. We often also just stay in the Discord, talk about things, play some pubs together, or whatever. It's also we never got first in the DPC, whereas like it's not that anything is worse from playing back home, but I think our strength is once we are together, and if it's like a tournament, whatever, like us together in a hotel playing a tournament for like 2 or 3 weeks, I think that's always the most fun times when we're around. Like in some other country, we're just playing, eating together, theory crafting. That's like probably the best times out of this Dota career that we have. Just getting around together, staying together with the guys. Like it just feels like a good friend group, and we also kept winning quite a bit, so that makes it like extra sweet, I guess. And Bali's also great destination to be. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to meeting the guys again and playing some good Dota.
That makes sense. I think it shows that you guys are very chill with each other. And then we can talk, I think, about your growth. I think you've grown a lot as a player. Would you attribute that more to yourself or also specific other things that perhaps your teammates or your coach have helped you to develop yourself?
It's hard to say. Overall, I think people just learn over time, right, and play a lot of pubs, but that goes for everyone. Then there's like a lot of individual mindset and plays and how hard you want to work or watch replays or whatever. But obviously from, let's say, a year or two ago, I think I learned the most from Ace because we were playing a lot together, also laning, and he had a lot of experience already. And then it just team stuff that everyone chips something in, whether it's ideas, plays, or little things we can tweak in the lane or gameplay wise, and then we just keep learning bit by bit. It's like small little steps that you continuously keep on going.
Is there anything specific that Ace helped you with, like whether understanding the offlane more, that I don't know, you need this extra set of regen in the lane, or it's about like some specific level timing or HP levels? Is anything specific that you still remember right now that like changed your view a little bit?
It's like a lot of basic stuff also, I would say, whereas you don't want to have downtimes. I think is an important thing, where even if it's just 1 or 2 seconds, like you need to make something out of every moment. Whereas like you can run around a bit and idle, or you keep hitting people, or D-ward, run for the rune in time, like check these timings. How long do you actually need to rotate? Small things like these. But then also like in our duo, I think it's a lot where he's like more analytical in a way, where he opens the replays usually and we watch together over it, and he checks like, okay, we could contest here more, do this, or maybe pull waves around here. Whereas I more theory craft and think about heroes and builds or combos. Like, of course, not always the same, but I think we complement each other really well.
Yeah, it seems like you guys are a good combo. I'll sneak in one last question. Sorry, everyone. What happened against Tundra? Why do you think, like, why did they clap you? Because they clapped you guys pretty hard in that series.
They really did, yeah. They're also first place for a reason. They played really good Dota. They're in a good spot right now. I would also say throughout the season we had a bit of our ups and downs. We didn't play as much as in the other seasons because it's also we had our second major win, and we were also getting close to burnout on some of our players, and it was just a lot. Like coming to this Berlin major, I remember we played the Dream League finals, and then I slept for like 4 hours after packing my stuff, going straight into the plane, flying to Berlin, and it was like I was honestly telling the guys upon meeting before the first day of the group stage, like, hey guys, what do you think if we just GG the first series? Like, I want to get some more sleep. Obviously, that's not a thing you can do. So like, it's better now.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were taking it a bit more chill, whereas Tundra, they're apparently like taking this super serious because they also need the points to get to TI, right? Because 33 has some visa issues getting to Bali, so they just wanted to get it secured. And it showed that they were putting in a lot of more effort, time, hard work. They were just beating us on all fronts. And it just kept snowballing after lanes, their rotations. They were just better.
All right, that makes sense. All right, thank you. And I think my good old friend T Governor has a very surely interesting question for you.
I do, actually. So you're talking about Ace a lot. You're Toph, of course, you talk about yourself. You got 455 games played with Ace, right? It's not near first. That's like 1,600, right? With Baboka and XXS. But if in an ideal world, if you had, like, would you like to be able to play with Ace and like rival other like pairs or partnerships that we see in kind of Dota teams across like the years that we've had Dota? Like, would you like to maybe get to that point where you're like in the top 10 of like pairings?
I mean, I didn't really think about it or consider it. It's also I'm relatively new still as a player, whereas getting, I don't know, 16,000 games, I'm sure it takes a couple of years. And
1,600, sorry, 1,600.
But Ace also told me that like he wants to aim to get 3 TIs since the double has been checked already. So if we happen to be sticking around that long, we might get there. But it's going to take a while. I'm not planning too far to the future. So we'll see.
All right, and for some reason, Nat said that I have to close out this interview. So congratulations, Tofu, on this emphatic victory. Great answers as always. You are a stellar interviewee, and I wish you the best at the Bali Major. Maybe you can win all 3, but please don't allow Quinn to swash his way there. Maybe a different hero. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're working on that. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
Yeah.
See ya.
You too. Thanks, Tofu.
I tried my best, Nat. I panicked in the moment, I won't lie, but there we go.
No way, bro. That was a great close
that's
now.
good.
I feel like I gotta hype up the players more often. I just do the old casual, yeah, cheers, thanks for the answers, see you later, fuck off. And he's like, mate, Stella, you're awesome. Good luck. Best of luck at Bali. By the way, don't pick Pango. By the way, you're really good. Love you. Hopefully you guys can win 3 majors. Anyway, no bias. Good luck. Bye, Tofu.
Nat,
See ya.
You want to know the truth?
I was pretty good though.
You want to know the truth though? You ready? Oh, bam. Oh,
you double bluffed him.
Damn.
I hope they come last. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, you actually want him to lose. He actually DM'd me.
I did.
He said I'm gonna lie to his face.
No, I'd like gaming to get to like top 4 for competition, but I'd like to see new rivalries form in the build up for TI. So I think
I want the same finals every time, every tournament ever.
Yeah.
Cap.
Yeah.
Look, you did a great job, T, of closing it out. I just thought maybe we could spice some things up on the panel on our second last day. Just try some new stuff out. See how you felt. You looked great.
Thank you.
Second, yeah, it's blurring into one whole results on our screen. That's how the day's going for us. I'm not going to dwell too much on this one. Tundra beating out Secret. Gosh, that was a series and a half. If you got to spare 4 hours in your day, I'd recommend that one. Entity versus OG, 2-0 for OG. Hustlers got O2'd by Gaming Gladiators. Let's quickly jump on into leaderboard because that's what really matters. Our results today dictated a lot of things. All we knew was Tundra was guaranteed first. They go undefeated. They now definitely, that makes no sense, going to Bali. Gaming Gladiators with their win. Q a second. They're going to Bali as well. And with that one, Liquid and Quest will be going to Bali. We don't know yet which one's going to be third, which one's going to be fourth, so they'll have to do their tiebreaker. Hustlers getting that loss means they're still fighting to stay in Div 1. We don't know for sure if they'll be staying here because they're on the same scoreline as OG and as Entity. And our unfortunate last place is Team Secret. So it's going to be really rough for them going down to Div 2. We don't. In fact, can we also just quickly go over to our final day schedule, please, production? And then I'll let my analysts talk.
Nice,
we'll give them the whole context. The Hustlers, Entity, OG, 3-way tie at the moment will be broken because our last series is OG Hustlers. Whoever wins that one will be securing themselves in Div 1. They get to stay up here, and the other team is unfortunately going to have to go into tiebreakers and prove themselves once more. Now, please take it away, Kazu.
Yeah, gonna be a spicy last matchup. I'm expecting, I want to see tips in that last game. I want to see Dalai Lama just go off if he wins. No, if this guy's gonna do an interview, he's gonna like jump and be full of emotions and do some throat singing. And then we need to bring in T-Panda so that they battle each other. That's all I want. Thank you.
All right, so
okay,
I'm gonna jump on that and say, first of all, Quest, making it to the major, that's pretty cool, right? Think about it. Amar, Nigma, last place, see ya, Division 2, inactive, no roster, suddenly joins Quest, boom, back at the major. Where's Nigma? Not at the major, also not in Division 1, so that's pretty cool for Amar. And Secret, they're going to have to, don't forget, sure, you're going Division 2, but what's after the Tour 3? Major TI regional qualifiers. So Secret, because they finished 8th in Div 1, last year, that was lower bracket for TI qualifiers. Like, that's horrendous. You don't want to start lower bracket. So
I thought you were going to build them up.
Oh, yeah,
bro.
same. I thought you were going to give me some
I thought you were like,
story.
oh, it sucks to go down to Div 2,
No,
but don't worry
don't care
about it
about
because
Division 2.
qualifiers, you can still go to TI.
yeah, like honestly, Tour 3, I don't care about the next Div 2 for next year, right? That's probably going to be a whole new Secret.
Too many months away.
That's so far away. You know, all these teams.
Yeah,
are
but
probably
imagine if
gonna change
Secret go to TI, and they win TI, and then they're in Div 2.
And then sure, they don't change, or maybe they still make a kick and they do some PPD owie thing and whatever, you know, it gets changed up. But like Secret, lower bracket, potential TI qualifier run, it's still on the cards. Sure, they got eliminated, but like there's still one last, you know, road for them, you know.
Okay, thank you, Ice Frog. Nat, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, go on, Nat. What's your thoughts?
Wait, are you guys going to close this one out for me as well?
Go on,
Because I'll
Kezu.
do my closing thoughts.
No.
And
Yeah, no,
Kezu,
please.
you can close the
Yeah,
show,
no,
okay?
okay. All right.
I'll do my closing thoughts. Was more, I don't think it's about Amar for the Quest Esports narrative going to Bali. I'm so excited for literally every other 4 players in that team. Because Amar's been to a major before, but Quest Esports, previous Orodu Thunders, just missed out, right? They came up from Div 2 and Tour 2. They missed out by 1 series to go to the Berlin Major. Here they are. They've made that one slight change. They've absolutely shown so much growth throughout this tour, Amar himself personally, and I'm excited to see what international competition brings for their growth.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful thoughts there, Kezu. It was really great. Thank you all for watching the PGL show today. Me, Nat, I say thank you to my panelists, T-Governor and Kezu, for a great show. We love you all, and see you on Sunday for the most banger series of the year.
Wait, are you going to shout out?
Who am I giving a shout out? Twitch chat?
NA?
I love NA Dota. If Arteezy is playing right now, go tune in to Shopify
He's not right now,
Rebellions.
but he is tonight.
He will play tonight, therefore you should watch now, wait for him, and watch him later. Peace out, everyone. Arteezy is the best.
Bye.